In this era of universal entries, each individual, upon transcending a minor threshold, can acquire an entry. Please select one from the following options. Golden entry. The dual pupil path is invincible. Effect. Grants the possessor a pair of dual pupils. Golden entry. Supreme bone. Effect. Not provided. Colorful entry. A casual theft. Effect. Not provided. Golden entry. More children, more blessings. Effect. Not provided. Golden entry. The celestial body of the preternatural widow. Effect. Not provided. Gray entry. The celestial isolated star. Effect. Not provided. Purple entry. Surviving great calamities brings future blessings. Effect. Not provided. Golden entry. Mastery of thunder. Effect. Not provided. Golden entry. King of beasts. Effect. Not provided. Golden entry. Golden scales are not merely of the pond. Effect. Not provided. Golden entry. Innate sword bone. Effect. Not provided. Golden entry. Yin harvesting to supplement yang. Effect. Not provided. Colorful entry. Not provided. Chapter 1. Golden entries that lo and behold, I have awakened the green entry saintly practitioner of gynecology. Henceforth my endeavors in the medical field, particularly in gynecology, shall be deft and assured. The red entry, dual mastery of blades and swords. How splendid. This pertains to martial arts and shall greatly enhance my aptitude in swordsmanship. Alas, I have awakened the gray entry, premature ejaculation. Brother, my condolences. Text continues with similar dialogues and setting descriptions. In Jinghai City, at number 1 middle school, a new awakening ceremony is currently underway. It is now our classes' turn to awaken entries. What should we do? I'm so anxious. My expectations are modest. I would be satisfied with merely awakening a blue entry. That is not too high a demand. I simply hope for anything but a gray entry, as they typically bear negative effects. I have heard that those who awaken a golden entry are rewarded with 20 chi blood pills. Each chi blood pill is worth 10,000. That amounts to 200,000. On the playground, each class is lined up neatly. Yet whispers and murmurs are inevitable among the students. After all, the significance of today's awakening ceremony is on par with that of the college entrance examination, as it pertains to each student's future. Su Yuan stands at the back of Class 2, observing as the students from Class 1 near the completion of their awakenings, his heart stirred with anticipation. Since the invasion of gods and demons 40 years ago, the resurgence of spiritual energy and the rampant ferocity of beasts have wrought devastation upon humanity. Following the harrowing war, humanity finally grasped the extraordinary power unique to their kind, that being the martial arts of entries. Each individual can awaken an entry and simultaneously unlock the martial arts panel. With every minor breakthrough, one can draw another entry. The martial arts system comprises 10 levels, each subdivided into 10 minor thresholds. This implies that for every level, one can possess 10 entries. Thus, theoretically, should one attain the pinnacle of martial arts, every individual could hold a total of 100 entries. The effects of entries vary widely. For instance, the white entry longevity ensures that one will not perish unless met with violence, allowing them to live steadily to the age of 100, provided they do not face unforeseen accidents. Another example is the entry strength of 9 bulls, which bestows the might equivalent to 9 bulls. There are 7 colors of entries in total, with gray being the most inferior, typically associated with negative effects. For instance, the recently awakened entry in Class 1, premature ejaculation, is a common gray entry, its effect being, as the name implies, an affliction one suffers at a remarkably young age, an ailment one cannot share with others. Similar entries include early weakness, early obesity, early baldness, and even early demise. Following gray are white, green, blue, red, purple, culminating in the highest tier, golden entries. In total, there are 7 distinct colors. The effects of golden entries are typically formidable. Their recipients are undoubtedly gifted individuals, who may very well become formidable powers in the future. Thus, the school invests in rewards for such achievements. Su Yuan bit his lip. He certainly yearned for a golden entry, not only for the bright and promising future it could offer, but also for the myriad resources that would accompany it. His family was not particularly affluent, and ever since the incident involving his sister, their situation had become even more precarious. This reward was of paramount importance to him. However, the probability of a golden entry manifesting is exceedingly low. He dared not entertain such thoughts. Everyone, Class 2, form orderly lines and stand straight. The speaker is Zhao Feipeng, the homeroom teacher of Class 2. He organized the lines, then earnestly advised, once Class 1 has completed their awakenings, it will be our turn. Do not be anxious. Consider it merely a routine test. It matters not if the entry is unsatisfactory. I always tell everyone, there are no worthless entries, only unworthy individuals. Such words, though delivered with great conviction, upon reflection, are quite absurd. How could there possibly be no worthless entries? Is not premature ejaculation a worthless entry? PFF. Indeed, a chorus of sighs arose from the crowd, yet this did serve to ease the tension that had previously gripped them. All right, form your lines. It is our turn. One at a time. As Class 1 concludes their awakenings, the students of Class 2 begin to approach the awakening stone, one by one. The awakening platform contains no extraneous items, merely a black stone, known as the awakening stone. By clearing one's mind and placing a hand upon the stone, one may successfully unlock the martial arts panel and acquire their first entry. The guiding teacher stands to the left of the awakening stone, holding a registration book. Within are the details of each student, and the guiding teacher sequentially calls out names and records the entry information. Do not be nervous as you approach the platform. Clear your thoughts and focus, and each of you shall succeed. Earlier, in Class 1, out of 46 students, one obtained a red entry, while 3 secured blue entries. Your class must also strive for excellence. Upon hearing the guiding teacher's reminders and encouragement, the students of Class 2 could not help but whisper among themselves. Can you believe that not a single purple or golden entry appeared? Class 1 is rather lackluster. Hold your tongue. Our class might fare even worse. Golden entries are seldom seen in a single school. During last year's awakening ceremony, among nearly 10,000 students across 6 schools in our city, only 4 golden entries emerged. The golden entries are exceedingly rare. It seems unlikely that anyone in our class will possess one. Rumor has it that Su Yuan's sister awakened a golden entry 3 years ago. One wonders how her younger brother fares in comparison. What difference does it make? She's still a waste now. The student who spoke cast a glance at Su Yuan, and upon locking eyes with him, felt an uncomfortable silence descend. Indeed, Su Yuan's sister had awakened a golden entry 3 years prior, but the tale is long and complicated. Enough. Silence. The guiding teacher's voice rang out, and the room fell into an immediate hush. Only then did he begin to call the roll. First up, Jean de Kai. A boy, visibly anxious, stepped forward and placed his hand upon the black stone. Initially unable to steady his nerves, the stone remained unresponsive. However, after a brief moment, the stone emitted a faint glow, and the boy's body jolted suddenly. Joy illuminated his face. I've successfully activated the martial arts panel. The entry is white. The guiding teacher instructed, you may choose to display the entry's information, allowing others to view its contents oh, right. Jean de Kai took a deep breath, and a luminous screen materialized before him. Let me see. Don't crowd. A commotion erupted among the classmates. All eyes fixated on the screen before Jean de Kai. The screen revealed. Entry name, same-sex attraction. Entry level, white. Entry effect. You will find it significantly easier to attract the attention of those of the same sex that, this is. The students exchanged glances, and Jean de Kai appeared somewhat embarrassed. Next, by Di Jin, the guiding teacher called another name, prompting another boy to step forward. Jean de Kai, feeling a sense of relief, quickly vacated his position. After a similar series of actions, the guiding teacher recorded the information. You have a gray entry, opposition to the opposite sex. Individuals of the opposite sex will tend to reject and dislike you. Sigh. Would you like to try with the same sex instead? This is. The classmates fell silent, their gazes shifting from Bai Dijin to Jean de Kai. Seemingly struck by thought, their eyes darted back and forth between the two with peculiar expressions. Next, the guiding teacher interjected to ease the tension. White entry, robust constitution. Gray entry, frailty. Several students excitedly approached, only to descend from the stage with despondent faces. Clearly, the effects of the entries were far from satisfactory. Some were even somewhat amusing. Yet, an undercurrent of anxiety gripped the hearts of all present, rendering them reluctant to comment. This one is quite good. Green entry, innate might, possesses tremendous strength. This one is mediocre. White entry, ordinary, allows one to blend into a crowd without drawing attention, which is somewhat beneficial for professions like thievery or assassination. The line progressed swiftly, and soon it was Su Yuan's turn. Chapter 2. Equality of all beings. Next, Su Yuan. The guiding teacher called out Su Yuan's name. Su Yuan took a deep breath. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. It was better to face it sooner than later. He stepped onto the stage and placed his hand upon the awakening stone. Holding his breath and clearing his mind, a wave of warmth surged through his entire being. Something within him shattered and reformed. In the next moment, an information panel materialized in his mind. Name, Su Yuan. Level, First Realm of Martial Arts. Hidden Origin Stage, Level 1-0. Attributes, none. Techniques, none. Martial skills, none. Equipment, none. Pets, none. Congratulations. You have successfully activated the martial arts panel and entered the first realm of martial arts, Level 1. You have awakened an attribute for the first time. Awakening in progress. Awakening successful. Congratulations on obtaining the golden attribute, equality of all beings. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned by the barrage of information, only fully comprehending the last congratulatory message about the golden attribute. A thunderous realization struck him. A golden attribute. I have awakened a golden attribute. Su Yuan's expression turned to one of disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, confirming repeatedly that he was not mistaken. It truly was a golden attribute. In an instant, his heart surged with overwhelming excitement. What he had previously dared not even dream of had now become a reality. From this moment forth, the vast seas would welcome the leap of fish, and the high skies would invite the flight of birds. Classmate, don't just stand there. Showcase your attribute, the guiding teacher urged. Ah yes. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan snapped back to reality and turned to examine the specifics of the attribute. However, as he finished reading, his heart sank. Attribute name, equality of all beings. Attribute level, golden. Attribute effect, regardless of the opponent's level, when they engage you in combat. Their cultivation level will be reduced to match yours. This effect is only applicable if the opponent's name is Xiaoyu. Equality of all beings. So this is what it means. No matter how high the opponent's level, even if they are a peak martial artist, when they strike at me, they will be reduced to my level, becoming a first realm martial artist, level 1. Against a peak martial artist, we would be on equal footing. Victory or defeat remains uncertain. It's a 50-50 chance against anyone. Is this attribute powerful? Indeed it is. But why is it only effective against someone named Xiaoyu? Su Yuan felt as if he might go mad. Who on earth is this Xiaoyu? Such a significant reputation. After finally obtaining a golden attribute, he never expected its effect to be so limited. Can this truly be considered a golden attribute? Su Yuan found himself in a daze. Classmate, come on. Showcase it. The guiding teacher reminded once more. From Su Yuan's bewildered expression, the teacher seemed to have deduced something, his tone softening. All right. Su Yuan forced a wry smile and clicked to display the attribute. Immediately, a luminous screen appeared, revealing all the information regarding equality of all beings. Ah, golden. It's a golden attribute. Good heavens. Su Ning's sister once had a golden attribute, but unfortunately, she became useless later on. I can't believe he also possesses a golden attribute. Is this fair? Is this reasonable? Jealousy tears me apart. As the attribute information was displayed, teachers and classmates alike were dazzled by the golden radiance emanating from the attribute. The color of the attribute dictated the hue of light it emitted during display. Over 20 individuals had already been tested, with the most striking being a blue attribute that emitted blue light. Yet now, what appeared before everyone was an attribute radiating golden brilliance. Gasps of astonishment filled the playground. What? Our school has produced a golden attribute. In a matter of moments, even the school leaders were alerted, eager to rush to the playground. However, as the crowd regained their composure under the golden glow and carefully examined the attribute's effect, their expressions turned peculiar. Simultaneously, they sighed in relief, gazing at Su Yuan with less envy and more sympathy. Despite the formidable skill that could reduce any high-level opponent to his level, it was only effective against Xiaoyu. What a pity. Is there anyone named Xiaoyu in our school? What? There really is one. The name seemed rather common. Wow, I just searched online. And there are indeed quite a few individuals named Xiaoyu. It seems it's not entirely useless. In truth, it's utterly useless. It pales in comparison to his sister's former prowess. Many students whispered among themselves, and the school leaders, who had initially approached to commend him, halted in their tracks. Yet through it all, Su Yuan remained oblivious. For just moments ago, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection complete. The host has just turned 18. The system is now initializing. Customizing system based on host situation. Customizing in progress. Customization complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Divine Selection System. Divine Selection System. Effect. Every time the host breaks through to a new minor realm and obtains a new attribute, the Divine Selection System will be triggered. The system will randomly provide 2 to 10 attributes, from which the host may freely select one. Su Yuan felt somewhat dazed. What is happening? Why has this system suddenly appeared? And why didn't it manifest earlier? Why did it only emerge after he had already awakened the attribute? If he had the option earlier, he certainly wouldn't have chosen this equality of all beings. Turning 18 activated the system. Reflecting on the system's earlier introduction, Su Yuan instinctively glanced at the time. It was now 10:26 a.m. Yes, he was born at precisely 10:26 a.m., 18 years ago. Oh no. Su Yuan felt a wave of regret. The system only activates upon turning 18. If he had just delayed stepping onto the stage, even by 3 or 4 minutes, he could have touched the awakening stone after the system had activated, allowing him to freely choose an attribute. Regret washed over him. Who could have predicted this? The activation of the martial arts panel by touching the awakening stone had no age restrictions. However, to ensure the healthy growth of the nation's future talents, the law mandated that schools uniformly conduct awakening ceremonies in the 3rd year of high school. Following this, based on the type of attributes and the martial arts examination results 2 months later, students could apply to either the War Academy or the Civilization Academy. The Civilization Academy required only good grades, with no martial arts level requirements. However, to apply to the War Academy, students must achieve the 6th level of the 1st realm within 2 months. Alright, don't be disheartened. It's still rather good. At least the color is golden. The guiding teacher patted Su Yuan's shoulder, offering consolation. I thank you. Su Yuan nodded respectfully to his teacher and subsequently descended from the stage. In theory, a golden attribute would guarantee admission to the War Academy, yet the efficacy of his particular attribute remained uncertain. Thus, it is imperative that I ascend to the 6th layer of the first realm of martial arts within 2 months to qualify for the War Academy and seize the opportunity to distinguish myself. Achieving 6 layers in 2 months is not a daunting task for an exceptionally gifted individual. For those of affluent background, who consume medicinal pills as if they were mere sweets, it is also a trivial endeavor. However, given my humble circumstances, it presents a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, the school stipulates that students who awaken a golden attribute shall be rewarded with 20 chi blood pills. Ordinarily, awakening a golden attribute would merit even greater rewards. For instance, the residence where Su Yuan's family currently resides was a reward bestowed by the institution when his sister awakened her golden attribute. Earlier, when Su Yuan showcased his attribute information, some school officials intended to approach, only to retreat upon learning of its effects. I wonder if the promised medicinal pills still hold value. Regardless, I must ensure to claim them. 20 chi blood pills would suffice for me to break through to the 4th layer. Standing at the edge of the awakening platform, Su Yuan fell into a reverie, contemplating that upon reaching the 4th layer, he would be able to acquire 3 additional attributes. With the divine choice system at my disposal, I must select wisely and avoid useless attributes like equality of all beings. Just as Su Yuan was lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of voices. He quickly turned his gaze back to the awakening platform, where a flash of purple light had flickered. It was a purple attribute. Su Yuan's heart trembled at the sight. Chapter 3. Ice Skin and Jade Bone. Among the 7 colors of attributes, the purple attribute ranks just below the golden one, and is equally rare. Typically, in a school with nearly 1,000 students, there may only be 3 to 5 purple attributes. To his astonishment, one had manifested in their class. It was Qin Zijing. How unfair the heavens are. Why must she be both stunning and affluent, now blessed with such a remarkable attribute? This purple attribute's effects far surpass those of the earlier golden attribute. Without question, listening to the discussions among his peers, Su Yuan couldn't help but gaze at the newly awakened female student, a remarkably beautiful girl. Su Yuan occasionally indulged in novels that often described figures such as the 4 school flowers or the Ice Queen school flower. Despite years of academic pursuit, he had never encountered any institution that bestowed such trivial titles. Typically, he would dismiss such comments with a smile, acknowledging that their school lacked individuals of extraordinary allure. Yet, Qin Zijing required no such title. She simply embodied it. Although Su Yuan was in the same class and seated not too far from her, they had exchanged only a handful of words. Qin Zijing's purple attribute, known as Ice Skin and Jade Bone, boasted the following details. Attribute name, Ice Skin and Jade Bone. Attribute level, purple. Attribute effects, your attacks will carry an ice element. Your defenses will be fortified with mystical ice protection. Your skin will possess the smoothness of crystal ice, refining pores, delaying aging, and preserving eternal youth. Already breathtakingly beautiful. With this attribute, she is destined to become even more enchanting, which explains why many girls in class harbor feelings of envy towards her. One wonders who will ultimately win her heart. Su Yuan mused, feeling a pang of bitterness within, despite his usually steadfast heart. After Qin Zijing's awakening, no further purple or superior attributes emerged from Class 2, with the highest being merely 2 instances of red attributes and 2 of blue. The effects of the red attributes were commendable, ranking just below the purple and gold. In comparison, their class's results, even without considering Su Yuan's spurious golden attribute, were still superior to Class 1. After their class completed testing, the students did not return directly to their classroom. Instead, they lingered on the playground to observe the awakening ceremonies of other classes. Among the highlights were a purple attribute lava body, which is commendable among physical attributes, and a gray attribute innate cow and horse body, a rather unfortunate fate for that student. Another gray attribute, infinite growth, suggested a daily height increase of 1 centimeter, unbearable, as one would grow 3.6 meters in a year, culminating in a staggering 36 meters over a decade, making dating exceedingly challenging. While his height remains normal, he ought to find several girlfriends quickly. Time is of the essence. What? A female student? Well, that changes everything. Marvelously, another purple attribute emerged, Master Alchemist, indicating exceptional talent in alchemy. Provided no unforeseen misfortunes befall him, he is destined to become a master of the craft. I imagine numerous corporations are eager to secure contracts with him. Each class's students possess the potential to awaken a myriad of different attributes, some of which are highly effective while others may fall short. Alas, regrettably, throughout the entirety of Green Vine No. 1 High School, aside from Su Yuan's fictitious golden attribute, no other golden attributes were manifested. Consequently, when all classes had concluded their testing, the school leaders took to the stage to speak, their enthusiasm noticeably lacking. Only when addressing the students with purple attributes did they exhibit a rare semblance of relief. Once the leaders finished their addresses, All students returned to their classrooms to resume their studies. The teacher offered additional words of encouragement to those with less favorable attribute effects, urging them not to despair. Yet, Su Yuan remained indifferent to it all. His sole concern lay with the school's promised reward, the 20 chi blood pills. Teacher Zhao, the school stipulates that students with golden attributes are entitled to 20 chi blood pills. May I inquire when these will be distributed? After class, Su Yuan accompanied his homeroom teacher to the office and candidly posed the question. Su Yuan, regarding your golden attribute, while it is indeed classified as golden, you must comprehend the implications of its effects, Zhao Feiping replied, a look of discomfort crossing his face. What do you mean? Su Yuan's expression hardened. Was the school refusing to grant him his reward? The school's regulations were clear and unequivocal. Golden attributes come with rewards, with no stipulations regarding the attribute effects. Why should he be denied? 20 chi blood pills were sufficient for him to cultivate to the 4th level, and he would also obtain 3 opportunities to draw attributes. If he were to rely solely on his own efforts, it would be an eternity. The methods of martial arts cultivation include, firstly, the ingestion of medicinal pills, secondly, defeating divine demons to absorb their energy. However, given his current level of cultivation, he was no match for any divine demon. The third method involves practicing martial arts techniques, which heavily depends on one's innate talent. Su Yuan could not afford to gamble on such talent. He simply could not relinquish these 20 chi blood pills. You can yell at me all you want, but this matter does not concern me. Zhao Feiping furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. This matter falls under the purview of the logistics director. I'm merely advising you at his behest. If you are unwilling, go seek him out and see if he will grant you what you desire. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan offered a brief explanation. I did not yell. He then chose not to say more and turned to leave the office. He knew the logistics director was a greasy, rotund man whose office was on the 3rd floor. Su Yuan took the elevator up and arrived at the logistics director's office, knocking on the door. There was no response. He knocked again, and after a moment of silence, he curiously twisted the doorknob. With a click, the door swung open. Who let you in? Get out. As soon as the door opened, a bellowing voice erupted. Su Yuan was taken aback. The logistics director was indeed within, and beside him sat a female teacher on the couch, looking quite composed, her attire unruffled. Su Yuan had knocked for quite some time, believing no one was in the office. What was going on here? He hesitated at the door, and upon noticing his presence, the female teacher promptly stood up to take her leave. The rotund director, visibly displeased, picked up his teacup without even glancing at Su Yuan at the door. Knock, knock. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before knocking again. Director Xia, I need to discuss something with you. The greasy director sipped his tea, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Su Yuan waited for a while, and seeing that there was no reaction, he took a deep breath and directly inquired, Director Xia, I am Su Yuan from Class 2 of the 3rd year. I awakened a golden attribute today, and I would like to know when I can claim the school-mandated reward. The rotund director glanced at Su Yuan, continued sipping his tea, and after a prolonged pause, he finally replied, Ah, so you are Su Yuan. Regarding your matter, it is a bit complicated. Well, come on in. Director Xia finally set down his teacup and reclined leisurely in his chair. Your case is somewhat difficult. Little Su, you must understand your own circumstances. How can you still muster the audacity to demand a reward? Although the regulations are indeed in place, they are merely guidelines. The teachers hope you can demonstrate a spirit of selflessness and relinquish the pills to those more gifted, like Xia Tianlei from Class 3, who has awakened a rare red attribute. Thus, I suggest you forgo the pills. Rest assured, he will certainly look out for you at school. Director Xia's lengthy monologue left no room for Su Yuan to interject. Finally, once the director finished, Su Yuan swiftly expressed his stance. Director Xia, I believe I can still salvage my situation. I will not relinquish the pills to other students. I will use them myself. Why should he promote selflessness? The director, in all his unattractiveness, harbored some grand illusions. 20,000 worth of pills, and he expected him to part with them so easily. Impossible. Little Su, what do you mean by this? Are you disregarding the school's directives? Director Xia's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Su Yuan, helpless, scoffed. I cannot discern whether this is the school's directive or merely your personal command. With so many students possessing purple attributes, why should I surrender my pills to a student with a red attribute? Is that reasonable? Su Yuan did not wish to elaborate further, simply stating, no one will benefit. I will not yield to anyone. You, Director Xia, agitated, retorted, you are still too young. Young people should temper their fervor. It's not beneficial for you. Disregarding the director's threats, Su Yuan calmly replied, I only wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. I've stated that the pills will be allocated to students with greater talent. If you continue this uproar, I might ensure you do not graduate. Director Xia threatened with the prospect of withholding his diploma. Su Yuan chuckled. In this era of spiritual resurgence, what use was a diploma? Graduating merely meant becoming a cog in the workforce. Only formidable martial artists and internet celebrities could defy fate. Su Yuan pulled out his phone. Director Xia, you wouldn't want me to escalate this trivial matter to social media for public scrutiny, would you? I only wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Director Xiao's face darkened. In this age of advanced connectivity, many matters eluded legal jurisdiction, yet public opinion held sway. No one wished for their affairs to be broadcasted online. Do not regret this. Director Xia smirked ominously, opening a drawer and tossing a note onto the floor. Go to the logistics department and claim it yourself. Su Yuan bent down to retrieve the note, examining it closely. It was already filled out and stamped. This certifies that Su Yuan from Class 2 of the 3rd year has awakened the golden attribute equality for all and is hereby awarded 20 chi blood pills and encouragement. Signed and sealed by the principal. Su Yuan shot a glance at Director Xia. He had already secured the reward pills in his name, yet still intended to withhold them from him. Huh. Su Yuan chuckled coldly, saying nothing further as he returned to class to continue his studies. When class ended, he had successfully collected the 20 chi blood pills from the logistics office without any hassle. Upon opening them, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, invigorating his senses, undoubtedly chi blood pills. As evening approached and school was dismissed, Su Yuan hurried home. His residence was quite decent, situated in a housing complex in the city. He lived on the 7th floor, with 2 notable downsides: no elevator and sweltering summer heat. Brother Yuan, you're back. You must go check quickly. It seems someone from the Tianxin group has come again. Upon entering the complex, he encountered a short, anxious boy who appeared quite perturbed. Another visit. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, hastening his steps. The short boy hurriedly followed. Brother Yuan, they said you awakened a golden attribute. Is it true? Yes, Su Yuan nodded. The boy cheered. That is fantastic. Little you used to have a golden attribute too, and now you do as well. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, forced a smile and explained, my golden attribute isn't particularly impressive. This boy, named Wang Haoran, had been Su Yuan's childhood friend. Both had lost their parents young and were raised by their respective grandmothers. Since Su Yuan's family moved in, their families had maintained a close relationship. This golden entry of mine is rather ineffectual. Otherwise, the representatives from the Celestial Technology Company would not have sought us out. Su Yuan offered an explanation before inquiring. By the way, you must have undergone your awakening as well. What entry did you receive? Wang Haoran, somewhat simple-minded and having long since dropped out due to poor academic performance, nonetheless participated in the community's collective awakening ceremony, as it was free for those of eligible age. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. My entry is green, but it's of little use. He promptly displayed his entry. Entry name, tall and strong. Entry level, green. Entry effect, the taller one becomes, the stronger one grows. For every centimeter in height gained, physical strength increases by 1 point. Wang Haoran appeared dejected. I stopped growing at a young age, and I likely won't grow any taller in the future. This entry is of no benefit to me. At this, Su Yuan patted his shoulder, uncertain of what to say. Wang Haoran was raised with great difficulty by his grandmother, and in these times, there was little nourishment available. He had suffered from malnutrition in his childhood, ceasing to develop early on, and had long since stopped growing. The arrival of a tall and strong entry was akin to rubbing salt in an open wound. However, Su Yuan recalled that earlier that day, someone at school had awakened a gray entry named Infinite Growth. This entry had no other effect but to cause one to grow taller each day. The 2 entries would indeed complement each other splendidly. If one could simultaneously acquire both, it would be a miracle. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuan shook his head in denial. With countless entries available, the chance of Wang Haoran encountering such a perfect match was exceedingly slim. As they continued their ascent to the 7th floor, they came across a gathering of 7 or 8 young men with menacing expressions standing before a door. Initially, we gifted you this centrally located 3-bedroom apartment because your daughter awakened a golden entry. It was an early investment on our part, but now, I need not elaborate on the current situation. Your daughter has become a waste, and we were supposed to assess your son's circumstances. Yet, while your son did awaken a golden entry, I scoff. What worth does that effect hold to be called a golden entry? As Su Yuan stepped onto the floor, he overheard the leader of the group sneering with derision. Amidst the crowd, a middle-aged woman was surrounded, her face flushed with anger as she shouted, I won't let you speak such nonsense. I'll tear your mouth apart. My daughter went to sign a contract with your Celestial group, and when she returned, she lost her entry. It must have been you. You Celestial group members used underhanded tactics to steal my daughter's golden entry. My son's first entry is golden. There's no doubt the subsequent ones will be as well. You lot only know how to take advantage of the situation. My son is worth more than a mere finger of yours. The woman was visibly agitated, and had it not been for a neighboring old lady holding her back, she would have lunged into a fight. Mom. Su Yuan hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his mother. Don't waste your breath on them. We have a contract, so let's call the police. With his divine selection system, Su Yuan envisioned an immeasurable future ahead. Yet, he had no desire to utter platitudes such as 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not disrespect the youth for their poverty. Instead, he pulled out his phone, stating, this property deed bears our family name, and my sister has committed no breach of contract. No matter how you spin it, this house now belongs to us. Years prior, Su Yuan's sister, Su Yu, had successfully awakened a golden entry during her first awakening. Many corporations sought to invest beforehand, and after much deliberation, they chose to sign with Celestial Technology Company. It was agreed that upon Su Yu's graduation, she would be required to join Celestial Technology for a decade-long contract. Currently, Su Yu had suspended her studies due to health issues, yet the contract remained in effect. If you wish to visit the Law Enforcement Bureau, I can call right now. If not, I kindly ask you to leave immediately. Su Yuan pressed 3 digits on his phone, his gaze fixed sternly on the young man before him. Setting aside his sister's current situation and its potential ties to Celestial Group, the fact remained that upon acquiring this new apartment, they had sold their old house in the outskirts. The proceeds from the sale were entirely invested in renovating their new home. To demand they vacate without any compensation, especially after all the renovation expenses, was a delusional fantasy. There was no way such an agreeable arrangement would materialize. As Chapter 5 revealed, his mother's entry was no further progress. As Su Yuan prepared to contact the authorities, the group of young men exchanged glances, their expressions hardening. They glared at Su Yuan, issuing threats. Humph. This matter will not be resolved so easily. Just wait and see. We're leaving, the leader barked. And the group descended the stairs in a huff. The onlooking neighbors slowly dispersed. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude to each of them. Xiao Yuan, today is your birthday. Happy birthday. I have nothing of value to give, so here is a red envelope. The only one remaining was an elderly woman with silver hair, Wang Haoran's grandmother. She had been the one to hold back Jiang Pei, preventing the situation from escalating. The elderly woman rummaged through her pocket, insisting on handing Su Yuan a red envelope. After several refusals, he finally accepted it and passed it to Wang Haoran, who, being straightforward, gladly accepted the gift. You dear boy, Wang's grandmother attempted to argue. But Jiang Pei interjected, Wang grandmother, please join us for dinner tonight. Only then did she catch her breath and extend the invitation. Wang's grandmother quickly waved her hands. No, times are tough for everyone. I've already cooked at home, and oh dear, I've got potatoes simmering on the stove. I mustn't let them burn. She hastily made her way downstairs, and Su Yuan was unable to stop her. Mom, let us head inside. Where's my sister? Su Yuan supported his mother. Yes, inside. I didn't let her out. Jiang Pei appeared somewhat fatigued. In her youth, she had been a vibrant and lively girl. Yet life had worn her down, stripping away her youthful vigor. Indeed, Jiang Pei had once been a renowned genius in the region, awakening a rare purple entry named 1,000 Miles a Day during her first awakening, allowing her to progress through 2 realms in rapid succession. Alas, upon reaching her 3rd entry, she randomly received a gray entry, no further progress. From that moment on, her cultivation stagnated. No matter how hard she trained, there would be no further advancement. At this moment, Jiang Pei was still a bit upset, but she managed to muster a smile. Son, I've heard all about the golden entry. Truly, you are my son. Fantastic. Many entries may not show immediate benefits, but perhaps they will prove immensely useful in the future. Indeed, Su Yuan responded with a smile. My equality for all entries certainly has a significant effect on those named Xiao Yu. On his way back earlier, he had already searched on his phone and discovered that there were indeed a considerable number of individuals named Xiao Yu. Perhaps one day he might encounter one. It is likely that such knowledge will prove useful eventually. Today is your birthday, so hurry inside. I have prepared a delightful feast for you. Jiang Pei's expression finally revealed a hint of joy as she opened the door. Sister. As the two entered, Su Yuan's gaze immediately fell upon the pale and emaciated figure seated at the dining table. Ever since that incident, his once vibrant and sunny sister, Su Yu, had seen her health deteriorate steadily. It was as if some unseen force was siphoning away her vitality. Despite the family consulting numerous doctors and exhausting various remedies over the years, they could only watch helplessly as Su Yu became increasingly frail, gradually losing her spark. It was uncertain how much longer the young woman could endure. Xiao Yuan, Su Yu's delicate features, though gaunt, could not conceal her exquisite beauty. A radiant smile blossomed on her face. No doubt you are my brother. With that golden title, you have not brought shame to our family. Su Yuan managed a wry smile. This golden title is utterly ineffective. It pales in comparison to yours. You seem to have forgotten the teacher's favorite saying. There are no useless titles, only useless people. Su Yu remarked lightly. That's merely a tale for children. Su Yuan shook his head. Perhaps it is indeed a fabrication, but those who awaken golden titles are certainly not ordinary. Do not lose heart. Su Yu encouraged. Rest assured. I am brimming with confidence now, Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. With the system at his disposal, what did he have to feel disheartened about? Enough of your chatter. Let us prepare to eat, Jiang Pei announced as she brought out the hot dishes. Today's meal is plentiful. Eat as much as you wish, both of you. Jiang Pei continued. Currently, the outskirts of the city are largely overrun by fierce beasts and demon lairs, resulting in a dramatic reduction in arable land. Cultivating crops or vegetables has become exceedingly challenging. Being able to have a full meal has become a rare luxury. And here is a portion of fierce beast meat. Jiang Pei added solemnly as she presented a bowl of meat. Su Yu's south eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Xiao Yuan, you have just unlocked the martial arts panel today. The fierce beast meat will greatly benefit your cultivation. Make sure to eat plenty. With grains and oil becoming increasingly expensive, the fierce beast meat was even pricier, something they would normally never splurge on. I have just received 20 cheap blood pills. Do I truly need this little bit of fierce beast meat? Sister, you should partake more. Your health requires it. Su Yuan insisted, feigning indifference. All right, enough of this. Everyone gets a share? Jiang Pei interjected, dividing the fierce beast meat into half bowls for each of them. Su Yuan, somewhat displeased, muttered, I told you I don't need it. Give it to sister. You should eat too. He transferred some of the meat from his bowl back to his mother's. I don't particularly enjoy meat. You all know that. Their mother remarked, returning the meat to the large bowl. Each time dinner included meat. Jiang Pei would insist she disliked it, and after hearing it so many times, Su Yuan could no longer discern whether his mother genuinely disliked meat or simply refrained from eating it out of reluctance. The fierce beast meat was incredibly delicious and tender, prepared to perfection, bursting with flavor. The three of them remained unaffected by the chaos outside, nor were they troubled by the poor effectiveness of the golden title. Enjoying an unusually hearty meal, the atmosphere in the home was delightfully warm. The television played in the background, broadcasting local news. Unfortunately, their father was risking his life outside to provide for the family. Otherwise, this meal would have been even more complete with everyone gathered together. Breaking news. Today, Zhonglei, a talented youth from the 4th high school who has just awakened the golden title innate Dao body, was attacked and collapsed in an alley on his way home. The news anchor continued. Upon medical examination, it was discovered that Zhonglei's recently awakened golden title innate Dao body has mysteriously vanished, and his physical condition appears to be deteriorating. This news inevitably recalled memories of a similar incident 3 years prior, when Suyu from Greenvine City's first high school awakened the golden title supreme sword body, which also vanished under mysterious circumstances. At that time, the Law Enforcement Bureau deemed it merely an accident, speculating that Suyu might have contracted a rare illness that caused the title to disappear. With today's events unfolding, one wonders if the conclusion drawn by the Law Enforcement Bureau will change. Is it indeed a rare and perplexing illness, or a corruption of human nature, or perhaps a moral decay? Let us follow the reporters as they interview the Law Enforcement Bureau staff. Hello, may I ask? The television continued its broadcast. Yet within the room, the three were no longer attentive. A thunderous roar echoed in their minds, each feeling a surge of shock, anger, hatred, and confusion as their gazes met, reflecting their tumultuous emotions. Chapter 6, Supreme Sword Body. 3 years ago, when Suyu awakened the golden title Supreme Sword Body, it sent shockwaves through the entire school. The Supreme Sword Body is undoubtedly among the most elite of physical titles. Those who possess this title not only excel in swordsmanship, but also can navigate their future cultivation with ease. As long as they do not fall midway, they are destined to become formidable figures in the future. In no time, invitations from major companies flooded in, and visitors came to congratulate them incessantly. The entire Su family was enveloped in joy. However, just after signing a contract with Heavenly God Technology and on their way back home, Suyu inexplicably fainted. Su Yuan and Zhang Pei immediately called for an ambulance, rushing her to the hospital. Despite extensive examinations, the hospital could not ascertain the cause. But Suyu was horrified to discover that her golden title Supreme Sword Body had inexplicably vanished. The news caused an even greater uproar. However, this time it was met with ridicule and schadenfreude. The Su family reported the incident to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Such a situation had never been encountered before. Despite various investigations, no leads were found regarding Suyu's condition. Ultimately, it was left unresolved, concluding with the rarity of the illness as the final verdict. I knew it. I knew it, Jiang Pei exclaimed, her expression fervent as she glared at the television screen. Someone must have stolen Xiao Yu's title. Now, 3 years later, they have struck again. It must be so. Yes, Su Yuan thought the same. If it were truly a rare illness, why had it never been heard of before? And yet in this small city, 2 cases had emerged consecutively? There was undoubtedly something amiss. Suyu remained silent. The passage of 3 years had eroded her once fiery spirit, yet the emergence of this news stirred ripples within her heart. If only she could uncover the truth. Who was behind this? Or what was the reason? Even if restoration were impossible, she wished to understand fully before departing. Sister, I will uncover the truth. If someone has indeed harmed you, I will not let them go. Su Yuan vowed, looking intently at Suyu. No, Suyu, still caught in her emotions, was startled by his words, immediately rebuffing him. Little brother, this matter is fraught with danger. If there truly is someone behind this, they were capable of stealing my title then, and after 3 years, they must have become even more formidable. You must not act recklessly. Her expression was one of urgency as she spoke a stream of words, her pale visage now tinged with a flush of color, her breath slightly unsteady. Su Yuan quickly reassured her, Sister, please don't worry. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. My primary focus will be on enhancing my own strength. Jiang Pei hesitated, torn between her desire to protect her son from danger and the presence of her daughter, which restrained her words. At that moment, the television concluded its interview with the law enforcement agency, filled with cliched promises of thorough investigations. There remained no conclusion regarding the bizarre disappearance of the entries. The host then transitioned to the next news segment. Regardless of their inner thoughts, the three members of the Su family maintained a facade of calmness and continued their meal. After finishing, none of them mentioned the entries again. Su Yuan fell silent for a moment before retreating to his room. At this juncture, he felt an overwhelming eagerness to level up and obtain new entries once more. The first entry, Equality of All Beings, was utterly unhelpful. However, now that he possessed a system, future entries could be freely selected, alleviating the concern of drawing useless entries. A spark of ambition ignited within Su Yuan. He could hardly contain his excitement as he retrieved a vial containing chi blood pills, carefully pouring out a yellow-brown pill. The pill emanated a fragrant aroma, causing a jolt of exhilaration within him. This was indeed the chi blood pill. Although Su Yuan had never consumed one before, he had watched numerous videos online of others taking chi blood pills and was well aware of all necessary precautions. He gingerly placed the pill in his mouth. As the golden pill descended into his abdomen, he felt a surge of determination. My fate is mine to command. Moments later, a warm current rose from his lower abdomen, rapidly diffusing throughout his limbs and bones. Su Yuan felt enveloped by a comforting warmth and quickly began to circulate his energy to absorb and refine it. After a considerable time, he expelled a breath of turbid air, having fully absorbed the potency of the chi blood pill. A pure surge of spiritual energy now coursing through him. His cultivation had made significant progress. Glancing at his martial arts panel, he noted, Name, Su Yuan. Level, First Realm. First Layer, 42. Entry, Golden Equality of All Beings. Technique, none. Martial skills, none. Pets, none. Su Yuan pondered, having absorbed one chi blood pill. His cultivation progress had increased by 42. It appeared that refining 2 more would elevate him to the second layer of the first realm. Upon reaching the second layer, he could once again acquire a new entry. With this thought, a surge of energy coursed through him as he retrieved another pill from the box and consumed it. After another prolonged period of absorption, Su Yuan opened his eyes. The first pill had contributed 42 points to his cultivation progress, while the second had only added 39, indicating a developing resistance. This was anticipated, so he continued, swallowing a third pill. As time passed and dawn began to break, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Having consumed all 3 chi blood pills, he scrutinized the martial arts panel once more. The other information remained unchanged, yet the level section now read, Level, First Realm. Second Layer, 5. The 3 chi blood pills had indeed propelled him into the second layer. The progress from the third pill was slightly diminished, but based on previous experiences, ascending to the fourth layer of the first realm with 20 chi blood pills should not pose a significant challenge. Su Yuan contemplated briefly, then cast these thoughts aside. There were more pressing matters at hand. The panel emitted a notification, Level up, congratulations on breaking through to the second layer of the first realm. You will randomly receive 1 entry. Ding. The God tier selection system has been triggered. You may choose 1 entry from a random selection of 2 to 10 entries. 1. Entry name, Osteoporosis. Entry level, Gray. Entry effect, your bone density and quality will decline, resulting in structural damage, increased fragility, fatigue, bone pain, and a propensity for hunching and fractures. Damn. 2. Entry name, Average talent. Entry level, Green. Entry effect, you will gain average aptitude, comprehension, and foundational skills. 3. Entry name, Herculean strength. Entry level, Green. Entry effect, you will possess strength comparable to that of 9 powerful oxen, albeit ordinary cattle. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. 4. Entry name, Instant strike. Entry level, Blue. Entry effect, you can strike without any preliminary motion. Your attacks can be executed instantaneously and without warning, catching your opponent off guard. A blue entry. Phew, that is fairly decent. At last, a reliable option. 5. Entry name, Celestial Forsaken Star. Entry level, Gray. Entry effect, your loved ones will gradually drift away or pass away, leaving you friendless, ultimately ending in solitude. With each departure of a loved one, your aptitude will increase. Damn, this is treacherous. Thank goodness for the system. Otherwise, stumbling upon this would have spelled disaster. Upon seeing the last option, Su Yuan broke into a cold sweat. If he had randomly drawn Celestial Forsaken Star, his life would have been irrevocably ruined. This entry is truly malevolent. He had been presented with 5 entries in total, and luck seemed to be on his side. Regrettably, the best option was merely a blue entry. This only underscored the rarity of purple and golden entries. Su Yuan dismissed further thoughts and meticulously scanned through the remaining entries, quickly reaching a decision. Firstly, options 1 and 5 could be eliminated. Chapter 7. Martial Arts Entries Simple and Understandable. Options 1 and 5 were both gray negative entries. While osteoporosis was bad enough, the effects of Celestial Forsaken Star were simply appalling. Su Yuan immediately ruled out these 2 gray entries. Logically, among the 7 colors of entries, the most common are white and green, while gray negative entries, much like high-tier entries, are relatively rare. To his surprise, 2 out of the 5 entries this time were gray. It seemed that fortune was genuinely lacking today. Thank goodness for the system. Su Yuan felt a lingering sense of trepidation. His gaze lingered on the remaining 3 entries, and to be frank, he felt somewhat disheartened. After acquiring the system, Su Yuan had once fantasized about the thrill of obtaining all golden entries. How magnificent and awe-inspiring that would be. However, fantasies are merely that, fantasies. The drop rate for golden entries remains exceedingly low. His expression turned contemplative as he focused on the second green entry, average talent. If I possess poor aptitude and am deemed a waste, this entry might still hold some value. Yet, I have yet to assess my foundational skills. I shall keep it on hold for now. The third entry, Herculean Strength, also green, is quite powerful in the early stages, granting the strength of 9 oxen, which would be more than sufficient to handle ordinary individuals, even those at the first realm of martial arts. However, Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Each time he transcended a martial arts realm, his physical attributes and strength experienced a remarkable enhancement. Presently, at the second layer of the first realm, his strength was equivalent to 2 or 3 versions of his former self. Upon reaching the third layer of the first realm, his power would rival that of a formidable yellow bull. This strength of 9 bulls could be likened to the prowess of one who had merely entered the second realm. As he progressed further, the significance of this term would diminish considerably. It was indeed a skill suited for the early stages. Once he advanced to a higher level of martial arts, the strength of 9 bulls would become trivial. Su Yuan's vision was rather long-term, leading him to harbor some doubts concerning this term. Thus, only 0 frame initiation remained. He glanced at the final entry, the highest quality among the 5, denoted by its blue hue. Its effect was to eliminate the need for a preparatory motion, thereby accelerating the speed of his strikes. In terms of enhancing his capabilities, it might not be as immediately evident as strength of 9 bulls in the early stages, yet it would yield continuous benefits. Even in the later phases of martial arts, its impact would be considerable. Therefore, after extensive analysis, he resolved to select the uniquely superior blue term. In truth, there was little need for further contemplation. Typically, opting for a higher quality option would not lead one astray. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan confirmed his selection of 0 frame initiation on the system interface. And a flash of light illuminated his martial arts panel, indicating the changes. Name, Su Yuan. Terms, golden equality of all beings, blue 0 frame initiation. The blue hue was somewhat irksome, leaving him uncertain if he would have the chance to upgrade it to gold in the future. After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. It was imperative to focus on leveling up promptly. He once again retrieved a chi blood pill, consuming it to continue his refinement. Level, first realm, second layer, 30, 49, 65. After refining 3 more chi blood pills, Su Yuan opened his eyes once more, only to find that daylight had fully arrived outside. Class was about to commence. He had to head to school first, with hopes of leveling up again after returning in the afternoon. Though he felt a tinge of regret, there was little he could do. Today marked the official beginning of martial arts instruction, and skipping class was simply not an option. Having completed his morning routine, he stepped out of his room to find his mother had already prepared breakfast. Time was of the essence, so he exchanged a quick greeting with his sister and hurriedly ate a few bites before setting off for school. He arrived just 2 minutes before the first period began, settling into his seat and organizing his backpack when the martial arts teacher entered the classroom, accompanied by the ringing bell. The reason for the delayed initiation of martial arts instruction was twofold. On one hand, it was due to your previous youth, as your roots and meridians had yet to mature. On the other, it was because the interface had not been activated, making it challenging to perceive any tangible results. Now, however, things were different. With the support of the interface, even a 1% progress could be distinctly sensed. The speed of entering martial arts was influenced by one's natural constitution as well as the terms one possessed. At this juncture, the teacher surveyed the classroom and, feeling somewhat gratified, remarked, "I recall that one of our classmates seems to have awakened the term half the effort, double the result. Who might that be?" The students exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence under the teacher's earnest gaze, a boy hesitantly raised his hand. Teacher, you might be mistaken. Mine is the gray term double the effort. Half the result, not half the effort, double the result." His face was drawn, reflecting a sense of despair as he envisioned a bleak future ahead. The martial arts teacher felt a bit awkward but offered consolation. Even if it is double the effort, half the result, that is still acceptable. As long as you exert double the effort, you can still achieve the results of an ordinary person's half-hearted training. At this, the boy could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Cough, cough. Let us continue with the lesson. The teacher quickly shifted the topic. Next, I will teach you the breathing techniques of martial arts. As many of you are aware, various parts of the world have been besieged by demonic energy, transforming them into realms of magic, also referred to as secret realms. The condensation of demonic energy gives rise to demonic creatures, and slaying these beings may yield various opportunities, such as term fragments, term weapons, and even martial arts techniques with terms. Who can explain the concept of term weapons and term martial arts techniques to me? Qin Zijing, the martial arts teacher called out. The class turned their attention to her as she stood with poise, In addition to our human race awakening terms, various plants, animals, items, and all things in the world may also generate terms. Term weapons refer to weapons imbued with terms. These terms may enhance the weapon's attributes, such as resilience, armor-piercing capabilities, and life-draining effects, among others. As for term techniques, they naturally refer to martial arts methods that may also possess terms, potentially enabling the practitioner to learn more swiftly and effectively, or even attain sudden insights. However, they may also bear negative terms, making the techniques appear more obscure and difficult to comprehend, thus reducing training efficiency. Excellent, please take your seat. After Qin Zijing concluded her explanation, the martial arts teacher gestured affirmatively. Indeed, what Qin Zijing said is quite accurate. However, I must add that term techniques only apply to the original versions of the techniques bearing the terms. Copied techniques do not retain the effects of the terms. The students nodded, having heard of such matters before. Our school possesses several original techniques adorned with terms. And what I will teach you next is a foundational breathing method derived from a secret realm, named 9 Shallow, 1 Deep Breathing Method. As the name suggests, it involves 9 shallow breaths followed by 1 deep breath, facilitating the flow of energy through the meridians. As the martial arts teacher reached the crux of the lesson, the classroom fell silent. Many students had long awaited the opportunity to delve into training, and they now listened intently, eager to absorb the knowledge. I have brought the original technique with me, and I will first allow everyone to witness the terms associated with the technique. The martial arts teacher produced a jade slip, appearing ancient and worn, bearing the marks of time. Even more captivating was the faint, shimmering green light emanating from the slip. Wow! The students gasped in awe. Most of them encountering an authentic term technique for the first time, their eyes glued to the sight. The carriers of techniques can vary widely, potentially taking the form of jade slips, books, animal hides, gold leaf, and more. The martial arts teacher elaborated, channeling spiritual energy into the jade slip, causing a term's information to materialize, indistinguishable from the terms presented to humans. Term name, simple and easy to understand. Term level, green. Term effect, regardless of how complex or obscure it may be, it will render comprehension simpler and more accessible. Wow! The students erupted in astonishment once more. Next, I will open the technique jade slip, and you will take turns to observe closely. By attentively examining the characters on the slip and listening carefully to my explanations, you will surely grasp the technique swiftly. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was filled with excitement, all eager to give it a try. The size of the jade tablet's inscriptions was limited, thus it could not accommodate too many viewers at once. Ultimately, the students were divided into groups of 10 according to their student numbers, taking turns to observe and learn, while the others diligently listened to the teacher's explanations. Though their understanding would not enhance the effects of the entries, they too were engaged in the learning process, necessitating their full concentration and seriousness. The martial arts instructor cautioned, the observation period for the techniques is limited to just 2 classes. If you miss this opportunity, grasping the techniques later will prove arduous. The 9 Shallow, 1 Deep breathing technique was, in essence, a rudimentary foundational method, as it was freely imparted by the school. Most institutions possess a few foundational techniques to varying extents, resulting in a diversity of martial arts taught. For instance, the neighboring 4th high school teaches the 3 Shallow, 1 Deep breathing technique, while the experimental high school across the street employs the spirit serpent breathing method, each with its distinct characteristics. The 9 Shallow, 1 Deep method from Su Yuan School is balanced and harmonious, allowing for a seamless transition to more advanced techniques later on. Su Yuan was among the 3rd group to approach and, upon closer inspection, realized the technique was indeed extraordinary. The content was not merely written in plain language. Rather, it appeared straightforward and easily comprehensible, facilitating immediate understanding and assimilation. Following the instructor's guidance, he began to practice the breathing and meditation techniques. Gradually, several exceptionally gifted classmates entered a meditative state. Su Yuan's attainment of this state was neither rapid nor slow, positioning him in the upper middle tier of the class. However, to truly assess one's innate talent, one must consider not only the duration of meditation, but also the efficiency of absorbing and circulating spiritual energy. After some time, Su Yuan sensed that his aptitude was likely above average. He felt relieved that he had not chosen the mediocre talent entry last night, realizing that his innate abilities surpassed that option by a slight margin. He felt a flicker of hope, wishing for a stroke of luck tonight to yield a golden entry. Chapter 8, 3rd entry, 9 Bowls of Strength. Today's school curriculum primarily revolved around the techniques of breathing, meditation, and entering a state of stillness. By the end of the day, even the least talented students had managed to grasp the fundamentals, thanks in no small part to the assistance of the martial arts interface. In between, there were 2 cultural classes, yet only a handful paid them any heed. The moment school concluded, Su Yuan hurried straight home. "Ah, sister, are you feeling better today?" As he opened the door and was about to rush in to refine a blood essence pill, he was taken aback to find his sister meditating on the sofa. This was a rare sight. After the disappearance of the entries, Su Yu had persistently trained every day, unwilling to give up, yet the harder she tried, the more disheartened she became. There were times when one could not fathom despair until they made an earnest effort. The spiritual energy she cultivated seemed to dissipate along with her vitality. Over time, coupled with her dwindling energy, she gradually resigned herself and ceased her efforts. Yet today, she had unexpectedly found her resolve once more. Suyu opened her eyes and, upon noticing Su Yuan's return, smiled weakly. I'm feeling a bit better. Don't worry, I just wanted to give it another try. Why are you back so early today? I wanted to refine the pills to enhance my cultivation. Su Yuan replied, biting his lip. It seemed his sister had not truly improved. Her decision to meditate was likely spurred by yesterday's news about the disappearance of another student's entry. Su Yuan hesitated to speak, yet Su Yu cheerfully interjected, good job. Your diligent cultivation will ensure our family can live well, and it's all up to you, little brother. All right. Su Yuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as he entered his room. He exhaled deeply, feeling both pained and powerless regarding his sister's plight. However, at this point, he couldn't even uncover the truth behind the disappearance of the entries. All he could do was strive to enhance his own strength. With that thought, Su Yuan wasted no more time and promptly consumed a blood essence pill. Level, Martial Arts First Realm, 3rd Layer, 3. After taking 3 blood essence pills, he finally broke through to the 3rd layer. It took only 3 pills to ascend from the 1st layer, yet he required 6 to advance to the 2nd. This was not only due to the increased spiritual energy needed for the 2nd layer, but also because of the developing resistance to the medicine. The effects of the same pill diminish when taken excessively. Su Yuan felt a twinge of regret, yet good news soon followed. The interface emitted a notification, level up. Congratulations on breaking through to the 3rd layer of the 1st realm. You will randomly receive an entry. Ding. The divine selection system has been activated. You may choose one entry from a random selection of 2 to 10 entries. 1. Entry name, Serpent Affinity. Entry level, green. Entry effect, snakes will be more friendly towards you and will not attack without provocation. 2. Entry name, 9 Bulls of Strength. Entry level, red. Entry effect, you will gain the strength of 9 colossal, savage bulls. Another 9 Bulls of Strength? Wait, something's amiss. This time it is a red entry. Su Yuan focused. And only then did he realize that this 9 Bulls of Strength referred to the strength of 9 massive, savage bulls, rather than the green entry from before, which only bestowed the strength of 9 ordinary yellow cattle. 3. Entry name, physically weak and ill. Entry level, gray. Entry effect, your body will become frail and prone to frequent illness. How peculiar. Out of the random 2 to 10 entries, he only received 3, one of which was a gray entry. Su Yuan found himself at a loss for words. It seemed there was no need to deliberate over his choice this time. He could simply select the red entry 9 Bulls of Strength without a second thought. The other 2 were hardly worth considering. Physically weak and ill could be disregarded, while Serpent Affinity had some merit, albeit too singular in application. As for 9 Bulls of Strength, although he had encountered it previously, the prior version was merely a green entry that granted the strength of ordinary yellow cattle, which he found unimpressive. However, this time, the bulls were colossal and powerful, their strength surpassing that of novices in the 2nd realm. The cumulative strength of 9 would rival that of warriors in the 3rd realm. Though it might be considered a preliminary skill, its utility in the early stages was immense. Even if it meant sacrificing an entry slot, it was undoubtedly worth it. With that thought, Su Yuan selected 9 Bulls of Strength on the system interface, and the martial arts panel shimmered with light as the information updated. Name, Su Yuan. Entries, Golden Equality of All Beings, Blue 0 Frame Initiation, Red 9 Bulls of Strength. Is there any way to acquire all golden attributes? Every time Su Yuan glimpses the chaotic array of colors in the attributes section, he is beset by somewhat impractical fantasies of donning a complete set of golden attributes. Yet, the more he contemplates, the more his hopes seem to dwindle. Nevertheless, he resolves not to dwell on this any longer and decides to first test the might of 9 Bull Strength. Unlike Equality of All Beings and 0 Frame Initiation, the former can only be experienced in the heat of battle, while the latter's effects are immediately visible. With a flick of his arm, Su Yuan activated 9 Bull Strength, but felt no immediate sensation. It appeared that this attribute required conscious activation. A spark of realization ignited within him as he prepared to unleash a punch once more. Swish! The air crackled with a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric. There was a palpable difference. His body exhibited no discernible changes, nor did his muscles swell, indicating that 9 Bull Strength merely served as an enhancement, rather than enabling his body to genuinely withstand that magnitude of power. This was a relief. Otherwise, a single punch from his current physique might have resulted in catastrophic failure. Su Yuan understood this and gently grasped the nearby desk, effortlessly lifting it with one hand. Indeed, the power of 9 Bull Strength was formidable. Elated, he spent the better part of the day familiarizing himself with this overwhelming force until he could wield it with a modicum of precision. His strength now rivaled that of a third-tier martial artist. Although his reflexes and speed had not improved, he had acquired a newfound combat capability. However, he could not afford to become complacent. refining his elixirs remained a priority, as Su Yuan prepared to retrieve an elixir to consume. He cast a glance at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. Time truly flew while practicing. He had lost track of over 5 hours and realized he had yet to eat dinner. Rubbing his stomach, he acknowledged his growing hunger. Exiting his room, he found that his mother and elder sister had already dined, yet were still awake. His mother was seated on the sofa, channeling her energy to help his sister recuperate. With the cultivation level of the first realm, 3rd tier, it was worth noting that had it not been for the unfortunate acquisition of the gray attribute No Progress, which had stymied her advancement in cultivation, she might have become a formidable force by now, leveraging the attribute Swift Progress. Having forgotten to eat, it was unnecessary to toil so rigorously. Meals must be consumed punctually. Upon seeing Su Yuan emerge, Jiang Pei expressed mild concern mixed with reproach. During his training, she had refrained from waking him for dinner. I know, Su Yuan replied, moving to the dining table where a selection of dishes awaited him. Testing their warmth, he decided against reheating them and began to eat directly. Chapter 9, Demon's Disintegration. In truth, there are not entirely devoid of methods to alleviate the effects of the gray negative attribute No Progress afflicting Su Yuan's mother. Attributes acquired through breakthroughs in martial arts cannot be traded. However, attributes rewarded in secret realms, as well as those synthesized from fragments found within them, are indeed subject to trade. Among the myriad of bizarre attributes, there exists one particularly expensive one, Demon's Disintegration. This attribute allows the bearer to sacrifice certain elements of their body to temporarily enhance their martial prowess, including the option to obliterate an attribute. The specific body part sacrificed varies the intensity of the temporary enhancement. Similarly, the color of the attribute determines the degree of the boost. For instance, sacrificing a gray attribute only permits a strike that surpasses one's own realm by a minor tier, while obliterating a golden attribute allows for a strike that exceeds one's realm by a significant tier. Though it may seem lamentable to discard a precious golden attribute so readily, in the face of life-threatening peril, this becomes a vital means of survival. If Su Yuan could procure the Demon's Disintegration attribute and subsequently obliterate No Progress, his mother would encounter no further obstacles in her cultivation. Regrettably, many individuals possess negative attributes and seek to use Demon's Disintegration to eliminate them. The drop rate for this attribute is notoriously low, rendering it exceedingly rare. Consequently, the price of the Demon's Disintegration attribute is exorbitantly inflated, often existing only as a theoretical value in the marketplace, let alone the Su family, who are of modest means with 2 siblings needing financial support. Even a moderately affluent household, pooling resources across generations, would find it challenging to acquire a single Demon's Disintegration attribute. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, Su Yuan is confident that he will eventually rise to prominence. In due time, he will earn enough to purchase Demon's Disintegration, allowing his mother to eliminate No Progress and continue her cultivation. As he ate, Su Yuan couldn't help but ponder these thoughts. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room to continue consuming and refining elixirs. Although he sat in meditation during the process, it was not the same as sleeping. Having not rested the previous night, fatigue began to set in. By 3 in the morning, he succumbed to exhaustion and laid down for a brief respite. After consuming 3 more elixirs, he made considerable progress, reaching approximately 30 in the first realm, 3rd tier, with 8 blood vitality elixirs remaining. Based on the experiences of his predecessors, these should suffice for him to reach the 4th tier. He had one final chance to acquire an attribute. Thereafter, he would have to rely solely on breathing exercises and monster hunting to level up. As he prepared for sleep, Su Yuan felt a pang of regret. The following morning, he awoke without the need for an alarm, guided by his biological clock. After breakfast, he set off for school. In addition to his daily essential practices of meditation and unarmed combat, today's curriculum included weapon training. This course was an elective, allowing students to choose 1 or 2 subjects. Su Yuan selected swordsmanship and halberd techniques, as these were the 2 forms of weaponry that intrigued him most. Due to the popularity of the swordsmanship class, multiple sessions were offered. To avoid scheduling conflicts, Su Yuan chose to attend swordsmanship on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while opting for halberd techniques on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Today being Friday, it was time for sword practice. The weapon classes were held in a spacious martial arts classroom, featuring an array of wooden swords of varying lengths, including heavy swords and great swords. After careful consideration, Su Yuan, confident in his 9 bull strength attribute, selected a large, unadorned heavy sword. This wooden weapon was likely crafted from ironwood. Feeling weighty and robust, he tested its heft, realizing that practicing with the heavy sword without activating his attribute proved to be quite taxing. To better acclimate to the immense power bestowed by 9 bull strength, he resolved to activate the attribute during practice. After all, it required minimal mental exertion. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan wielded the heavy sword, joining the training session. The swordsmanship instructor was a young man who carried his own sword while teaching. Is your sword an attribute weapon? One curious classmate inquired. Indeed, it is. The instructor inadvertently displayed his attribute panel for the class to see. Item name, exquisite standard longsword. Accompanying attribute, continuous bleeding. Attribute level, green. Attribute effect, inflicted wounds cause persistent bleeding that is exceedingly difficult to staunch. This is indeed a weapon with attributes. A green attribute weapon, how impressive, and the effect is quite remarkable. Once an enemy is wounded, there is no need for further action. They will bleed out. The students, having seldom encountered attribute items, couldn't help but exclaim in awe at the sight. The swordsmanship instructor waited for everyone to settle down before commencing the formal teaching of sword techniques. Initially, he taught only the fundamental movements, such as thrusts and slashes. These were relatively simple to learn. Typically, one could grasp the basics in a few days. Yet among the students, there were those who stood out. Truly deserving of the blue attribute sword mastery, their innate talent for swordsmanship was exceptional, allowing them to comprehend and master techniques with ease. The swordsmanship teacher regarded a particular student with admiration, and when he approached Su Yuan, his eyes brightened as he turned to the girl beside him. Your swordsmanship appears quite refined as well. Do you possess the sword mastery attribute? I have the red attribute dual mastery of swords and blades, the girl replied with a hint of pride. That is indeed commendable. You could also opt for the blade technique course, and perhaps even practice left-handed swordplay. In time, wielding a blade in your left hand and a sword in your right will truly unleash the prowess of dual mastery of swords and blades, if you were to acquire the dual focus attribute as well. The swordsmanship teacher's voice dripped with envy. Nearby, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy himself. He hadn't drawn any proficiency attributes, and his innate talent for swordsmanship seemed rather average. It appeared necessary to pay closer attention to such attributes in the future. In addition to the foundational swordsmanship training, the school also offered a complementary sword technique course. Similar to breathing techniques, every school taught its unique swordsmanship. For instance, the neighboring 4th high school offered the mystical 12 swords, while the experimental high school across the street taught the deadly 15 swords. Their own 1st high school provided the lone peak 13 swords, each possessing its own distinctive characteristics. These martial arts techniques were rewards or drops from secret realms, and their creators remain unknown, yet they are undoubtedly profound. After a few lessons, Su Yuan had barely scratched the surface of swordsmanship. Conversely, his classmates who possessed swordsmanship talent attributes had already made significant progress. Such extraordinary prowess. Su Yuan could only express his envy. He returned to the classroom, somewhat disheartened, only to be blocked at the door. Are you Su Yuan? A tall, muscular boy confronted him, glaring intently. His voice drew the attention of several classmates, who wondered what was happening. It certainly didn't look like a friendly encounter. Would a fight break out? Should someone call the teacher? Whispers filled the classroom as students hesitated to intervene, realizing they had only a passing acquaintance with Su Yuan. Indeed, here it comes. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. He had anticipated this moment. The day before, he had gone to collect his chi blood pill and inadvertently offended the dean. At that time, he had foreseen that someone would likely seek him out for trouble, and this person before him was presumably Xia Tianlei, who was supposed to collect his chi blood pill. Which class are you from? Don't come to our class looking for trouble. Just as Su Yuan was about to speak, a boy stepped forward to shield him. Surprised, Su Yuan looked over to see their class monitor, who was indeed a well-meaning individual, having previously defended classmates. However, this time, the draw of attributes seemed rather lackluster. Who do you think you are? I'm asking him. The tall boy shoved the monitor against the wall. The monitor felt a wave of pressure in his chest from the impact, and before he could react, the tall boy seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly. Such strength. The surrounding students were horrified, wanting to intervene, but feeling too intimidated to act. Unable to watch an innocent person suffer because of him, Su Yuan took action as well. Fearing a deadly blow, he didn't use excessive force, landing a punch in the tall boy's armpit, which caused him to stagger back and release his grip. Su Yuan steadied the monitor. I'm Su Yuan. What do you want from me? His tone dripped with disdain. Regardless of who this individual might be, had it been before last night, he might have felt some trepidation. However, after drawing the red attribute Herculean strength last night, he felt invincible among peers. Even against someone a level above him, he possessed the strength to contend. You awakened the golden attribute equality of all beings. The tall boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, that would be me. And who are you? Su Yuan replied, growing impatient. Who am I? I'm Xiao Yu. How dare you think you can stand on equal footing with me? The tall boy retorted angrily. Oh, is that so? Su Yuan's expression shifted slightly in surprise. Xiao Yu had been in high spirits since awakening his attribute that day, having drawn the green attribute strength of a bull. A green-level strength of a bull was no ordinary beast, but rather a formidable creature known as the iron-horned yak. While it may not rival the massive feral bulls, its strength was comparable to those at the 6th or 7th level of the first realm. This was quite an impressive skill in the early stages. However, word had spread that someone at school had awakened a golden attribute, which was initially unrelated to him. Yet, the effect of that golden attribute was particularly useless, as it merely had the ability to counter individuals named Xiao Yu, bringing his combat power down to the same level as theirs. What a ridiculous notion of equality of all beings. It would be better termed Xiaoyu equality. Xiaoyu seethed with anger. His very name was Xiaoyu. In that moment, the useless golden attribute, along with him, became the laughingstock of the entire school. On this day, he had successfully broken through to the second level and drawn the green attribute Innate giant strength, which would further enhance his power by 30%. With both attributes combined, who could possibly stand against him? He had come to reclaim his honor. He would prove that even if brought down to the same level, a useless individual would always remain useless, incapable of being his opponent. As he continued to speak, he activated the attribute strength of a bull and Innate giant strength, reaching out with one hand towards Su Yuan's chest, intending to lift him high and display his utter humiliation before everyone, proclaiming that not just anyone could stand on equal ground with Xiaoyu. Chapter 10. Strength of a Bull versus Herculean Strength. Su Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. He had initially thought the dean had sent someone to cause him trouble, only to be confronted with this peculiar situation. Xiaoyu. He recognized the name. He had indeed heard of a student named Xiaoyu at school. It turned out to be this very individual before him. What a coincidence. His equality of all beings attribute was indeed designed to counter someone named Xiaoyu. However, there was no personal enmity between them, so there was no need for such hostility. Su Yuan was still in a daze when he saw Xiaoyu's large hand reaching directly for his collar. Observing the other's intentions, it was clear that this would not end peacefully. Su Yuan's gaze flickered ever so slightly as he raised his hand, poised to seize his opponent. With the swiftness of a tempest and the force of lightning, he executed his move with such remarkable speed that it seemed to preempt his adversary's action. Zero-frame initiation. There was no hint of a preparatory motion. He struck with a rapidity that left only a fleeting afterimage in his wake. Indeed, the zero-frame initiation lived up to its illustrious reputation. With a whoosh, Xiaoyu's hand was still suspended in midair when Su Yuan's grip clamped around his wrist. Momentarily stunned, he struggled to comprehend how his wrist had so abruptly fallen into the hands of his opponent. Yet, clarity soon returned, and a cold smirk formed on his lips as he prepared to unleash the combined might of strength of a bull and innate might. Given his imposing stature coupled with the power of these attributes, he believed himself invincible. No one could possibly restrain his wrist. However, before he could muster his strength, an excruciating pain radiated from his wrist. Xiaoyu could not suppress a scream. Terror gripped his heart. How could his opponent possess such speed and strength? He attempted to activate his strength of a bull ability, but the agony coursing through him rendered him powerless. This was far beyond what a novice in martial arts should be capable of. Could it be that his adversary's strength surpassed the combined effects of strength of a bull and innate might? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As he grappled with his shock, a voice pierced his thoughts. So, you are Xiaoyu. What brings you to me? Nothing. Xiaoyu hastily replied. Not out of cowardice, but because the pain was unbearable. His wrist felt as though it were ensnared by an iron clamp, and even the slightest movement sent waves of agony coursing through him. Nothing. Yet you approach me with such an air of menace? Nothing. You struck my classmate? Su Yuan retorted with a derisive laugh, tightening his grip, which elicited a chorus of anguished cries from Xiaoyu. He writhed in pain, yet could not break free from Su Yuan's hold. I was wrong. Brother, I should not have sought you out for trouble. Please, let me go. Xiaoyu capitulated, not out of a lack of pride, but because the pain was too intense. It was merely a few fingers gripping his wrist, yet it felt as though his bones were on the verge of being crushed, the pain penetrating to his very marrow. What is going on here? Why are they fighting? The onlookers gasped, realizing that Xiaoyu, a formidable presence, was being effortlessly subdued by Su Yuan, who had recently become a source of ridicule. Has the teacher arrived? Has Su Yuan awakened some new abilities? The spectators observed in astonishment as the seemingly indomitable figure of Xiaoyu faced defeat. Despite the spectacle, some scoffed. He looks impressive. But he's merely a facade. Did you not see how effortlessly he dealt with the class leader? One bystander remarked, casting a glance at the class leader, who stood nearby, visibly displeased. Others pondered. Su Yuan must have acquired a golden attribute and received 20 health elixirs as a reward. He must have ascended to the third level of the first realm. Rumors swirled among the crowd, speculating that the acquisition of a golden attribute would facilitate the attainment of even higher level attributes. As discussions proliferated, Su Yuan, wishing to avoid drawing attention, glanced at the lamenting Xiaoyu before releasing his grip. He delivered a swift kick to Xiaoyu's chest, causing him to crash against the wall, clutching his chest in agony. Brother, you've finished beating me, so I shall take my leave. Xiaoyu, fearful and pained, scrambled to his feet, nursing his almost crushed bones and nearly fractured ribs, bowing and scraping in submission. Once Su Yuan nodded, he hastily departed. Everyone, please disperse, Su Yuan said, directing his gaze toward the classroom entrance. The crowd parted, creating a path for him. With a sigh of resignation, he noted that their behavior resembled the mindless thrill of a showy spectacle. Nevertheless, he feigned nonchalance as he navigated through the throng and returned to his seat. Yuan, how have you become so formidable? Have you awakened another advanced attribute? His desk mate inquired, Curiosity etched across his face. We just inquired. And Xiao Yu possesses a green attribute, strength of a bull. Yet before you, he was utterly defenseless. Su Yuan hesitated, glancing around at the intrigued faces of his classmates, including the ethereal and seemingly untouchable school beauty, Qin Zijing, who regarded him with curiosity. Indeed, Su Yuan contemplated briefly before nodding. He felt no need to conceal the truth, as it bore no adverse consequences. He was not one to remain silent amidst ridicule only to rise dramatically later. Instead, he believed that showcasing his worth would garner attention and resources, akin to the health elixirs awarded by the school. Thus, he candidly stated, in the past few days, I have refined the health elixirs, ascending 2 minor realms, and obtained 1 red and 1 blue attribute. Recently, due to the effects of all beings equal, he had endured considerable mockery. While he was largely unconcerned, he found it somewhat vexing. Unlike protagonists in novels who often refuse to explain themselves amidst scorn until their emotions reach a breaking point, Su Yuan was different. He preferred to voice his truths rather than let his peers gossip behind his back. He sought to be recognized as a genius rather than a mediocre talent. Although a red and blue attribute could not compare to a golden one, they still constituted high-level attributes. In their class, apart from Qin Zijing's purple attribute, the others were limited to red attributes, with only 2 red and 2 blue in total. His possession of a red and a blue attribute positioned him as a standout among his peers. As he spoke, envy flickered across the faces of his classmates. An understanding dawned upon them. It became clear why Xiao Yu had been utterly powerless against Su Yuan. Such a scenario was entirely reasonable. Yet, the nature of his attributes remained a mystery to them. Curiosity lingered in the air, but as Su Yuan revealed no further details, they refrained from pressing for more information. Having resolved the nuisance posed by Xiao Yu, no one else sought him out today. It remains a mystery what schemes the headmaster is concocting. However, Su Yuan remained unconcerned, embodying the adage that sheer strength can overcome myriad obstacles. With the strength of 9 bulls coursing through him, he felt emboldened by his exceptional skills. Once school was dismissed today, he would return home to refine his elixirs and draw another entry, potentially enhancing his prowess. What a thrilling prospect. Chapter 11, Late Bloomer. As the afternoon classes concluded, Su Yuan hastened straight home. Unlike previous days where he would dawdle, he now rushed home without pause to refine his elixirs. His interactions and play with classmates had diminished significantly, as he devoted himself entirely to the pursuit of new entries. Sister, you're cultivating too. I must hurry to refine my elixirs, he exclaimed, removing the key from around his neck to unlock the door. His elder sister remained nestled on the balcony, attempting to cultivate, though it appeared to yield no results. Su Yuan refrained from inquiring further, offering her a brief greeting before energetically retreating to his bedroom. Don't lose yourself too much in this. Remember to come out for meals. Su Yu called after him. Observing her brother's relentless efforts for the family's well-being filled her with both pride and a tinge of melancholy. Her little brother had truly matured. Yet, she felt a sense of loss, as she could no longer assist her family and now felt like a burden. She had forsaken her quest for vengeance, wishing only for her family's peace and happiness. In the interim, Su Yuan ventured out for a meal, though the fare was disappointing. Since awakening to the martial panel, he had savored exotic beast meat only once, returning thereafter to a life of simple, unremarkable meals. Thus, he resolved to strive relentlessly, if only for the pleasure of indulging in meat daily. After self-motivating, Su Yuan resumed refining his elixirs, determined to forego sleep that night. Level, Martial Arts First Realm. 4th Layer 1. At long last, as dawn began to break, he completed the refinement of his remaining elixirs, and his cultivation finally ascended to the 4th layer. It was indeed as the elders had said. 20 chi blood pills were precisely what was needed to break through to the 4th layer of the first realm. Su Yuan reflected with a sense of accomplishment. How arduous this journey had been. With the increasing consumption of chi blood pills, his body's resistance to them had also risen, leading to diminishing returns from each pill. It would be unwise to continue relying on chi blood pills alone. He needed to seek alternative elixirs. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, and at that moment, the panel chimed once more. Level up. Congratulations on breaking through to the 4th layer of the first realm. You will randomly receive an entry. Clink. The God tier selection system has been activated. You may choose one entry from a random selection of 2 to 10 entries. 1. Entry name, Mastery of the Short Staff. Entry level, Blue. Entry effect, you will possess a proficient command of short staff techniques, exhibiting exceptional talent in the cultivation of short staff martial arts, achieving results with minimal effort. Finally, a weapon mastery entry has appeared, though regrettably it pertains to the short staff, an instrument I do not wield. 2. Entry name, Control of Weak Electricity. Entry level, Green. Entry effect, you can emit weak electrical attacks, capable of mildly incapacitating the target's points of contact. Weak electricity seems lackluster. I shall dismiss this one. It pales in comparison to the first. 3. Entry name, Wind Affinity. Entry level, Blue. Entry effect, you can clearly sense the wind's force, direction, and rhythm, allowing for greater ease and movement within the wind. and enhanced talent in the cultivation of wind-based martial arts. Another blue entry. It's rather commendable. Given the plethora of wind martial arts available, such as Wind God Leg and Whirlwind Palm, I shall keep this in consideration. 4. Entry name, Prosperous Household. Entry level white. Entry effect. Your family's assets will progress toward prosperity. As long as there is no excessive extravagance, you will be able to enjoy meals with meat every day. Su Yuan frowned, choosing not to comment. 5. Entry name, Late Bloomer. Entry level, gold. Entry effect. Your martial arts talent and cultivation aptitude will increase with age. The older you become, the stronger your innate gifts. A gold entry. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned upon seeing this 5th entry, quickly succumbing to ecstatic joy. Fortune has finally smiled upon me. I have once again drawn a gold entry. Su Yuan felt an urge to shout in exhilaration. Remembering that dawn had yet to break, he restrained his exuberance, controlling his excitement. He meticulously examined the effects of this entry. The golden entry Late Bloomer would indeed come to fruition in the later stages, yet Su Yuan held no disdain for it. He was not a short-sighted individual and firmly believed that he would live long enough to witness the entry's full potential. The greater the age, the stronger the talent. This entry held limitless possibilities. He was thoroughly satisfied. Su Yuan was so content that he no longer desired to examine further entries. Selecting Late Bloomer was all that was necessary. After all, there were no entries of a higher rank than gold. In the midst of his jubilation, the 6th entry materialized, and Su Yuan glanced at it nonetheless. 6. Entry name, Tough Skin, Thick Flesh. Entry level, green. Entry effect. Your skin will become coarse, and your flesh will thicken, providing a slight increase in defense, allowing you to withstand some minor attacks. This entry is utterly unappealing. It would make me less attractive. I shall reject it outright. However, on reflection, he truly did require a defensive entry. While the strength of 9 bulls was formidable, his body remained vulnerable. If he could compensate for this defensive shortcoming, he could indeed become an unstoppable force among lower-tier martial artists. Yet, the green tough skin, thick flesh entry failed to impress him, especially with the shining gold entry Late Bloomer preceding it. 7. Entry name, Wrinkle Reduction. Entry level white. Entry effect, can diminish facial wrinkles, including but not limited to crow's feet, forehead lines, nasolabial folds, and neck wrinkles. Su Yuan remained silent. While he might dismiss it as useless, it did possess some merit. Yet, upon further thought, it seemed rather trivial. 8. Entry name, Unity of Man and Sword. Entry level, purple. Entry effect, you become one with the sword. Your swordsmanship talent is greatly enhanced, and the sword feels as natural in your hands as an extension of your body. Wow. Another weapon mastery entry. And this one pertains to swordsmanship, which I can indeed utilize. Moreover, it's purple. What a treasure. Su Yuan inhaled sharply, his breath catching at the sight of the violet entry Unity of Man and Sword. A title that could be deemed second only to his sister, Su Yu's golden entry Supreme Sword Body in the realm of swordsmanship. There were but a handful of entries of similar caliber. To be candid, this was something he genuinely desired. While the violet entries fell slightly short of the golden ones, they were not without merit. Unlike Late Bloomer, which only bore fruit in later years, Unity of Man and Sword promised an immediate and significant enhancement to his abilities, particularly as he was troubled by the slow progression of his swordsmanship practice. The thought of not selecting this made Su Yuan hesitate. In the face of a golden entry, he found himself wavering. The fact that Unity of Man and Sword was also a top-tier entry, and a necessity at that, only exacerbated his dilemma. If only he could select them both. It seemed that having too many choices could indeed be a source of distress. Today, fortune smiled upon him. So many entries appeared, and their quality was exceedingly high. The indecision was overwhelming. How could he possibly choose? Su Yuan grappled with his choices, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the 9th entry that had just materialized. Chapter 12, Equivalent Exchange. 9. Entry name, Equivalent Exchange. Entry level, Rainbow. Entry effect. You may select any entry of your own and exchange it with any target's entry. Note, the target's entry cannot be specified for exchange. No consent from the other party is required, and the other party remains unaware. This entry can only be used once within the same minor realm. What? Su Yuan's eyes swept over the entry-level section, and his previously conflicted expression morphed into one of utter bewilderment. What was this? A rainbow entry? What on earth is this new rainbow level? He had never even heard of such a thing. It was utterly unprecedented. Both the teachings of his school and the murmurings on the internet had always proclaimed that entries existed in only 7 colors: gray, white, green, blue, red, purple, and gold. Yet here it was, a sudden emergence of a rainbow level. Su Yuan incredulously rubbed his eyes. He was not mistaken. It was indeed rainbow. Could it be a newly introduced color? He skeptically pulled out his phone to search for information, but there was nothing. No news, no details regarding rainbow entries. What on earth was happening? Perplexed, he scratched his head, deciding to abandon thoughts of color and focus on the entry's effect. What a revelation. The notion that he could use his own entry to exchange for another S. In an instant, Su Yuan was rendered speechless with astonishment. He had lived 18 years without ever hearing of an entry that could target another's. In his understanding, entries were untouchable. There had never been any means to seize another's entry. Among the myriad of entries, only Demon's disintegration allowed one to explode any part of oneself, including entries. Then there was the inexplicable disappearance of his sister's entry, which had to have some hidden truth behind it. Beyond that, he had never heard of any means to affect another's entry, but today, he had witnessed it. This rainbow entry could forcibly exchange with another's entry. Did that mean if he drew a negative entry, he could find someone newly awakened with a golden entry and forcibly exchange his gray negative entry for their golden one? That was simply terrifying. He was enamored. He had to claim this. With such thoughts in mind, Su Yuan glanced at the final entry as well. Indeed, his system could randomly present between 2 to 10 entries. The previous time yielded 5, and the last time only 3, yet this time, a maximum of 10 entries had appeared. His luck today was extraordinary. 10. Entry name, sleight of hand. Entry level, rainbow. Entry effect. You may steal one entry from any individual. Note, the target remains unaware during the theft. Indeed, there is no best, only better. The previous rainbow entry equivalent exchange at least required him to offer up one of his own entries. But the new rainbow entry sleight of hand allowed him to outright steal another's entry. This was even more appealing. How splendid. But how to choose? The fish I desire, and the bear's paw I also desire. Su Yuan's mind was in turmoil, occasionally flashing back to the earlier entries, only to swiftly dismiss them. What golden entry late bloomer, what pinnacle swordsmanship talent unity of man and sword, all paled in comparison to these two rainbow entries. Equivalent exchange, sleight of hand. Su Yuan pondered deeply. He currently possessed 3 entries. 0 frame start and mighty strength were both commendable. There was no need to exchange equivalent exchange. While all beings equal was somewhat superfluous, it was well known that everyone recognized it as his entry. Exchanging it would expose him, unless he were to eliminate the other party immediately after the exchange. Su Yuan shook his head inwardly. The advantage of equivalent exchange lay in its ability to transfer his gray negative entry to another. However, with the system selection, he was unlikely to draw entries of too poor quality. Thus, for him, equivalent exchange was less useful than sleight of hand. Realizing this made his choice clearer. With reluctance, Su Yuan gazed at equivalent exchange, his longing glance drifting over late bloomer and unity of man and sword, before ultimately confirming his decision. Sleight of hand. Name, Su Yuan. Entries, gold all beings equal, blue 0 frame start, red mighty strength, rainbow sleight of hand. Indeed, a rainbow entry. It was truly real. Gazing at the information displayed on his martial arts panel, Su Yuan was still somewhat incredulous. After all, he had never heard of such a color before. He wondered if he was the only one possessing a rainbow entry, or if others simply chose not to disclose it. After all, even if someone truly had drawn a rainbow entry, they would certainly not reveal it to outsiders. Just as Su Yuan himself had no intention of sharing the existence of sleight of hand with anyone, not even his parents or sister. All other entries could be discussed, but this one was off limits. The effect of this entry was simply too terrifying. He could already envision that once the existence of sleight of hand was exposed, he might instantly become the target of public ire, a universal enemy, who would not fear having their hard-won entries so easily stolen by others. Certainly, while a handful of possessors of negative entries might secretly wish for their entries to be stolen, such individuals are indeed the minority. It is also plausible that certain influential figures might take a liking to Su Yuan, thereby preserving his life. However, Su Yuan is unwilling to find himself ensnared in such a predicament. He must remain tight-lipped. Initially, he had intended to finish drawing entries, take a brief rest, and then rise again. But now, sleep seems utterly unattainable. His heart races with exuberance. A stroke of luck. He muses. The vibrant entries. How did he manage to stumble upon such extraordinary treasures? The fervor bubbling within him at this moment rivals that of when he first acquired the system. Tossing and turning. Unable to find slumber, he soon hears the bustling sounds emanating from the kitchen. His mother has risen to prepare breakfast. A simple fare of noodles accompanied by fried eggs. Yet under their circumstances, it constitutes a rather splendid breakfast. Su Yuan decides to get up, wash up, and lend a hand in the kitchen. Up so early? Why not sleep a little longer? You weren't practicing all night, were you? Jiang Pei glances at her son's countenance, harboring a hint of skepticism. Su Yuan hurriedly shakes his head in denial. No, not at all. I went to bed early, and hence I rise early. That is more like it. Jiang Pei nods with satisfaction. You need tea help. Go back to sleep for a bit. I can manage just fine. I'll call you when it's ready. No need. I'm not tired anymore. Su Yuan shakes his head in refusal. In truth, he feels a pang of sympathy for his mother, who was once a prodigious young talent, only to see her brilliance dimmed, relegated to the roles of wife and mother, tirelessly toiling in the kitchen day in and day out, while also squeezing in time to work for extra income. His father also labors diligently, yet his mother's burden is even more arduous. If only he could assist her in eliminating the negative entry no progress that haunts her. As Su Yuan muses over these thoughts, a sudden flash of inspiration strikes him, and he is overtaken by a wave of regret, slapping his own face in frustration. Chapter 13, Master of Weapons. If only I had chosen equivalent exchange, I could have transferred no progress onto myself, and then later exchanged it with someone else. This way, my mother could practice. Su Yuan reflects bitterly, but he soon comes to realize that equivalent exchange can only be utilized once per minor realm. By transferring no progress, he would have exhausted that opportunity for his current realm, making it impossible to swap it out again. With no progress in place, my realm will never advance, and I shall no longer be able to utilize equivalent exchange. This simply won't do, unless I draw Demon's disintegration and use it to obliterate no progress, which could indeed be achieved through a stroke of luck. Yet, even with my system's assistance, drawing Demon's disintegration will likely prove to be a formidable challenge. It seems this matter requires careful contemplation. Su Yuan sighs, recognizing that this instance of a stroke of luck cannot be deemed a poor choice. However, equivalent exchange holds significant utility. Previously, he only considered trading away his own useless entries, failing to realize he could also draw in others' unfavorable entries and subsequently exchange them. Or he could offer his no longer needed entries, some of which are beneficial, to his family and friends for their use. What a lapse in judgment. Now, pondering these matters is too late, and there is no chance for a do-over. He can only hope to draw equivalent exchange again in the future. Su Yuan resolves to set aside these thoughts. What he ought to contemplate now is whose entry to pilfer using a stroke of luck. Feeling slightly anxious about his first act of thievery, Su Yuan finishes his breakfast and departs for school punctually, with the medicinal pills consumed. His future cultivation will rely solely on breathing techniques and battling monsters in secret realms to level up. Thus, he approaches today's cultivation class with heightened seriousness, yet regrettably, his innate talent holds him back. After 2 classes of breathing exercises, no progress is visible on his panel. The class lacks exceptional entries, and he feels a tinge of hesitation in targeting his classmates. After all, none of them have particularly wronged him. Moreover, should any entries change, his classmates would undoubtedly take notice, making the choice of whom to target quite vexing. Experiencing a twinge of guilt regarding his first misdeed, today being Saturday. Aside from the mandatory literature and breathing practice, he also has his elective interest class, spear techniques. The spear techniques differ from the sword arts. Solitary Peak 13 swords can be considered merely an ordinary sword technique, but the spear techniques taught at school are anything but commonplace. Each educational institution imparts distinct martial arts, each with its strengths and weaknesses. These unique offerings serve as a draw for exceptional students seeking enrollment. The first high school's strong suit is indeed this spear technique, 72 paths of divine and demon spear. It is an advanced martial art, with each move possessing profound power. The spear strikes like a dragon, unstoppable and devastating, sweeping all foes aside. It serves as the institution's hallmark and pride. Although the school only possesses the incomplete upper section of the 36 spear techniques, this does not diminish the might of the martial art. Compared to other high schools boasting complete and unique martial arts, it is by no means inferior. Su Yuan's choice of this school stemmed not only from its high teaching quality, but also from his long-standing desire to master this spear technique. Throughout history, many of the greatest generals wielded spears, such as Xiang Yu, the hegemon of Western Shu, who wielded the heavenly dragon-breaking city spear, and Lu Bu, the foremost warrior of the 3 kingdoms, who brandished the Fong Tian Huaji. Thus, Su Yuan has long harbored a yearning for spear techniques. As this school excels in this discipline, many students enroll in the spear class. Numerous classes are held weekly, each filled with eager students. In the martial arts classroom, weapon racks display various training spears used for instruction. There are single-bladed crescent spears, double-bladed square-tipped spears, and even 3-pronged double-edged spears. Su Yuan casually selects a square-tipped spear, feeling its weight in his hand as though grasping a great dragon. The material seems neither entirely metallic nor wooden. Upon closer inspection, the spearhead is not sharpened. Holding the spear in a reverse grip, he strides to his designated practice area. The essence of spear techniques lies in maintaining a solid foundation. The horse stance must be low, with the back straight, shoulders relaxed, and elbows dropped. The wrist strong as iron, firm as a rock, swift as thunder. A glint of cold light flashes, followed by a spear thrust like a dragon. The spear instructor begins the lesson, commencing with fundamental techniques. Thrusts, jabs, slashes, and cuts. Hooks, sweeps, entangles, and pierces. Slashes, shaves, pricks, and gouges. Flicks, smashes, drills, and tears. Each move is meticulously deconstructed. Half a day passes, solely practicing the foundational techniques without even a glimpse of the 72 paths of divine and demon spear. Su Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he could comprehend the difficulty of mastering the art of the spear. Even the initial stages were quite challenging. As the saying goes, a month of practice with a staff yields some semblance of skill, while a year of knife training leads to proficiency. However, the mastery of spear techniques demands a lifetime of dedication. If the long spear requires such commitment, then the intricacies of the halberd are even more demanding. The halberd necessitates an acute sense of distance and timing, emphasizing the importance of striking with precision and fluidity. Even the slightest deviation can diminish its lethality. Thus, a solid foundation is imperative. Of course, there were a few exceptional students who seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to swiftly grasp the intricacies of halberd techniques, all of whom undoubtedly had advantageous attributes. Among them, what piqued Su Yuan's interest the most was a purple attribute known as Weapon Master. This attribute, comparable in rank to Ice Skin and Jade Bone, was only slightly inferior to the golden attributes. The effect of the Weapon Master attribute was to enable rapid mastery of any weapon. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. The thought of stealing this Weapon Master attribute crossed his mind. Yet, he hesitated. After all, the individual had done him no wrong, and the idea of pilfering from a complete stranger felt morally repugnant. Su Yuan was torn, grappling with his conscience. Why did he have to be the virtuous one? He didn't wish to be a paragon of goodness. However, he found it impossible to steal from someone he had no animosity towards. The guilt was overwhelming. Wouldn't it be easier if the person were a villain? Frustration simmered within him. He was diligently honing his skills, yet his progress paled in comparison to theirs. Currently, his proficiency with both sword and halberd was still at the rudimentary level, advancing at a painfully slow pace. His aptitude for these weapons appeared merely average. Yet, the other individual, despite their arrogance, exhibited no malevolent behavior. Chapter 14. The fourth attribute, Steal with Ease. After much inner turmoil, Su Yuan ultimately refrained from acting. It was simply too difficult. Such a remarkable attribute as Steal with Ease would be squandered on him. With a regretful expression, he noted that no one had sought trouble with him today. The only conflicts in his life were with Director Xia and the ambitious Xia Tianlei, who was vying for his blood-replenishing pills, as well as the Celestial Group intent on reclaiming their property. However, none had approached him thus far. Su Yuan pondered that since he couldn't bring himself to act against someone innocent, perhaps he could target one of his adversaries instead, using Steal with Ease. Now, it was merely a matter of who would approach him first. Returning home in a somewhat dispirited mood, Su Yuan found it difficult to shake off his gloom even during dinner. Is it because you drew an unfavorable attribute? It's all right. Initial attributes don't signify much. You'll surely get higher-level attributes in the future. Su Yu exchanged a concerned glance with their mother, and then spoke to comfort him. They had refrained from inquiring about Su Yuan's new attribute in the past few days, wary of the possibility that it might be disappointing and wishing to spare him further embarrassment. Seeing his current despondent demeanor, both feared the worst, that his attribute was indeed lacking. Oh, but my attributes are quite impressive. By the way, I didn't mention it before, but I refined all my blood-replenishing pills last night. My cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the 1st realm, and I've gained 3 new attributes, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 more. Su Yuan paused momentarily, knowing that the multicolored attribute must remain a secret. Steal with Ease must never be revealed. Thus, after a brief hesitation, he continued, there's 1 more that is even more advanced. It's a purple attribute. Really? That's wonderful. 2 voices, filled with excitement, erupted simultaneously as his mother and sister gazed at him expectantly, eager for more concrete confirmation. Truly. Su Yuan nodded helplessly, contemplating that aside from Steal with Ease, there was no need to keep anything else confidential. Aside from my first attribute, lifelong equality, my second attribute is the Blue Zero Frame Initiation, which enhances my speed and allows me to strike without any preliminary motion, making it nearly impossible to defend against. The third attribute, Strength of 9 Bulls, grants me the power of 9 colossal bulls, rivaling the strength of the second realm. The fourth attribute is even more extraordinary, but that is a secret for now. Su Yuan briefly outlined his new abilities, then added, with my current strength and speed, I can confidently claim to be invincible among my peers. Rest assured, our family will have nothing to worry about in the future. His expression relaxed as he spoke with sincerity, genuinely believing in his own potential. With the support of the system and the multicolored attribute Steal with Ease, victory was all but assured. That's fantastic. Little brother, you're amazing. I should have bought some exotic beast meat today to celebrate. Su Yu exclaimed. I thought you came home in a bad mood because you drew a poor attribute. This is truly wonderful. I knew you would succeed. She beamed with pride. Their mother took out her phone to inform their father of the good news, sharing the joyous development with him. As for the confidential purple attribute, they trusted each other enough not to pry further. In the martial world, keeping attribute effects secret was quite customary, as they could easily be exploited or countered. For instance, while Su Yuan now had considerable strength and speed, his low defense and slow reflexes made him vulnerable to targeted attacks. Within the family, it was common to disclose only the attributes ranked to outsiders. The specific effects remained undisclosed. Both his mother and sister were elated, transforming the dining table into a tableau of celebration, filled with joy over the red, blue, and purple high-level attributes. Even if Su Yuan's initial golden attribute had been lackluster, these subsequent attributes had already demonstrated his true potential. Since your attributes aren't the issue, Why did you come home with such a long face today? Su Yu inquired, while Jiang Pei also looked at Su Yuan with concern. Did I? Su Yuan replied with a hint of helplessness. Naturally, he couldn't reveal steel with ease. He casually remarked, perhaps it's just that my progress in cultivation has been slow. I spent a long time meditating today without any noticeable advancement. Upon hearing this, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. That's perfectly normal. The journey of cultivation is one of fairness. Consistent effort will yield results. It's natural to feel that progress is sluggish, she reassured him. You might draw an attribute that accelerates your cultivation speed in the future, and the school should be organizing secret training next week, which will also provide opportunities for leveling up. Exactly, Xiao Yuan. I understand you're eager to improve our family's situation, but there's no need to rush. Take your time. Jiang Pei encouraged. She then expressed a hint of regret, saying, if only my 1,000 miles a day could be passed on to you. It's of no use to me now. In her heyday, she had relied on 1,000 miles a day for her training, and her progress had been astonishingly swift. Jiang Pei spoke without intention, yet Su Yuan felt a stir in his heart. Since his mother's entry was currently idle, why not borrow stealing from the thief for a while? This thought flickered in his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. His stealing from the thief could not be selectively employed. It could only be randomly appropriated. What if he were to inadvertently steal no further progress? If his mother were to cultivate, he would be left in utter disarray. After catching up on sleep, Sunday dawned, and Su Yuan dedicated the entire day to meditation and cultivation. At last, his progress bar inched upward, along with the half-point accumulated the previous day, elevating his cultivation to the 4th layer of the first realm, 3. It was a modest achievement, but a far cry from the arduous task of refining medicinal pills. Su Yuan shook his head in contemplation. At this rate, admission into the War Academy should pose little challenge. However, if he wished to stand out and secure resources for support, he would need to devise a plan. His resistance to the blood chi pill had rendered it unprofitable, and other pills were prohibitively expensive. Thus, he could only explore the realms of entries and secret domains. Regarding entries, there remained an opportunity for stealing from the thief, yet a target had yet to be identified. Hence, the focus shifted to secret domains. In 2 weeks, the school would organize a training expedition to the secret domain. Though the exact date remained uncertain, it would be prudent to investigate the matter further. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yuan concluded a day of cultivation. Early on, apart from the flag-raising ceremony, 2 significant announcements were made. First, the organization of classes to alternate entry into the secret domain, with Su Yuan's class scheduled for the Wednesday of the week after next. Second, the school had invited an illustrious alumnus, Xiao Yunfei, to return for a speech. This senior was a quintessential inspirational figure. Initially, his entry was merely the white, robust physique, and he had not drawn any high-level entries since. Yet, through sheer talent, he not only gained admission to the War Academy, but also ranked among the elite in a school teeming with talent, excelling in swordsmanship. He had no entry bonuses, relying solely on his innate abilities. With a mortal body, he stood shoulder to shoulder with entry-enhanced warriors. This was true inspiration. His journey served as a potent tonic for students who had just drawn low-level entries. Perhaps this consideration prompted the school leadership to invite Xiao, who had graduated 3 years prior and had just returned home, to deliver a speech. Chapter 15, Dual Mastery of Blade and Sword. Now, let us extend a warm round of applause for the outstanding graduate of the class of 2025, Xiao Yunfei, as he graces the stage to deliver his address. Clap, clap, clap. Amidst thunderous applause, a tall, striking young man with a noble bearing and sharp eyebrows stepped onto the podium and grasped the microphone. This was Senior Xiao Yunfei. Utterly dashing. Wow, wow, wow. Senior Xiao is not only handsome, but also immensely talented. I admire him so much. Senior Xiao, you are my idol. Upon seeing Xiao Yunfei take the stage, the playground erupted into a cacophony of awe and excitement, punctuated by waves of ecstatic screams. The legend of Senior Xiao had long circulated within the school. His name had already been inscribed in the alumni section of the school's bulletin board. Achieving such prominence without entry bonuses, standing out in a War Academy brimming with talent. What an honor. Many classmates regarded Senior Xiao as a role model, even an idol. Respected teachers, dear juniors, it is a profound honor to be invited by the principal during my visit home. You may have heard of my cultivation journey. Xiao Yunfei's voice resonated. Indeed, to date, I have yet to draw exceptional entries. The path I have walked to reach this point is attributed not only to talent, but also to my unwavering determination. Where there is a will, there is a way. Those who work hard will not be forsaken by destiny. It is the perseverance of my earlier days that has culminated in my present self. I hope that regardless of your entries, you all can maintain your commitment to relentless practice. As his words concluded, the playground erupted once more in a fervent ovation, resounding endlessly. Su Yuan lowered his applauding hands, watching Senior Xiao descend the stage with a mix of admiration and contemplation. A true gentleman ought to aspire to such heights. He could certainly take his place. Yet, the fact that Senior Xiao had reached such heights without entry bonuses was truly remarkable. If he were to acquire high-level entries, the outcome would be unimaginable. Without the system, Su Yuan knew he could never hope to compare. Today was Monday, marking another session of swordsmanship elective. The instructor had commenced teaching the subsequent techniques of 13 swords of the Lone Peak, yet the students progressed at varying rates. Among them, the 2 students possessing the entry's mastery of the long sword and dual mastery of blade and sword excelled in their learning. Su Yuan found himself contemplating the notion of stealing from the thief to appropriate dual mastery of blade and sword, yet he could not bring himself to act on it. Additionally, Monday included a mandatory course on unarmed combat, which did not adhere to a fixed methodology, but rather selected formidable techniques from various common martial arts, such as monkey fists peach picking, 12 paths of tan legs lifting kick, and Quan fists iron mountain lean. Renowned techniques from diverse schools of martial arts were taught, akin to Sanda, which also curates the most effective moves from traditional martial arts. Having previously studied unarmed combat, the class was now well acquainted with the material. However, the awakening of entries had introduced disparities. For instance, one student had drawn the red entry mastery of fist and foot, which bore a striking resemblance to dual mastery of blade and sword, enhancing the efficiency of hand and foot techniques. Yet, compared to blades and swords, the latter remained more practical. Thus, Su Yuan had no inclination to steal from the thief. After today's lessons, as he departed from school, he unexpectedly encountered the exceptional alumnus Xiao Yunfei from 3 years prior. He had not yet left, seemingly having just finished catching up with some teachers. Escorted to the school gate by the principal and others. "Wow, Senior Xiao, could I have your autograph? Senior Xiao, may I take a photo with you?" Earlier, the teachers had been present, and some students hesitated to approach. But once outside the school gates, and with the teachers and principal gone, many students swiftly surrounded Xiao Yunfei. Of course, Xiao Yunfei was remarkably amiable, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he took the proffered notebook to sign. When students requested photos, he readily posed with warmth, exhibiting no hint of arrogance, making everyone feel as though they were basking in a spring breeze. Senior Xiao is truly a warm-hearted individual, Su Yuan marveled, secretly taking notes, thinking that when he returned to deliver a speech as an esteemed alumnus, he too would embody such warmth. He merely glanced a few more times before deciding to hasten home for cultivation. Although he regarded Senior Xiao as a role model, he had no interest in idolization. "Su Yuan, you must be Xiao Yu's younger brother." As Su Yuan was about to leave, a voice called out to him, prompting him to turn around in surprise. To his astonishment, it was his senior, Xiao Yunfei. "Ah, Senior Xiao, do you know me?" Su Yuan asked, somewhat dazed. Xiao Yunfei, while signing an autograph for a female fan, replied with a chuckle, "Haha, you might not recall, but when your sister was about to graduate, you and your mother came to the school for the ceremony, and I met you then." Su Yuan was taken aback. "Senior Xiao, you were classmates with my sister?" "I truly don't remember that." Xiao Yunfei nodded. "Yes, we were in the same class. Come, let us chat over here." After finishing another photo with a fan, he quickly led Su Yuan to a more secluded spot. "How is your sister doing now? Is she well?" he asked with genuine concern. She's still the same as before," Su Yuan replied, reluctant to elaborate. "What a pity." Xiao Yunfei sighed. "Back in the day, your sister was stunning and well-liked. She was the goddess among the common folk. When her name was mentioned, she was truly in the limelight." The unpredictability of life. Xiao Yunfei seemed to reminisce fondly. "Now that I'm back, I was hoping to catch up with old classmates and rekindle some friendships." That might be a bit inconvenient," Su Yuan said with a wry smile. "My sister isn't keen on going out these days. Even when her friends tried to reach out, she declined." "I see," Xiao Yunfei replied, understanding yet disappointed. "By the way, Xiao Yuan, how about you? With your sister's extraordinary talent, I imagine you are equally remarkable." "Not at all. I'm far behind my sister," Su Yuan humbly responded. "Haha, that's normal. There are very few who can compare to your sister," Xiao Yunfei remarked as he continued signing autographs. With the conversation dwindling, Su Yuan bid farewell, saying, "Senior Xiao, I shall head home to train." Their interaction had been limited to this brief exchange, with little else to discuss. "All right, head back early, and if you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me," Xiao Yunfei replied. "Sure," Su Yuan said absent-mindedly, unsure of the true nature of the relationship between his sister and Senior Xiao. Perhaps it was just a polite exchange. He certainly wouldn't impose on the senior. Nevertheless, it seemed that Xiao Yunfei harbored some admiration for his sister. Could it be that he once had feelings for her? With her beauty, it was certainly a possibility, though he wondered if his feelings had changed over time. Su Yuan pondered, thinking that if that were the case, he wouldn't be opposed to it. Upon returning home, he found Su Yu diligently attempting to train. After a moment of hesitation, he chose not to bring up the past involving Xiao Yunfei, wishing to spare his sister any painful memories. That night, his training efficiency remained subpar, only allowing for a marginal advancement. It seemed he would have to wait to see the results from battling monsters in the secret realm. Chapter 16, Weapon Attribute Versatile. During this period, Su Yuan's life was remarkably mundane, filled with the routine of attending classes, returning home, meditating, practicing martial arts, and learning spear techniques. He remained diligent, and the ability swift as a thief had yet to be employed. With more individuals breaking through to new realms, many now possessed 2 or 3 attributes, making it increasingly uncertain whether he could steal the desired ones. This uncertainty was the reason he had refrained from taking action thus far. For days, Su Yuan diligently practiced until just 2 days before entering the secret realm, when he finally began to prioritize rest. This was to prepare for the upcoming trials, ensuring he was well-rested and ready for the challenges ahead. Consequently, after dinner the previous night, he retired early, rising refreshed and invigorated that morning. With a few punches thrown, he adhered to the adage that practice makes perfect, using it as a warm-up. When time permitted, Su Yuan typically took the opportunity to perform a set of punches each morning. This time, he utilized mighty strength, producing a resounding whoosh as his fists cut through the air. With the attribute enhancing his abilities, he expected to dispatch lower-tier monsters with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Today should yield a greater number of monster kills, allowing for an increase in his progress. With this thought in mind, he arrived punctually at school. His class had no regular lessons today, as the entire day was dedicated to the secret realm trials. As the class hour approached, their homeroom teacher, Zhao Feiping, entered with 2 students carrying 2 boxes of uniforms. They were instructed to call out their names and collect their battle attire in the correct sizes. Don't mix them up, Zhao Feiping cautioned as he passed the roll sheet to the class monitor, who then called each student forward by their student number to collect their uniforms. Zhang Dakai, present. Zhang Dakai swiftly stepped forward to receive an XL uniform. These were not ordinary garments. They were crafted from the materials of formidable beasts, offering significant protection against attacks from lower-tier monsters. This was not a free offering from the school. Similar to their uniforms, these battle suits required additional payment for customization, costing 2,000 yuan, a staggering price that exacerbated the financial burdens of many already struggling families. Su Yuan's family, for instance, had scraped together every last bit of savings. It was no wonder that the saying "the poor study literature while the rich pursue martial arts" resonated. Few could truly embark on the martial path. However, there was no alternative. The battle suits were essential not only for the secret realm trials, but also for the upcoming college entrance examinations. Thus, they had to be purchased. The changing of uniforms took place in the classroom, with boys and girls alternating to step outside while drawing the curtains. After Su Yuan changed, he ran his fingers along the intricate patterns of the battle suit, marveling at the substantial feel of the fabric. This quality is indeed worthy of its 2,000 yuan price tag. The battle suit was a one-piece design, leaving no gaps, which would effectively protect against the nuisances of snakes, insects, and other pests during their time in the wilderness. Additionally, the entire class was equipped with tracking buttons and emergency call buttons for use in case of distress. Once everyone had changed, Zhao Feiping instructed them to line up, led by the class monitor, to proceed to the armory and collect their weapons, with each student allowed a maximum of 7 items, excluding hidden weapons. Upon hearing this, excitement stifled the students' enthusiasm over their new attire, as they anticipated selecting their weapons. The weapons did not incur additional fees, but they had to be returned to the school armory after exiting the secret realm. Any losses would require compensation. The armory's weapons were all sharpened, made from the same newly developed composite steel. While they were not attributed weapons, these finely crafted steel weapons were still quite commendable, boasting both high strength and decent flexibility. Su Yuan glanced around, surveying the selection. Most of the weapons appeared to be well used, bearing marks from previous students, with some blades even chipped. Fortunately, they had all been meticulously maintained and sharpened, appearing as sharp as ever. Each year, the school would retire some older weapons, thus acquiring new ones. Su Yuan selected 2 that seemed relatively new, still considering those 2 options: a sword and a halberd. The latter is a long weapon, gaining strength with every inch of length, suitable for expansive terrains. Conversely, a sword serves as a short weapon, proving advantageous in dense woodlands where trees obstruct movement, thus rendering long weapons impractical. With a formidable sword sheathed at his back and a Fangtian painted halberd inverted in hand, he felt adequately equipped. Although a selection of 7 weapons was permitted, these 2 sufficed for him. He possessed no proficiency with others, and losing them would incur a financial penalty. By the time all students had made their selections, the clock edged closer to 9. Zhao Feiping glanced at his watch, urging everyone to assemble swiftly. Class leader, lead the way to the entrance of the Back Mountains secret realm. March in step. The group, donned in coordinated attire and wielding an array of weapons, marched forth toward the Back Mountains secret realm. Whispers circulated about the bounty within the realm, which required no submission. Any dropped item fragments, weapons, or techniques belonged to the finder. Some students could not contain their excitement, discussing the potential for discovering a piece of equipment, even a basic one, that could fetch tens of thousands. Basic equipment, characterized by white attributes, represented the most common variety. Gray items, though existent, were rare and often discarded. The market value of equipment pales in comparison to that of techniques, which are far more coveted. Speculating on the low drop rate of techniques, one student reminisced about senior brother Xiao Yunfei, who had once uncovered a green attribute weapon, aptly named Heart's Desire Iron Rod, which boasted the green attribute variable size. allowing for size alteration. An offer of over 100,000 had been made, yet Xiao had not sold it. I'd be content with merely finding a piece of attribute fragment. As excitement coursed through the group, discussions flourished about attribute weapons and fragments. Su Yuan swallowed hard, feeling a surge of anticipation. This low-tier secret realm, exclusive to the first high school, rarely opened its gates, granting entry only during the annual student trials. Despite its low-tier classification, the secret realm held significant value, being a safe training ground ideal for allowing sheltered students a glimpse into the enigmatic realms. With teachers providing covert protection and protective gear shielding against assaults, casualties were uncommon. It served as a precious training venue. The infrequent openings for student training stemmed from the nature of the secret realm, a land tainted by demonic energy. Excessive demonic energy could manifest into demonic creatures, which, when vanquished, dissipated the energy but required time for it to accumulate anew. Neglecting periodic cleansing would result in the realm's expansion, contaminating more land, and if left unchecked, ultimately transforming the entirety of Blue Star into a vast demonic domain. The back mountain of the first high school had become a region invaded by demonic energy. The original name of the mountain had faded from memory, replaced solely by the title of the secret realm, known as Waves Mountain. Zhao Feipeng, glancing at the time, relaxed. Noting that there remained over half an hour before entry into the realm, he seized the opportunity to confirm team formations with interested classmates. As once they entered the secret realm, each team would need to operate independently. The back mountain was expansive, prior to its designation as Waves Mountain. An ordinary person would require an hour to reach the summit, with an additional 40 to 50 minutes to descend. With demonic creatures now obstructing the path, traversing Waves Mountain would take even longer. Zhao Feipeng meticulously outlined their route, which would follow along the Mandarin Duck Lake, pass by the General's Tomb, navigate through Tiger Leap Rock, ascend to the peak, and descend on the western side. Each class had mapped different paths to efficiently cleanse various regions of the secret realm from demonic creatures. However, even along the same path, the space was vast enough for groups to easily become separated. To ensure student safety, mutual team formations were encouraged, though those confident in their strength were free to venture alone. However, calling for assistance would result in the trial's immediate conclusion, necessitating an exit from the secret realm. Chapter 17. Copper Skin, Iron Bones. As Zhao Feipeng concluded the team formation discussions, the students dispersed. Some had prearranged alliances, quickly gathering into small groups. Su Yuan remained stationary, only to notice someone approaching him. Su Yuan, have you formed a team? Would you like to join us? A cool voice inquired. Su Yuan's heart raced. Having previously subdued Xiao Yu, he had anticipated invitations, yet he was taken aback that Qin Zijing would extend one to him. Regarding the distribution of spoils, you need not worry, Su. Our team will ensure fairness, Qin Zijing reassured him, sensing his hesitation. Su Yuan snapped back to reality. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected by the presence of such an alluring beauty as Qin Zijing. Yet he maintained a sense of self-awareness, never daring to pursue her. In fact, few in the class dared to do so, as even the most talented individuals felt inadequately overshadowed in her presence. Their interactions had been minimal. Faced with her invitation, Su Yuan experienced a moment of shock followed by internal conflict. He had initially intended to venture alone, but the thought of teaming up with Qin Zijing was tempting. No, I wish to challenge myself. I intend to navigate this secret realm solo, without forming any teams. He ultimately replied, after considerable deliberation. This opportunity within the secret realm was pivotal for him and his family, and he refused to let personal sentiments disrupt his carefully laid plans. With the Nine Bulls' strength attribute augmenting his abilities, he felt confident he would not encounter danger within Waves Mountain. To him, teammates were liabilities, hindering his monster-slaying efficiency and demanding a share of the spoils. Even if they were Qin Zijing and her formidable attributes, he remained resolute. Humph, as if he could even catch our attention. I said it before, why bother with him? A disdainful voice interjected. The speaker was a male classmate who had accompanied Qin Zijing. It was evident that even someone as capable as Qin Zijing required teammates for assurance. Her squad comprised 3 members, her desk mate, Lu Tingting, who, while of average appearance, possessed a charming personality, and another male student in possession of a high-tier red attribute, who now displayed both disdain and indignation at being overlooked. Su Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the individual before him, a certain Yi Zheng, who appeared to share a long-standing familial connection with Qin Zijing. His initial attribute, it seemed, was bronze skin and iron bones, a formidable defensive trait. Rumor had it that he had subsequently drawn more defensive attributes, positioning him as an exceptional tank within a team, thereby justifying his air of confidence. Though Su Yuan pondered this, he chose to disregard Yi Zheng, merely nodding at Qin Zijing to convey his apologies. Qin Zijing frowned slightly and addressed Yi Zheng. If you do not acknowledge my decisions, you are welcome to seek another team. With that, she turned her attention back to Su Yuan, gently advising. Although the major boss within the secret realm has been cleared by the school, numerous elite monsters remain, and there is a possibility of encountering minor bosses as well. While you can call for teacher assistance, venturing alone is still quite perilous. Despite lacking the elixirs rewarded by the school, Qin Zijing came from affluent circumstances and had diligently refined medicinal pills for her own training after unlocking her martial arts panel. Her cultivation had already reached the 4th realm, 5th layer, surpassing Su Yuan, yet she remained uncertain about soloing the secret realm trials, leading to her bewilderment regarding Su Yuan's choice. In fact, during this period, many classmates had either relied on medicinal pills, innate talent, or a combination of both, with several having attained or even exceeded Su Yuan's level of cultivation. Well, I still wish to give it a try, Su Yuan stated succinctly. Very well, Qin Zijing replied, no longer pressing the issue, though her gaze bore a hint of curiosity. Even with her own 1st realm, 5th layer cultivation, she felt uncertain about absolute safety. What emboldened him so? If that's the case, I apologize for the inconvenience, and we shall not impose further. Qin Zijing bid farewell. Not at all, Su Yuan replied with a slight nod. As soon as Qin Zijing turned to leave, there were already others waiting to apply for her team. Meanwhile, following his display of strength a few days prior, numerous classmates had desired to team up with Su Yuan. However, witnessing even Qin Zijing's rejection, they all abandoned the notion. Consequently, no one approached him for team invitations. Su Yuan relished the solitude, for he had yet to comprehend why a school beauty would extend an invitation to him. But he decided to let those thoughts go. He adjusted his breathing, aiming to enter the secret realm trial in optimal condition. As time passed, his aura gradually escalated, though he remained unaware of how long it had been. Time's up. All students, enter the secret realm. Zhao Feiping's commanding voice resonated, promptly met with a chorus of responses. Everyone, traverse Langlang Mountain. Rush into the secret realm and seize the monsters. Hurry, hurry. In an instant, the entire class surged forward like wild horses released from their restraints, moving in groups towards the secret realm mountain. Su Yuan was no exception, wielding the heavy Fong Tianhua halberd while moving swiftly. With his current strength at the 1st realm, 4th layer, 9th level, he may not have been the strongest in class, but he certainly belonged to the upper echelon. As he entered, it felt as if he had crossed a barrier. The secret realm and the outside world were indeed 2 distinct realms. No wonder it was referred to as the demon domain. The air within was thick with demonic energy, and the flora thrived, nourished by this essence, growing robust and verdant. The expansive branches and leaves obscured the sky, allowing only scant rays of light to penetrate. While the exterior seemed shrouded in mist, the interior was remarkably clearer. Su Yuan leapt onto a boulder, surveying the surroundings. From his previous vantage point outside the mountain, he had struggled to discern the conditions within, but now it was apparent that many trees were equipped with cameras. It was rumored that some secret realms possessed signals. Evidently, Langlang Mountain was one such place, and the battles occurring here might very well be broadcast live. As he pondered this, he remained unfazed, his gaze scouring the area for traces of monsters. Suddenly, a cacophony of clashing sounds erupted from various locations, indicating that some teams had already encountered monsters and engaged in battle. How fortunate to encounter beasts so swiftly. Su Yuan felt a pang of envy. He too yearned to slay monsters and level up. Abruptly, an unusual noise emanated from the nearby bushes. As if something was forcefully crashing through the underbrush, a shadow surged forth from the thicket. It was a creature with black fur and white tusks. A colossal figure that likely weighed 400 to 500 pounds. This was a common monster of Langlang Mountain, the wild boar demon. How fortuitous. A decade of honing a blade, yet its edge remains untested. Today, you shall be my first. Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement as the wild boar demon charged downhill. Its speed increasing dramatically, the force of its momentum combining with gravity to create an overwhelming presence. It had clearly set its sights on Su Yuan, intent on delivering a savage collision. Despite the creature's ferocity, Su Yuan felt a thrill of confidence. He was more than capable of handling this most ordinary of foes. Just as the wild boar demon leapt through the air, intent on crashing into Su Yuan, he struck with lightning speed. 0 frame initiation. 9 bull strength. The halberd in his grasp surged forth, a glimmer of cold light preceding its arc like a dragon in flight. The wild boar demon, mid-leap and utterly unprepared, was met with the sharp tip of the halberd, which pierced directly between its tusks. With an explosive force from 9 bull strength, the demon's skull was penetrated, and it succumbed before it could even emit a cry, its life extinguished in an instant. 1 kill. Su Yuan had not anticipated that his inaugural kill of a monster would be so effortless. He had yet to fully savor the thrill of battle. My strength is indeed formidable. The crimson-tiered 9 bull strength was akin to a divine technique at this stage. A mysterious energy surged from the halberd into Su Yuan's body, seemingly amplifying the spiritual power within his meridians. Was this the sensation of leveling up through monster slaying? Upon careful introspection, he felt his internal spiritual power had indeed strengthened slightly, nearly equivalent to half a day's worth of arduous training. He opened his martial arts panel and was pleasantly surprised to see the progress bar had advanced a notch. 1st realm, 4th layer, 10th level. Haha, splendid. Su Yuan effortlessly lifted the 4 to 500-pound wild boar and, with a casual flick, sent it flying several meters away. There was no gruesome scene to behold. As the wild boar demon lost its life, its massive form gradually dissipated, for it was a creature born of demonic energy and left no flesh or blood upon death. Nevertheless, Su Yuan kept his gaze fixed on the spot where the wild boar had vanished, disappointment creeping in when he finally withdrew his gaze after a moment. The location where the wild boar demon had fallen was now utterly devoid of anything. Nothing remained. No loot had dropped, not even a fragment of an attribute. Su Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he had long anticipated this outcome, whether it was the skill scrolls, enchanted weapons, or fragmentary items. The drop rates were notoriously low. Even after slaying hundreds of monsters, it was unlikely to yield a single enchanted item. To have an item drop on his very first kill was but a fanciful dream. Shaking off his discontent, he noticed many of his classmates had already vanished into the distance. He could not afford to linger, lest the monsters be snatched away by others. He chose a secluded path to ascend the mountain. With a resounding thud, Su Yuan struck the wild boar demon on the head with his spear, causing the massive creature's head to bleed profusely from all its orifices. It was apparent that the demon's brain had turned to mush. The wild boar demon let out a few final snorts before succumbing entirely to his assault. This marked the 7th monster he had dispatched, alongside 6 wild boar demons. He had also defeated a crow spirit. The crow spirit, like the wild boar demon, was a low-level creature of Wandering Mountain, typically serving as a scout, and was even weaker than the boar demon. It had been perched in a tree when Su Yuan discovered it, swiftly dispatching it with a flick of his wrist, pinning it to the trunk with his sword. As the wild boar demon's substantial form gradually dissipated, the area once again lay barren. There were no enchanted items to be found. Disheartened, Su Yuan shook his head. The drop rate for enchanted items was indeed dismally low. Glancing at his progress panel, he noted it had reached 13, which he found somewhat satisfactory. Assessing his surroundings, he prepared to continue navigating the secret realm when suddenly, he felt a rush of wind behind him. Chapter 18. The Resolve of the Trapped Legion and Enchanted Weapons. With a powerful thrust, Su Yuan propelled himself forward, narrowly evading a lethal claw. Perhaps due to the ease with which he had dispatched the wild boar demon, Su Yuan's confidence had swelled, leading him to overlook the approaching danger. He turned to face the creature that had ambushed him. It was the wolf leader. Instantly recognizable, this robust, jet-black creature, with its sharp claws and teeth, was an elite-level mini-boss, the Gale Wolf. The monsters within the secret realm had been thoroughly explained by their teachers, and he was well acquainted with them. This creature, known as the wolf leader, was swift and possessed razor-sharp claws, far exceeding the wild boar demon and crow spirit in strength. With the major boss already eliminated by the school, the mini-bosses now represented the strongest forces on the mountain. To encounter one so soon was unexpected. He had only just reached the mountainside, and with so few mini-bosses around, it was unfortunate that one had fixated on him. Truly, he was having a stroke of bad luck. Faced with the wolf leader's menacing gaze, Su Yuan could not help but show signs of trepidation. The wolf leader's overall strength was comparable to a practitioner at the second realm. Its speed and reflexes surpassed his, but his zero-frame initiation could enhance his attack speed, allowing for a semblance of parity. Moreover, it had its weaknesses. The wolf leader's strength was not particularly formidable, likely only on par with a novice at the second realm, and it paled in comparison to his 9-bull strength. With this analysis in mind, Su Yuan felt a surge of confidence. Cameras were positioned throughout the forest, and he surmised that the standoff had already caught the attention of the staff, who might have alerted the nearby teachers. Thus, he felt a measure of reassurance. Additionally, he was prepared to call for assistance should the need arise. As the two parties faced each other in a tense standoff, Su Yuan's focus sharpened. The wolf leader was the first to strike, its speed astonishing. In an instant, a black shadow shot towards him, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he had anticipated this, employing his zero-frame initiation to bring his spear crashing down upon the shadow. "Huh, you're finished," Su Yuan exclaimed with glee, believing that despite the wolf leader's reputed toughness, it could not withstand his 9-bull strength. However, before he could revel in his victory, the shadow had already dissipated, and the wolf leader had reappeared at another location, complicating matters. Su Yuan quickly withdrew his spear, preparing for another zero-frame initiation. His reactions were lagging behind the wolf leader's, and he could not discern its true movements, nor could he match its attacking speed. Thus, he could only rely on the initiation technique imbued with enchanted power to keep pace with it. Once again, a shadow darted towards him. Although he could not see it clearly, he relied on zero-frame initiation to anticipate and collide with the shadow. Clang. This time, the wolf leader could not entirely evade. It struck out with its claws against the spear, attempting to dislodge it. However, the spear, reinforced by 9-bull strength, proved insurmountable. With a resounding thud, the wolf leader was sent hurtling backward, landing deftly on the ground, emitting a furious howl as it fixed its gaze on Su Yuan, its eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. Su Yuan maintained his composure, bracing himself for the next move. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. As if the forest itself held its breath, the sounds of his classmates' shouts fading into the background. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves, and at that moment, the wolf leader sprang into action, the shadow flitting through the thicket. Su Yuan swiftly turned his head, desperately searching for the giant wolf's whereabouts. The creature darted past him again, seemingly wiser now, opting to circle around him rather than directly attacking. It prowled about, seeking an opportunity to exploit a weakness. The wolf leader's claws grazed Su Yuan's shoulder, the force of the wind stinging his face. A sense of foreboding washed over him, although he had narrowly evaded the attack. He had not even had time to initiate Zero Frame. His true strength remained at the fourth layer of the first realm, rendering him incapable of tracking the wolf leader's movements. Su Yuan took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. He scanned the forest for the monitoring staff, who he hoped had already reported the situation to the teachers, who might be close at hand. While his safety was secured, he lamented having only slain 7 monsters during this trial, with no enchanted fragments or weapons to show for it. To squander such a precious opportunity by being eliminated here would indeed be a grave misfortune. Gritting his teeth, Su Yuan resolved not to accept defeat so easily. However, he could not remain on guard indefinitely. A prolonged standoff would inevitably lead to failure. If he allowed the Gale Wolf to continue its circling, waiting for a chance to exploit his vulnerabilities, it would only be a matter of time before he succumbed. Thus, he knew he must draw the beast out. With renewed determination, Su Yuan feigned panic, spinning around to search for the wolf, intentionally exposing his back to the wolf leader. Behind him, the ground emitted a sound of friction, followed by the familiar whoosh of rushing wind. Here they came. A smile curved upon Su Yuan's lips, indeed. The apparent flaw in his defense was a deliberate ruse to lure the demonic wolf into an attack. And the demonic wolf had, predictably, fallen for the trap. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Su Yuan unleashed the spear he had been primed to wield, the returning horse spear, as he pivoted. In an instant, the weapon was already in motion, and with a resounding bang, the wolf's head shattered like a burst watermelon, obliterated by the precision strike of the steel spear infused with 9 bulls' strength. Fangs, eyeballs, and brain matter exploded in a gruesome display. The scene was undeniably sanguinary. With a sigh of relief, Su Yuan felt a wave of satisfaction. His tactic of feigning weakness to draw out the foe had succeeded beyond his expectations. Indeed, combat is sometimes not solely reliant on raw power. Intellect plays a crucial role as well. As the demonic wolf perished, its scattered remains gradually dissipated, and a surge of warmth flooded into Su Yuan's body. He had gained experience from defeating the foe, this time, having slain an opponent of a higher tier. It seemed the experience points were substantial. Hurriedly, he glanced at the martial arts panel, noting that his progress had surged from 21 to 40 in the first tier's 4th level. The defeat of the wolf leader had granted him an impressive 19 points of progress. How exhilarating. Feeling the surge of prowess within him, Su Yuan's heart raced with anticipation. He wondered if there might be any dropped items. This was his first encounter with a mini-boss, and he found himself brimming with expectation. As the massive carcass of the demonic wolf vanished, a shard emanating a soft, white glow, resembling jade, materialized. Haha, a fragment of a word scroll had indeed dropped. Su Yuan's face lit up with delight as he rushed to collect the fragment, experiencing the smooth, warm sensation of it in his hands for the first time. Although it was merely a low-grade white scroll fragment, it could still fetch around 2,000 in the marketplace. That amount could buy a considerable quantity of exotic beast meat, nearly equating to his father's monthly salary. With reverence, Su Yuan tucked the fragment into the pocket of his combat attire, knowing that 4 such fragments were required to synthesize a single scroll. As for whether to combine or sell them, he had yet to decide. Observing that no other monsters lurked nearby, he continued his ascent up the mountain. As he ventured deeper into the mountain, the distance between him and his classmates widened. With only about 40 to 50 students scattered throughout the vast expanse of Lang Lang Mountain, they became as inconspicuous as a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, as they were on the same path, Su Yuan soon encountered a trio from his class. After a brief moment, he felt a surge of joy akin to reuniting with old friends in a foreign land. Wow, Yuan Gu, you actually ventured alone and managed to slay several monsters? One boy inquired. About 6 or 7, I suppose, Su Yuan replied candidly. What about you? How have your exploits fared? We've taken down 6 as well, dividing the spoils evenly among us. You're fortunate, Yuan Gu. All your achievements are your own. One of them expressed enviously. Given the similar distance they had traversed up the mountain, it was natural for them to encounter a comparable number of monsters, including the wolf leader. Su Yuan had faced a total of 8 monsters. However, their team had to share the kills, which was one reason Su Yuan preferred to operate solo. Indeed, fortune lies in danger. I nearly faced elimination just moments ago, Su Yuan admitted. True. Especially with our current capabilities, forming a team is the only option. The other boy sighed. Su Yuan recalled the initial scroll of that individual. He remembered it being a green-level ambition of the trapped, which could enhance combat power in dire situations. A commendable scroll, yet still inferior compared to Su Yuan's own. Which path are you taking? He asked. All right. I will proceed this way. After a few more pleasantries, they parted ways once again. Su Yuan chose a different path and soon encountered a wild boar demon. With prior experience, he dispatched it with ease. After walking a bit further, he noticed the rustling of foliage, and 2 black wolves emerged. These wolves, smaller than the wolf leader, were merely ordinary black wolf demons. Su Yuan felt a sense of relief. These creatures posed no threat. Their strength comparable to that of the wild boar demon, albeit quicker but weaker. Utilizing 9 bull strength in conjunction with 0 frame initiation, he effortlessly dispatched the 2 monsters. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze caught a glimmer where the black wolves had fallen. Instead of being empty, a weapon resembling an iron rod had materialized. Could it be a scroll weapon? With excitement surging, Su Yuan rushed over to grasp the iron rod in his hands. It felt somewhat heavy, even more so than his Feng Tianhua halberd, and he couldn't discern its material. It appeared to be forged from a mysterious black gold, with faint dragon patterns shimmering upon its surface, certainly not an ordinary item. As spiritual energy surged into the iron rod, it began to radiate a greenish glow. Indeed, it was a scroll weapon. Moreover, it was of a higher quality than the white tier. This was a green-quality scroll weapon. Su Yuan's heart soared with joy, and disregarding the fact that he was still within a secret realm, he laughed heartily several times. He had not anticipated that such an unassuming black wolf demon could yield such a treasure. However, he lamented that the weapon was an iron rod. A sword or halberd would have been preferable. After the initial euphoria, a tinge of regret set in. Su Yuan had never considered wielding an iron rod, and it seemed he would have to sell it instead. He guessed it might not be easy to sell, as among the myriad of weapons, rods were relatively uncommon. Ultimately, its market value would hinge on the efficacy of its scroll. With that thought, Su Yuan promptly infused the iron rod with spiritual energy to summon its scroll panel. Some chapter titles may be unrelated to the content, and certain scrolls mentioned in the titles may not appear in the chapters. Please disregard them, as they are merely a quirk of mine. Chapter 19, Weapon Scroll Shape Change. Item Name, Damaged Versatile Iron Rod. Attached Scroll, Shape Change. Scroll Level, Green. Scroll Effect. Its shape can change at will, but its essence remains unchanged, including materials, volume, weight, etc. Shape Change. This means that the iron rod can transform not only into a rod but also into other weapons, such as a halberd or a sword. Wait a minute. Isn't this the same weapon as Senior Zhao's? Although the scrolls differ, his can change size, while mine can alter its form. After thoroughly reviewing the scroll information, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. He had acquired a weapon akin to Senior Zhao's, indicating that the drop rate for the versatile iron rod was quite favorable. Su Yuan reflected. The shape change scroll certainly holds practical value, albeit lacking special effects or enhancements like bleeding or armor piercing. According to the definition of the entry, this iron rod weapon can transform into the likeness of any other weapon. Originally, Su Yuan felt a twinge of regret that the iron rod was not particularly easy to wield, but now that concern was alleviated. As he pondered, Su Yuan prepared to experiment with the weapon's entry effects. Glancing at the Fangtian Huaji in his other hand, an idea began to form in his mind. Infusing spiritual energy into the iron rod to activate the entry effect, in the next moment, the iron rod underwent a remarkable transformation. The tip sprouted a sharp blade, and 2 crescent-shaped edges began to extend from its sides. In a mere instant, the iron rod was transfigured into an authentic Fangtian Huaji. Intrigued, Su Yuan scrutinized the weapon. The transformed Fangtian Huaji bore an identical shape to the original in his other hand. However, while the original was forged from high-quality steel and gleamed with a silvery luster, the transformed version was crafted from an unknown black gold material adorned with dragon patterns, giving it a dark appearance. Moreover, the original Fangtian Huaji was larger than the iron rod, and since the iron rod's volume could not change, the transformed version had a hollow shaft to match the original's size. When struck, it produced a dull echo. Yet aside from that, there was no discernible difference. Once again channeling spiritual energy, Su Yuan allowed the iron rod weapon to change form yet again. This time, the long spear shrank, retracting the crescent blades, transforming into a sword reminiscent of the heavy sword strapped to his back. However, the new sword was slightly larger than the original, as its size could not be diminished given its inherent dimensions. After numerous trials, Su Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction overall. The utility of this entry was certainly noteworthy, especially for a warrior like himself who wielded multiple weapons. However, he mused that if he were to sell it, it likely would fetch a high price. Although the entry shapeshifting was rare and unfamiliar, weapons capable of transformation were not particularly uncommon. For instance, popular items on the market, such as the 1000 Machine Umbrella and the Non-Aggression, were also capable of shapeshifting. Through intricate and sophisticated mechanical designs, they could achieve various transformations. While the variety of changes could not compare to the entry shapeshifting, the common transformations were certainly sufficient. Not worth selling just yet, Su Yuan thought to himself, as he still lacked a proper weapon and was contemplating making a purchase. It seemed fortuitous that he had received this gift just as he was needing it. He could always upgrade to a more advanced entry weapon later. Transforming the versatile iron rod weapon into a heavy sword, he slung it alongside the original steel sword on his back. Checking the time, Su Yuan noted that it was already past noon. He decided to take a moment to rest and replenish his supplies. The location should be considered as lying between the general's tomb and the Tiger Leap Stone, not far from the mountain's peak. Both scenic spots were rather unremarkable, accessible only via narrow paths. Su Yuan retrieved his provisions, including dried food, water, and compressed biscuits, to supplement his stamina and restore his spiritual energy. As he munched on his food, he reflected on his good fortune in obtaining such a precious entry weapon from defeating an otherwise ordinary Black Wolf demon. He took a moment to check his martial arts panel. Name: Su Yuan. Level: First Realm of Martial Arts, Hidden Elemental Realm, 4th Layer, 45. Entries: Golden Equality Among All Beings. Blue 0 Frame Start, Red 9 Bull Strength, Rainbow Easy Pickings. Techniques: 9 Shallow 1 Deep Breathing Method. Martial Skills: 72 Paths of Divine Demonic Halberd, Part 1. 13 Swords of the Lone Peak. Equipment: Damaged Versatile Iron Rod Weapon, with entry, Green Shape-Shifting. Pets: None. The once empty panel was nearly filled, save for the pets section. One day, he mused, he would venture into the forests outside the city to see if fate would grant him a small companion. Looking at the panel, Su Yuan felt a sense of contentment, though he was slightly disheartened by his progress in cultivation. Defeating 3 ordinary magical creatures had only yielded a mere 5 points of progress, while slaying a boss monster had proven far more rewarding. He wondered how far his cultivation would advance by the end of the trial. With that thought, he finished his provisions and rested for a short while before continuing his ascent. This opportunity to enter the secret realm for free was rare, and he intended to slay more magical creatures. Suddenly, a piercing croak echoed through the air as the Fangtian Huaji crushed a frog monster into a pulp. Su Yuan eagerly watched as the remains of the frog slowly dissipated, only to feel his hopes deflated as no entry items dropped. Indeed, the drop rate for such ordinary magical creatures was exceedingly low. After repeated disappointments, Su Yuan had grown somewhat indifferent. He was finally nearing the mountain's peak, having spent nearly half the time, and it should be just right for his descent. Although he could have been quicker, his desire to vanquish more magical creatures took precedence, prompting him to take extra time. His accomplishments were commendable. Since obtaining the entry weapon from the Black Wolf demon, he had slain 5 additional creatures, including the earlier frog monster, a multitude of wild boar demons, a large gorilla, and a rabbit demon. In total, these encounters had contributed 8 points to Su Yuan's cultivation progress. Suddenly, he noticed commotion ahead. With the noisy frog monster out of the picture, Su Yuan finally picked up the distant sounds of shouting. It's too strong. Retreat quickly. No use. We can't break through its defenses. Give it up. Be careful. Curiosity piqued. Su Yuan was eager to learn how his classmates were faring, as he hadn't seen them in a while. As he approached the source of the noise, he spotted a massive shadow lunging toward a fellow student with its claws. If it connected, even with combat gear's protective capabilities, it would likely cause severe injury. Wasn't he the class monitor? Once, when Xiaoyu sought him out, he had attempted to dissuade him from causing trouble, only to end up humiliated. Now he found himself at the mercy of a magical creature. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuan leaped forward, his Fangtian Huaji already poised for a 0-frame start. With a thunderous impact, the massive shadow staggered back a few steps, letting out a furious roar. Su Yuan positioned himself protectively in front of his classmate and asked, "Are you alright? Run." This is a small boss-level creature. Chapter 20, Continuous Bleeding. A dozen students scattered in panic. The class monitor, who could have activated the emergency signal, was too prideful to admit such disgraceful defeat. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he hesitated to retreat, having narrowly escaped serious injury moments earlier. Now, faced with Su Yuan's timely rescue, he felt immense gratitude and quickly urged Su Yuan to flee. "We must get out of here. This is a small boss-level creature, the bear leader, possessing immense strength and formidable defensive fur. Our 5 previous attacks barely scratched it." Meanwhile, some classmates had already retreated to a safe distance, watching from afar. Su Yuan, however, had no intention of fleeing. He had long desired to engage a boss-level creature, but had struggled to find one. The current scene presented a perfect opportunity, akin to finding light at the end of a dark tunnel. If he ran away, how could he defeat monsters and level up? Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "You go ahead, I want to give it a try. There is no point in trying any further. We have exhausted all possibilities. You are undoubtedly no match for the bear leader, so it would be prudent to leave." Su Yuan, feeling exasperated, waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry and depart, lest you hinder my efforts. If a confrontation ensues and the chaos of earlier repeats itself, I cannot guarantee your safety." The class leader, grateful for Su Yuan's earlier assistance, was reluctant to see him fall into peril as well. However, upon observing Su Yuan's resolute demeanor, he refrained from further persuasion. Acknowledging the futility of advising one destined for demise, he chose to relinquish his desire to help and respect the path that others must tread. Quickly, he distanced himself, watching from afar. Although the bear leader possessed immense strength, its speed was comparatively lacking, in stark contrast to the wolf leader. The three teams watched from a distance, anticipating a mutual downfall that would allow them to reap the spoils. Should the bear leader triumph over Su Yuan, they would have ample time to flee. Conversely, the notion that Su Yuan could defeat the bear leader was laughable. If 10 of them could not achieve it, what made him think he could? Now, it seemed unlikely anyone would accuse me of stealing kills. With the others now at a safe distance, Su Yuan fixed his gaze fervently upon the towering bear, which had risen to its hind legs, preparing to launch an assault. If they did not band together to overwhelm the beast, the distribution of spoils would surely become contentious. However, with everyone watching from afar, the experience gained from slaying the creature and the potential loot could be unequivocally divided. With a roar, the bear leader initiated the attack, lunging fiercely at Su Yuan. While it was not slow and displayed agility, before Su Yuan's zero-frame initiation, all beings were equal, including the bear leader. The Fang Tianji struck first, a sharp crack echoing as Su Yuan unleashed a powerful thrust upon the bear's shoulder. The impact sent the giant bear sprawling to the side. The bear, enraged, clambered back to its feet, its shoulder a gruesome sight of shredded flesh. Yet, as it swung its powerful paw, it remained surprisingly nimble, indicating that its bones were unscathed. Su Yuan marveled inwardly at the bear leader's formidable defense. This was a full-force strike containing 9 bull strength, and it had merely injured the bear's flesh, failing to break any bones. Truly astonishing. No wonder others struggled to breach its defenses. The bear's thick hide acted as a buffer, layer upon layer dissipating the tremendous force. Despite its outwardly horrific appearance, the bear remained fundamentally unharmed. Upon closer inspection, Su Yuan noted the bear's fur was exceptionally resilient. How he wished his weapon could be enhanced with armor-piercing attributes, facilitating an easier breach of its defenses. The bear leader, now fueled by pain, launched another attack, intent on crushing its adversary. Su Yuan, naturally, employed the same tactic once more. Zero-frame initiation combined with 9 bull strength proved to be an unassailable combination. This time, perhaps due to experience, the bear leader reacted swiftly, hastily meeting Su Yuan's thrust with its paw. The clash of titanic forces echoed in the air, and with a resounding crack, the bones in the bear's wrist shattered. The paw, now a ghastly sight, revealed a stark, white bone beneath. The bear leader let out a mournful cry. Should it have been a typical mountain beast, it would have fled upon realizing it could not win. However, the creatures of this secret realm, imbued with concentrated demonic energy, were different. Though they felt pain, they did not understand the concept of retreat. Thus, the bear leader, driven by heightened ferocity, lunged at Su Yuan once more. With another powerful strike directed at the previously injured shoulder, it appeared Su Yuan had struck bone this time. Although it did not break, the bear's entire arm showed significant impairment. The bear leader persisted in its assault, only to be repelled by Su Yuan yet again. Indeed, as the saying goes, a single clever tactic can conquer all. For Su Yuan, the bear leader posed far less of a challenge than the wolf leader. Not far away, the 3 regrouped teams stood in stunned silence, witnessing Su Yuan's overwhelming dominance over the bear leader, their faces contorted in disbelief. How could this be possible? A small boss-level creature was equivalent to a second-tier martial artist. What realm had Su Yuan ascended to in such a brief span? Even if he consumed elixirs like a meal, a breakthrough to the second tier seemed implausible. Where would he have obtained money for such potions? Hadn't he been labeled a poverty-stricken student just 2 years prior? If he wasn't relying on elixirs, then what extraordinary attributes had he drawn? The crowd gaped in astonishment as the once vigorous bear leader staggered and eventually collapsed, its eyes fixated on Su Yuan. With a swift motion, the Fang Tianji plunged into the bear's skull, rendering its brain a pulpy mess, and the bear leader finally breathed its last. Gazing upon the enormous black bear's corpse, Su Yuan felt a twinge of regret. The bear's paws and gallbladder were valuable resources, the paws as gourmet delicacies and the gallbladder as a potent elixir, both capable of fetching a handsome price. Alas, this great bear was a manifestation of demonic energy and would eventually dissipate into nothingness. As anticipated, the bear began to fade slowly. Simultaneously, a surge of warmth coursed through Su Yuan's body. Name: Su Yuan. Level: First Realm of Martial Arts. 4th Layer of Hidden Origin, 73. Wow, what a delight. If I could slay another small boss, along with some ordinary creatures, I might just break through to the 5th layer of the First Realm. That would grant me the chance to draw another attribute. Wait, Pickpocket can only be used once per level. If I haven't utilized it yet, would it be wasted upon leveling up? Glancing at his status panel, Su Yuan remained lost in thought, his attention suddenly drawn to the spot where the bear had disappeared. There, amidst the crushed foliage, a shard emanating a soft glow caught his eye. Elated, he hurriedly picked it up and stashed it in his inner pocket. Another white attribute fragment, 2,000 in hand. I wonder if the system will assist me when I synthesize the attributes. With 2 fragments acquired, I need only 4 to synthesize an attribute. Su Yuan pondered whether to sell the attribute fragments outright or to synthesize them first before selling. Synthesizing attributes was essentially a gamble. If he succeeded in creating a valuable one, the profits could multiply, but if he produced a mediocre attribute, recovering his investment might prove impossible. For instance, to gather 4 white attribute fragments would require nearly 10,000 coins. Should he synthesize attributes like similar attracts or mundane, they would likely sit unsold. Conversely, attributes such as strong and sturdy or fleet of foot might at least recoup his costs. Within the realm of white tier attributes, there exist some exceedingly rare entries, such as long life, which boasts the effect, as long as one is not killed, they shall not die. They are immune to fatal diseases, enabling them to live to the age of 100. Attributes related to longevity are indeed immensely precious. Even though the white tier long life comes with numerous restrictions and has a limited lifespan, its value remains extraordinarily high, often commanding lofty prices in the market, where demand frequently outstrips supply. Should the synthesis of attributes be accompanied by system assistance, offering a plethora of choices at my disposal, it would undoubtedly be more advantageous for me to synthesize them personally. I could even acquire fragments of attributes available in the market, synthesize optimal attributes, and engage in buying and selling for profit. The mere thought of this sent a thrill through Su Yuan's heart. He had stumbled upon a potential business opportunity. If this endeavor proved feasible, it could transform his family's plight, leading them towards a life of affluence, or even wealth. Su Yuan was exhilarated, envisioning the possibilities. Now, it all hinged on whether the system would assist him during the synthesis of attributes. If he could freely select, his family might escape poverty and embrace prosperity. If not, it would all be in vain. As Su Yuan pondered, the 3 members of the nearby team, who had been observing from a distance, approached him. Su, you managed to take on a small boss by yourself. That's incredible. One exclaimed. What level are you at now? Brother Yuan, I'm convinced this time. You must have drawn some exceptional attributes. The class monitor joined in, having forgotten his earlier doubts about Su Yuan's recklessness, instead offering compliments. It seems the rumors regarding the initial attributes indicating talent are indeed substantiated. Su's initial attribute is of golden quality, although its effect may be lackluster. The mere fact of acquiring a golden attribute speaks volumes about his innate talent, and now he is consistently drawing good attributes. Initial attributes indicating talent? Su Yuan mused internally. He had heard of this notion too, which likely explained why the school placed such significant emphasis on students' initial attributes. However, based on his own experience, the likelihood of encountering gray or white options remained quite high. Without the system's freedom of choice, he could hardly fathom his current situation. Thus, he remained somewhat skeptical of the assertion that initial attributes represented one's innate talent. As the inquiries from his peers continued, Su Yuan casually responded to a few. Someone asked, Su, did that bear monster drop any attribute fragments? They had been too far away to see clearly, but they had vaguely observed Su Yuan picking up a glowing object. Su Yuan hesitated, uncertain whether to confirm. Before he could decide, another voice chimed in. It's fortunate we wounded the giant bear earlier, allowing you to snatch the spoils. All the experience from defeating the monster should rightfully belong to you. But shouldn't we get a share of those attribute fragments? Su Yuan's gaze turned icy at the audacity of the request. Yet, before he could respond, several members of his team indignantly interjected. What are you talking about? We didn't even touch the bear leader. How dare you claim a share of the loot? The class monitor glared at the individual. Exactly. It was thanks to Su's timely arrival that we avoided casualties. How can you have the audacity to say such a thing? If you want to share, just say it for yourself. Don't drag us into this. Many classmates voiced their agreement, leaving the initially brazen individual looking thoroughly embarrassed. He had assumed they would unite with him, only to find himself facing their collective disapproval. Su Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him at the words of his classmates. Indeed, most were quite reasonable. He chose to disregard the naysayer and inquired. I plan to start descending the mountain now. Which route are you taking? We're going our separate ways. Su, would you like to join us? Someone offered. Not this time. I prefer to go alone for convenience, Su Yuan replied with a wry smile. At this point, they had reached the mountain's summit, and any further advance would lead them down. The 3 teams had initially separated, but upon encountering the small boss bear leader, they had decided to unite forces for the battle. With the boss defeated, it was time for each to part ways. Choosing a path down the mountain, Su Yuan noted that descending was significantly faster than ascending. However, he took his time, meticulously searching the forest in hopes of slaying more monsters. Yet, it seemed this route had recently been traversed by other teams. After a considerable time, he had only encountered 2 wild boar demons. Who stole my monsters? Su Yuan exclaimed in frustration, contemplating whether to change his route. Just then, he heard the sounds of combat ahead. Indeed, there was a team engaged in battle. Su Yuan felt exasperated. He thought for a moment, but decided to investigate, curious to see who had been ahead of him, claiming all the monsters for themselves. To avoid disrupting the ongoing conflict, he approached quietly and found a shaded area to observe the skirmish from a distance. In a clearing within the forest, 4 individuals stood back to back, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, while a black shadow darted around them, striking with terrifying speed. This shadowy creature was familiar to him. It was the wolf leader. Upon recognizing the black shadow, Su Yuan slapped his thigh in frustration, lamenting, "The wolf leader has been snatched away too. If only I had been quicker. It's one thing to lose ordinary monsters, but to have a boss stolen right before my eyes." He felt despondent, as the rarity of encountering small bosses weighed heavily on his heart. The pain of lost opportunity almost unbearable. Who could it be? Su Yuan glared at the four figures, discerning them more clearly, and was astonished to find it was indeed Qin Zijing's team. Even amidst the perilous battle, she radiated a striking presence. Her brow was slightly furrowed, yet her ethereal grace remained unblemished, her every movement revealing an exquisite silhouette, her tense expression failing to conceal her breathtaking beauty. How stunning, Su Yuan murmured to himself. However, as he continued to watch, he realized the situation was rather dire. In the midst of the fray, the black shadow repeatedly launched fierce attacks, occasionally targeting one of the four, its claws capable of rending stone and gold, leaving Qin Zijing's team struggling to fend it off. Though they occupied distinct positions, each protected by a teammate behind them, this arrangement meant that when the wolf leader attacked, they could only defend individually, unable to assist one another immediately. This led to a situation where they had to face the creature one-on-one, and given the disparity in strength, none could contend with the wolf leader in such a manner. Chapter 22, Iron-Willed. The black shadow pressed its assault relentlessly, while Qin Zijing's team labored to repel each strike. Bang, bang, bang. Despite their repeated successes in defense, several of them were already on the verge of collapse, their blood surging and limbs tingling. They had been struggling tirelessly, with no opportunity to counterattack. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained. A spark of anticipation flickered in Su Yuan's heart. Concealed in the shade of the trees, he awaited in silence. Should Qin Zijing and her party falter, the formidable boss would be his for the taking. Although the wolf leader posed a significant challenge, and his previous victory had been partly due to luck, he was nonetheless eager to test his mettle once more. Alas, as time passed, the quartet, despite their apparent exhaustion, continued to hold their ground. Glancing at the clock, Su Yuan realized it was getting late. The trial would conclude at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after which the area would be cleared, leaving him with no further chances. Observing the battlefield's dynamics, Su Yuan pondered briefly before stepping forward, wielding his Fong Tian Hua Ji. "Do you require assistance?" he inquired. Who? Qin Zijing and her companions, along with the wolf leader, were startled by Su Yuan's sudden appearance. The previously stagnant battle, now at a standstill. "Su, classmate," Qin Zijing exclaimed, taken aback as she glanced at him, before nodding in acknowledgement. "This is our monster," proclaimed Yi Zhong, the tall young man with the red tidal copper skin and iron bones, asserting his claim. "Indeed," Su Yuan conceded, then continued. "I've been observing for a while, and your chances of victory appear slim. You cannot inflict damage on the boss, and time is running short. Why not collaborate and defeat the boss together? You speak so easily. Pray tell, how shall we divide the spoils?" Yi Zhong challenged. Su Yuan responded. "The experience from defeating the boss is a given. The battlefield is ever-changing, and with the wolf leader's strength, it is impossible to inflict damage first and then distribute the rewards. Hence, whoever delivers the final blow claims it all. If I slay it, any subsequent drops will be mine alone. Should there be no drops, I shall offer 2 white attribute shards as compensation. If you are the ones to slay it, simply share any drops with me, and if there are none, then so be it." The conditions Su Yuan laid out were exceedingly generous, yet he had little choice. After all, the creature was originally discovered by them, and it would be rude to seize it from its rightful finders. He was willing to take a loss, confident in his ability to defeat the wolf leader, as the others lacked the strength to do so. As for the 2 white attribute shards, totaling a mere 4,000, they wouldn't even suffice to purchase a single health potion, so parting with them was of little consequence. The 4 members of the team were momentarily taken aback. Su Yuan had managed to secure 2 dropped attribute shards? It was worth noting that their quartet had only collected 2 shards in total. Su Yuan alone seemed to match their entire team's haul. Furthermore, why did he carry 2 swords on his back? Had he brought them along when ascending the mountain? Could these swords also be drops? No, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The key issue remained whether to collaborate. Having laid out his terms, it seemed unreasonable not to agree. Yi Zhong glanced at Qin Zijing, seemingly awaiting her decision. After contemplating, Qin Zijing surveyed her teammates. 3 of them had previously encountered Su Yuan when they invited him, including Lu Tingting, her petite and adorable deskmate, and Yi Zhong. The last member, Zhang Fan, had been recruited later and shared a neutral relationship with Su Yuan, though he likely possessed considerable strength to join Qin Zijing's party. Seeing that her companions appeared to have no objections, Qin Zijing nodded. All right. At her words, Su Yuan's spirit soared, his gaze immediately turning to the predatory wolf leader, who had been watching them intently since his arrival. The boss seemed wary of the numerous participants, perhaps fearing a pincer attack, and was seeking an opportune moment to strike. "The magic wolf boss is exceedingly swift. We struggled for quite some time and could not land a hit," Qin Zijing explained. Su Yuan nodded, and Yi Zhong, seeking to challenge him further, said, "Since you propose cooperation, why not devise a strategy?" After pondering, Su Yuan replied, I previously defeated a wolf leader by intentionally exposing a weakness to lure it out, leading to a decisive strike. Perhaps we could try drawing it out once more? What? You single-handedly defeated a magic wolf boss? Lu Tingting exclaimed, astonished. The others looked at Su Yuan with disbelief, thinking it was merely luck that had nearly led to his elimination. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. A silence fell over the group, and Qin Zijing contemplated. The one luring the wolf will face greater risks, while the others must ensure a guaranteed hit. Is that achievable? She harbored some doubts, reluctant to place her teammates in jeopardy. I cannot guarantee a foolproof strategy, but if there are no alternatives, we might as well try. As long as I can land a strike, I will ensure it cannot escape, Su Yuan declared confidently about his 9-bull strength. Just one strike. The others expressed incredulity. Qin Zijing, deep in thought, asked, if I could freeze it for a brief moment, would you be able to hit it? That should pose no problem, Su Yuan answered solemnly. Qin Zijing nodded. In that case, let us proceed as you suggested. Feign a weakness to draw it out, and I will freeze it momentarily. Everyone, especially you, Su, must ensure a decisive blow. Understood. They all echoed in agreement. I shall be the bait. With copper skin and iron bones unyielding as my protection, I can at least endure some superficial wounds without risking serious injury, Yijing stated. Everyone seemed to concur. Su Yuan understood that iron bones unyielding was likely another of Yijing's attributes, its name suggesting a reinforcement of bone strength, though its color and rarity remained a mystery. They each took on their roles, yet perhaps due to the sheer number of participants, or the inherently suspicious nature of the magic wolf boss, the wolf leader grew increasingly cautious, circling the group and probing for weaknesses. This left them momentarily at a loss. I'll take the initiative. Yi Zheng, unable to contain his impatience, seized his long knife and pursued the shadowy figure. Unfortunately, his speed was lacking, and in an instant, the wolf leader had circled around to his rear. With a swift motion, the sharp claws of the wolf lunged towards Yi Zheng's back. Watch out! Lu Tingting and Zhang Fan rushed forward, a spear and sword drawn in unison, clanging against the beast's claws. The magic wolf swatted their weapons aside and lunged directly at Yi Zheng's chest. Su Yuan's heart raced at the imminent danger. He hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene early when suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of icy power beside him. Turning to look, he was astonished to see Qin Zijing, her chi manifesting as frost, poised to strike the magic wolf boss with a powerful icy palm. This was a feat only accomplished by high-level martial artists. Now, noticing Su Yuan appeared momentarily dazed, Qin Zijing urgently called out. Yes, Su Yuan no longer tarried, seeing the icy energy strike the spectral form of the wolf leader. The boss's movements instantly became sluggish. With a sudden leap, Su Yuan raised his long halberd above his head and brought it crashing down with tremendous force. This strike drew upon all his strength, infused with the weight of descending power and augmented by 2 formidable attributes. Bang! Before the wolf leader could regain its rapid speed, the tip of the halberd came crashing down upon it, landing near its waist. With the wolf's body being as tough as iron and its waist as fragile as tofu, Su Yuan's blow nearly severed the wolf leader in half. In reality, while it may not have been a clean bisecting, it was close enough. The wolf leader's spine was shattered in 2, its innards obliterated, leaving only scraps of flesh connecting its head and tail. A howl escaped its lips, but there was no need for a follow-up strike. The wolf leader succumbed to its immense pain with a final whimper. A wave of warmth surged through Su Yuan's body, eliciting a contented sound from him. What bliss! Upon checking his martial arts panel, he discovered that due to the experience gained from the previous 2 wild boar demons and this wolf leader, his progress to the 4th level had reached 96. Today, there was a real chance to level up again. Su Yuan's heart swelled with joy, withdrawing his gaze from the panel. He looked up to find several individuals staring at him with astonishment. Clearly, they were taken aback by the sheer power of his strike. Remarkable. That blow likely equated to the strength of a martial artist at the 3rd level. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively, no need for flattery. Instead, he turned his astonished gaze towards Qin Zijing, exclaiming, "But you, classmate Qin, manifesting external energy is a feat only advanced martial artists can achieve. It is truly admirable that you can do so at this stage. Unlike him, a low-tier martial artist whose spiritual energy could only flow within his body." He was baffled by how Qin Zijing managed to achieve such a feat. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck in drawing the external energy manifestation attribute. Qin Zijing smiled softly, appearing somewhat fatigued. Although she had only frozen and slowed the wolf leader for a second or two, it had nearly exhausted her entire spiritual energy. I understand now. Su Yuan realized it was also due to the power of attributes. No wonder. As for the freezing attribute, it stemmed from the icy skin and jade bones attribute and was complemented by the cultivation method he practiced. Icy true energy, Qin Zijing candidly explained. Have you not practiced the 9 shallow 1 deep breathing technique? Su Yuan inquired. Qin Zijing nodded. My family selected a suitable cultivation method based on my initial attributes. Oh, how fortunate to have wealth, Su Yuan mused inwardly. Su Yuan, what attributes do you have to possess such strength? Lu Tingting asked, her curiosity piqued. Primarily strength of 9 bulls, a red grade attribute, Su Yuan replied without reservation. It was evident to everyone that he wielded power comparable to a third-level martial artist. Hiding it would serve no purpose. The strength of 9 bulls is actually a red grade attribute? I've only heard of green grade ones. This is akin to a divine skill in the early stages. Qin Zijing remarked. You are being modest. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. As the group continued to exchange compliments, their attention was suddenly drawn to the spot where the wolf's corpse faded away. There, unbeknownst to them, a glowing green object had appeared. Wow. The boss dropped in a tribute item. Quick, let us see what it is. As they beheld the magical wolf boss's drop, a wave of excitement surged through the group. Yi Zheng was the first to arrive at the spot, quickly picking up the item. Haha, it's a cultivation technique. Everyone gathered around, including Su Yuan, who, despite having previously stated that he only sought the boss's experience and not the spoils, was nonetheless curious to see what it was. In Yi Zheng's hands lay a scroll made of unknown material, perhaps human skin, sheep skin, or something else entirely, inscribed with a cultivation technique. The group examined it closely and read the name aloud. 13 Bodyguards Horizontal Practice. It was a martial arts technique focused on refining the body, cultivating vital energy, spirit, and external strength. Akin to a form of hard qigong. Quickly, let's see what quality attribute it possesses. Lu Tingting urged. Yi Zheng, equally curious, wasted no time and infused the scroll with spiritual energy. Instantly, it radiated a white glow. It's a white grade attribute. I knew it. In such a low-level secret realm, it's typical to only yield white grade items. There's a minuscule chance of obtaining green grade, and anything higher is nearly impossible. The group mused. Su Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. During his venture into the secret realm, he had observed 4 items drop, all of which were white grade, 2 white attribute fragments, 1 white attribute weapon, and this current martial arts technique with a white attribute. While the color of the attached attributes did not fully dictate the level of the martial arts technique, there was undoubtedly some correlation. It appeared that this 13 Bodyguards horizontal practice was rather ordinary in caliber. Although everyone had anticipated this outcome, disappointment still lingered in their hearts. Let us check what attribute it actually has. Qin Zijing suggested. Good idea. In response, Yi Zheng continued to channel spiritual energy into the scroll, causing a segment of information to materialize. Item name, 13 Bodyguards horizontal practice. Attached attribute, photographic memory. Attribute level white. Attribute effect, memorize everything upon a single reading. No need for repeated memorization. The crowd's disappointment deepened. While the attribute wasn't entirely useless, it was rather lackluster. Being able to memorize something after one glance was certainly beneficial, but without it, one could simply read it multiple times. This photographic memory attribute was even inferior to the simple and understandable attribute attached to the 9 shallow 1 deep breathing technique. After tidying up, the group resumed their descent down the mountain. Selling the item would likely not yield a high price, but the convenience of memorizing it at a glance made it worthwhile. They all agreed to read it at least once. The text on the scroll was minimal, accompanied by some illustrations. As Yi Zheng walked while reading, he quickly finished a glance through, and upon reflecting, he couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, it can be memorized at a glance. He passed the scroll to Qin Zijing, who, without looking, handed it to Su Yuan. I've said before, regardless of what items drop, you need not share with me. I shall forego looking at it. Su Yuan stated, if we sell it, you won't receive any share. You can look at it freely. It won't be damaged, someone interjected. Well then, let me take a look, Su Yuan said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he accepted the martial arts technique. He swiftly read through it, recalling the content in his mind. And indeed, he had already committed it to memory. The photographic memory attribute lived up to its reputation. Although the 13 Bodyguards horizontal practice only bore a white grade attribute, it was, in fact, extraordinary. When practiced to a profound level, it could render one nearly invincible against martial artists of the same realm. A knife would leave a white mark upon striking, and a spear would leave a white dot upon thrusting. In the same realm, it could be deemed indestructible. Not only does it cultivate the skin membrane, but it also fortifies the foundation and nurtures the essence. Truly a remarkable martial art. Su Yuan was exceedingly pleased as he returned the technique to Qin Zijing. Throughout their journey, they had traversed a considerable distance without encountering any demonic creatures. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Su Yuan expressed, I wish to explore other areas and search for any remaining demonic beings. I shall not accompany you any longer. The others were somewhat taken aback. It was nearly 4:30, and the trial would soon conclude. Were they not preparing to descend the mountain? Qin Zijing inquired, as they had no intention of lingering. With only half an hour left before the secret realm would be cleared, they planned to proceed directly down the mountain. I am just 4 points away from breaking through to the 5th level. I only need to slay 2 or 3 more demonic creatures. It is simply intolerable to leave it at this. Su Yuan, at this moment, was unconcerned about the remaining uses of his easy pickings ability. He only desired to seize this opportunity to break through and continue extracting new attributes. The others, upon hearing this, attempted to dissuade him, but Su Yuan waved them off. saying, "Then let us part ways here. I shall see you again at the base." He swiftly took another path, his figure vanishing around a bend in the mountain trail. Previously, he had been cautious and meticulous, weaving through the forest, but time was of the essence now. Many of his peers had already descended the mountain, and numerous areas had been explored. He feared that the remaining demonic creatures in this region were few. Without regard for safety, he swiftly scanned the woods and spotted them. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Zijing and Lu Tingting were standing together. They had been down for nearly 10 minutes and had encountered a wild boar demon on their way down. However, it posed no hindrance to them, as they quickly dispatched it with their combined efforts. Su Yuan had yet to descend, and time was running short. After all, it was merely a trial, not the college entrance examination. He could always be escorted out by the instructors if necessary. As long as he avoided danger, he would be fine. The group looked into the depths of the secret realm, engaged in conversation. Their homeroom teacher, Zhao Feiping, was counting the number of students. Out of 52 in the class, 43 had already descended. Among them, 30 had successfully passed the trial, while 13 had been eliminated due to calling for rescue. A few students had seized the rare opportunity to linger in the secret realm, and in the final minutes, several more students emerged. It's Su Yuan. He truly timed it perfectly. Just before the deadline, Su Yuan appeared in the distance, wielding a long spear and carrying 2 swords on his back. He exited the secret realm with remarkable precision. Didn't he only carry 1 sword when he ascended the mountain? Someone wondered. What could it be? Did he acquire a dropped attribute weapon? How fortunate. Another remarked. Our team had a challenging time defeating a wild boar boss, yet we received nothing. Others noted this detail and began to whisper among themselves. Su Yuan, however, did not engage with them and walked directly into the gathering crowd. Zhao Feiping recorded the number of successful participants, noting that 5 students had yet to descend. Everyone awaited the teacher to clear the area and bring the remaining students out. Su Yuan, how did it go? Did you hit the 4-point progress mark? Yizheng approached Su Yuan and inquired. Su Yuan offered a wry smile and shook his head. I suspect that most of the demonic creatures have been eliminated by the others. I searched for quite a while and only found 2 stragglers. My cultivation progress is at 99. I just need a little more. It was truly a vexing situation, and Lu Tingting and the others couldn't help but laugh. Being stuck at 99 was indeed unfortunate. Yet Su Yuan didn't feel particularly unlucky. He still had his easy pickings ability and used, and hoped to find an opportunity to utilize it. Qin Zijing produced a medicinal pill. Here, I offer you an energy pill. Once consumed, you will level up. No, this is far too precious. Su Yuan quickly declined. The energy pill, akin to the blood chi pill, could enhance one's cultivation. Priced at 5,000 each. Su Yuan had never consumed such a pill before, lacking any resistance in his body, and its effects would undoubtedly be significant. However, he was not one to accept gifts of such value without merit. He felt it would be shameless to accept such a costly gift from a girl. It's fine. Just take it. It's a small matter, Qin Zijing encouraged. Su Yuan insisted repeatedly. No, it's unnecessary. Just a bit more progress. And I can push through tonight. Hearing this, Qin Zijing relented. By the way, we were just discussing whether to venture into a few low-level secret realms for training this weekend. You should join us. Chapter 24, Fortune Abounds. Join us for secret realm trials? Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He was not particularly familiar with Qin Zijing and her companions, their only shared experience being the battle against the wolf demon boss today. He hadn't expected them to invite him. To go or not to go? Su Yuan pondered. The secret realms Qin Zijing mentioned were those outside the school. Besides the school's own realms, many places around the world had been corrupted by demonic energy, resulting in an increasing number of secret realms. Some were classified as low-level secret realms, which were quite safe and suitable for novice martial artists to train and level up. However, such realms were highly sought after, leading individuals and companies to purchase or lease relatively safe secret realms, profiting from selling training slots. These safer secret realms were favored by newcomers, as they offered a guarantee of safety, allowing many to enhance their skills, battle monsters, and acquire attribute items. While low-level safe secret realms were indeed advantageous, they typically required a fee for entry. Conversely, some relatively dangerous secret realms were uncontracted and did not require tickets, but due to their perilous nature, few sought them out. Moreover, because certain secret realms had long gone uncleaned, they might expand, prompting the authorities to issue bounty tasks to attract martial artist teams to eliminate the demonic creatures within. The secret realms Qin Zijing mentioned were certainly the safer ones that required payment for entry. You may have heard about my family's circumstances. I am currently unable to afford the trial fee, Su Yuan said helplessly. That's a minor issue. Qin Zijing waved her hand dismissively, a fragrant breeze swirling around her. Since we are inviting you to join our team, I shall cover your registration fee as long as you can look after us a bit in the secret realm. She appeared quite generous, seemingly unconcerned about the several thousand yuan involved. Su Yuan considered this. Indeed, he had heard whispers of Qin Zijing's affluent background, though he had never probed further. As for her offer to cover the fee, he still declined, feeling it would be unfair to take advantage of them. Qin Zijing replied. What is the problem? Your strength exceeds mine. If I were to hire a bodyguard, it would cost more, and they might not even match your prowess. Such private secret realms typically impose restrictions on the martial arts levels of those entering. The primary aim is to avert the excessive slaughter of magical creatures, which could lead to a scarcity of these beings within the secret realm. Consequently, even if Qin Zijing were to hire a bodyguard, she could only afford a warrior of lesser rank. Although Su Yuan is only at the 4th layer of the first realm, his true combat prowess places him among the elite of first realm warriors. While not claiming to be invincible within his tier, he is certainly a formidable contender. This situation stirred something within Su Yuan. Qin Zijing's reasoning deftly preserved his pride, making it seem only natural that he would not incur any expenses. However, he could not truly take it for granted. Despite his reservations, he shook his head. Qin Zijing, exasperated, fixed her beautiful gaze upon Su Yuan. Her expression a blend of frustration and determination. Let us consider it a loan then. You can repay me when you become stronger and wealthier. I have faith in your potential. Her tone carried a playful reproach, entirely at odds with Su Yuan's prior impression of her as the aloof ice queen. It appeared her cold demeanor was reserved for those she did not know well. The notion of borrowing money was indeed a path Su Yuan had not contemplated before. In the preceding 2 years, he had borrowed extensively to procure precious spiritual herbs for his sister's illness, with his parents exhausting all familial and friendly resources. Thus, the very thought of asking for a loan had not crossed his mind again. After a brief contemplation, Su Yuan conceded that borrowing could be a viable option. After all, he was genuinely capable of repaying it. Moreover, with the school beauty extending such an offer, to decline would seem quite impolite. Very well, thank you. I assure you I will repay you as swiftly as possible, he replied earnestly. As they conversed, Zhao Feiping had already completed the head count and was now preparing to tally the combat results. Although there was full surveillance throughout, student accounts were still necessary for verification. Apart from the number of magical creatures slain, they also needed to account for the quantity and types of items acquired. Individual loot would belong to the students, but the school required the data for research into the drop rates within the secret realm. Now, all students, please report your results in order of your student numbers and return your weapons, Zhao Feiping announced. Number 1. Team killed 6 ordinary magical creatures. Team members are. With that, the students took turns stepping forward to report. Su Yuan and his companions remained together, awaiting the call of their numbers. So Su Yuan, how much do you wish to borrow? Qin Zijing inquired, pulling out her phone to add him as a friend in their class group. Finally granting him access to her contact information. Su Yuan hesitated, uncertain of the cost of the secret realm ticket. I'll lend you a bit more from my New Year's money. Anything within $1 million is fine, Qin Zijing said dismissively. Wait, $1 million? New Year's money? The combination of these phrases completely baffled him. Goodness, she's truly wealthy. Su Yuan grumbled inwardly. In truth, he had a fondness for exotic beast meat. His phone was in dire need of an upgrade, and the dangers of the secret realm deterred him from venturing forth. At times, he wished for a benefactor who could see through his facade, allowing him to drop all pretenses and reveal his true self. Failing that, he would settle for drawing a favorable fortune like wealth abundance or win every gamble. After some deliberation, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and said, let us start with 100,000. That should suffice for several trips to the secret realm, and it's not an exorbitant amount. Even if I struggle to earn money later, it won't be too burdensome. Agreed, Qin Zijing replied readily, promptly transferring 100,000 to Su Yuan. And take this as well, you can repay me whenever you wish. She handed him an item that turned out to be the chi-enhancing pill he had seen earlier. Alright then, Su Yuan decided not to ponder further and accepted the pill. The first to report their student number was Yi Zheng, whose team had achieved the remarkable feat of slaying 11 ordinary magical creatures and encircling a small boss. They also acquired several items, a white fragment of a skill inscription and a green level technique. Wow, a green level technique. This is a windfall, someone exclaimed. The teacher picked up the parchment documenting 13 bodyguards' horizontal training, revealing the inscription page. Photographic memory. It doesn't seem particularly impressive. This must be from the boss drop. Our team only yielded white inscription fragments from ordinary creatures. Amidst the chatter, even the teacher expressed surprise, as the drop rate of inscription techniques is notoriously low, often. An entire cohort might not yield a single volume. Nonetheless, this particular inscription was rather underwhelming. As admiration and envy radiated from the crowd, Yi Zheng tucked his technique away. Returning to Su Yuan and the others with a hint of pride, they discussed their next venture into the secret realm, agreeing to gather on Saturday morning to challenge a low-tier secret realm within the city. Soon, it was Lu Tingting's turn to report. Though she was in Yi Zheng's team, her achievements still needed to be documented. Wow, someone actually found an inscribed weapon. Lu Tingting pointed excitedly. As Su Yuan and his companions continued to converse, they observed a classmate reporting their results, producing a long knife for the teacher. The teacher infused the knife with spiritual energy, and a panel displaying the inscription materialized. Item name, Ancient Long Knife. Attached inscription, Bloodless Strike. Inscription level, white. Inscription effect. The blade will never stain with blood. The eager onlookers fell silent upon understanding the inscription's effect. Even among white inscriptions, this was considered rather lackluster. Inferior to the most basic enhancements of sharpness or durability. Well, this inscription isn't too shabby. At least you won't have to clean the blade, one remarked. I think it's quite convenient. Another chimed in. Let us not forget, this is still a knife. Even a standard steel long knife costs several hundred to 1,000. Who wouldn't want a free prize? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Lu Tingting observed with a TSK, then curiously turned to Su Yuan. I remember you brought a sword up the mountain. How did you end up with another one? Is this also an inscribed weapon? Indeed. Su Yuan replied with a smile, openly acknowledging it. Wow. What level of weapon is it, and what inscription does it have? Lu Tingting exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She was seated next to Qin Zijing and had become more familiar with Su Yuan. Observing the curiosity on the faces of Qin Zijing, Yi Zheng, and nearby classmates, Su Yuan was about to showcase his newly acquired iron rod weapon when the teacher called out his name. Next up, Su Yuan. Hearing this, Su Yuan had no choice but to step forward and report his results. He first surrendered the finely crafted steel halberd and the heavy steel sword. At this moment, the only remaining large sword became remarkably conspicuous. I remarked that Su Yuan had ascended the mountain with merely 2 weapons. Evidently, he had also procured a weapon with attributes. One can only wonder how many magical creatures he has slain. You may not be aware, but I encountered him on the mountain, where he single-handedly vanquished a small boss-level bear leader, rendering the opponent utterly defenseless. Such strength. Does that not imply he possesses the prowess of a second-tier warrior? Did they not say that the phrase all beings are equal is a worthless attribute? The astonished murmurs of the onlooking classmates filled the air. Su Yuan, however, remained unfazed, stating to the teacher, this time, I have eliminated a total of 19 ordinary magical creatures, single-handedly taken down 2 small boss-level magical creatures, and participated in a team effort to defeat 1 small boss. Furthermore, I acquired 2 white attribute fragments, 1 weapon with attributes, and a technique which I have shared with Qin Zijing's team. Su Yuan's tone was exceedingly calm, yet for the other students, it was akin to thunder striking on a clear day. He had indeed felled 3 boss creatures all by himself. No wonder our team had such difficulty finding them. It turns out they were all taken down by him. Were you all merely delivering meals to the boss? 19 ordinary magical creatures. It's no wonder our team could hardly find a few. His luck is remarkable. He has amassed a total of 4 items with attributes. How enviable. Apart from the astonishment of his classmates, the registering teacher and Zhao Feiping, who stood nearby, also wore incredulous expressions. Haha, you did exceptionally well today. I had high hopes for you since you joined our class, Zhao Feiping said, amiably patting Su Yuan on the shoulder. Completely devoid of the impatience he had exhibited when Su Yuan had come to his office to collect the blood recovery elixir, Su Yuan merely smiled in response. Recalling the day he awakened his martial arts panel, the revealing of the all beings are equal attribute had indeed left an indelible mark, showcasing the fickleness of the world, truly one that elevates the high and tramples the low. Student Su, we still need to record the specific information about your weapon with attributes, the registering teacher mentioned. Of course, teacher. Su Yuan removed the Heart's Desire iron rod and handed it over. The registering teacher infused it with spiritual energy, and immediately, the weapon emanated its attribute information. Item name, Damaged Heart's Desire Iron Rod. Attached attribute, Shape-shifting. Attribute level, green. Attribute effect, its shape can change at will. Yet its essence remains unaltered, including materials, volume, weight, and so forth. Astonishingly, it was the same Heart's Desire Iron Rod as Senior Xiao Yunfei's. Yet, the attribute effects differed. Senior Zhao's was size transformation. How marvelous. Could there be some unique interaction when the 2 weapons meet? You're overthinking it. Weapon attributes are not unique, and it's quite normal to find identical weapons. Although the Heart's Desire iron rod is relatively rare, I haven't heard of anyone else acquiring it, remarked the observing classmates. This time, Su Yuan indeed paid attention, pondering the potential for a chemical reaction between the 2 weapons. However, validation was not feasible. Overthinking was futile. This weapon can transform into any shape. The registering teacher tested it, and in an instant, the Heart's Desire iron rod morphed into a heavy sword, then swiftly into a curved blade, and subsequently transformed into a spear, eliciting waves of astonished gasps from the onlooking students. It truly can change at will. Though it is a pity it cannot alter its size. Otherwise, it could transform into a metal rod akin to the golden cudgel and be stuffed in one's ear. After completing the registration of the weapon's information, the teacher returned the now reverted heavy sword Heart's Desire iron rod to Su Yuan and proceeded to record the next student's results. In this trial, Su Yuan's performance was undoubtedly the best in their class, and likely unmatched throughout the entire school. Otherwise, the results of this trial would not be publicly announced. The true examination remains the Martial Arts College entrance examination. That will be the true test, a perilous crossing over a narrow bridge, where some hidden scions of prestigious families will no longer conceal their strengths. The outcome remains uncertain. It will be a matter of who emerges as the dark horse. Regardless of whether the results of this trial will be announced, it will undoubtedly stir considerable chatter throughout the school. Surely, there will be enterprises eager to invest in you afterward, Qin Zijing remarked. Su Yuan recalled the circumstances when his sister drew the supreme sword body, feeling that it was indeed a possibility. With the money you lent me, I find myself less in need of investment now. Upon hearing this, Qin Zijing rolled her eyes. That amount of money can't achieve much. In any case, if you ever require funds, just come to me. Don't casually sign away your contract of servitude. All right, thank you. Su Yuan replied earnestly. As the saying goes, great kindness deserves great repayment. He could indeed offer himself in gratitude, even providing nightly expressions of gratitude. Alas, he felt too embarrassed to voice such sentiments. After returning to the classroom and concluding the day, Su Yuan was retained by Zhao Feiping. Su Yuan, you performed admirably today. Maintain this momentum, and you will undoubtedly be a candidate for the War Academy during the entrance exams. Zhao Feiping said warmly. Su Yuan replied with a placid expression. Sensing Su Yuan's impatience, Zhao Feiping offered an awkward smile. Hey, Xiao Yuan, a few days ago, Director Xia mentioned something to me. I truly did not intend to target you. He wiped the sweat from his brow. It's fine. Is there anything else? Su Yuan, uninterested in such matters, interjected. Oh right. Given your performance today, I can attempt to help you apply for some additional benefits from the school. Additionally, this vial of blood recovery elixir, my attitude was poor when you visited my office. So consider this an apology from your teacher. As Zhao Feiping spoke, he produced a box of elixirs, precisely the blood recovery elixir Su Yuan had previously consumed. If there are any benefits you can apply for, please do help me with them. I don't need the elixir. My resistance to it is already quite strong. Su Yuan declined. You could sell it outside if you don't wish to consume it. Zhao Feiping chuckled. The school can concoct blood recovery elixirs on its own, and the prices for faculty and staff are significantly lower than those outside. Many teachers profit from the price difference. As for benefits, rest assured, there will definitely be scholarships. And I will do my utmost to secure things like elixirs, slots for re-entry to Lang Lang Mountain, and usage rights for attribute techniques. Zhao Feiping assured, retracting the blood recovery elixir with unwavering confidence. Chapter 26, Wind Affinity. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's attitude softened somewhat, and he nodded. All right, thank you, teacher. It's the least I could do. Zhao Feiping finally exhaled, internally chiding himself for having been so blind initially. The performance of students in class influences the evaluations of teachers, and with such a promising candidate for the War Academy, he was relieved that there had been no thoughts of transferring classes or schools. Zhao Feiping encouraged him a few more times, noticing that Su Yuan appeared impatient once again, and promptly urged him to head home early. All right, goodbye, teacher. Su Yuan replied dismissively before returning to the classroom, attaching the Heart's Desire iron rod to his backpack, preparing to head home. By this time, school had been out for a while, and many students had already left. As Su Yuan reached the school gate, he was once again called out. Xiao Yuan, why are you out so late? A familiar voice rang out. Su Yuan turned in surprise and saw Senior Xiao Yunfei, wearing a mask and a cap, waving at him from the side of the school gate. Oh, the teacher is looking for me regarding a matter. Su Yuan approached in astonishment. Xiao Shixiang, why are you still here? Haven't you returned to the War Academy? I happened to be invited by the school today to observe this year's candidates' trials and was hoping to gather some insights from you. Xiao Yunfei replied with a smile. I, along with many teachers, watched your performance in the secret realm from the monitoring room, and I must say, you did exceptionally well, especially you, Xiao Yuan. Is that so? Well, I suppose I was just lucky. Were you waiting for me specifically, Shixiang? Is there something you need? Su Yuan was genuinely puzzled. Their relationship hardly seemed that close, and it felt as though there was an unusual request at hand. Xiao Yunfei chuckled softly and said, Xiao Yuan, I noticed you obtained a weapon with an inscription. The Free Will Iron Rod. You must have heard that I once acquired a similar weapon back in the day. I wanted to inquire whether you would consider selling it. Su Yuan paused for a moment, realizing Xiao Yunfei was interested in the inscribed weapon. However, after contemplating, he replied apologetically, I'm sorry, Shixiang, but I have no intention of parting with it. I still need a weapon, and the Free Will Iron Rod feels quite suitable for my use at the moment. Xiao Yunfei appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised by Su Yuan's response. At your current stage, you shouldn't have any immediate need for a weapon. Once you're admitted to the War Academy, the school will provide you with one. There's really no necessity to hold on to it now. Su Yuan explained. I've arranged with a few classmates to explore some more secret realms in the coming days to level up. Does your family have enough funds to purchase secret realm tickets? Xiao Yunfei said earnestly. Xiao Yuan, your family must be facing financial difficulties. Your abilities are certainly sufficient for the War Academy. There's no need to add to your family's burden just for leveling up. Perhaps you should consider improving your family's living conditions instead. Your parents have it tough. Su Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. Xiao Shixiang seemed to possess a rather intimate understanding of his family's situation, and the paternal tone in his words was rather irksome. Was he trying to instruct me on how to live my life? That is not necessary for now. A classmate lent me some money, so I won't need to burden my family for exploring the secret realms. Xiao Yunfei appeared somewhat speechless, perhaps taken aback by the notion that a student could have a classmate wealthy enough to lend money. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "How about this? I can offer you a bit more money. Although your weapon S inscription is green, the effect isn't particularly valuable. Its market price is likely around 20 to 30,000. I could offer you 50,000 for it." Had Qin Zijing not lent him money, Su Yuan might have been tempted. But given the current circumstances, Xiao Shixiao, is there something particularly special about the free will iron rod? Xiao Yunfei's persistent inquiries naturally aroused Su Yuan's suspicions. Why was he so adamant about acquiring what was merely an ordinary green inscription weapon? After harboring such doubts, Su Yuan was even less inclined to sell. If his strength allowed, he might have even considered buying it himself for research purposes. What could possibly be special? Xiao Yunfei laughed heartily. Xiao Yuan, where are your thoughts wandering? The free will iron rod has an extremely low drop rate. Since I already possess one, I thought to collect a few more of the same type with different inscriptions. He paused before continuing. If you don't wish to sell, that is perfectly fine. I merely asked to help improve your family's situation by offering a high price. I didn't mean to cause any misunderstanding. Forget it. Oh, I see. Su Yuan nodded, still harboring doubts. Was it truly only for the sake of collection? He didn't wish to pry further. As they conversed, a voice suddenly called out, "Su Yuan, what are you doing at the school gate?" "Oh, it's Xiao Shixiao. You're here at school too?" "Xiao Shixiao. May I take a photo with you?" The unexpected voice instantly drew Su Yuan and Xiao Yunfei's attention. Turning around, he saw Lu Tingting, who had just finished her cleaning duties and emerged with a starry-eyed expression. Though Xiao Yunfei's face was obscured by a mask, she recognized him immediately, revealing her genuine admiration. Xiao Yunfei found it difficult to refuse. Lu Tingting, not waiting for him to respond, eagerly approached, pressing her request. "Su Yuan, hurry and help me take a picture with Xiao Shixiao." Exchanging a glance of exasperation with Xiao Yunfei, Su Yuan, recognizing the earnestness of a classmate's request, accepted her phone and stepped back a few paces to find a suitable angle for the shot. Click, click. After taking several shots, Su Yuan bent down to check if any were marred by closed eyes or backlighting when he suddenly felt an uncomfortable, malicious gaze directed at him. "Who is watching me?" Su Yuan frowned and abruptly lifted his head toward the source of the unsettling feeling. To his surprise, he found only Xiao Yunfei's warm and gentle smile. Was it merely an illusion? This was the first time Su Yuan had experienced such a sensation, one that felt distinctly unsettling. "Is the photo good? You've been staring for quite a while." Lu Tingting's voice urged him, and since her arrival with the intent to take a photo with Xiao Shixiao, many students lingering at the school gate had gathered around, eager for their own photographs and autographs with Xiao Yunfei. Someone blinked. "Let us take a few more." Su Yuan snapped a few additional photos before returning to the pair, handing Lu Tingting her phone back. Observing the throng that had formed around the school gate, he gained a newfound appreciation for Xiao Shixiang's popularity. Truly, a genius whose low-level inscriptions rivaled golden ones. "Well, Xiao Shixiang, I'll take my leave for now. I'm heading home." Su Yuan bid farewell. "Sure, we can talk another day," Xiao Yunfei responded, already somewhat overwhelmed. His smile stiff as he dealt with the encroaching crowd of admirers. As Su Yuan turned to leave, he couldn't shake the lingering feeling of malice. He glanced back at Xiao Yunfei, who still appeared the epitome of a gentleman, warm and refined. Could it truly be him? Lost in thought, the shimmering inscriptions within him stirred, and steel was activated in an instant. Better to mistakenly kill than to let an enemy escape. I would rather betray the world than be betrayed by it. As Su Yuan activated the colorful inscription steel for the first time, he found himself 2 to 3 meters away from Xiao Yunfei, uncertain if distance was a factor or if contact was necessary to use it. If contact were required, he would have to pose as an admirer for a photo. Fortunately, it seemed unnecessary. The moment Su Yuan directed steel at Xiao Yunfei, he felt an inscription materialize in his mind. Without a moment to spare to examine it, he turned and departed alongside Lu Tingting, who had just finished taking her photos. "What were you and Xiao Shixiang discussing? Do you know him?" Lu Tingting chattered incessantly, but fortunately, her path home did not coincide with Su Yuan's. Upon reaching a fork in the road, the two parted ways, allowing Su Yuan to regain his composure. He took several deep breaths, and the tension that had gripped his heart began to dissipate. It was indeed exhilarating to steal for the first time, particularly since his target was none other than his ever-gentle idol, Senior Xiao. Su Yuan could not fathom why he had so inexplicably decided to target the esteemed Xiao Yunfei, whom he had admired for so long. Perhaps it was the influence of a malicious gaze. He could not ascertain whether it had been a mere illusion or if he had made an erroneous judgment regarding Senior Xiao. With a sense of guilt weighing on him, Su Yuan opened the door and returned home. His elder sister was still meditating on the balcony. "What's wrong? You look like you've done something naughty. Where did that sword come from?" Upon seeing Su Yuan enter, Su Yu first noticed his brother's pallor before realizing he was carrying a sword on his back. She inquired in surprise. "I haven't done anything wrong," Su Yuan replied, lacking confidence. But speaking of the sword revived his spirits. "This sword is a special item. Today was the secret realm trial, and I obtained it by defeating monsters. Su Yu had heard Su Yuan mention the trial before and suddenly recalled, "Wow, Xiao Yuan. You're amazing. The drop rate for special items is quite low. How did you perform?" "Of course I was first." Su Yuan grinned. "I defeated over 20 monsters, including 3 mini-bosses. Besides this special weapon, I also collected 2 white special item fragments." "Xiao Yuan, you truly are impressive." Su Yu exclaimed sincerely. "Well, who do you think my sister is?" Su Yuan joked, but he noticed a fleeting shadow of melancholy cross his sister's face. Long ago, before the secret realm trials commenced, her special item had inexplicably vanished, and her health had steadily declined, causing her to miss the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Su Yuan took out the sword and activated the Weapon-S special item panel to introduce it to Su Yu, demonstrating the function of shapeshifting, which left her in awe. "By the way, sister, do you remember a classmate named Xiao Yunfei?" Su Yuan casually asked while fiddling with the iron staff weapon. "Xiao Yunfei." Su Yu pondered over the name before recalling. "I think there was such a classmate. He wasn't very talkative and rarely interacted with others. I'm not very familiar with him." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just ran into him. And he even inquired about you." Su Yuan maintained a neutral expression, though internally he was somewhat astonished. How could such a radiant individual like Senior Xiao have once been so introverted? It was utterly inconceivable. "Oh, he asked about me? We're not that close, are we? What is he doing now?" Su Yu expressed her surprise. Ever since Su Yu's special item had disappeared, her demeanor had changed significantly. She had become somewhat withdrawn and had severed ties with her former classmates. Thus, she was unaware of the emergence of such a remarkable talent as Xiao Yunfei among her peers. "He's still studying," Su Yuan replied, opting not to elaborate further. He feared that revealing Xiao Yunfei's current accomplishments might lead to disappointment for his sister. "He seemed genuinely concerned about you. I thought you two were quite close." Su Yuan mentioned casually. Su Yu shook her head. "Not really. If I hadn't remembered that he accidentally nicked me once, I might not have recalled him at all." "He nicked you?" "Yes, I brushed past him carelessly, and his pencil sharpener grazed my skin, leaving a small cut that bled a little," Su Yu explained, searching for the mark on her hand. "See, there's still a tiny scar." "Let me see." Su Yuan leaned over to take a look, and indeed, there was a small white mark, just over a centimeter in length. It was merely a trivial injury, a mundane occurrence in daily life. Su Yuan contemplated the situation. Unsure if the malice he had felt previously had been a mere figment of his imagination, he decided to dismiss it. "All right, sister, let us not dwell on this. I'm heading back to my room to practice. Don't bother calling me for dinner." With that, Su Yuan retreated to his own room and began examining the stolen items. On the martial arts panel, a new special item had indeed appeared. Special item name, Wind Affinity. Special item level, green. Special item effect. You become more attuned to the wind, and the wind becomes more attuned to you. You can more easily perceive the rhythm of the wind and harness its power. Su Yuan felt no stirrings within his heart. It was neither disappointment nor elation. After all, Xiao Yunfei was renowned for having high-level special items, and his greatest flaw was not possessing any remarkable items. From the moment Su Yuan had chosen him as his target of opportunity, he had anticipated that he would not acquire anything of significant value. As for this wind affinity, Su Yuan considered it acceptable, better something than nothing, as it would be beneficial for his future training in wind-related martial arts. He approached the window, activated the wind affinity special item, and extended his hand to feel the difference. Indeed, it was a distinct experience. Previously, he could only vaguely sense the wind, but now he could clearly perceive its flow, where the wind was favorable, where it was contrary, how to utilize its force, and how to navigate against it without resistance. Various insights crystallized in his mind. The power of the wind was formidable, though this green-level wind affinity was rather elementary. There were indeed higher-level wind-related special items, such as Child of the Hurricane, Spirit of the Wind, and Wind Sovereign. He made a mental note to keep an eye out for them in the future. Su Yuan ceased experimenting with the new special item and returned to his bed, sitting cross-legged. He retrieved a pill from his pocket, an energy-boosting pill that Qin Zijing had given him. No, borrowed from him. The stolen special item was still too low level. If he wished to obtain a more advanced special item, he would need to surpass his current limitations. Chapter 27, Ancient Sacred Body. With a golden pill swallowed. I am the master of my fate. Su Yuan placed the energy-boosting pill in his mouth, and in the next moment, a warm flow surged from his abdomen, spreading throughout his entire body. He was already at the 4th layer of the first realm, with just one last step to complete. The effects of the energy-boosting pill were remarkable. Su Yuan focused intently on absorbing and refining it. And scarcely had he begun when he sensed a change in the martial arts panel. He promptly halted the refining process. Diving into the martial arts panel, he was greeted with a notification. Level up. Congratulations on breaking through to the 5th layer of the first realm. You will randomly receive a special item. Beep. The divine level selection system has been activated. You may choose one special item from a random selection of 2 to 10 items. Haha. Finally, the moment has come for me to freely choose a special item. I hope to continue uncovering colorful items, especially equivalent exchange, with that special item. I can help my mother remove no further progress so she can continue her cultivation. Su Yuan thought eagerly as the panel displayed the available special items for selection. 1. Special item name, Innate Bull and Horse Sacred Body. Special item level, blue. Entry effect, tireless, no matter how many tasks one undertakes. There is an absence of fatigue or weariness. One remains invigorated, even after several consecutive days without rest or sleep, with energy levels unaffected, thereby maintaining efficiency in endeavors. Truly, it is a divine physique, evoking a twinge of bittersweet envy within me. However, to be fair, although the name may lack allure, its efficacy is undeniable. Being tireless and full of vitality allows me to accomplish an abundance of tasks. Su Yuan silently marveled. Yet he pondered that being tireless does not equate to being immune to fatigue. What if the body is on the brink of collapse, yet he remains oblivious? That could easily lead to sudden demise. Let us hold off on that for now. This first entry is a blue tier. I eagerly anticipate what comes next. 2. Entry name, Earth Fire Dao Body. Entry level, red. Entry effect, a unique physique possessing superior qualifications and roots, exhibiting an extraordinary affinity for fire elements, enabling cultivation through geothermal fire and lava. At last, a physique-related entry that aids in cultivation has emerged. Although it is merely of red tier, its qualifications far surpass my own. Su Yuan thought with delight. This Earth Fire Dao Body, while not remotely comparable to his sister's Supreme Sword Body, or the likes of Innate Dao Body and Primordial Sacred Body, represents a significant enhancement over his current state. His qualifications and roots are quite lackluster, barely reaching the level of average person. The slow cultivation pace often leaves him devoid of motivation. Were he to adopt the Earth Fire Dao Body, while it may not rival his mother as swift as the wind, it would undoubtedly lead to remarkable progress. I wonder if further surprises await. 3. Entry name, Photographic Memory. Entry level, blue. Entry effect, anything you have seen once will never be forgotten and can be recalled at any moment. This entry seems familiar. Where have I encountered it before? Ah yes. The 13 Guardians of the Horizontal Training Technique includes photographic memory, albeit in white tier, limited to that specific text. This one, however, is blue tier and applies to all literature. Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This is a coveted entry for every underachiever. Moreover, it will undoubtedly prove useful in many future scenarios. Wow, the quality of today's entries is exceptionally high. I am at a loss for which to choose. Su Yuan reluctantly turned his gaze to the next entry. 4. Entry name, Majestic Presence. Entry level, white. Entry effect, you will emanate an extraordinary aura, and your demeanor will convey a sense of uniqueness and composure to others. While I do not possess this entry, I already embody its effects. Su Yuan chuckled and continued to the next entry, dismissing this one. 5. Entry name, Danger Precognition. Entry level, green. Entry effect, you will more easily perceive malice directed towards you and can react with heightened awareness before danger strikes. This is quite useful. Earlier today, I inexplicably sensed what seemed to be malice from Xiao Yunfei, likely akin to the effects of this entry. Unfortunately, this danger precognition is rather low tier, merely green, and may not provide a foolproof prediction of danger. Were it a more advanced version, I would undoubtedly select it. Su Yuan mused, feeling a twinge of regret. Before continuing to the next entry, today's luck is indeed remarkable. The effects of the entries are impressive, and the quantity is plentiful. 6. Entry name, Emperor's Bearing. Entry level, gold. Entry effect, you will possess exceptional qualifications and roots, rendering you free from bottlenecks and hindrances in your cultivation. Given enough time, you will undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the Emperor. Wow, a golden legend, the Emperor's Bearing. An exceptional qualification entry, a supreme cultivation talent, and the promise of an unobstructed path to becoming an emperor. The Emperor represents the pinnacle of martial arts. It is not merely a unique physique that guarantees ascendance to such heights. Even those with formidable physiques like the Primordial Sacred Body and Sky Tyrant Body are seldom able to reach such a status. Yet he, barring unforeseen calamities, could remain steadfast in his cultivation, abstaining from all secret realms and elixirs, simply progressing methodically, and, in due time, would assuredly become an emperor. The emergence of such a powerful entry, precisely what I yearned for, is nothing short of extraordinary. Unless the next entry is a rainbow tier, I shall undoubtedly choose Emperor's Bearing. Su Yuan thought eagerly, continuing to peruse the entries. However, to his dismay, there were no more. After a prolonged wait, no new entries appeared, indicating that the 6 entries available for selection were all that had been randomly generated today. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment for not encountering a rainbow tier entry, he was nonetheless immensely satisfied with having drawn the Emperor's Bearing. Please select any entry from the above. Without hesitation, Su Yuan chose Emperor's Bearing. Name, Su Yuan. Level, 5th layer of the 1st realm of martial arts. Hidden element realm, 1. Entries, gold all beings equal, blue 0 frame initiation, red 9 bull strength, rainbow easy pickings, green wind element affinity, gold Emperor's Bearing. Technique, 9 shallow 1 deep breathing method. Martial Skills, 72 Paths of Divine Demon Spear, Part 1, Lonely Peak, 13 Swords. Equipment, Damaged Iron Rod Weapon. With the entry, Green Shapeshifting. Pet, None. As he felt the remarkably harmonious spiritual energy and the astonishingly accelerated pace of cultivation. The excitement within Su Yuan surged like an unending torrent. It is astonishingly swift. Such qualifications and roots are truly the embodiment of my dreams. Having just selected Emperor S bearing, Su Yuan eagerly commenced testing the transformations brought about by the entry and his body. This cultivation indeed proved extraordinary. If the previous pace of cultivation resembled a plodding ox pulling a cart, then now, if not a high-speed train, at the very least, it is a Xiaomi Su 7. Chapter 28. My son possesses the Emperor S bearing. In truth, the entries randomly acquired today, whether the innate tireless body, earth fire Tao body, photographic memory, danger precognition, or even the least impressive majestic presence, are all quite commendable. However, when compared to Emperor S bearing, they are but fireflies to the bright moon. Even among other gold-tier physiques, Emperor S bearing stands as a notably unique existence. Of course, being a gold-tier entry does not inherently imply that Emperor S bearing surpasses all other physiques. Each possesses its own areas of expertise. Various physiques confer distinct advantages in terms of aptitude and foundational strength. For instance, the Supreme Sword body excels in swordsmanship, allowing for remarkably swift and potent mastery of sword techniques. The innate Tao body possesses an almost unparalleled affinity for various elements, making the comprehension of such elements akin to the simplicity of eating or drinking. The primordial sacred body boasts expanded meridians and a robust physique. Although it is somewhat challenging to advance, both spiritual and physical prowess far surpass that of other warriors at the same tier. The celestial dominance body is known for its sheer ferocity and invincibility. Each physique emphasizes different strengths, yet none can confidently claim the assurance of ascending to the status of a great emperor. Only the posture of the great emperor can achieve that. However, it is worth noting that alongside its exceptional qualities, the posture of the great emperor lacks any supplementary attributes. In a direct confrontation at the same level, it may not stand a chance against other physiques. Nevertheless, should he not prevail at his current level, he can always strive for advancement, for against the process of elevation, he is unlikely to falter. After experimenting with the new attribute for a while, Su Yuan resumed the refinement of qi-enhancing elixirs. With the posture of the great emperor, he felt as though the process of refining elixirs had accelerated considerably. Yet, cultivation is devoid of a sense of time, and he was unaware of how long had passed. Level, First Realm of Martial Arts, 5th Layer of Hidden Origin, 8. Elixirs without resistance enhance his cultivation significantly. Observing the data on the panel, Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Unlike blood vitality elixirs, this was his first experience with qi-enhancing elixirs, and the effects were remarkably pronounced. Rising to his feet, he exited the room, only to find it was already late at night, yet his mother and sister remained awake. Upon seeing him, Jiang Pei, with a resigned expression, stood up to reheat his meal in the kitchen, as the food had grown cold. Xiao Yuan, don't push yourself too hard. Meals should be consumed on time, Jiang Pei advised earnestly. Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, approaching the kitchen, where he took out his phone to transfer 20,000 yuan to his mother. Mom, I've sent some money to your phone. Buy something delicious tomorrow. I want to eat meat. Where did you get this money? Jiang Pei momentarily forgot about the spatula in her hand. Weren't you at the secret realm today? I obtained a valuable attribute technique, and this is my share. You know how expensive attribute techniques are, Su Yuan explained, omitting the truth about borrowing the money to spare his parents the stress of debt, as he didn't want them to focus solely on earning money at the expense of their health. After all, he had no intention of asking them to repay it. So he chose to remain silent. Ah, you received so much, Jiang Pei exclaimed, glancing at her phone. Upon confirming the 20,000 transfer, her spirits lifted considerably. The worry etched on her brow, easing somewhat. By the way, I have some good news to share with you, Su Yuan said, glancing at his mother and signaling his sister to pay attention. Once he had their full focus, he declared, I just drew another golden attribute. Posture of the Great Emperor. The significance of a golden attribute differs from that of a rainbow attribute. While the latter must remain undisclosed, the former can be openly acknowledged. Of course, it is unnecessary to broadcast this to outsiders. Sharing it with family primarily serves to reassure them, alleviating their concerns for his well-being. Although Su Yuan's tone was not overly dramatic, it resonated profoundly with the two women. What? Xiao Yuan, is that true? You're not pulling our leg, are you? Oh my, another golden attribute. Posture of the Great Emperor? Is this real? Good heavens, like the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, the patriarchs of the Three Pure Ones. For a moment, despite the small size of their home, it felt as if chaos had erupted. Calm down, Su Yuan urged. Mom, keep your composure. It's a minor matter. Sister, you needn't be so agitated. You weren't this emotional back in the day, he said, attempting to soothe them. After a while, the two women managed to regain their composure. Jiang Pei momentarily forgot about reheating the food, while Su Yu's normally pale face flushed with excitement. Grasping Su Yuan's hand tightly, Jiang Pei, though visibly thrilled, whispered, Xiao Yuan, are you truly telling the truth? You drew another golden attribute, one comparable to a top-tier Dao body, posture of the great emperor? Indeed, Su Yuan replied, exasperated at their disbelief. Little brother, what is your current realm level? Su Yu asked, her voice low and filled with excitement. I am at the 5th layer of the first realm, with a total of 5 attributes, 2 of which are golden. In truth, he possessed 6 attributes. In addition to the 2 golden ones, there was a rainbow attribute and a green attribute, wind affinity, which he had pilfered from Brother Xiao. Speaking of which, now that he had leveled up again, he could use stealing once more. Who should he target this time? It was quite vexing. The probability of high-level attributes is astonishing. Little brother, your attribute talent is truly exceptional. Su Yu marveled. It's all right, Su Yuan responded, eschewing any false modesty. His abilities did not permit him such humility. How wonderful. My son possesses the posture of the great emperor. How splendid. Jiang Pei murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably, which she hurriedly wiped away. This is a joyous occasion. Why are you crying? Su Yuan quickly consoled her alongside Su Yu. In truth, he understood his mother's emotions. It must be a sense of relief, feeling that they had finally emerged from hardship. These past 3 years had been arduous, as their ordinary family faced such tribulation. Each month, they spent money like water to prolong Su Yu's life, while she had long wished to no longer burden the family. Yet she did not want their parents to suffer from her departure. Su Yuan, being young and unable to bear the weight of such matters, realized that had it not been for their parents' unwavering support, their family would have crumbled long ago. But now all was well. Finally, they had weathered the storm. With his son possessing the posture of the great emperor, he was destined for greatness. The days of struggle were finally over. How marvelous. My son has the posture of the great emperor. How splendid. My son has the posture of the great emperor. Jiang Pei repeated fervently. Su Yuan exchanged a helpless glance with his sister, who could no longer hold back her tears of joy, as her little brother had achieved success, perhaps alleviating some of the burdens she had imposed on the family. The 2 women clasped each other as hands, their eyes brimming with tears, before embracing and weeping heartily. Su Yuan quietly handed them tissues, fully aware that despite his newfound qualification of the posture of the great emperor, the path of cultivation remained fraught with challenges. Although he diligently practiced, aspiring to become an emperor one day, time was of the essence. The inexplicable disappearance of his sister's attribute and the malevolent flicker from Brother Xiao left him with an unsettling sense of undercurrents swirling around him, instilling a profound urgency. Chapter 29, Innate Divine Strength. While this was indeed a momentous occasion for the entire family, Jiang Pei nonetheless cautioned. Let us refrain from telling your father about the posture of the great emperor for now. Recently, there have been instances of golden attributes disappearing. Should your posture of the great emperor be publicized and then inexplicably vanish, what would happen? Jiang Pei expressed her concerns anxiously. You should also refrain from sharing future attributes with us. You shouldn't have told us just now. The more she contemplated, the more anxious she became. It's nothing to worry about, Su Yuan advised helplessly. Golden entries appear every year, but have you noticed that it has taken several years for such an incident to occur? I suspect that individual is not capable of indiscriminately plundering entries. There must be certain conditions attached. If such a person truly exists, it cannot simply be attributed to a rare condition. The reason Su Yuan disclosed his entry to his family was primarily to reassure them, to prevent them from worrying excessively, and to encourage them to indulge themselves a little more. Consequently, once Jiang Pei's mood had settled, she called Su's father, refraining from mentioning specific entries, merely stating that their son was now successful and that he should not work so hard outside, emphasizing the importance of his safety. Given how arduous and perilous your job is, it would be best to find a more leisurely position and return home. They conversed for over half an hour, filled with nostalgia, and Su's father promised to tender his resignation in a few days, planning to return home after completing the transition of his duties to live with the family. In the ensuing days, Su Yuan did not partake in many activities. His life revolved around school and home, yet unlike before, he now devoted much of his time to meditation and cultivation. Previously, his progress was slow, lacking motivation. However, with the enhancement of his aptitude from the emperor's presence, his cultivation became exceedingly efficient, yielding remarkable advancements. Within 3 days, he achieved a progress of 21 levels. His current level stands at level, Martial Dao First Realm, 5th Layer, 29. Moreover, he attentively attended every martial arts class, and the transformation of his roots due to the emperor's presence significantly boosted his martial training. His swordsmanship, 13 Swords of the Lone Peak, and spear technique, 72 Paths of Divine Demons, saw substantial improvement, particularly in several techniques, thanks to the wind affinity entry he pilfered from Xiao Yunfei, which he practiced with exceptional efficacy. The wind affinity proved quite beneficial. For instance, in the 72 Paths of Divine Demons, there existed a technique called Wind God's Howl. And within the 13 Swords of the Lone Peak, there were 2 techniques, wind sweeping the clouds, and tempestuous rain, all of which pertain to the wind. With the wind affinity entry, Su Yuan found profound insights into these techniques, mastering them rapidly and proficiently. Initially, he deemed this entry somewhat trivial, but it became evident that he had underestimated its value. Xiao Yunfei sought out Su Yuan once more, expressing his desire to spend 100,000 on a free-spirited iron rod. However, Su Yuan declined once again. This time, although he had yet to utilize the handy theft ability of his current level, he refrained from doing so, as being suspected of theft on 2 occasions would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. Unfortunately, he did not encounter Xiao Yunfei again afterward, leaving him uncertain whether his senior had realized the absence of an entry. The handy theft remained and used primarily because he was unsure whom to steal from. He had not come across any particularly nefarious individuals in recent days, not even encountering any instances of bullying on campus. It was truly regrettable. Lastly, he had made some progress in the 13 Taibao horizontal training, having entered the initial stage. However, many of the training steps still required medicinal baths. To economize, Su Yuan opted to order the necessary herbs online, but some deliveries had yet to arrive, thus stalling his progress at the introductory level. Little brother, you must be cautious when entering the secret realm. Nothing is more important than your safety, Su Yu advised, gazing at Su Yuan as he donned his combat gear. Repeating her concerns. Indeed, little Yuan, in my opinion, we should avoid taking such risks. Wouldn't it be better to cultivate steadily and safely? After all, you possess the Emperor's presence now. Jiang Pei chimed in, her brow furrowed with worry. Su Yuan slung the free-spirited iron rod over his shoulder, casually replying, "Oh, you two need not fret. Do you not trust my prowess? In such a low-tier secret realm, I am practically invincible." In an effort to allay their concerns, Su Yuan exaggerated his capabilities. In reality, while he was indeed strong, he still lacked in speed, reaction, and defense. If he encountered an ordinary magical creature, he might fare well, but against a creature adept in speed, such as the Wind Wolf boss, his chances of victory would be slim. Moreover, I will be teaming up with other students to balance speed and defense. Rest assured, there will be no issues. With effective teamwork, problems were indeed less likely to arise. Su Yuan waved goodbye to both, hastily departing from home. Today was Saturday. He had already made plans with Qin Zijing and a few others to explore the secret realm. Checking the map application, he noted the distance was considerable. He boarded a bus, heading towards their destination. This secret realm was once a forest park within the city. After being tainted by magical energy, it transformed into a low-tier secret realm where the magical creatures were not particularly formidable, lacking any significantly powerful boss. And the drop rates were relatively high, often yielding entry fragments and weapons. Naturally, it became quite popular among low-tier warriors, and it was soon contracted by a state-owned enterprise. Currently, they released 50 slots daily, with an admission fee of 10,000 per person, allowing a 5-hour stay, with additional charges for overtime. You're quite early. When Su Yuan arrived at the forest park, Yi Zheng was already there waiting. Today, he had swapped his weapon for a massive sword resembling Su Yuan's heavy sword. The sword was a staggering 20 centimeters wide, akin to a plank, prompting Su Yuan to scrutinize it several times. It seems us boys venture out earlier. Those two won't be late, will they? Yi Zheng remarked upon seeing Su Yuan's arrival. They should be fine. It's not even 8 yet. Su Yuan replied. I've made a breakthrough these past few days and drawn a rather impressive entry, a red Innate divine power. What do you think? Am I impressive? Not really, Su Yuan retorted dismissively. Come on. After persistent insistence from Yi Zheng, Su Yuan glanced at the details of the innate divine power entry, which indeed was formidable and, in certain respects, superior to Ox's strength. Entry name, innate divine power. Entry level, red. Entry effect, enables the user to exert double their strength. Similar to Xiao Yu's innate giant strength. This entry enhanced strength proportionally, becoming increasingly potent in the later stages. Although it might not seem as powerful as Ox's strength now. Once his strength reached parity with an Ox, the true potential of the innate divine power would be unleashed. I now possess both strength and defense. Today, it's my turn to shine, Yi Zheng declared, beaming with pride. After a brief exchange, they spotted Qin Zijing and Lu Tingting approaching together. Qin Zijing was clad in a combat outfit she had purchased separately, of noticeably superior quality compared to Su Yuan's attire, excelling in stitching, material, and design, nothing of the same caliber. The high-end combat gear accentuated her figure beautifully. As for Yi Zheng and Lu Tingting, the combat uniforms they wore were not procured by the school. It appears that Su Yuan is the only one in dire financial straits. Today, the four of them formed a team, as the other member from the previous expedition to Wandering Mountain did not participate in this secret realm. Good morning. Good morning. Shall we enter the secret realm now? All right. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the quartet made their way to the entrance of the forest park. The gates here were far more fortified than those of an ordinary park. It was no longer appropriate to refer to it merely as a forest park. Ever since it had succumbed to the invasion of demonic energy and transformed into a secret realm, it had acquired a new name, Glen Forest. Having made prior reservations, they seamlessly entered the park. After traversing a stretch of concrete path, they finally arrived at the area shrouded in demonic energy. Each of them wielded their weapons. While Su Yuan infused his spiritual power into his heavy sword, which then transformed into a halberd, he glanced at the others. Yi Zheng's colossal sword required no further elaboration. While Lu Tingting's choice was noteworthy, she carried a bow and arrows. Tingting just broke through to the 5th tier a couple of days ago and acquired the precise aim attribute. Qin Zijing explained. Considering our team lacks ranged attackers, she specifically trained with the bow for 2 days, and her archery skills have markedly improved. She can hit precisely where she aims. Lu Tingting graciously displayed the attribute details for everyone to see. Attribute name, precise aim. Attribute level, blue. Attribute effect. Your attacks can be exceptionally accurate, targeting precisely without interference or evasion, significantly increasing hit rate. A blue attribute is considered quite impressive. Lu Tingting contemplated developing her skills around this attribute to become a proficient archer. Qin Zijing also unstrapped her weapon from her back, 2 short guns. The ends of the guns were threaded, allowing her to twist them together to form a long spear. The weapon bore signs of use, and Su Yuan curiously scrutinized it. The combination of the colossal sword, dual guns, and bow seemed rather intriguing, offering a diverse array of styles for a versatile weapons library. Let us proceed, everyone. Please be cautious, Qin Zijing advised. The group stepped into the area enveloped by demonic energy, experiencing a peculiar sensation akin to piercing through a fog. Su Yuan surveyed his surroundings as the morning sun filtered through the lush foliage of the forest park, casting dappled shadows along the forest path. A gentle breeze wafted the fragrant scents of the woodland, accompanied by the distant, melodious chirping of birds. What glorious sunlight! It feels nothing like the gloom of Wandering Mountain. Lu Tingting exclaimed, stretching her arms and inhaling the fresh air. The primary demonic creatures here were goblins, small, green beings whose individual strength fell short of even that of wild boar demons. However, one must remain vigilant against the elite strains, such as the frost goblin and flame goblin. As Qin Zijing swept aside obstructing branches with her spear, she continued, in addition, Glen Forest is home to several other types of demonic creatures, including bloodthirsty cat demons and minotaurs. I've heard the most formidable boss lurking here is a minotaur lord. Chapter 30, Chia Mission. Unlike the school's secret realms, Glen Forest opened its gates daily. The area near the park's edge had been frequently cleared of demonic creatures. With only 5 hours available, we should not squander time at the entrance. Other adventurers have likely cleared the monsters here. Let us head directly towards the heart of the forest. Su Yuan proposed, and the others unanimously agreed, quickening their pace towards the central region. The 4 figures darted through the woods, yet they encountered no one else along the way. With a total of 30 adventurers in such an expansive forest park, they were virtually invisible. Suddenly, as they continued running, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Thud! Qin Zijing thrust her spear, deflecting a stone hurtling towards them. Be careful! A green-skinned creature, laden with a backpack, emerged from behind a tree, its sack filled with rounded stones. It was evidently the source of the earlier projectile. A throwing goblin, this little creature has a death wish. Upon seeing the monster's figure, Yi Zheng scoffed derisively. This lowest-tier creature was only slightly stronger than an ordinary human, with its sole means of attack being the stones from its backpack, rendering it weak and devoid of close-range combat capabilities. Yi Zheng strode forward, effortlessly swatting away another stone aimed at him. In mere strides, he closed the distance to the goblin. With a swift motion, he swept his colossal sword, cleaving the creature in 2 at the torso. Ha! With my innate strength, who can stand against me? Yi Zheng laughed boastfully. Enough, let us keep moving, Qin Zijing urged. They remained in the outer zone, where demonic creatures were still sparse, encountering only a handful of solitary ones, hardly enough to challenge their quartet. Continuing their journey towards the center, they dedicated over half an hour just to reach a gathering of goblins. Unlike the monsters at Wandering Mountain, the creatures in Glen Forest were notably weaker, yet they often traveled in groups. Only those newly formed from concentrated demonic energy would wander alone. The group they encountered consisted of a dozen goblins led by a larger goblin, adorned in mismatched attire, some in leather armor, others in tattered rags. Wielding stone clubs and wooden spears, their backpacks brimming with stones. Let us go. Without needing further words, the 4 sprang into action. A long spear descended from above, crushing a goblin that had brandished a wooden club to attack. Infusing spiritual energy into her weapon, Qin Zijing transformed her spear back into a colossal sword, which she swung with lethal precision, severing a goblin's head. Su Yuan observed that dealing with such weak adversaries was far more efficient with the sword. He dispatched 4 small goblins, while the others swiftly eliminated the remaining threats. With a final cry, the lone remaining elite goblin let out a shriek, brandishing a spiked club as it charged towards Qin Zijing. This elite goblin was significantly larger than its ordinary kin, towering over Su Yuan and his companions, exhibiting a robust physique, yet it was considerably weaker than the mini-bosses they had faced at Wandering Mountain. The clash of Qin Zijing's spear against the elite goblin resonated through the air, revealing a balance of power. I'll assist you, Yizheng shouted, leaping into the fray with his colossal sword aimed at the elite goblin. Thud! The goblin attempted to block with its club, but with Yizheng's innate strength augmenting his might, they seemed evenly matched. It was clear that this elite goblin was not formidable. A swift resolution was at hand. Su Yuan joined the battle, transforming his colossal sword into the halberd once more. Seizing an opportunity while the goblin focused on Yizheng, he executed a sweeping strike that shattered the goblin's leg. A pained howl erupted from the elite goblin as it collapsed onto the ground, only for its cries to abruptly cease as Qin Zijing's dual-headed fire spear pierced its throat. The crowd watched as the body of the elder goblin gradually dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Alas, not even a fragment of loot dropped. It was no wonder such a creature was deemed worthless, Yizheng remarked in disdain. After vanquishing over a dozen monsters, they had acquired absolutely nothing. Who claimed that the drop rates in Glen Forest were high? Su Yuan glanced at his martial arts panel. Level, Martial Arts First Realm, 5th Layer, 32. After slaying 4 goblins, his progress had only increased by 3 points. Reflecting on this, Su Yuan felt somewhat satisfied, considering there were still plenty of goblins around. Alright, let us not waste any more time. Time is money. We must hasten to seek out other monsters. The 4 companions ceased their delay and ventured deeper into the center. Suddenly, a piercing cat screech echoed through the air. A shadow, cloaked in crimson, darted past, leaving sparks on Yizheng's combat suit. It was a bloodthirsty cat demon. Yizheng glanced at his attire and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had purchased a high-quality combat suit crafted from the hide of a rare beast, offering formidable protection. Moreover, with the attributes copper skin, iron bones, and iron bones unyielding, he had narrowly avoided injury. The group turned their gazes towards the sudden appearance of the shadow, and collectively, a thought crossed their minds. How grotesque! This creature shattered the charming feline image that Su Yuan had cherished. In his mind, cats had always been adorably endearing, but the creature before them, which could only be referred to as a cat, had long, disheveled fur obscuring its face, resembling a vengeful specter. Its claws were elongated and razor-sharp, standing upright in a bizarre manner. Typically, bloodthirsty cat demons appeared alone, unless accompanied by an elite creature, the cursed cat demon, which could summon a horde of cat demons. Qin Zijing surveyed the surroundings, noting that only this single monster was present. The group had previously perused introductions about Glen Forest, and Qin Zijing had studied the material most thoroughly. While they conversed, the bloodthirsty cat demon launched another attack, its form blurring into a near-invisible streak. The speed was akin to that of the Gale Wolf encountered in Wandering Mountain. 0-frame initiation. Su Yuan transformed his long spear into a colossal sword, striking at the approaching shadow, but it evaded in an instant. Had the attack, enhanced by 9 bull strength, connected, it would have surely cleaved the demon in two. So swift. Lu Tingting gasped, her face paling. The bloodthirsty cat demon had targeted her, and she hadn't even had time to defend herself. Speed-oriented monsters were the most troublesome. Qin, perhaps you should take over, Su Yuan suggested. Speedy foes posed considerable challenges for him as well. There was little he could do if he couldn't land a hit. The only strategy he could conceive was to exchange wounds. Alright, Qin Zijing nodded in agreement. She understood that Su Yuan's suggestion for her to take action was akin to the true chi projection technique she had employed against the wolf boss previously. If she could freeze the bloodthirsty cat demon for just a second, 0-frame initiation would enable her to finish it off. With a resounding explosion, reminiscent of a bursting watermelon, the demon's head was shattered by a single thrust of Su Yuan's spear. His long spear morphed back into a giant sword. The elite monster yielded no drops, yet this mere creature has produced a loot item. As they watched the cat demon's corpse slowly dissolve, the group's eyes brightened. Chapter 31, Precise Aim. As the saying goes, the iron shoes are hard to find, yet the treasure comes effortlessly. Who would have anticipated that a solitary, mundane monster would drop a loot item? It was a white loot fragment. Lu Tingting joyfully picked up the glowing white shard, glancing around. You should keep it for now. We can divide it later once we exit the secret realm, Qin Zijing advised. Alright, let us hurry to find other monsters. Stop. After walking a short distance, Yizheng, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly raised a hand, prompting the group to fall silent. It seems we have stumbled upon a minotaur camp, Yizheng whispered. The minotaurs were among the most formidable monsters in Glen Forest, typically wielding stone axes and possessing immense strength. How many minotaurs are there? Qin Zijing inquired. 5 or 6, along with some goblins, about a dozen of them. I haven't spotted any elder goblins. The elite elder goblins were significantly larger than ordinary goblins, making them easily distinguishable. Upon realizing there were 7 minotaurs and a dozen goblins, Yizheng sighed in relief. Indeed, if they are merely common monsters, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Su Yuan concurred. Qin Zijing nodded in agreement. However, for safety's sake, we should lure them out gradually. Agreed. The group nodded in unison. Naturally, the task of luring the monsters fell to Yizheng, the sole tank in the team, often tasked with absorbing damage for his companions. Come here. You come here. Yizheng stepped out from behind a tree, attempting to move lightly as he waved at the monsters before him, eliciting laughter from the three behind him. This tactic proved effective. A goblin emitted a strange cry, leading the way toward the group. The other two goblins, intrigued by its call, followed suit. 3 goblins? That was hardly a challenge. Yi Zheng guided the trio into the thicket, and as the monsters passed by, Su Yuan and the others struck swiftly, catching the goblins off guard. An arrow flew, piercing through one goblin's skull, and Su Yuan's weapon transformed back into the giant sword, which proved more effective in the dense woodland. He severed the neck of one goblin, while Qin Zijing pierced another's throat with her spear, the frost-enhanced weapon rendering the creature voiceless. The plan was a success, and Yi Zheng attempted the same strategy again, but this time, fortune was not on his side. He found himself facing a minotaur. The beast let out a furious roar moo. Instantly, all the monsters in the camp turned their attention toward the hapless Yi Zheng. It seemed that taking them down one by one was no longer feasible. Shall we charge in directly? I believe we can handle these monsters with ease, he suggested. Undeterred by their collective gaze, Qin Zijing frowned, contemplating whether to retreat momentarily, but seeing her teammates resolve and sensing their chances of victory were indeed high, she decided they should press forward. Su Yuan and Qin Zijing burst forth from their hiding spots, joining Yi Zheng as they charged toward the enraged creatures. Meanwhile, Lu Tingting remained concealed behind a tree, ready to launch arrows. Suddenly, as they advanced with determination, an ice spear materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward the foremost Yi Zheng. Not good, it's an ice goblin. They had initially believed they had merely stumbled upon a minotaur camp, where the strongest threats were the 6 or 7 minotaurs, but it became apparent that this was, in fact, a goblin camp, with the true leader being a small boss-level creature, the ice goblin. The frost goblin possesses the ability to condense and launch icy projectiles. The ice shards are elusive and possess tremendous force, accompanied by freezing and penetrating effects. Even Yi Zheng dares not confront them directly. Thud! The ice shard collided with Yi Zheng's massive sword, causing him to stumble as he charged forward. The immense blade, when held horizontally, served as a formidable shield. Su Yuan, running alongside Yi Zheng, watched in astonishment, realizing that the giant sword could also function as a shield. Could this be the reason behind Yi Zheng's choice of weapon? Gaining new insights, Su Yuan, however, could not afford to ponder further. The priority was to eliminate the frost goblin. If left unchecked, it would surely unleash its icy arrows upon them during the battle, rendering them vulnerable. Su Yuan declared, Xingzi Jin, focus. Locate the frost goblin's position and see if you can eliminate it. An arrow whizzed overhead, striking a minotaur squarely in the face, prompting a painful roar as it yanked the projectile from its flesh, growing increasingly enraged. Good, came Lu Tingtian's voice from behind. Meanwhile, the group had engaged in close combat with the monsters, and Su Yuan's weapon had transformed into a long spear, proving advantageous in the expansive battlefield. 0-frame initiation. With the support of his attributes, Su Yuan's speed of attack was remarkably swift. Coupled with Bull's strength, he thrust forth, impaling a minotaur with a single strike. Yet the creature's resilience was formidable, necessitating an additional thrust to finally bring it down. Clang! His spear clashed with another minotaur's spiked club, and a goblin armed with a spear seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, aiming directly at Su Yuan's abdomen. As he fought and retreated, he regretted not having time to recharge his 0-frame initiation. His technique, akin to the legendary 3 strikes of Guan Yu, diminished significantly after its execution. He was left to rely solely on his combat skills. The wind god howled. This was the most proficient technique Su Yuan had mastered from the 72 paths of divine and demonic spears. The Fang Tian Hua Ji, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh, stirred up a tempest, resembling the furious roar of a wind deity. The foremost goblin was immediately intimidated, rendered motionless as the spear pierced through it, sending its body crashing into the minotaur behind. The minotaur, toppled by the impact, roared in fury as it struggled to rise. Su Yuan stepped forward, raising his spear to finish it off, when suddenly, a distortion in the air revealed an incoming ice shard. Oh no, it's coming for me. Perhaps due to Su Yuan's overwhelming power, he had caught the attention of the frost goblin. Taken aback, he swiftly retracted his spear. Clang! The ice shard struck a shield just in time. The trusty iron weapon transformed into a shield to intercept the blow. Found it! Lu Tingtian's anxious voice echoed behind him as she finally pinpointed the small boss, the frost goblin. The frost goblin was not as easily recognizable as its larger kin. Its stature was merely slightly larger than that of an ordinary goblin, with the most notable distinction being its bluish skin. This had previously obscured Yi Zheng's detection of the small boss. Upon spotting the frost goblin, Lu Tingtian immediately loosed an arrow, but it either evaded the shot or was blocked by other goblins. Despite her precise aim attribute, it merely ensured accuracy, not infallibility. Where is it? Shouted Su Yuan. At your 3 o'clock, surrounded by 4 goblins. Lu Tingtian responded urgently. Leave it to me. Su Yuan directed his gaze toward the location Lu Tingtian indicated. Chapter 32, Unity of Man and Spear. Chapter 33, Heavenly Tyrant Body. Chapter 34, immune to all poisons. Chapter 35, Second Brother Enhancement. Chapter 36, Mustard Seed Space. Ahem. Never mind. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Su Yuan cleared his throat, stating, let me put it this way. You must be aware of the phrase longevity. Ah, of course we know. Have you synthesized the longevity attribute? His mother and sister's eyes widened in unison. Not quite, Su Yuan replied, shaking his head. TCH. Su Yu rolled her eyes. Don't be so dismissive, Su Yuan retorted. While it may not be longevity, its value is certainly comparable, if not superior. Prove it. Show it to us. Su Yu extended her hand. I want to let you see it. Su Yuan dismissed her, turning to his mother. Rest assured, Mom. Feel free to spend money. Exotic beast meat is essential for every meal. After repeatedly assuring his mother, he returned to his room to continue his training. Under the influence of the majesty of the emperor, he found himself increasingly enamored with the art of cultivation. The following day was Sunday. Su Yuan spent the morning practicing at home. After a bout of meditation, he engaged in some physical training. Today, he anticipated the arrival of the herbs needed for the 13 bodyguards' medicinal bath, which he could collect in the afternoon to proceed with the next steps of his physical training. However, before that, there was another task at hand. After having lunch with his sister, he set out. Seizing the opportunity of a free day, he aimed to gather information about the auction house and the second brother enhancement. He primarily sought to discover their location and potential bidding prices, wanting to have a clearer understanding. Su Yuan had never had any dealings with the auction house before. He didn't even know which direction its entrance faced. Relying on navigation, he eventually found an auction house. Although situated in the city center, it was on a relatively obscure old street, with few people around. The entrance of the auction house appeared somewhat desolate and unadorned. Good day, sir. Are you here to participate in today's auction? Upon arrival, someone promptly approached him, confirming he was indeed at the right place. From the outside, the auction house did not appear lavish. Su Yuan initially wondered if the navigation had led him astray, but inside, he discovered his lack of experience. It exuded an atmosphere of understated luxury and sophistication. Even the receptionists were exceptionally tall and beautiful. Is there an auction today? Do I need a ticket to enter? Su Yuan inquired. Yes, there is an auction today. You may take a look at the introduction to the items up for bid. The receptionist handed him a beautifully crafted promotional card. Upon opening it, Su Yuan found several item descriptions, though many were concealed. The highlight item was clearly detailed, a piece of equipment with an attribute. Su Yuan casually glanced through it, only to be taken aback. The highlighted item bore a mere white-grade attribute. Once he thoroughly reviewed the information, he finally realized what it was. It is no wonder that a mere white-quality item can take center stage. There is indeed a rationale behind it. Although it was Su Yuan's first encounter with it, he had long been aware of its reputation. No, it was more than mere awareness. It resonated like thunder in his ears. It is likely that very few are oblivious to it. On the surface, this appears to be an ordinary jade bracelet, yet the accompanying attributes are anything but commonplace. Item name, antiquated spatial jade bracelet. Accompanying attribute, mustard seed space. Attribute quality, white. Attribute effect, the mustard seed contains the vastness of the universe, providing a cubic meter of space capable of holding inanimate objects. A spatial bracelet. No wonder it can serve as a headline item. Su Yuan silently marveled. Who wouldn't aspire to possess a piece of spatial equipment? Items such as the bag of holding, spatial rings, and spirit spring spaces are essential gear for protagonists in novels, facilitating both domestic travels and grand adventures. Our auction does not require tickets, but you must first verify your assets at the front desk, the receptionist stated politely. Asset verification? Is 50,000 enough? Su Yuan inquired, having borrowed 100,000 from Qin Zijin, and after some time, he was left with merely 50,000. Not sufficient. The receptionist replied with a smile. All right, you really can tell I am broke just by looking at my attire, Su Yuan replied, shaking his head in exasperation. To be frank, I am not here to purchase anything, but rather to inquire about the auction conditions and service fees. Oh, I see. Please follow me. We have a designated customer reception area. The receptionist guided Su Yuan to a waiting room on the side of the venue. Soon, a middle-aged man sat across from him and asked, My friend, what item do you intend to submit for auction? It is an attribute, Su Yuan replied. Oh, may I inquire what color quality your attribute possesses? The middle-aged man continued. White, Su Yuan answered. The middle-aged man's expression shifted. Are you jesting with me? Calm down, Su Yuan chuckled, waving his hand. A white attribute can still possess valuable items. Take your headline item today. The spatial jade bracelet, it's also a white attribute item, isn't it? That cannot be the same. The middle-aged man frowned but still maintained his composure, asking then, May I know what effect your attribute has? In that regard, Su Yuan prodded. In what regard? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. In that regard, Su Yuan reiterated. The middle-aged man followed Su Yuan's gaze and glanced down, then enlightenment dawned upon him. So it pertains to that aspect. The middle-aged man's expression transformed dramatically, his face lighting up like a blooming chrysanthemum. Let us discuss this in detail. Su Yuan elaborated on the specifics of the second brother enhancement attribute, and the middle-aged man nodded. Rest assured, young brother, your item is entirely qualified for our auction. Unfortunately, the attribute description lacks specific data regarding how much it enhances size. No concrete values are provided. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, I estimate your attribute would fetch around 400,000 to 500,000. If there is a particularly interested party, reaching 1 million is quite plausible. Our auction typically charges a 15 service fee. However, I sense a kindred spirit in you, young brother. Should you choose to place this attribute in our auction, I will, within my authority, grant you the greatest concession of only 10. Chapter 37, Sword Chi Amplification. Su Yuan did not express any particular reaction to the offer. He found the rate reasonable, as a 10% fee was fairly standard. Surely, some could offer even lower. In fact, certain items, when brought to auction, are a privilege for the auction house, certainly warranting complimentary service. Su Yuan's second brother enhancement did not reach such heights. He held no objections to the offer. However, given his ability to synthesize attributes, he anticipated a long-term collaboration with the auction house, rendering him unhurried to make a decision. What is your esteemed surname, young brother? The middle-aged man inquired. Merely Su, he replied. Ah, so you are brother Su. I am Chao Rong, the front hall manager of Chao's auction house. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Is this attribute synthesized by you? That is classified information, Su Yuan replied vaguely, withholding specific details. Whether or not to disclose the origin of this attribute was inconsequential. However, if he could consistently produce high-quality attributes, it might raise suspicions. Haha, I have been too presumptuous. Chao Rong chuckled, his interest piqued. If it were merely this one attribute, he would not have given it much thought. However, if a long-term collaboration were possible, he felt compelled to express his sincerity, albeit uncertain of how much truth lay in the young man's words. Brother Su, if you are dissatisfied with the commission rate, I can assist in conveying this to my superiors. But first, let me show you our auction process, Chao Rong suggested, perhaps noticing Su Yuan's lack of enthusiasm. Wasn't asset verification required? I don't have that much money, Su Yuan candidly stated. Haha, brother Su, worry not. Possessing such a treasure as yours presents a strong possibility for a long-term collaboration. Consequently, regardless of your current financial standing, you are a valued client of our auction house. Chao Rong reassured him. Since he had made such an offer, Su Yuan decided not to decline further. He was indeed curious about the auction proceedings and how much the renowned spatial equipment would ultimately fetch. Should I wear a mask? As they approached a preliminary room, Chao Rong retrieved a monkey mask from a cabinet and handed it to Su Yuan. Those who come here are either wealthy or prestigious, and bidding wars can sometimes ignite tempers. To prevent unnecessary trouble, many prefer to wear masks, he explained. Oh, Su Yuan examined the mask, discovering it to be quite ordinary. He casually donned it and entered the auction hall alongside Chao Rong. The atmosphere was quieter than Su Yuan had anticipated. There was no scene of fervent bidding. After the auctioneer introduced the item, the attendees simply raised their paddles in silence. Currently, the item up for auction was a spear with a blue attribute. Su Yuan had no interest in it and could not afford it. He and Chao Rong settled into a seat in the back row, and Su Yuan surveyed the crowd of bidders. There were surprisingly few individuals wearing masks, less than half of the attendees. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. That person was Xiao Yunfei. To his astonishment, Su Yuan recognized the familiar silhouette participating in the auction. Brother Xiao has come to the auction as well, Su Yuan mused, reflecting on how easily martial artists can amass wealth. He had heard that Xiao Yunfei also hailed from humble beginnings, yet now he was affluent enough to attend an auction. Su Yuan felt a surge of gratitude towards Brother Xiao. Wind affinity might seem unimpressive, but in practice, it proved to be quite useful. He had mastered several techniques related to wind manipulation, making remarkable progress. This time, should he employ the sleight of hand? Su Yuan hesitated, as his disdain for Xiao Yunfei stemmed solely from a fleeting sense of malice he had perceived. He was uncertain if that initial impression had merely been a figment of his imagination. If he had misjudged senior brother Xiao, he would indeed feel quite ashamed. Therefore, perhaps it would be best to use sleight of hand on senior brother Xiao this time. After all, he had already stolen once. Surely, he would not mind a second time. If Su Yuan's instincts were correct, and Xiao Yunfei truly harbored ill intentions, then he would be weakening his opponent's strength. Conversely, if he had misperceived, he would simply have to apologize. Sleight of hand, he thought, yet it failed to succeed. Was it due to the distance being too great? Or was it that one could only use it on the same individual once? The failure of sleight of hand left Su Yuan somewhat flustered. Manager Chao, my eyesight is rather poor. May I sit a bit closer? He inquired. Of course, no problem. Please, make yourself comfortable. Speaking of which, I still have some matters to attend to in the hall. Shall I take my leave? Manager Chao expressed a hint of apology in his tone. Not at all. Manager Chao, you go about your business, Su Yuan replied courteously, finally bidding farewell to Chao Rong. He moved forward a row, now sitting approximately 5 to 6 meters away from Xiao Yunfei. Still, the attempt was fruitless. It seemed that the operation against Xiao Yunfei had failed. Su Yuan shifted forward another 2 rows, yet the outcome remained unchanged, leaving him in a state of panic. He contemplated whether something was amiss or if he should try a different target. At last, upon sitting within 3 meters of Xiao Yunfei, he succeeded. Su Yuan felt the successful casting of sleight of hand at this level, his status panel now boasting an additional entry. 140,000. This gentleman has raised the bid to 140,000. Is there a higher offer? 140,000 once. 180,000. Good heavens. 180,000. Is there no higher bid? While pilfering, Su Yuan could not shake off a sense of nervousness. Startled when he saw Xiao Yunfei raise his hand, only to realize that he was merely auctioning an item. Upon glancing at the stage, he noticed a sword adorned with a blue entry, Aura of Slaughter, and a green entry, Sword Chi Enhancement. It was his first encounter with an item accompanied by 2 entries, although he had heard of such things before. An item with entries could indeed possess numerous attributes, albeit being exceedingly rare and valuable. Both entries of the sword were quite advantageous. Aura of Slaughter could intimidate and weaken opponents, while Sword Chi Enhancement allowed for longer and more potent sword strikes. In the blink of an eye, the sword's price soared beyond 200,000. With Xiao Yunfei having long since withdrawn from the bidding. With extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, it seemed that Xiao Yunfei was still in need of a suitable weapon, as his current iron rod could only alter in size, but not shape. After a moment's reflection, Su Yuan decided against lingering. He discreetly withdrew from the auction venue. Although he had yet to witness the auction of the spatial jade bracelet, he felt compelled to leave to avoid encountering Xiao Yunfei, which might lead to suspicions regarding the disappearance of entries. Manager Qiao, your auction house is indeed commendable. May I inquire when the next auction will take place? Upon exiting the venue, he encountered Qiao Rong. Brother Su, why didn't you take a closer look? Our company will host another auction next Sunday. Would you like to consign your entries with us? Very well, I shall bring them next Sunday, Su Yuan replied. Could you perhaps come in advance? It would be beneficial for our shop's artisans to have a look. Additionally, showcasing such treasures on promotional cards would attract more interested clients, don't you think? Alright then, I'll make time to visit again in the next couple of days. Chapter 38, Mastering the Flame. Thieves, after committing their misdeeds, often hasten to vacate the scene of the crime. Su Yuan was no exception. After exiting the auction house, he walked 2 streets before hailing a cab. Only once seated inside did he finally feel at ease enough to examine the entry he had just stolen. Entry name, Mastery of Flame. Entry level, green. Entry effect, you can control any mundane fire, manipulating and wielding it at will. A green entry, Mastery of Flame. Regrettably, it was merely ordinary fire, the kind found in the mortal realm. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. This entry further substantiated that Xiao Yunfei, despite his human form, truly stood as a paragon among entry prodigies. He possessed no remarkable entries. The ordinary fire of the mortal realm held little practical value. Truly formidable flames were those like the true fire of the sun, true fire of the moon, true samadhi fire, or the phoenix rebirth flame. At the very least, one would expect something of the caliber of bone spirit cold fire or azure lotus earth heart fire. Mundane fire, the sort used for cooking or burning wood, was hardly lethal enough to vanquish martial artists or magical beasts. This mastery of flame diminished the value of my panel, Su Yuan pondered. Resolving to exchange it once he obtained equivalent exchange, he chose not to continue his exploration that afternoon, returning home to collect a parcel downstairs. The medicinal herbs for his therapeutic bath had finally arrived. Su Yuan unwrapped the package and fetched a large iron pot. Following the instructions from 13 Guardians of Horizontal Training, he placed the prescribed amount of herbs into the pot, initially igniting a fierce flame before reducing it to a gentle simmer. It was a pity. He had heard of iron pots designed for bathing, where one could enjoy a medicinal bath while steeping. Alas, in his household, such luxury was unattainable. He could only brew the medicinal concoction and then pour it into a bathing tub. Su Yuan intended to move the tub into his bedroom for cultivation, but feared splashing water everywhere. Ultimately, he settled for the restroom for his training. His body felt pleasantly numb, and he could distinctly sense the medicinal power permeating through his limbs, gradually reinforcing his physique. Su Yuan marveled at this being the true path to cultivation. The martial art of 13 Guardians of Horizontal Training proved quite effective, compensating for some of his deficiencies. His strength was adequate, yet his constitution remained substantially lacking. Over the following days, he immersed himself in rigorous training, only venturing to the Chao's auction house one day after school to show the appraisers his second brother enhancement. The auction house staff expressed immense satisfaction, deciding to prominently feature this entry on their promotional cards. Su Yuan did not haggle over the commission fee this time, yet it was reduced to 8. Qiao Rong further indicated that should additional items arise, the fee could be negotiated down to 5. Su Yuan felt content with this arrangement, and thus, he continued his diligent cultivation. As another Saturday arrived, Su Yuan, along with Qin Zijing and their companion, reconvened at the entrance of the forest park, prepared for another adventure in the Glen of Gran. Su Yuan did not call out to Wang Haoren. A couple of days prior, he had mentioned Wang Haoren's desire to explore the secret realm to Grandma Wang when he met her. She was taken aback and quickly urged Su Yuan to disregard him. Wang Haoran's parents, who were Grandma Wang's son and daughter-in-law, had met with an unfortunate incident in the secret realm. Not only did Grandma Wang forbid Wang Haoran from entering the secret realm, but she also attempted to dissuade Su Yuan from going. However, Su Yuan was resolute, as he had already progressed to the 81st level of the 5th realm, and upon emerging from this secret realm, he anticipated an upgrade. Grandma Wang could only reiterate her warnings, urging Su Yuan to exercise caution. Consequently, Su Yuan was unable to invite Wang Haoran to join their expedition. Good morning. Yi Zheng was the first to arrive, likely due to living nearby. Shortly thereafter, the two girls joined him, and the four of them chose a different grand entrance to embark on an alternative route into the forest. Although monsters were slain daily, new ones consistently emerged, particularly at the Minotaur camp. Not long after entering the secret realm, they stumbled upon a gathering of 7 or 8 Minotaurs. This time, there was no goblin boss, and the group swiftly dealt with the Minotaurs, continuing their rapid search for monsters. Time was of the essence. Wasting an hour could translate to a significant loss of income. Soon, after dispatching several isolated monsters, they encountered a goblin camp. This territory was larger than the previous one, and an ice goblin commanded over a dozen Minotaurs. Undeterred, the group employed a strategy to lure and eliminate the enemies one by one, ultimately vanquishing the ice goblin boss. Though they did not collect its head, Su Yuan's cultivation level had risen to 92. As they continued, Su Yuan suddenly halted, sensing movement ahead. It appeared to be the formidable Minotaur Lord. Flanked by 2 goblin bosses, over 10 ordinary Minotaurs, and dozens of lesser goblins. Such a formidable assembly was astoundingly unexpected. Normally, the officials would have dispatched a cleanup crew, as a major boss typically dropped valuable loot far exceeding the ticket price. It was unusual for them to encounter one without prior intervention. The Minotaur Lord seemed rather weak, suggesting it had only recently respawned. The group exchanged glances, regret etched on their faces. Given their current strength, defeating a major boss was an arduous task. The boss possessed power equivalent to a 3rd realm warrior, while their strongest member, Su Yuan, barely reached the 3rd realm in strength. Let us retreat. We cannot hope to defeat it. They agreed. Remember this location. When we grow stronger and acquire powerful loot, we shall return to confront the major boss. Hopefully, it will still be here when we are ready. With a sense of disappointment, they left the Minotaur Lord's territory, ultimately deciding against provoking it. As they continued their journey, they unexpectedly found themselves back at the lair of the dark cursed cat demon they had encountered previously. What if we take it on? Suggested Yi Zheng. Let us see if we can lure a few out. Su Yuan hesitated. Speed was indeed his Achilles heel. Yet, the dwindling time before their exit from the secret realm urged him onward. If he could slay a few more bloodthirsty cat demons, he could elevate his cultivation level and draw new loot. Once again, Yi Zheng took the lead to lure the monsters, but this time, they had stirred up a hornet's nest. A dozen bloodthirsty cat demons turned their piercing red eyes toward the group. Run! The sight sent shivers down their spines, and a cacophony of cat wails erupted as shadows lunged toward them. Chapter 39. The body refinement genius Su Yuan wielded his long spear, unleashing a torrent of flames. The attribute flame control ignited as the cat demons instinctively recoiled from the fire. As he lagged behind to cover his companions, he unleashed waves of searing flames while sprinting. Suddenly, a shadow descended from a tree, poised to strike Su Yuan with its claws. Qin Ziqin, wielding her spear like a dragon, sent the attacking cat demon flying. Be careful. The 4 of them sprinted, each remaining aware of their comrades' conditions. Lu Tingting, who led the charge, occasionally released arrows to fend off the pursuing cat demons. Some fell behind, abandoning the chase as they distanced themselves from the cat demon lair. Eventually, only the most vengeful of them remained, the small boss. The dark cursed cat demon. No need to run. Let us take it down. The group exchanged excited glances and halted. Though the dark cursed cat demon was swift, it was not unmatched in speed. Its prowess lay in its capacity to inflict debilitating curses upon its foes, lending to its ominous name. They quickly shared information about the cat demon boss amongst themselves. The dark cursed cat demon frequently employed a toxic curse, capable of debilitating nearly half of one's combat strength, and it was notoriously difficult to dispel. Caution was paramount. As they conversed, the terrifying figure of the dark cursed cat demon initiated its assault. Aya! The shadow lashed out with its claws toward the forefront, targeting Yi Zheng. He quickly retreated, recognizing the green miasma emanating from its claws, indicative of the toxic curse. Yi Zheng dared not confront it head-on. 0-frame launch. Wind Goddess Howl. Su Yuan seized the moment, executing his most proficient technique. The dark cursed cat demon was compelled to evade, redirecting its attack toward Qin Ziqin. With her spear in hand, Qin Ziqin embodied the fusion of human and weapon, her precision preventing the cat demon from breaking through her defenses. After a tense standoff, the dark cursed cat demon entered a frenzied state, with dark energy roiling around it. It unleashed a barrage of green and black miasma, curses flying toward the group. They nimbly dodged, having anticipated the onslaught. Once its attack subsided, the dark cursed cat demon appeared weakened, presenting an opportune moment for the group to strike. Frost True Chi separation. With Yi Zheng and Lu Tingting distracting it, Qin Ziqin seized the chance to immobilize the cat demon for a fleeting moment. A singular opportunity. 9 Bull Strength. Su Yuan summoned all his might, his spear crashing down from above, cleaving the dark cursed cat demon in two. Haha, we finally defeated it, he exclaimed, wondering if it would drop any valuable loot. Though not all had delivered the final blow, their spirits soared with triumph. Su Yuan's joy was unparalleled. As the body of the dark cursed cat demon gradually disintegrated, a surge of warmth flowed into his being. After acquiring the head of the dark cursed cat demon, Su Yuan's cultivation level finally experienced a breakthrough. Name, Su Yuan. Level, 6th layer of the first realm of martial arts. Haha, I finally broke through. Su Yuan rejoiced inwardly. He glanced at the martial arts panel, which indicated, level up. Congratulations on breaking through to the 5th layer of the first realm. You will randomly receive a trait. Ding. The system also emitted a prompt. The God class choice system has been activated. You may choose one trait from a random selection of 2 to 10 traits, neglecting the fact that others were still in the secret realm. And disregarding Qin Zijing and the others nearby, Su Yuan immersed himself in contemplation, meticulously examining the trait options presented this time. 1. Trait name, Body Refining Genius. Trait level, Red. Trait effect, you possess an extraordinary talent for body refinement, enhancing both your aptitude and comprehension in this domain, thereby improving the effects of body refining. Wow. This is akin to receiving a pillow when one is drowsy. Su Yuan had been diligently practicing 13 Taibao horizontal training, feeling immensely rewarded. However, his innate talent for body refinement might only be average, hence his progress was rather slow. If he could acquire the body refining genius trait, it would undoubtedly enable him to achieve twice the results with half the effort during his continued training. The first trait left Su Yuan quite satisfied, but he felt compelled to examine the remaining options for potentially superior choices. 2. Trait name, Eloquence. Trait level, White. Trait effect, your tongue can twist into the shape of a lotus flower, and your speaking abilities will be significantly enhanced. That seems unnecessary. Disappointed, Su Yuan continued to review the options. 3. Trait name, Rest and Recuperation. Trait level, Blue. Trait effect, area-wide healing ability, within a 2-meter radius around you. All injuries will gradually heal, and mental, physical, and spiritual energies will also be restored. Hiss, an unexpectedly rare healing ability. Moreover, it offers area-wide healing. Although this trait is merely blue in level, Su Yuan perceived it as being on par with the first red trait. One must recognize how precious healing abilities are within a secret realm. Now, Su Yuan found himself in a quandary. Should he select Body Refining Genius or Rest and Recuperation? With this dilemma in mind, Su Yuan continued to examine the trait options, and upon doing so, his previous worries vanished. 4. Trait name, Innate Divine Strength. Trait level, Red. Trait effect, your strength is doubled. You can exert force equivalent to twice your own. Isn't this the very trait that Yi Zheng drew last time? I never anticipated I would also acquire it. Su Yuan felt a rush of elation. The effect of this trait would be entirely different on him compared to Yi Zheng. It's important to note that the effects of traits can stack. While Yi Zheng's strength being doubled is not particularly remarkable, Su Yuan's doubling means his ox strength would be multiplied, resulting in 18 ox strength. He would dare to confront the formidable Minotaur Lord. Although Body Refining Genius and Rest and Recuperation are commendable, Innate Divine Strength is the trait he urgently requires. With it, Su Yuan's power could ascend to new heights in a short span of time. Resolutely, Su Yuan made up his mind and glanced once more at the remaining trait options. 5. Trait name, Beastmaster. Trait level, Golden. Trait effect, all creatures of fur, feathers, scales, and shells shall regard you with reverence and affection. With sincere intent, they will bow their heads and yield to your command, allowing for the bond with spiritual beasts and mutual understanding of intentions. Su Yuan was at a loss for words. Beastmaster, a trait that ensures all creatures regard him with maximal affinity and respect. With adequate sincerity, they could be compelled to obey him. The bond with contracted spiritual beasts would transcend mere communication to a profound understanding. This is undoubtedly a remarkable trait. How should he choose? While Innate Divine Strength is urgently needed, Beastmaster is a golden trait. What a delightful dilemma, difficult to resolve. If he selects Innate Divine Strength, he could soon confront the Minotaur Lord, and the resulting strength would expedite his leveling up. But Beastmaster is a golden trait. Chapter 40, the 6th trait, Beastmaster. Perhaps Su Yuan truly lacked foresight. He was aware that choosing Innate Divine Strength would immediately bolster his power, enabling swifter monster slaying and leveling up, thus granting him access to more traits. Conversely, selecting Beastmaster would mean he still needed to locate spiritual beasts, and how much battle prowess they could yield remained uncertain. Given the time to search for spiritual beasts, he might have already leveled up several times with Innate Divine Strength and drawn even more golden traits. He might indeed be short-sighted, unable to envision the distant future. Before him lay a red trait and a golden trait, and he had become blinded by the allure of gold. Even if he relinquished one option, with a red trait on one side and a golden trait on the other, few could forsake the golden trait, even if the red trait was more aligned with his current development. Su Yuan was unable to do so. After much hesitation, he ultimately chose Beastmaster. What's wrong with you? You've been in a daze for quite a while. Qin Zijing's voice broke through his reverie. You little rascal. Did you manage to upgrade after claiming the dark curse cat demon's head? Judging by your expression, did you draw a rather unsatisfactory trait? Hee. Yi Zheng wore an expression of amusement, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Indeed, it was rather unsatisfactory. Su Yuan sighed, lamenting the loss of innate divine strength. Don't fret. Look at this. Qin Zijing presented a glowing orb radiating blue luminescence before him. Su Yuan blinked, realizing, a blue trait fragment? Did it drop from the dark curse cat demon? Is there any other possibility? You've been daydreaming. Even Tingting has been shouting for ages, and you're oblivious. Qin Zijing chided. A small boss unexpectedly dropped a blue-level item. Su Yuan was somewhat astonished. Such low-level secret realm bosses had an extremely slim chance of dropping high-tier color trait items. He didn't expect to encounter such fortuitous luck. This blue trait fragment could sell for around 32,000. We would each get 8,000, Qin Zijing calculated. Well, Su Yuan hesitated. What's the matter? Qin Zijing looked at him curiously. Su Yuan replied, could you sell that trait to me? When he synthesized the word fragments, he could also trigger the system, refreshing a selection of 2 to 10 different entries, significantly increasing the likelihood of drawing favorable entries, which he could later sell for a profit. In recent days, Su Yuan had inquired at the shop, discovering a substantial price disparity between buying and selling word fragments. For instance, if they sold a white word fragment to the store, it would fetch 2,000 coins each. However, purchasing one from the store would cost them 2,500 coins. Rather than allowing Qin Zijing to sell them, it would be more prudent to sell them directly to him. All right, Qin Zijing readily agreed. I haven't even had the chance to sell those word fragments from last time. Do you want them? If so, I'll sell them to you directly. The 2 white ones and 1 blue one from last time? Perfect, I'll take them. Su Yuan exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. It saved him the trouble of dealing with the sale himself. But why are you collecting word fragments? Are you planning to sell them for profit? Don't let this little endeavor impede your cultivation. It's not worth it. Qin Zijing cautioned, misunderstanding his intentions. No. Su Yuan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. I just feel that my luck with synthesizing word entries has been rather favorable. I intend to synthesize them myself. That sounds like the behavior of a gambler. Don't get too caught up in it. Qin Zijing warned. Indeed, a gambler seldom leaves the house unscathed. One gamble can turn a luxury vehicle into a mere motorcycle. Be cautious, or you could lose everything in a flash. Yi Zheng chimed in. Su Yuan felt somewhat exasperated. They were correct in their assessment that for most, the trade of synthesizing word entries was akin to gambling. For instance, the entry he recently acquired, Silver Tongue, would incur a loss upon synthesis. However, Su Yuan was different. He had the freedom to choose and a higher probability of winning, rendering it no longer mere gambling. By the way, weren't you borrowing money from Qin Zijing? Where do you find the funds to purchase these word fragments? Yi Zheng inquired. Su Yuan, didn't he hide the truth? Didn't I manage to gather 4 white word fragments last time? I synthesized an exceptional entry and am preparing to sell it at an auction. Once it sells, I'll have the money. Humph. The others expressed skepticism. Oh, why is it so dark? Turns out someone is bragging here. Su Yuan, you've really blown things out of proportion. White entries aren't impressive enough to warrant an auction. Keep dreaming. They retorted, expressing disbelief. Honestly, in this day and age, who believes the truth anymore? Su Yuan lamented. Then tell us, what entry was it? Yi Zheng pressed for details. It was, second brother enhancement. Su Yuan mumbled, his voice trailing off. What enhancement? Second brother? What on earth is that? Yi Zheng was bewildered. What are you talking about? Su Yuan shot back, casting a pointed glance at Yi Zheng. Oh. Yi Zheng suddenly understood, and the 2 girls present, Qin Zijing and Lu Tingting, also grasped the implication, their cheeks flushing in embarrassment. Su Yuan, you charming fellow. I thought you were a decent person. Turns out you're a little rogue. Lu Tingting scolded. Qin Zijing shot Su Yuan a reproachful look. Su Yuan was at a loss for words. He thought nothing of it, but could understand their reaction. After all, they were merely 2 high school girls. University life is far better. The academic pressure in high school is far too intense. It eases up in college. However, following this exchange, their doubts dissipated. If the entry pertained to enhancement, it could indeed fetch a high price, as who in middle age doesn't face such issues? Just take it easy. Getting a good word entry once doesn't guarantee you'll get one every time, Lu Tingting advised. Acquiring some white word fragments for fun is fine, but avoid the high-level fragments. Don't think about going big. Gambling like that can be detrimental. Be careful. You could lose decades of hard work in an instant. Yi Zheng also cautioned. Yes, I understand. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. If you find yourself short on funds, feel free to reach out to me. I'm not too optimistic about the synthesizing endeavor, Qin Zijing added. All right, thank you, Su Yuan expressed sincerely. The trial period had already passed more than halfway, and the group prepared to return. On their way, they cleared another goblin camp. Su Yuan had a chance to claim the head of a frost goblin mini-boss, but ultimately decided to let Lu Tingting have it, as the team's ranged archer. She had cleared numerous small monsters, but had little experience in slaying bosses. Thus, he relinquished it to her. Upon exiting the forest park, Glen Forest, the group reflected on their gains, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. There are too many people and too few monsters here. Let us choose a different secret realm next time. Lu Tingting proposed. Agreed, the others concurred. Here are the word fragments we obtained this time. 1 blue high level and 2 white ones, for you. Qin Zijing handed 3 fragments to Su Yuan. The total value of the fragments is 36,000, that's 9,000 each. I'll transfer 27,000 to you later. Su Yuan stated. What about our previous haul, 1 green and 2 white fragments? Do you want to come with me to collect them today? Qin Zijing inquired again. Su Yuan's eyes brightened. Of course. With these 2 white fragments, plus the 2 from last time, I can synthesize yet another white entry. If the effect is favorable, I can take it to the auction tomorrow. Chapter 41, Silver Tongue. After the group disbanded, Su Yuan accompanied Qin Zijing in a taxi to her home. Initially, with 4 people, he felt no particular discomfort. But now, with just the 2 of them, the atmosphere suddenly felt somewhat intimate. They sat in the back of the taxi, and Su Yuan felt rather uneasy. Qin Zijing seemed affected as well, losing the vivaciousness she had displayed in recent days and reverting to her previous aloof demeanor. The journey was marked by silence until they arrived at an upscale villa community and halted before an opulent standalone house. Su Yuan hurriedly paid the fare. Let us go inside for a bit. I'll check where I put the word fragments. Once the driver departed, Qin Zijing finally relaxed a little, smiling at Su Yuan. Actually, I'd rather wait outside. You can just bring them out to me. Su Yuan still felt uneasy. What are you afraid of? My family doesn't bite. Qin Zijing replied, opening the wrought iron gate. I was thinking it might not be appropriate to meet your parents so soon. Especially since I didn't prepare any gifts for a first visit, Su Yuan joked lightly. You're not that impressive. Your expectations are quite high. Qin Zijing rolled her eyes playfully. What do you mean not impressive? Who else dares to call themselves handsome? Su Yuan retorted. You haven't heard? Many say you're the school beauty, and I'm the school prince. Su Yuan declared boastfully. It was indeed true that people referred to Qin Zijing as the school beauty. And there were even those who claimed Su Yuan was the school prince, though it was mostly his own assertion. Narcissist, shameless. Qin Zijing laughed in exasperation, shooting him a glare. She didn't press him further to come inside, and quickly dashed into the villa. Su Yuan had waited but a moment when he saw Qin Zijing rush out with a box in hand. Here, all 3 fragments are here, she exclaimed, handing the box to him. She added, if you had mentioned earlier that you wanted the entry fragments from the Langlang Mountain secret realm, I wouldn't have sold them to the school. The school's secret realm trials can also yield entries, but since they were of no use to us, my team sold the fragments directly to the school's logistics department. No worries, thank you. I'll transfer the money to you next Monday, along with what I owe you from before. No rush, we can discuss it later. Qin Zijing waved dismissively, and then inquired, aren't you coming in for a bit? My mom heard I had a classmate over, and is preparing to keep you for dinner. Perhaps another time. Once I have achieved my ambitions, I shall come to pay my respects to your parents. Su Yuan chuckled. Meeting classmates' parents is no joking matter. Qin Zijing shot him a sideways glance. Haha. Su Yuan laughed heartily. Well, I want to linger. Why do I feel like someone is watching me from the window? Although it was a one-way mirror, he still sensed a lingering gaze. It could be my mom, just ignore her. You head back first, see you next week. Qin Zijing waved him off. Alright, goodbye. As he departed, Su Yuan nodded towards the large window on the second floor of the villa, leaving a good impression behind. Only after he left the villa area and boarded the bus did Su Yuan finally exhale deeply. Though there was no romantic spark between him and Qin Zijing yet, and his heart was not entirely resolute, visiting a female classmate's home still evoked the feeling of a son-in-law meeting his future in-laws. He opened the box to find indeed 2 white entry fragments and 1 green entry fragment inside. I hope I can have the same stroke of luck when I synthesize the entries later, he thought, eagerly anticipating the moment. The instant he returned home, he commenced the synthesis of the entries. Aligning the 4 white entry fragments in a row, he infused them with spiritual energy and awaited their fusion. Ding. New entry detected. The divine selection system has been triggered. You may choose 1 entry from a random selection of 2 to 10 entries. Ah, that ding sounds quite delightful. Su Yuan felt a surge of joy. 1. Entry name, eyebrows like distant mountains. Entry level white. Entry effect, your eyebrows are as elegant and lengthy as distant mountains. 2. Entry name, a river of words. Entry level white. Entry effect, when you speak, it's as if a river flows from your mouth, never leaving you parched. 3. Entry name, high nose bridge. Entry level white. Entry effect, prevents your nose from flattening, transforming it into a pronounced bridge. 4. Entry name, Kato eagle hands. Entry level white. Entry effect, enhances the speed and agility of your arm movements during thrusting actions. Sighing in exasperation after reviewing the 4 entries, Su Yuan lamented, what a disappointment. Only 4 entries appeared, which isn't too few. But what are these? Especially the last one. I can hardly bear to look at it. This isn't a kindergarten bus. I want to get off. After scrutinizing the 4 entries again, he ultimately chose the third one. High nose bridge. This entry was of no personal use to him, as he considered his features quite satisfactory. However, many individuals sought surgery to enhance their nose bridge, making this entry somewhat akin to a cosmetic procedure. It would save someone the expense of surgery, with 0 risks involved. Yet, he pondered how effective this white entry would actually be, as there was no specific showcase of its results. He feared that the outcome might not be as precise and refined as cosmetic surgery, but it should still yield some benefits. With these thoughts, Su Yuan stored the high nose bridge entry alongside second brother enhancement, planning to check with the auction house the next day to see if they would accept it. If not, he'd list it online. Surely someone would be interested. After securing the entries, he stepped out of his room for a drink and spent some time chatting with his sister before retreating to his room for rigorous training. Name: Su Yuan. Level: First Realm of Martial Arts. 5th Layer of Hidden Origin. 1. Entries: Golden All Beings Equal, Blue 0 Frame Initiation, Red 9 Bull Strength. Rainbow and Easy Grab, Green Wind Affinity, Golden Emperor's Presence, Green Fire Control, Golden King of Beasts. Pets: None. Su Yuan's gaze swept across the martial arts panel, pausing momentarily on the pets section before shifting to the Golden Entry King of Beasts. With the Entry King of Beasts in hand, it was time to arrange for a pet. He contemplated which day next week had fewer classes, planning a trip outside the city to seek out exotic beasts. Initially, Su Yuan had been hesitant to venture beyond the city walls, well aware of the numerous dangers that lurked outside. Exotic beasts roamed the mountainous terrain, each possessing entries and combat prowess rivaling that of magical creatures, making the risk considerable. However, with King of Beasts, he felt emboldened. From now on, all beasts would bow before him, granting him the freedom to roam the wilderness without fear. Chapter 42. Specially Poking the Foster Father. The following morning, Su Yuan received a message from Manager Chow of the auction house, informing him of the auction start time, primarily as a reminder not to forget. Su Yuan replied, stating he would head to the auction house right after breakfast. Brother Su, you've arrived. Upon seeing Su Yuan, Chow Rong visibly relaxed. Many guests had come specifically for the second brother enhancement, and it was crucial not to make any missteps. There were even more attendees than they had anticipated, proving the adage about middle age to be true. Chow Rong mused, I heard that once a man turns 30, he's already 60. That's utter nonsense. Who says that? We are still strong. Chow Rong retorted, his face reddening as he passionately defended his point. He led Su Yuan to the tea room at the back, where Su Yuan pulled out the box and presented the second brother enhancement to Chow Rong. He then retrieved the high nose bridge entry, infusing it with spiritual energy to reveal its information. Manager Chow, take a look at this entry. Do you think it can be included in your auction? Su Yuan inquired. Chow Rong examined it closely, raising an eyebrow before relaxing. While the entry was not particularly special, since it was presented by Brother Su, it would certainly make it onto the auction list as an opening item. He estimated its price to be around 10 to 20,000. The weekly auction was not as grand as one might imagine. It often included some small trinkets as well. Prices ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands were quite common. Sounds good. Su Yuan did not disdain the sum of 20,000. Chow Rong collected both entries before inviting Su Yuan, saying, Brother Su, why not wait for a while at the venue? Very well. Chow Rong led Su Yuan through the corridor, handing him a mask to wear, before guiding him to his seat at the venue. At this moment, there was still half an hour before the auction commenced, but many attendees had already arrived. Today, there were particularly numerous individuals wearing masks, perhaps reluctant to reveal their desire to purchase the second brother enhancement. Thinking of this, Su Yuan felt a tinge of amusement. After observing the crowd for a while, he grew bored and entered a meditative state, yet the cacophony of the venue made it difficult to focus, resulting in a lackluster cultivation session. He decided to cease his efforts until the auction officially began. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, we welcome you to our auction. The host continued, without further ado, let us present the first item for bidding, a weapon with entries. From his seat, Su Yuan curiously observed as the first item was unveiled, a blue-tier weapon, albeit somewhat rare, resembling a Wu hook. While the entry was indeed blue, its effects were rather average. The starting bid was set at 50,000, yet no one showed interest. Such peculiar weapons are seldom utilized, and it nearly went unsold until, at last, one individual purchased it at the opening price. The third auction item was Su Yuan's white-tier entry, high nose bridge. With a starting bid of only 5,000, it surprisingly garnered considerable attention, with several bidders, both male and female, vying for it. However, the final selling price was rather modest, concluding at 18,000. Nonetheless, Su Yuan felt quite satisfied. As long as he did not incur a loss, it was acceptable. After all, entries like second brother enhancement were indeed rare treasures. Su Yuan continued to observe the auction, refraining from bidding. It was not that he lacked desires. On the contrary, he found himself captivated by numerous items, such as elixirs for enhancing cultivation, exceptionally durable combat gear, and even a Fang Tian Hua Ji accompanied by a green entry, specialized for paternal respect. This entry would enable the wielder to unleash 30% greater combat prowess, provided the opponent was recognized as a father figure. This sparked considerable interest. If such a boost in strength were attainable, what did it matter if one had to acknowledge the enemy as a father? Su Yuan was tempted, yet he reminded himself that he already possessed the free-spirited iron rod, which sufficed for his needs, thus deciding against unnecessary expenditure. He found many auction items to be quite novel until the penultimate item was finally presented, Su Yuan's second brother enhancement entry. I believe many of you have come specifically for this entry. Without further ado, let us commence the bidding. The starting price is 100,000, with minimum increments of 10,000. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, a flurry of bids erupted. 150,000, 200,000, 200,000 once. 250,000, 300,000. The fervent competition had Su Yuan grinning from ear to ear. Money. So much money. This was all his. Though some auction fees would be deducted, the sum was still quite considerable. Who claimed that in a household, a man's spending power was inferior to that of a dog? That was merely a matter of not encountering the right items. In such matters, men are indeed willing to spend. 665,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 665,000. Once, twice, thrice. Sold. Ultimately, the white tier entry, second brother enhancement, was sold for 665,000. Su Yuan was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. He did not rush to leave, as the final item of the day was a martial arts manual featuring a blue entry. Such manuals with accompanying entries often serve as ancestral teachings for large families, benefiting generations to come. Thus, they typically fetch high auction prices. Even though Su Yuan deemed the entry's effect somewhat lackluster, it still sold for a staggering price exceeding 1 million. Su Yuan was left in awe, marveling at the abundance of wealthy individuals present. Upon exiting the venue, guided by a steward to the tea room, Su Yuan awaited Chao Rong to settle the accounts. The total auction proceeds amounted to 683,000, subtracting 5,400 in fees, leaving him with 628,000. Prosperity. Prosperity. Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement within, as he could finally abandon frugality and no longer fret over whether he could afford meat. The money was promptly transferred to Su Yuan's phone, and the collaboration was pleasant, with assurances of future partnerships. As Su Yuan shook hands with Chao Rong and departed the auction house, he felt as though he were walking on air, having never possessed so much wealth. Unsure of how to spend it, he first sent 30,000 to his mother. While working, Zhang Peili immediately called, "Son, you haven't robbed a bank, have you?" Her voice echoed with concern. Su Yuan was momentarily speechless. "I wish I could, but you would need to grant me that capability. Nowadays, banks are guarded by high-ranking warriors. Someone of Su Yuan's caliber would not dare to act recklessly." "Did you sell the synthesized entries?" Su Yuan had previously informed his family about this, yet they had not believed him. Now that the money had arrived, his mother finally recalled. "Indeed, I just transferred some after the auction, so you needn't work anymore. I will support you." Su Yuan replied with pride. "You should focus on taking care of yourself first." After a pause, Zhang Peili's voice grew noticeably choked. "I'm serious. From now on, our family need not struggle so hard. I've found a way to make money, Mom. Feel free to spend it, if it runs out. I will provide more." Having gone through those two syntheses, Su Yuan's confidence soared. With this skill, he was certain he would amass great wealth. Chapter 43. Rest and Recuperation. Su Yuan conversed with his mother for quite some time, genuinely wishing for her to stop working. Currently, she was merely taking a part-time job at a restaurant to facilitate caring for Su Yu, enduring both hard work and meager pay. Su Yuan contemplated that once he acquired equivalent exchange, his mother could devote herself to cultivation. He would handle the financial matters, but if his parents desired to work, he had better plans. He actually wished to open a store, purchasing entry fragments while simultaneously selling finished entries. Buying fragments from a shop incurs a markup, and selling entries also involves a commission. If he were to establish his own shop, there would be no middleman profiting off the price difference. Should he encounter particularly exceptional entries, he could then send them to the auction house. However, such plans were still far from realization and required further deliberation. That evening, he decided to dine out and indulge in something good, clarifying that it was not a criticism of his mother's cooking. Upon returning home, Su Yuan did not wait for his mother to return to prepare dinner. Instead, he ordered takeout from a restaurant, featuring exotic beast meat dishes, a rare treat. Su Yu was astonished. "Are we no longer living modestly?" To which Su Yuan retorted, "Nonsense. Our lives are clearly becoming ever more promising. Having discussed the matter of the auction with my elder sister, I find myself feeling somewhat helpless, as she has been under immense pressure. Originally, she had hoped to improve our family's circumstances and become its pillar of support, but unexpectedly, she has become a burden instead. I had not contemplated this aspect before, but I now possess a modicum of understanding. When our mother returned home from work that evening, we enjoyed a rare meal that required no preparation on her part. The family gathered for a sumptuous feast, accompanied by some homemade bayberry wine. Although Su Yu was physically weak, she partook in a modest sip. I, on the other hand, seldom indulge in alcohol, But today I found myself drinking rather more than usual, leaving my head a bit hazy. Consequently, I opted not to practice that night and went to bed early. The following day, I informed my classmate Zijin that I had transferred the funds for the fragment of the entry. After putting away my phone, I took a seat beside Chin Zijin as soon as I arrived at school, transferring the payment to her. As for the previous debt, I could repay it now. Yet I preferred to defer it for the time being. The formal address of classmate Zijin felt somewhat peculiar to me. Chin Zijin wrinkled her nose adorably and shot me a glance. Either call me by my name directly or simply Zijin, but please refrain from classmate Zijin. Then, shall I call you Zijin directly? I inquired, feeling somewhat awkward as such familiarity among classmates seemed overly intimate. Suit yourself, she replied with a calm demeanor, betraying no change in her expression. All right, by the way, regarding the money I borrowed from you, I can only repay it after some time, I mentioned. Repayment is inconsequential. How much did you sell your entry for? Chin Zijin asked. Several $100,000. Initially, I could have settled your debt, but I wish to invest a bit more. I replied. Upon hearing this, Chin Zijin frowned slightly. The synthesis of entries is akin to gambling. You must exercise caution not to get entrapped. I understand. I assured her. We engaged in conversation for a while, and once class commenced, I returned to my seat. I glanced at this week's schedule and resolved to venture outside the city on one of the days. I had painstakingly acquired the golden entry, King of Beast Tamers. In pursuit of it, I had even relinquished the more suitable entries such as Body Refinement Genius, Restoration, and Innate Strength. Therefore, King of Beast Tamers must not be taken lightly. It must serve a purpose. Within the city, there are no dedicated shops for trading beast entries. Even if one manages to capture a docile beast cub, it is generally sent to auctions to fetch a high price and seldom enters the market. Thus, to tame a beast, I must venture outside the city and capture one myself. Wednesday afternoons are entirely filled with cultural classes, so I opted to skip them. After scrutinizing the timetable, I felt Wednesday was the most opportune day. I had long since decided to attend the War Academy, rendering my cultural grades somewhat irrelevant now. Zhao Feiping valued my presence, so requesting leave should not pose a problem. Thus, I planned to leave the city at noon on Wednesday. And if I could not secure a leave, I would simply skip class and return home before dinner. Having made my decision, I resumed my studies. Currently, the first part of 72 Paths of the Demon God Spear and 13 Swords of the Lone Peak had been largely imparted by the martial arts instructor. The current weaponry classes primarily involve technique correction and sparring. My progress in martial arts techniques ranked among the top in both interest groups, which was somewhat unexpected. Although my innate talent in swordsmanship and spear techniques had been merely average, the subsequent acquisition of Imperial Countenance only enhanced my meditation and breathing cultivation, not my aptitude for martial weaponry. Hence, I still regarded myself as merely competent in weaponry talent. Upon reflection, I deduced that my proficiency stemmed from extensive practical experience. The skills honed through life and death battles in the secret realms indeed surpassed the gains from theoretical practice. This realization presented a shortcut to cultivation. Though I remained somewhat cautious about risking my life in such a manner, the next couple of days unfolded without incident. As I adhered to my daily routine of study and practice, it was only during the dismissal on Tuesday that a minor episode occurred. Feeling somewhat hungry after exiting the school gates, I purchased a portion of fried rice cake from a nearby snack street. While passing a narrow alley, I heard the sounds of a scuffle and pleas for mercy. My curiosity piqued. I peered in to find two older male students demanding money from two younger boys. I raised an eyebrow and withdrew my head, adhering to the philosophy of not getting involved. It was not that I was indifferent, rather, I had witnessed such occurrences too frequently throughout my schooling, from elementary to middle school and now high school. The current incident, involving merely kicking for money, was relatively mild compared to the more grievous forms of bullying that involved humiliating and physically assaulting others for amusement. It was fortunate that our school, being the best in the city, experienced fewer such incidents. I recalled a girl from my middle school class who had been bullied to the brink of suicide, only finding solace after transferring to another school. In those days, I lacked the ability to intervene, but now I found myself capable. I noticed that the bully seemed to attend the nearby 4th high school. Peering back into the alley, I saw that the younger students had obediently handed over their money, and the older students had ceased their harassment. Just as I was about to turn away, an unexpected thought struck me. Wait a moment. I suddenly remembered that my martial arts level had risen, enabling me to utilize the art of the grasping hand once again. I had not seen Brother Xiao in recent days. Perhaps he had returned to the academy. Moreover, one cannot always exploit the same opportunity repeatedly. I had yet to apply the art of the grasping hand. Though I had hesitated to target unfamiliar classmates, I felt no qualms about the unruly ones. Chapter 44, Innate Giant Strength. I had previously entertained the idea of using the art of the grasping hand against some of the delinquent students who bullied others. However, I had not diligently sought them out. My occasional observations had yielded no results until this fortuitous encounter. I pondered whether I had delayed too long and if the opportunity would still be available. With that in mind, I peeked back into the alley. What are you looking at, you seeking death? As I leaned in, I was immediately spotted by the two older students emerging from the alley. The leader pointed at me and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Get lost, or you'll get punched too." "Oh," I responded, momentarily taken aback. But then a smile crept onto my face. It had been quite some time since someone had directed their ire at me, and I found the novelty of the situation rather amusing. Moreover, how could these two be so ignorant as to not recognize me, the top student in the school? "You want to hit me? Come on, I'm quite curious to see how you plan to do that," I retorted playfully. "You little brat." The audacious young man at the forefront seemed to discern Su Yuan's playful demeanor, which paradoxically rendered him hesitant to act. It is often said that kindness invites exploitation. Thus, one must not allow others to perceive them as easily bullied. The arrogant youth scrutinized Su Yuan from head to toe, seemingly recognizing that he was also a senior student. Likely not to be trifled with. He inquired, "So brazen, where do you hail from?" The question left Su Yuan momentarily at a loss. After a brief contemplation, he gestured towards the ground beneath him and replied, "I hail from right here." "Spare me the trivialities. What do you intend to do? Weren't you going to strike me? Come on." Su Yuan's impatience was palpable. His expression exuded a sense of nonchalance, laced with 3 parts mockery, 3 parts derision, 3 parts disdain, and a single part of impatience. This demeanor, rather than diminishing his presence, rendered him all the more formidable. Observing this, the brash youth found himself somewhat daunted. For since the awakening of the entries, many formerly meek students had grown emboldened, compelling him to temper his own bravado. "You, stay out of this, mind your own business," he retorted, his bravado somewhat feigned. Without waiting for Su Yuan's response, he beckoned his companion and departed. Was this a sign of capitulation? Su Yuan felt a pang of exasperation as he called out, "Hey, don't run. Didn't you say you were going to fight me? Why are you fleeing?" He raised his voice, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by who turned to observe the unfolding scene. Yet, much to his chagrin, the two youths, seemingly deaf to his taunts, continued their retreat with disdainful expressions, not once glancing back. What a bore! It was disheartening that it had come to this without any confrontation. Su Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. He was the top student in the school, yet there were those who still failed to recognize him, even resorting to insults. It seemed he had been too understated in his presence. He had initially hoped to demonstrate his prowess and establish his reputation. But the opportunity had slipped away before he could even make a move. His opponents had already conceded. Nevertheless, it was not entirely fruitless. Just moments ago, his pickpocketing had been successful, targeting the very arrogant young man. Now, Su Yuan could distinctly sense a new entry appearing in his entry panel. He chose not to investigate it immediately, opting to wait until he returned home to delve into the details. Entry name, Innate Titan Strength. Entry level, Green. Entry effect, you can exert 30% more strength than your natural capacity. Although I did not select Innate Divine Strength last time, I have now acquired Innate Titan Strength. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Despite the minor difference in nomenclature, the two entries bore significant distinctions. One could potentially double one's strength, while the other merely augmented it by 30%. Still, Su Yuan felt quite satisfied. With his inherent ox-like strength, the addition of Innate Titan Strength would grant him the power equivalent to that of an additional 3 oxen, culminating in a remarkable 12 oxen strength. A smile of contentment graced Su Yuan's lips. How fortuitous that I am set to leave the city tomorrow, although I possess the Beastmaster entry, ensuring that all creatures, whether wolves, insects, or serpents, would regard me with utmost affinity and pose no threat. I cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of encountering danger. The acquisition of this new entry significantly bolsters my combat capability, affording me greater assurance of safety. Su Yuan felt immense satisfaction, his mind drifting back to the arrogant youth he had encountered earlier, for whom he held a modicum of gratitude. The following day, Wednesday morning, he arrived early at Zhao Feiping's office. "Teacher, I would like to request a leave of absence this afternoon," Su Yuan began. Upon noticing him, Zhao Feiping's face brightened, and he exclaimed, "Ah, Su Yuan, I was just about to seek you out, and here you are?" Su Yuan paused. "Is there something you need?" Zhao Feiping, his expression brimming with pride, elaborated. "Remember I mentioned assisting you with your application for the Outstanding Student Scholarship? The results are finally in. Your application has been approved. In a few days, you will receive 100,000. Oh, thank you, teacher." Su Yuan had almost forgotten about this matter. Upon reflection, he realized that 100,000 was indeed a considerable sum, indicative of the school's high regard for him. However, had this sum arrived a few days earlier, he might have been more appreciative. Now, it felt somewhat trivial. "By the way, teacher, are there any other benefits regarding martial arts or secret realm quotas?" Su Yuan inquired. "Indeed," Zhao Feiping affirmed. "Typically, for someone of your caliber, once recognized, you will not only receive a scholarship, you will also receive at least one martial arts technique and a quota for a secret realm. As for the specifics, we will have to wait for the detailed list to be released next Monday." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. That is excellent. He had only entered the Langlang Mountain secret realm once before, during which he felt he had not performed to the best of his abilities. Faced with the wolf leader, he had felt restrained. If given another opportunity, he would certainly wish to enter again. The drop rates for entries and martial arts techniques in the Langlang Mountain realm far surpassed those found in the outside world. During his previous venture, he had successfully acquired the free-spirited iron rod weapon and a martial arts technique, 13 Great Protectors, which included the entry photographic memory. In contrast, in Glen Forest, where he had ventured twice, he had only managed to obtain a few entry fragments. However, now the Langling Mountain realm had already been cleared by the graduating class from various routes. The monstrous creatures within would likely be sparse, yet there would surely be a few stragglers remaining. He hoped the school would grant him additional opportunities to enter, perhaps even to secure another free-spirited iron rod, thus alleviating Xiao Yunfei's concerns about him. As Su Yuan pondered these thoughts, Zhao Feiping snapped back to reality. By the way, what did you say earlier? You wish to take a leave? Yes, Su Yuan affirmed. I have a matter to attend to this afternoon and would like to request a leave. Very well, approved. Zhao Feiping promptly produced a leave slip, signed it, and affixed his seal. I trust in your studies. Just be cautious while you're out, he advised, allowing Su Yuan to take his leave. How wonderful it is to be a diligent student. This was Su Yuan's first experience with such special privileges. When lunchtime arrived, he eagerly took his leave slip and exited the school. Boarding a bus, he made his way to the western bus station of the city. The city had established 8 bus stations across its 4 cardinal directions. With ferocious beasts now prowling the outskirts and magical realms obstructing pathways, some roads had been overtaken. Consequently, the routes connecting the city to its periphery required meticulous planning. As he settled into a bus heading out of the city, he noted that this vehicle had undergone special modifications, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities to withstand brief assaults from feral creatures. Even the most carefully planned routes were not immune to beastly attacks, and certain areas might unexpectedly transform into magical realms. If one were to inadvertently enter such a realm, the bus's robust armored exterior would provide a modicum of safety. Where to? The ticket collector inquired. I'll disembark at the Peach Blossom Ridge area, Su Yuan responded. That will be 80. The collector replied. Su Yuan deftly completed the payment via scanning, and although the price was considerably steep, it was a far cry from what it would have been before the awakening of spiritual energy at that time. Such a distance would likely have cost no more than 8 coins. However, due to the increase in various costs, ticket prices have correspondingly risen. The exorbitant transportation expenses have rendered it difficult for many individuals to venture beyond their hometowns, resulting in a significant number of people never having visited other cities throughout their lives. As the vehicle gradually pulled away, vast expanses of farmland unfolded outside the city. Numerous watchtowers were erected along the ridges, equipped with machine guns, poised to fend off marauding beasts during the harvest. After traversing the sprawling fields, they entered a considerable stretch of uninhabited territory. With the current population largely concentrated in the city, it had become a veritable sanctuary, a bastion of safety. Welcome to Taohua Ridge, the ticket collector announced ahead. Su Yuan disembarked, shouldering his backpack as he gazed toward the undulating mountains in the distance. This was Taohua Ridge. It was his first time venturing beyond the city, and he felt a sense of novelty in the experience. The disembarkation point was indeed a designated station for Taohua Ridge, complete with a platform for boarding when the time came. This platform appeared to have seen better days, dilapidated and marred by the claw marks of unknown beasts, offering only minimal shelter from the elements. The roads were evidently perilous. Su Yuan's eyes shifted to a nearby path leading into the mountains, where dense foliage created a winding, secluded trail. Though it appeared tranquil, it concealed numerous dangers within. Yet, for Su Yuan, this was of little concern. What warranted greater vigilance were the other humans. He glanced at the 4 individuals beside him, 3 men and 1 woman, who had also chosen to alight at Taohua Ridge. They seemed to constitute an adventurous party, though it remained unclear whether their aim was to explore a secret realm or hunt beasts. Su Yuan mused that some lower-tier martial artists, discontent with the drudgery of mundane jobs and meager salaries, opted for a life of peril, undertaking missions to cleanse secret realms and hunt ferocious beasts as their means of livelihood. While Su Yuan observed the quartet, they too scrutinized him momentarily, for it was rare to encounter such a young individual embarking on a journey into the mountains alone. However, their interest waned quickly. Clad in a standardized combat uniform issued by the academy, with a backpack showing signs of wear, he appeared to be an ordinary impoverished student, unlikely to possess any valuable assets. The only point of intrigue was the massive sword strapped to his back, leaving them to wonder if it was a weapon of notable pedigree. The quartet paid him no mind and continued their ascent, while Su Yuan opted for a different path, venturing deeper into the Taohua Ridge Mountains. Phew! Though he had initially harbored a degree of wariness, thankfully, the violent confrontations he had envisioned did not materialize. Throughout one's life, one encounters countless fleeting encounters, and these individuals were merely passers-by, inconsequential to him. After walking for a while, Su Yuan suddenly halted, waving at a branch. Come here, he called out inexplicably, prompting some bewilderment. Yet, from the tree trunk, a small creature with an elongated tail peeked out and darted down the old tree. It was a small squirrel, which he had glimpsed earlier, and upon activating his Beastmaster ability, it promptly scampered to his feet, standing upright and gazing at him with a charming demeanor. Haha, The golden tier ability Beastmaster indeed lived up to its reputation. Su Yuan squatted down to caress the little creature's fluffy fur, imbuing it with a thread of spiritual energy. However, the squirrel showed no response, indicating it had yet to awaken an ability. Just as Su Yuan required to reach 18 to awaken his abilities, beasts too needed specific opportunities to gain their own. Some might even go their entire lives without ever awakening one, and this was perfectly normal. "Let us go," he said, giving the little one a pat on its tail. And it instantly darted away, disappearing from sight. Standing up, Su Yuan contemplated his choices regarding companion beasts. Possessing a powerful ability was undoubtedly paramount. Ideally, he preferred a smaller size, as living creatures could not be stored in pocket space, and larger companions would struggle to survive in the city. Furthermore, a smaller appetite would be advantageous. He simply did not have the means to provide ample sustenance. Continuing his ascent, Su Yuan encountered numerous small animals along the way. Thanks to the Beastmaster ability, all creatures regarded him with utmost reverence, responding to his summons without hesitation. He had no need to fear attacks from ferocious beasts. Many of the smaller animals on the forest's periphery had not awakened any abilities, and after testing several creatures, he only discovered 2 with white tier abilities. The first was a weasel, ability name, Toxic Farts. Ability level white. Ability effect, your flatulence carries a mild toxin, capable of inducing dizziness and nausea. The second was a small hedgehog, ability name, Sharp Fangs and Claws. Ability level white. Ability effect, your teeth become sharper, and your claws grow more formidable. Naturally, Su Yuan dismissed such abilities, realizing he needed to venture deeper into the mountains. In the depths of the forest, more formidable beasts lurked. While an ordinary person might hesitate, Su Yuan felt no such trepidation. He was the Beastmaster, and under normal circumstances, he would not face aggression. After conducting a series of experiments, his confidence grew. Ahead lay a swamp, likely home to numerous aquatic creatures, and to one side, a grove of bamboo caught his eye. What was that? Su Yuan ascended a higher rocky outcrop for a better view of the surrounding mountains and forests. Just as he was deliberating his next course of action, he spotted a cluster of black and white bundles hanging from the verdant bamboo, a group of giant pandas, renowned for their ability to consume metals and iron. These seemingly harmless creatures appeared endearingly clumsy, garnering much affection from various individuals. Although Su Yuan did not harbor any particular fondness for giant pandas, he mused that if he were to encounter a noteworthy one, it could be worth considering. Their diet, comprised of bamboo and even metal, would pose no challenge to manage. Moreover, their charming and cuddly appearance, coupled with their modest size, would make them unobtrusive companions in the city. Chapter 46, Beloved by All. After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan resolved to head toward the bamboo grove. Though it seemed close from the mountain, the journey took considerable time, during which he encountered a lone wolf. Many solitary wolves were once formidable wolf kings, fierce and ruthless. Yet, in the presence of the Beastmaster, even they could not help but temper their ferocity. Approaching Su Yuan and nuzzling against him, he managed to discern the wolf's abilities, which consisted of 2 major traits. The first, ability name, Gale Shadow. Ability level, blue. Item effect, your speed is as swift as the wind, so fast that you leave a shadow behind in your wake. Item name, Full Moon Enhancement. Item level, green. Item effect, on nights of the full moon, one's strength, speed, and physique receive a significant boost. What a splendid array of items, and 2 at that. This is the first time Su Yuan has encountered a ferocious beast with 2 items. Observing the Wolf King, which bore a striking resemblance to a dog, Su Yuan felt a twinge of desire. It could easily be kept as a pet in the city without drawing too much attention. Contemplating this, he inquired, "Little Gray, would you like to come with me?" A howl echoed in response. Perhaps his question was too direct, as the Wolf King shook its head in refusal. It gazed towards the mountains, seemingly bound by many ties, reluctant to follow Su Yuan so readily. Su Yuan hesitated to force the issue, given such reluctance. What if it turned against him in the future? He dared not gamble on that, and a pang of sorrow struck him. How could it refuse the Beastmaster? Su Yuan had assumed no creature would dare reject him, but it appeared that even the Beastmaster was not infallible. It would be best to cultivate a bond first, to engage in some preliminary interactions, and when the time was right, then delve deeper. Being too forward would surely present obstacles. As Su Yuan allowed the Wolf King, Little Gray, to depart, he found himself weary by the time he reached the bamboo grove. Wow, so many little bundles. He marveled at the small food iron beasts, either sitting or lying about, leisurely munching on bamboo shoots. The fatigue he had accumulated during his journey dissipated in an instant. How utterly adorable. Each little creature, a delightful mix of black and white, was fluffy and plump. Even a rugged young man like Su Yuan found himself somewhat smitten. One by one, they lined up, eager for attention. Uncle will assess your talents. Those with good talents will be taken into the city for delicious treats. Su Yuan coaxed. With the blessing of his items, both the small and large creatures showed him great affection. Each little bundle scrambled towards him, vying for closeness. As Su Yuan petted them one by one, savoring the delightful texture, he did not forget to assess their talents. Item name, iron eating enhancement. Item level, green. Item effect, regular consumption of iron will enhance one's overall abilities. Most of the bundles possess the iron eating enhancement, while a few others boasted different items, such as item name, iron teeth, and copper gums. Item level, green. Item effect, your teeth will transform into metallic material, bestowing formidable biting strength capable of chewing through steel. After testing nearly all of them, Su Yuan let out a disappointed sigh. The creatures in this bamboo grove exhibited rather balanced qualities, not particularly poor, yet lacking anything exceptional. He found nothing to his liking. Oh, I almost forgot about you, little one. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the outskirts, where a particularly tiny bundle was struggling to squeeze in. However, it was far too weak. Its squat, compact form, short limbs, and lack of a neck rendered it quite unremarkable in human terms. But on the larger creature, it appeared even more endearing. Su Yuan felt his heart melt. Come here, let us have a cuddle. He gently pushed aside the other bundles clambering over him and scooped up the diminutive creature. Oh, how adorably cute you are. As he held it close, he noticed its features more clearly. This black and white bundle had a notably short chin, a pointy mouth, and a fluffy, round body. Its head resembled that of a horseshoe crab, while its mouth was sharp like a fox's, and from the side, it bore a resemblance to a guinea pig. When its ears were tucked away, it resembled a seal, and it had a naturally cheerful expression. Merely gazing upon it brought joy. Su Yuan infused the little creature with his spiritual energy, and 2 item details promptly emerged. Before he could fully read the information, his eyes widened in astonishment. 2 rare red items. 1. Item name, loved by all. Item level, red. Item effect, everyone who sees you will fall in love with you. 2. Item name, soul soothing. Item level, red. Item effect, capable of alleviating all negative emotions. Seeing you brings a sense of calmness and warmth, soothing the soul through tranquil times. This. Upon reading the specific item details, Su Yuan was somewhat speechless. 2 rare red items. Yet both were of a lifestyle nature. Even the common iron-eating enhancement found in food iron beasts was absent. You truly possess no combat prowess whatsoever. Su Yuan affectionately rubbed the little creature's head, understanding why he felt such fondness. It turned out it possessed the loved-by-all trait. No wonder. Soul-soothing was also a commendable skill. What a pity. In today's society, many suffer from mental health issues. And it seems one must have a psychological disorder to be deemed a social media influencer. If only soul-soothing were more prevalent. One wouldn't have to fear such afflictions. Yet alas, though the little one's items were quite nice, they bore no relevance to Su Yuan's needs. He contemplated whether to take her home. He was genuinely fond of her, but despite her small stature, she would require considerable sustenance. And bringing her along would hinder his search for other companion beasts. All right, little one, I must take my leave now. Take care. Su Yuan spoke in a gentle tone, setting the little bundle down and waving goodbye, only to be immediately embraced by the creature around his ankle. Don't do that, little one. I'll come back to see you. Su Yuan wished to spend more time with the little creature, but time was of the essence. He needed to select a companion beast before nightfall. Seeing Su Yuan truly about to depart, the little bundle reluctantly released him. Suddenly, it seemed to have an idea, and with a flurry of movement, it scurried over to a bamboo stalk. With a flurry of paws, it began to dig at the ground, sending dirt and grass flying, revealing a hole. What was it up to? Su Yuan watched with curiosity as he approached, only to see a flash of green light at the hole's entrance. The little creature's paw firmly grasped something struggling within. What on earth? As Su Yuan drew near for a closer inspection, he discerned that the creature was also quite plump, with a fluffy white coat tinged with green. Was that a bamboo rat? Are you giving this to me to eat? Wow, thank you, little one. Chapter 47, The Scent of Treasure. Su Yuan accepted the bamboo rat from the little creature's paw, weighing it in his hand. Wow, this little one is quite plump. Noting its lackluster energy, it seemed to be suffering from heat exhaustion. Perhaps I should just roast it for a meal. At noon. In a bid to exit the city sooner, he opted not to dine at the cafeteria, instead purchasing a few steamed buns which he hastily consumed in the vehicle. Initially, he felt no pangs of hunger, but upon catching sight of the plump bamboo rat, an unexpected wave of appetite washed over him. Squeak! The bamboo rat, which had been struggling, seemingly comprehended Su Yuan's words, immediately freezing in fear, its rotund body trembling uncontrollably, causing the layers of fat on its form to quiver. Haha, how scared you are. Don't worry, I want to eat you today. Su Yuan reassured it. Squeak! It appeared to genuinely understand human speech. As the chubby bamboo rat ceased its trembling and opened its round, glistening eyes to gaze at Su Yuan. Yet, Su Yuan continued, I didn't bring any seasoning today. I'll come back another day to roast you. Squeak squeak. The little creature began to struggle once more, emitting a mournful whimper. Su Yuan found it utterly amusing and, as a reward, affectionately ruffled the fluffy little creature's head. You're quite considerate, knowing I'm hungry, and yet you present me with meat. Su Yuan felt an overwhelming desire to embrace the little fellow and plant a kiss on its adorable head. All right, stop squirming. Let me see if you possess any talents. If not, I'll have to roast you. Observing the unfortunate little bamboo rat in his grasp, Su Yuan decided to frighten it playfully while infusing it with a thread of spiritual energy. Entry name, Treasure Scent Entry Level, Red Entry Effect, capable of locating treasures in the nearby vicinity. Su Yuan initially scanned casually, but upon discerning the bamboo rat's entry information, he was momentarily taken aback. Such an inconspicuous little creature possessed a red entry. Treasure scent? Well, who would have thought you were a treasure-finding rat? Su Yuan looked at the still struggling bamboo rat with a hint of delight, initially viewing it merely as a dish, but now pleasantly surprised by this significant revelation. The ability to locate treasures was exceedingly rare and immensely useful. Originally, he sought a companion to aid him in battle, to enhance his combat prowess. It seems he would now have to acquire an additional pet, determined to take this bamboo rat with the treasure-finding talent. Su Yuan noted its small size, making it easy to carry, unlike the nearby fluffy creature, which, although small for a metal-eating beast, still weighed a couple 100 pounds. Reaching out, Su Yuan patted the fluffy creature's round belly. Wow, so soft and comfortable. Perhaps influenced by the spiritual soothing effect, as he caressed the little creature's belly. A profound sense of joy enveloped Su Yuan. All right, stop moving. I want to eat you. He redirected his gaze back to the bamboo rat, which now quivered in place. Gazing up at Su Yuan with a pitiful whimper. From now on, you'll follow me, understood? When I say go east, you don't venture west. When I say catch a dog, you don't chase a chicken. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rotund bamboo rat continuously bent its body, likely nodding in agreement. Though its plump form lacked a neck, thus resorting to bowing instead. With its little paws clasped together in front of its chest, it repeatedly performed a reverent gesture, causing Su Yuan to chuckle. All right, as long as you agree, no running off. Follow me, and I promise you'll feast like royalty. He placed the bamboo rat on the ground, and to his delight, it didn't flee but rather scurried to his feet, affectionately rubbing against his legs. Much like the fluffy creature. Such a good little one. Su Yuan patted the bamboo rat in encouragement. He did not intend to forge a bond with this little rat, as it lacked any combat power and posed no threat of rebellion. With his identity as the Beast King, the bamboo rat would naturally feel a sense of closeness and obedience toward him. Aren't you a treasure-finding rat? What treasures are nearby? Show me. Su Yuan issued his first command to the bamboo rat, intrigued by the treasure scent entry and eager to test its capabilities. Sniff, sniff. The bamboo rat instantly grasped the task, sniffing the air before darting off in one direction, then turning back to gesture for Su Yuan to follow. Is that it? You found something. Su Yuan was taken aback, rising to his feet, reluctantly embracing the fluffy creature in his arms. Once I secure a large house in the city, I'll come back to bring you along to enjoy the good life. For now, he had no choice. Bringing the fluffy creature along would only slow his progress. He hoped to paint a bright picture for her, wishing she wouldn't feel too heartbroken. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. With every step, he turned back, bidding a reluctant farewell to the fluffy creature before following in pursuit of the treasure-finding rat. Sniff, 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 sniff. The treasure-finding rat scampered ahead, occasionally glancing back to ensure Su Yuan was keeping pace. After traversing 2 small hills, Su Yuan lost track of the distance they had covered. Squeak, squeak. The little creature suddenly grew agitated, leaning forward and pointing with its tiny paws at a cliffside, chattering excitedly. Oh, have you found a treasure? Curiosity piqued. Su Yuan raised his gaze eagerly, only to witness a fleeting red shadow darting past, an arc of crimson light cascading down from the cliff, aimed directly at the squeaking bamboo rat. Clang. In a split second, Su Yuan executed a zero-frame initiation, transforming his iron rod into a round shield that enveloped the treasure-finding rat. The crimson light collided with the shield, producing a resounding thud. The red shadow ricocheted back against the cliff, emitting a menacing hiss. It was then that Su Yuan discerned the nature of the red shadow. It was a small red snake. The bamboo rat, once again paralyzed by fear, trembled uncontrollably. No fighting, no fighting, we are all friends here. The little bamboo rat had encountered its natural enemy, and Su Yuan quickly attempted to mediate. However, his efforts seemed futile in exasperation. He scooped up the little creature and placed it in his bag. Turning his attention to the red snake, he pondered its species. The snake's slender body shimmered with iridescent scales, featuring 2 slight protrusions atop its head, giving it an extraordinary appearance. With the bamboo rat hidden from view, the red snake appeared much friendlier towards Su Yuan, no longer flicking its tongue, presenting a surprisingly docile demeanor. Su Yuan contemplated the bamboo rat's earlier exclamations. Surely, it wasn't he merely warning of the snake. Could it mean treasure was hidden on the cliff? His eyes shifted upward, scanning the chaotic vegetation on the cliffside, seemingly devoid of any treasure. As his gaze roamed, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a red spiritual light out of the corner of his eye, causing his heart to skip a beat. Focusing intently, he realized, indeed, there was treasure amidst the tangled underbrush of the cliff. Su Yuan's eyes locked onto a singular red spiritual herb. It was a millennium-old blood ginseng. Su Yuan recognized it at a glance. This spiritual herb could mend the very essence of life itself. His family had long sought to acquire a low-year blood ginseng to cure his elder sister's ailment. Yet their efforts had been in vain. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon it here. The treasure-hunting mouse had indeed lived up to its reputation. Excitement surged within him. But his gaze fell upon a small red snake nearby, causing him to hesitate. As the saying goes, heavenly materials and earthly treasures are often guarded by spiritual beasts. And this red serpent must surely be the guardian of the Millennium Blood Ginseng. Dear serpent, might I persuade you to part with it? Su Yuan proposed to the small snake. Hiss. The serpent's head swayed a couple of times, its eyes appearing somewhat bewildered, as if it did not comprehend Su Yuan's request. Thus, Su Yuan elaborated. The spiritual herb above, the Millennium Blood Ginseng. Would you allow me to take it? I am in dire need of it. Spiritual beasts that guard herbs typically fall into two categories. One waits for the herb to mature before consuming it, while the other exists in a symbiotic relationship, with the herb thriving in the concentrated spiritual energy nearby. The Millennium Blood Ginseng had long since matured, yet the snake showed no inclination to harm it, indicating a symbiotic bond likely existed between them. In such cases, there remains a possibility for the snake to part with it. It could always find another herb in the future. Hiss hiss. The small red snake twisted its body, seemingly displeased, yet it said nothing. The little creature turned aside, appearing to urge Su Yuan to hasten his harvesting. Thank you. Thank you. Su Yuan expressed his genuine gratitude. He had been bracing himself for a confrontation had the snake been unyielding. Unexpectedly, the serpent was so understanding. The bond of Beast King truly bore fruit, as these small creatures regarded him as a friend. Su Yuan felt a swell of emotion as he climbed through the underbrush to the cliff face, carefully inching closer to the ginseng's location. Harvesting ginseng requires a certain finesse. Though not as intricate as the strict protocols portrayed in period dramas, it still demands utmost caution. One must dig with bare hands, ensuring the ginseng's skin remains intact. Any breach would result in the loss of its medicinal potency, severely diminishing its value. What a magnificent specimen of blood ginseng. Su Yuan pushed aside the surrounding foliage, meticulously counting the leaves. 1, 2, 9 leaves. It was indeed a Millennium Blood Ginseng. His heart raced with joy, yet his hands worked delicately, as he gradually excavated the soil around the ginseng, revealing its vividly red exterior. This was a meticulous task that could not be rushed. After a considerable effort, Su Yuan finally unearthed all the roots intact. Ha ha ha, splendid. The Millennium Blood Ginseng is in my grasp, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his glee. Enough with the laughter. We've waited for you long enough. Now that you've harvested it, hand it over, a sharp voice interrupted. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Su Yuan's brow. Who was speaking? Cursed be his focus on the ginseng. He had failed to notice the arrival of others. Turning stiffly, he beheld 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women, gazing at him with mocking eyes, clearly having awaited his arrival for some time. Su Yuan leaped from the cliff back to the ground, a bitter smile on his face, yet maintaining a calm demeanor. He clasped his hands in greeting. My friends, have you also come to hunt in the mountains? Huh, trying to be friendly, are you? A tall, muscular man replied. Enough chatter. Hand over the Millennium Blood Ginseng. This. I unearthed it myself. Su Yuan's voice dripped with resignation as he attempted to reason with them. You think what you dig belongs to you? Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to the virtuous. Do you know who I am? I am Huangyud. Virtue claims the spoils, and that includes heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The burly man scoffed. What a ludicrous jest. Su Yuan forced a smile. Could you perhaps spare a portion? My sister is gravely ill and urgently requires the blood ginseng for treatment. Let the sick die. What worth is your life? That it should be saved by a Millennium Blood Ginseng? Look at yourselves. Do you think your lives compare to it? The man's fierce expression suggested he was ready to strike at any moment. Su Yuan clenched his fists, assessing the 6 individuals before him. They appeared to be in their 20s or 30s, adventurers of such age, if not overly reckless, likely possessed cultivation levels of the 2nd or 3rd realm. Evaluating their strengths, he sighed inwardly. There is a purpose for every talent. Wealth lost is wealth regained. With the treasure-hunting mouse by his side, he was confident he could discover more heavenly treasures in the future. It would be unwise to risk his life for a single blood ginseng. Let the green hills remain. I shall not fear the absence of firewood. With this thought, he decided to take a more carefree approach, breaking into a light-hearted smile. You speak with wisdom, my friends. Thus, I shall gift you this Millennium Blood Ginseng. He gently placed the ginseng on the ground, stepping back a few paces. The green hills will stand, and the waters will flow. I bid you farewell. May we meet again by fate. With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, a short spear whizzed past his face, embedding itself in a tree behind him, its tip vibrating ominously. Did you think you could leave? The leader of the 6 men spoke slowly. What is the meaning of this, my friend? Su Yuan's expression darkened. Had he not reacted quickly, he would now be pinned against the tree. Clearly, they had no intention of letting him go. Leave everything you possess, the leader commanded coolly. Su Yuan took a deep breath and shook his head. This blood ginseng is my sole acquisition today. Beyond this, I have nothing of value. I hope my friend will grant me a sliver of mercy for a future encounter. Future encounter? How about you meet my fist instead? Enough with your pretentious remarks. The burly man, visibly agitated, stepped forward to seize the Millennium Blood ginseng from the ground. Leave your sword behind, your pack, and your clothes. You may keep only your undergarments. Not even the undergarments, interjected one of the women, her gaze laced with mischief. You are going too far. Su Yuan gritted his teeth. Although his belongings were not of great worth, he sensed that they likely had no intention of allowing him to depart unscathed. Stripping him of his weapons would render him a mere lamb for slaughter. His gaze hardened, and he resolved, Little Red, attack. Su Yuan had long noticed that the red snake had not fled. It coiled around the branches above the 6 individuals. As he called out, they remained oblivious to his intent, only to witness a flash of crimson light. In the next heartbeat, one of the men among them clutched his neck, screaming in agony, as the red snake had bitten him unexpectedly. Chapter 50, Master of the Shadow Flow. The sudden scream sent a jolt of alarm through the 6. Who is this Little Red? Could there be an ambush? Seizing the moment while the 6 were momentarily distracted, Su Yuan boldly launched his attack, targeting the burly man closest to him, who had come to collect the Millennium Blood ginseng. 0 frame initiation. Su Yuan's strike was executed with astonishing speed, his colossal sword resembling a streak of light as it darted towards his opponent. However, the stout man remained unfazed, relying on his extensive experience to deduce that given their current distance, the sword was simply too short to reach him. But then, a sudden thrust. The stout man looked down at his chest in disbelief, realizing that a long spear had pierced through his torso. Wasn't that a sword? When did it transform into a spear? With his eyes wide open in shock, the stout man met his demise just as the others had regained their composure from witnessing their comrade bitten by a snake, only to be further stunned by the death of another teammate. How could a mere boy have accomplished this? They had spent their days hunting geese only to be blindsided by one. The man bitten by the snake succumbed to the poison swiftly, foaming at the mouth in mere moments. With 2 lives extinguished in such a short span, the remaining 4 were left aghast, their eyes filled with fury. You seek death? Huh. Su Yuan had no time to engage in further argument. He withdrew the spear from the stout man's chest, marveling at the remarkable attributes of his iron rod weapon. Who would have anticipated that his sword could morph into a spear? With a deft flick of the spear's tip, he skillfully dislodged the Millennium Blood ginseng from the stout man's grasp, sending it soaring in his direction. Recovering the lost item brought him unexpected joy. Just as he reached out to catch the ginseng, a sudden rush of wind roared past him like a dragoness howl. The leader among the 6, brandishing a long spear that resembled a colossal dragon, charged towards him with a fierce cry. Su Yuan had no time to retrieve the ginseng. He hastily retreated a few steps, executing another 0 frame initiation with his spear. Bang! A tremendous collision echoed as a figure was sent flying. It was Su Yuan himself, who performed a somersault midair, propelled by the force of the impact. While escaping, he did not forget to alert Xiaohong. Quick-witted, Xiaohong hit the mark and swiftly fled, leaving the assailants powerless against her. The leader possessed formidable strength, likely at the mid-stage of the 3rd realm. They were no match for him. Despite Su Yuan's 9-bull strength combined with innate great power, he found himself still inferior in strength to the leader. After their powers neutralized, the residual force still managed to send him reeling, compelling Su Yuan to retreat further. Where do you think you're going? The leader, intent on continuing the fight, was taken aback when his opponent chose to flee. He quickly lunged forward, keeping pace with surprising speed, thudding heavily as he pursued. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. This pursuit could not continue, for he would soon be caught. A fleeting idea struck him. If I cannot have the Millennium Blood ginseng, then neither shall any of you. With a disdainful snort, Su Yuan swung his spear, unleashing a plume of flames that surged towards the fallen ginseng. This fire was a result of the green attribute flame control he had surreptitiously acquired from Brother Xiao. Though merely mundane flames, they sufficed to inflict damage upon spiritual herbs. Stop! How dare you? The leader could not allow the flames to incinerate the precious treasure he had nearly secured. With a furious scowl, he pivoted and leaped to extinguish the fire, cautiously retrieving the Millennium Blood ginseng. From his chest, he produced a pendant, infusing it with spiritual energy as he directed it at the ginseng, causing it to vanish in an instant. He returned the pendant to his attire and cast his gaze toward the direction in which Su Yuan had fled. Can you escape? Humph! With a cold scoff, he resumed his pursuit of Su Yuan. Meanwhile, Su Yuan dashed forward, deliberately creating a ruckus along the way, awakening the ferocious beasts that roamed the mountains. His audacity in ascending the mountain alone stemmed from his status as the Beastmaster. All the beasts here were his kin and allies. This was his territory. Here. Could he be bullied? As he raced onward, thoughts of finding assistance filled his mind, and soon he spotted a familiar cave entrance. A smile lit up his face. This was the very cave he had passed earlier while following the treasure-seeking mouse. Back then, he had glimpsed a majestic striped tiger slumbering within and had wisely chosen not to disturb it. Now, however, he had no choice but to seek its aid. Su Yuan sprinted into the tiger's den, The commotion of his running naturally roused the mighty creature. Yet, the tiger merely cast a languid glance at Su Yuan. Showing no inclination to act, Su Yuan exhaled in relief. Although he was the beastmaster, this tiger was the king of beasts. He feared the tiger might awaken in a foul mood. "Brother tiger, oh sister tiger," Su Yuan called, noting the absence of a tiger's tail beneath the great beast, prompting him to switch his address. "Sister tiger, someone is bullying me. Please help me." The colossal tiger opened its half-closed eyes, exuding an air of disdain. Su Yuan pointed in the direction of the leader, who was now in disarray as he was being persistently harassed by a swarm of smaller beasts. The man had unwittingly provoked a group of creatures while pursuing Su Yuan, enduring their relentless antics along the way. Some of the little beasts were passing gas. Others were hurling stones, while a few were pelting him with fruits and nuts from the trees, vexing him to no end. Fortunately, he had finally caught up to Su Yuan. The man stared in bewilderment as the striped tiger sauntered out of the cave, instinctively taking a few steps back. He had distinctly seen the boy enter the cave from a distance, yet now a ferocious tiger emerged in his stead. As he pondered this perplexity, Su Yuan followed closely behind the tiger, emerging from the cave as well. Why was the tiger not attacking the boy? Did the lad possess some affinity with ferocious beasts? The man felt a sense of confusion creeping in. Doubt began to gnaw at him, though he realized that in this era of spiritual energy, species did not inherently signify strength. A tiger might not necessarily outmatch a bamboo rat, yet the imposing presence of this tiger, with its massive form and dominating aura, clearly marked it as the apex predator of the mountain, a ruler among beasts. Just as he contemplated his next move, the tiger let out a thunderous roar, reverberating through the air and causing the man's eardrums to ache, leaving him momentarily dazed. Before he could regain his senses, the tiger sprang into the air with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, descending upon him like a mountain crashing down. With no avenue for escape, he hastily raised his spear, utilizing his most potent attribute, Master of Shadows, to conjure 3 illusory figures that danced around him, creating a facade that was nearly indistinguishable from reality. Yet, as he fearfully lifted his gaze, he discovered that the tiger's vast form had completely overshadowed him and his illusions. The 3 shadowy figures shattered effortlessly like bubbles, and the spear he had just raised was swiftly subdued beneath the tiger's paw. Before he could utter a word of surrender, the sound of cracking bones echoed as the tiger's paw exerted pressure, collapsing his ribcage. With a final, unwilling cough of blood, he realized the might of the mountain's ruler. Even a formidable Third Realm warrior was vanquished in a single blow. Su Yuan still wished to assist in the skirmish from the sidelines, yet it appeared his intervention was entirely unnecessary. "Sister Tiger, there are 3 more," he remarked, gesturing towards the 3 figures swiftly approaching in the distance. With a powerful rush, the enormous form of the striped giant tiger surged forth, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, directly charging at the distant trio. Safe travels. Su Yuan silently mourned for them for a brief moment before swiftly crouching down to rummage through the man's belongings. "I hope my Millennium Blood Ginseng hasn't been trampled by Tiger Girl." Chapter 51, Fortune +1. With growing concern, Su Yuan searched the man's possessions, vividly recalling that he had seen this individual take the Millennium Blood Ginseng. How could it possibly be missing? Could it have been crushed into the mud by Tiger Girl? Surely not. Where could it be hidden? After thoroughly scouring the man's belongings, he found not even a single bank card, let alone the coveted ginseng. What could be the matter? Su Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation, when suddenly his gaze sharpened, landing on the golden ring adorning the man's ring finger. Could this be a spatial ring? His heart raced as he removed the golden ring, slowly channeling his spiritual energy into it. Moments passed with no response. Disheartened, Su Yuan slipped the ring into his pocket. It lacked any accompanying bracelet. Where could the ginseng be? But there was a pendant. He noticed a chain around the man's neck and extracted the pendant, which was a droplet-shaped piece of white jade. Although he held little hope, he infused it with spiritual energy nonetheless. Item name: Exquisite Spatial Jade Pendant. Affiliated trait: Mustard Seed Space. Trait level: Blue. Trait effect: Possesses a spatial dimension of 555 in length, width, and height. Living beings cannot be stored within. Oh, it truly is spatial equipment. Moreover, it is of blue-level mustard seed space, boasting an impressive volume of 125 cubic units. The white spatial jade bracelet from the last auction was already quite costly. How much might this blue-level piece be worth? It's larger than my bedroom. How many items could it accommodate? Su Yuan was beside himself with joy, realizing that what he had initially perceived as a disaster had turned into a windfall. This seemingly ordinary adventure team possessed such a high-grade spatial jade pendant. He doubted it was purchased at an auction, suspecting it was a drop from a monster, cherished and never sold. The Millennium Blood Ginseng must surely be within that space. With this thought, Su Yuan combined his spiritual and mental energies to probe into the pendant's mustard seed space. Rarely do items require recognition of ownership, and thus there were no restrictions. With a rush, Su Yuan's mental energy penetrated, revealing a space the size of a bedroom, filled with an assortment of items. Indeed, his Millennium Blood ginseng lay nestled among them. It has returned. With a mere thought, the ginseng instantly transferred to his hand. This time, it was truly retrieved. Su Yuan sighed in relief, reflecting on the adage, an innocent man bears the guilt of possessing precious items, with newfound understanding. After safely returning the Millennium Blood ginseng to the jade pendant space, he resumed his exploration of other items within. First, he stumbled upon a pile of clothing, both male and female, including undergarments, some laundered, others not. Finding them filthy, Su Yuan promptly discarded all of them. Next came an assortment of drinks and food, predominantly various beverages, bread, and biscuits. He mused that he was not in need of others' provisions, so he removed everything, opened the packaging, and decided to offer it to Tiger Girl instead. Additionally, there were several hunted animals in the space, 2 wild boars and a stag, which he also extracted as a token of gratitude for Tiger Girl. With such a bounty of trait fragments, he was now quite fortunate. In one corner of the space, Su Yuan noticed a collection of trait fragments, 13 white, 5 green, 2 blue, and 1 red. Among all the treasures, these fragments delighted him the most. In recent days, he had been contemplating purchasing more fragments for synthesis, yet it seemed that seizing them was far more expedient and economical. He also found a mobile phone and decided to take a look. After retrieving it from the space, he unlocked it using the lifeless visage of the man. Scrolling through the contents. Goodness, this individual was a fan of Teacher Chun. The plethora of unsightly videos was utterly disgraceful, truly a decline in societal standards. The female lead seemed vaguely familiar. She resembled the one who had previously demanded his underwear. Coughing lightly, he saved the video, primarily to remember the face of his foe. Afterward, he checked the bank balance. A pauper. At over 20 years of age, the account held only a few tens of thousands. This paltry sum was beneath his notice, and he couldn't be bothered to transfer it, leaving the bank to profit. Su Yuan canceled the phone's password, discarded the SIM card, and gathered the remaining irretrievable refuse from the space, like the bank card, toiletries, and utensils, planning to find a trash bin later. Though in the wilderness, he was a conscientious youth of the new era, devoted to environmental stewardship. Once he had tidied up, Tiger Girl returned at a leisurely pace, her gaze drawn to the 3 corpses left behind. Sister Tiger, with such exertion, you must be famished. Shall we indulge in a meal? Su Yuan indicated the snacks and beast meat he had laid out. Upon noticing the offerings, Tiger Girl's eyes brightened. She lowered her head to devour several pieces of bread, sampled some biscuits, and then settled down to gnaw on a deer's leg. Thank you so much for today, Tiger Girl. Su Yuan approached the giant tiger, extending his hand to stroke her head while simultaneously assessing her traits. Yet, as his hand reached out, Tiger Girl's sharp gaze flicked towards it, causing him to withdraw his hand sheepishly. How about we fight side by side in the future, you as my partner? Tiger Girl regarded him coolly, seemingly unimpressed by the proposal. Very well, Su Yuan conceded, acknowledging the vast disparity in their strengths. Moreover, it was not a fitting arrangement. Her size necessitated an enormous amount of sustenance, far beyond his means to provide. After sharing a brief moment of bonding with Tiger Girl over their meal, Su Yuan glanced at the time. It was already quite late, and he needed to return home. There were still several corpses he had yet to loot. Time was of the essence. He stood up, surveyed the area to ensure he had not overlooked anything, and prepared to depart. As his gaze swept over the man's corpse, he noticed the now bent long spear lying nearby, almost forgotten. This weapon must also be a trait weapon, although it had suffered some deformation under the giant tiger's weight. If the traits were commendable, it could still be reforged and repaired. Su Yuan approached and picked up the long spear, channeling his spiritual energy to summon the item information. Item name, ordinary standard long spear. Attached attribute, luck 1. Attribute level, blue. Attribute effect, increases your luck by 1, granting you greater fortune. Chapter 52, Rising Star. Su Yuan never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable man before him would possess 2 pieces of blue attribute equipment, in addition to a blue quality spatial jade pendant. Even the spear bore a blue attribute. Luck 1. This attribute exuded an inexplicable sense of potency. It promised to enhance one's fortune, yet, as Su Yuan gazed upon the lifeless body of the man, he harbored doubts about the attribute's effectiveness. Regardless of how much luck one amassed, it could not shield him from self-imposed demise. He stowed the spear into his spatial compartment, although the attribute's effects might be subtle. Its level suggested it held considerable value for restoration. He decided to investigate the other 3 individuals. Exiting the tiger's den, Su Yuan located the corpses of the remaining 3, suppressing his revulsion as he rummaged through their belongings. Aside from a few mobile phones, they possessed almost nothing of worth. Contemplating the video on the leader's phone, he felt a pang of excitement. Utilizing facial recognition, he unlocked 2 of the phones, while for the third, whose face had been torn apart by a tiger's claw, he employed fingerprint recognition. What a thrilling endeavor. These 3 were also fans of Teacher Chun, and Su Yuan diligently unlocked and collected their phones, noting the extravagant nature of their possessions. He glanced at the 3 of them, a sound of disapproval escaping his lips. This experience imparted a valuable lesson. One must format their phone before death. Otherwise, they risk a second demise, finding little of value on their persons. He noted that among the 5 weapons, only 2 were attribute weapons, while the remaining 3 were merely ordinary steel implements. One of the blades bore a green attribute, item name, dominant mountain cleaving blade. Attached attribute, great weight and force. Attribute level, green. Attribute effect, when you strike a pose of sufficient grandeur, your next attack will be empowered. The other attribute weapon was a whip. A favored weapon of female warriors. Item name, 9-section whip. Attribute name, thunderous crack of the whip. Attribute level, white. Attribute effect, when swung, it emits a sound akin to thunderous explosions. The first green attribute, great weight and force, was commendable, at least capable of delivering a blow exceeding one's natural prowess. The second, thunderous crack of the whip, while potentially startling in combat, offered little practical utility. Nevertheless, Su Yuan did not disdain them. He placed them all into the jade pendant space, as there was ample room. He needed to return. Lingering too long would jeopardize his return transport. Opening his backpack, he peered inside, where a small bamboo rat poked its head out, glancing around before retreating. Su Yuan chuckled. His initial intent in leaving the city was to acquire a battle pet, yet he had returned with this creature instead. However, it was not without merit, for he had even secured spatial equipment. Nevertheless, he resolved to venture out again the following day. He must find a pet that would enhance his combat prowess. Otherwise, the title of King of Beast Tamers would be rendered meaningless. Consulting the downloaded offline map, Su Yuan journeyed for a while before arriving back at the Tailwhaling bus station, where he soon boarded a bus and returned to the city. Why are you back so late? I was just about to call you. Upon arriving home, he found his mother had returned and prepared dinner. His mother had resigned from her job and awaited the hiring of new staff at the restaurant, declaring that henceforth, she would enjoy her son's good fortune. I practiced at a place outside today. It won't matter if I return home late, so no need to worry, Su Yuan stated as he set down his bag, unzipped it, and released the bamboo rat. Sniff, sniff. The little bamboo rat emerged into its new surroundings, curiously exploring. Oh, how adorable, Su Yu exclaimed, joyfully cradling the little creature. Little brother, did you bring it back to keep me company? That wasn't my intention, Su Yuan hesitated. He had not considered acquiring a pet for his sister's companionship, recalling that she had once contemplated raising a pet, but abandoned the idea due to the associated costs. In truth, she often felt lonely at home. Never mind, it can keep me company from now on, Su Yu declared, her tone lighthearted. The little bamboo rat seemed to favor her as it nestled in her arms, casting a playful glance at Su Yuan. All right, Su Yuan mused, but it's not truly adorable. Tomorrow, I will bring you back a genuinely charming pet. He envisioned the short, chubby iron-eating beast from the bamboo grove, which possessed the attributes beloved by all and soul-soothing. His sister would undoubtedly adore it, particularly as she had been through emotional turmoil in recent years, even contemplating drastic measures to avoid burdening the family. Reflecting on this, Su Yuan felt a pang of regret, engrossed in his quest for a combat pet. He had overlooked his sister's need for soul-soothing. Tomorrow, he would not forget to bring back the little round creature. With that resolved, he announced, all right, let us eat. As Jiang Pei called from the kitchen. Recently, their meals had seen a marked improvement, featuring exotic beast meats at every meal, which greatly pleased Su Yuan. After dinner, he retreated to his room, cleaned the spatial jade pendant, and replaced the chain before wearing it around his neck. He opened the spatial compartment to assess his gains. He planned to research the Millennium Blood Ginseng over the next couple of days to determine the optimal method for consumption, considering whether to refine it into a pill for his sister. Next, he turned to the attribute fragments. He had long wished to attempt synthesizing attributes again. Su Yuan deliberated, and, choosing not to use any of the more precious green attribute fragments, selected 4 white ones. Channeling his spiritual energy, the 4 fragments began to merge slowly. Ding! New attribute detected. The divine selection system has been triggered. You may choose one attribute from a random selection of 2 to 10 attributes. The system prompted him, and Su Yuan eagerly scanned the options. 1. Attribute name, voice like a bell. Attribute level, white. Attribute effect, your ordinary speaking voice will resonate as loudly as a bell. Completely unnecessary. 2. Attribute name, tongue curling. Attribute level, white. Attribute effect, your tongue can curl freely. Su Yuan recalled that some individuals indeed cannot curl their tongues. This attribute could be of some use. 3. Attribute name, rising star. Entry level, white. Entry effect, several protrusions resembling horns will sprout from your head, bestowing upon you an air of extraordinary distinction. How absurd. Who would desire such unsightly growths atop their head? As Su Yuan continued to peruse the options, he found nothing further. This time, merely 3 choices appeared, all rather inconsequential, which is typical for white entries. Most are of little utility. Today seems to be a stroke of bad luck. Perhaps if I wielded the lucky +1 gun for another draw, the outcome might prove more favorable. A spark of inspiration ignited within Su Yuan. This notion indeed appeared feasible. Chapter 53, Oil Resistance and Moisturizing. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. He hastily retrieved the long spear from his spatial inventory, poised to procure 4 white entry fragments once more, only to recall that he had yet to finalize the fusion of the previous fragments. Thus, his gaze flitted over the options: voice like thunder, curled tongue, and prominent horns. After some deliberation, Su Yuan casually selected curled tongue. If he encountered someone unable to curl their tongue, this entry might fetch a price. The other two, however, would likely languish unsold. Moreover, even if curled tongue could be sold, it would undoubtedly result in a loss, as few would be inclined to invest significantly in such a trivial enhancement. The long spear's entry, lucky +1, should activate simply by grasping the handle, he speculated. Seated cross-legged on his bed, he clutched the lucky spear in one hand while the other held 4 white entry fragments. The sight was rather peculiar, especially as the iron spear bent under the immense strength of the formidable tiger girl, creating an odd appearance. One could only hope it would prove beneficial. Holding the bent spear, Su Yuan murmured to himself as he infused spiritual energy into the entry fragments, causing them to merge and intertwine instantaneously. Ding! A new entry is about to be acquired. The divine selection system has been triggered. You may select one entry from a random pool of 2 to 10 entries. The system prompted him once more, and shortly thereafter, the entry options were refreshed. 1. Entry name, gradual recovery. Entry level white. Entry effect, the damage you sustain, along with your vitality, energy, and spirit, will gradually recover at a slightly accelerated rate. 2. Entry name, auditory enhancement. Entry level white. Entry effect, your hearing will be enhanced, allowing you to perceive sounds with greater clarity. 3. Entry name, oil resistance and moisturizing. Entry level white. Entry effect, your skin will maintain a hydrated and moisturized state for a longer duration, reducing oiliness. 4. Entry name, nasal passage clarity. Entry level white. Entry effect, a blessing for those suffering from rhinitis. Your nostrils will remain clear for an extended period. 5. Entry name, unfazed by praise or insult. Entry level white. Entry effect, regardless of compliments or insults received, your heart will remain unperturbed, calm, and untroubled. This time, there were 5 entries. Su Yuan first counted the available entries before meticulously examining their effects, which were all quite commendable, particularly in comparison to the previous round. He pondered whether lucky +1 had indeed played a role. Typically, the outcomes of synthesizing entries vary widely. The current refresh yielded promising entries, yet he could not definitively attribute it to lucky +1. The difficulty lay in quantifying such phenomena. Su Yuan was uncertain of his precise luck value. Was this increase a mere 10th, 100th, or 1,000th? Such distinctions bore significantly different implications. Regardless, holding the spear was not an inconvenience, and he resolved to continue wielding it during future synthesis, if only to keep one hand free. He mused that during monster encounters, wielding a spear in one hand and a halberd in the other would be cumbersome. Yet, perhaps this dual wielding could enhance his chances of obtaining rare drops. A fleeting thought struck him. Could it be that the leading man had experienced such fortuitous luck in acquiring the mustard seed space precisely because of lucky +1? He could not confirm this now, but he resolved to take the lucky spear with him on future expeditions into the secret realms. Even carrying it on his back might trigger the lucky +1 effect. After contemplating his choice of entries for a moment, Su Yuan concluded that they were all quite favorable, especially the first 3, gradual recovery, auditory enhancement, and oil resistance and moisturizing. The first 2 pertained to combat, and thus boasted a higher inherent value. As for oil resistance and moisturizing, this entry belonged to the realm of beauty and skincare, a category highly coveted by women, who often spend considerable sums on skincare products annually. They would likely be willing to pay handsomely for oil resistance and moisturizing. The subsequent entries, nasal passage clarity, would only appeal to those afflicted with rhinitis, making it a challenging sell. As for unfazed by praise or insult, it seemed unnecessary to invest in such a triviality. Therefore, Su Yuan ultimately settled on gradual recovery. Not only was it a combat-related entry, but it also fell under the medical category, which is among the most valuable types within combat entries. He hoped to secure a high price for it. While this entry held utility for him personally, he had no intention of refining and absorbing these lower-tier entries. There exists a limit to the number of synthesized entries one can absorb. Whether this limit correlates with the 10 realms of martial arts, one can only refine and absorb a maximum of 10 synthesized entries. Su Yuan was unwilling to squander his quota on low-tier entries. Once absorbed, they could not be discarded. Unless one were to utilize heavenly demon disintegration to explode them, the prospect of refining higher-tier entries later would become a distant dream. Su Yuan counted the remaining entry fragments from the leading man. Alongside the 1 blue and 1 green fragment left at home, he now possessed a total of 5 white. For green, 3 blue, and 1 red entry fragment. He could still synthesize 1 white and 1 green entry. Yet, after some reflection, he sensed that today had not been propitious. The initial synthesis yielded only 3 options with lackluster effects. The second attempt, bolstered by lucky +1, presented 5 options. Yet the results were merely satisfactory. He resolved to postpone the synthesis of the remaining 2 entries until tomorrow. With that, Su Yuan stowed away the long spear and carefully placed all remaining entry fragments into his spatial jade pendant. He extracted a vitality pill, which was not acquired through nefarious deeds, but rather purchased at his own expense just a few days prior. Although the cost-effectiveness of procuring pills is far inferior to slaying monsters in secret realms, it is only the impoverished who concern themselves with such considerations. The affluent prioritize efficiency. Now that Su Yuan has acquired wealth, he sees no reason not to spend a little extra if it can enhance the speed of his cultivation. After all, why not indulge in such advantages? Having diligently practiced throughout the night, he awoke the next day feeling invigorated. After breakfast, he hurried to school, where he overheard classmates animatedly chatting. Have you heard? In our school's 6th class of the same grade, someone had their entry stolen. Oh, was it a golden entry? A nearby student inquired eagerly. Impossible. Our school probably hasn't seen a single golden entry this year, except for Su Yuan in our class, the speaker realized. Glancing at Su Yuan, noticing his lack of reaction, he sighed in relief and continued. According to him, his entry is a green level innate giant strength. The previous 2 entries that mysteriously vanished were both golden. Could this be the work of the same individual? How do you know it was human intervention? The authorities haven't made any determination yet. Isn't it said to be a rare affliction? You believe the officials? Do you trust the likes of Rathead and Duckneck? Chapter 54, Auditory Enhancement. The discussions among the crowd were fervent, as the recent disappearances of entries had created quite a stir. 3 years ago, there was the case of Su Yu, which could still be explained by a rare affliction. But with the emergence of the innate Dao body incident 3 years later, not only did it ignite debates regarding the veracity of the situation, but it also instilled a sense of trepidation among the populace. Could someone actually seize another's entry? If entries can be usurped, what hope remains for those at the bottom to rise? Might the elite conspire to cultivate individuals merely to strip their entries? Various theories circulated wildly, and many clamored for the abolition of the entry awakening ceremony, urging that no one disclose their entries to the school. Moreover, numerous individuals who had recently awakened entries ceased to share specific details, and even Su Yuan was affected, despite having obtained the golden entry majesty of the emperor. He refrained from informing the school to claim resource benefits, sharing the information only with a select few without making a grand announcement. Now, following the innate Dao body incident, the fervor had somewhat subsided, but unexpectedly, another incident had arisen at the first high school, suggesting that our school was bound to make the news again. Could the individual in question merely be fabricating tales, claiming to have lost their entry? Unlikely. He has already reached the 3rd layer of the first realm, and theoretically, he should possess 3 entries, yet it is said he currently has only 2. In my opinion, this is retribution. That fellow is no good person. He often bullies his classmates, and many harbor grudges against him. This is impossible to investigate unless we examine each person's entry panel. How could that be? The entry panel is the most crucial privacy of a martial artist. No martial artist would willingly expose their panel to others. All their specialties and weaknesses are visible on that panel, and it is unthinkable to check a martial artist's panel unless they are newly awakened students. Would you be willing to show your panel to others? Of course not. And we still can't be sure that the entries were stolen. After all, the officials have consistently denied the possibility of someone being able to take entries. The chatter among the students continued unabated. However, Su Yuan tuned out the noise after a few moments. The student from class 6 they mentioned was likely the boy who had been bullied in the alley yesterday. If his innate giant strength was indeed taken by Su Yuan, he felt no apprehension about being discovered. Given the incompetence of the Enforcement Bureau, if they could trace the matter to him, they wouldn't have been so inept during his sister's incident, yielding no leads whatsoever. Su Yuan had long since lost hope in the Enforcement Bureau's ability to solve cases. They were a collection of inept individuals. However, one could not entirely fault them. In the era of awakened spiritual energy and martial arts, they could do little against formidable martial artists. Their duties often revolved around mediating neighborhood disputes and assisting the elderly in locating lost pets, along with conducting routine legal education. Ultimately, uncovering the truth would rest upon his shoulders. This afternoon, there were 2 classes on spear techniques, but Su Yuan intended to take leave again. Besides seeking a combat partner, he also wished to help his sister retrieve the adorable little iron-eating beast. Are you taking leave again? I recall you have martial arts classes this afternoon. You won't attend? Zhao Feiping expressed surprise. In the path of martial cultivation, it is akin to rowing against the current. You must not slacken your efforts, for stagnation leads to regression. Su Yuan found this somewhat exasperating. The teacher was being rather pedantic. I have some matters regarding martial arts that I can resolve in a couple of days. Very well then, what realm are you currently at? Zhao Feiping inquired, concern etched on his face. 6th layer of the first realm. I now team up weekly with Qin Zijing and others to clear secret realms, Su Yuan replied. Oh, in that case, the teacher can rest easy. Zhao Feiping nodded approvingly and promptly issued the leave slip. By noon, Su Yuan quickly left the school and made his way to the bus station outside the city. He boarded the bus once more and alighted at the foot of Peach Blossom Ridge, this time disembarking alone, which brought him a sense of relief. In the wilderness, he was not afraid of wild beasts, but he remained cautious of his own kind. Yesterday, he had approached the mountain from this direction. Su Yuan confirmed his bearings and estimated the location of the bamboo grove, but he did not rush there immediately. Carrying the little short and stout creature would be too inconvenient. He decided to return home first and then make a dedicated trip. Today, he would explore another direction. As Su Yuan ascended the mountain, he inevitably encountered many small beasts, all of which expressed their friendliness towards him. He also came across formidable beasts, including a massive earth-shaking bear and a black-backed mysterious eagle. The bear was too large to tame, but he found the black-backed eagle particularly appealing. It could soar freely in the skies and was strong enough to carry him aloft. Unfortunately, his current strength was insufficient to earn its respect. While the king of beast tamers could foster affinity with myriad creatures, true allegiance required adequate strength, at least enough to command their respect. Nevertheless, he could indeed consider finding a flying companion. As Su Yuan pondered this, he began to pay special attention to the birds in the trees. Generally, birds trusted him greatly. With just a wave, they would come close. However, after examining the entries for potential companions, he found nothing that truly satisfied him. The mountain spring here is so clear. Upon reaching a stream, Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Approaching the brook, he contemplated whether to wash his face in the refreshing water when suddenly, a jet of water erupted from the stream, splashing directly onto his face. What in the world? Su Yuan was taken aback. The water flow posed no threat whatsoever, evidently not intended to harm him, yet he remained unaware of the creature responsible. With a splash, he decided to splash some water on his face, opening his eyes to behold an oddly shaped fish joyfully blowing bubbles at him. What sort of fish is this? Curiosity piqued. Su Yuan reached out toward the fish in the water. Splash! To his astonishment, the peculiar fish leapt from the water, defying gravity in its strange buoyancy. Uffed! The fish, seemingly irked, retaliated by spraying water at Su Yuan once more. He was caught off guard again, only to discover that the fish appeared rather pleased with itself, blowing another bubble and astonishingly swimming through the air. Spitting out the water in his mouth, Su Yuan gazed in disbelief at the airborne fish. How remarkable! A flying fish, could it possibly be a six-eyed flying fish? The six-eyed flying fish, as documented in ancient texts, was a mythical creature of which Su Yuan had never seen the likeness, with only scant references hinting at its existence, suggesting, perhaps, that true love requires courage to confront the six-eyed flying fish. Chapter 55, The Goblin Lair. Upon closer inspection of the strange fish, Su Yuan noted it possessed only 2 eyes, not the 6 he had imagined. Its oddity lay not in its ocular count, but rather in its unorthodox form, a flat and broad back, contrasting the streamlined bodies typical of fish. Uffed! The peculiar fish circled joyfully above Su Yuan's head, exuding an air of happiness for having splashed him twice. Come here. Su Yuan beckoned to the fish, unperturbed by the earlier antics. The splashes felt akin to playful mischief from a child, causing him no harm. Uffed! The fish again sprayed water at him, showing no inclination to approach. This time, he deftly dodged the stream by tilting his head. Come closer. I promise I won't harm you. Su Yuan spoke gently, reasoning that, given his affinity with myriad beasts, this method should prove effective. Yet, this little rascal proved to be a mischievous spirit, ignoring his summons. The fish playfully flicked its tiny pink tongue and joyously waved its tail, reveling in its aerial antics above Su Yuan. Chuckling at the absurdity, Su Yuan shook his head, deciding it was futile to waste time examining the creature's traits. Ultimately, he sought a majestic avian companion to soar through the skies, not this diminutive six-eyed flying fish. With an irritated glare at the fish, he resumed his search for a suitable beast, following the stream upstream where predators would inevitably seek water. The rhythmic sound of flapping fins echoed around him, yet Su Yuan paid no heed to the fish, which seemed intent on following him, flitting about overhead. Uffed! In frustration at being ignored, the fish unleashed another water jet. Having been caught off guard twice already, Su Yuan had grown wary, easily evading the aquatic onslaught by merely tilting his head. If you keep this up, I might just roast you for dinner, believe it or not. The little creature appeared unconvinced. Humph. Feigning nonchalance, Su Yuan waited until the fish drew nearer, then swiftly reached out to catch it. The little creature was within arm's reach, and Su Yuan's triumphant smile was already half-formed. Whoosh! The fish's fins began to whirl rapidly, transforming into a blur akin to a spinning top. In an instant, the fish vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage. What sort of ability is this? Su Yuan was genuinely astonished. If these feats were not inherent to the fish's nature, then, judging by its earlier performance, it likely possessed at least 3 distinct skills: flight, water spouting, and acceleration. Of course, one might also consider that this species could inherently fly and accelerate without needing specific traits. Intrigued, Su Yuan decided to let the fish be. If it wished to follow him, so be it. He no longer paid attention to the little fish. After several playful attempts to tease him, the fish seemed to lose interest, yet it continued to trail behind, perhaps eager to accompany him in exploring the wonders of the world, longing for companionship. As they journeyed on, Su Yuan grew accustomed to the fish's presence, finding solace in its whimsical company, albeit frustrated by its elusive nature. In contrast, his search for obedient companions had proven fruitless. Either the creatures were disinterested in him, or he found their abilities lacking. After traversing the brook for quite some time, he encountered numerous formidable beasts, most of which he dismissed due to their inadequate skills. Some, conversely, seemed reluctant to follow him, disinterested in his prowess. And Su Yuan did not wish to coerce them. This led to a lengthy period of fruitless endeavors. The little fish dove into the stream for a bath, blowing a bubble as it did so. Having accompanied Su Yuan for a while, it seemed to have grasped his intentions and, curious, drew closer. To his surprise, they stumbled upon a cave nearby. Surely, it would not house any ferocious beasts. Su Yuan continued upstream, and not far from the brook, he discovered a cave entrance. The thought of encountering a beast as formidable as the tiger girl sparked excitement within him. He was eager to test whether he could tame such a creature. As for his safety, he harbored no concerns. Amidst the myriad beasts of the forest, none had shown any desire to harm him thus far. Let us go and take a look. Su Yuan called to the little fish, which eagerly followed, still blowing bubbles. Why does this place feel so surreal? As if steeped in familiarity? Upon reaching the cave entrance, Su Yuan peered inside, sensing an odd sensation, yet he dismissed it, reasoning that the only way to unravel the mystery was to venture in. Whoosh! It felt as if he had crossed through a veil into another realm. Su Yuan halted in astonishment. What was this? His eyes widened as he began to formulate a thought, but was interrupted when, whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past him from the side. He quickly stepped forward, narrowly avoiding a wooden stick that grazed his cheek. Gripping his massive sword, he focused his gaze to find the source of the attack, a diminutive, green-skinned creature wielding the makeshift weapon. Could it be a goblin? Su Yuan's previously tense disposition instantly relaxed. It is a well-known fact that goblins are the weakest of monsters, and it appears my instincts were correct. The moment he stepped into the cave, a familiar sensation washed over him, reminiscent of entering a hidden realm. This was indeed a secret lair, one that had yet to be discovered by anyone. If it had been previously found and reported to the authorities, they would have sealed it off, at the very least placing security warnings at the entrance, meticulously detailing the types and levels of the monsters within. So many goblins. Su Yuan's gaze swept across the cavern, and apart from the goblin before him, a multitude of others emerged one after another. Could this be a goblin nest, secret realm? A theory began to form in Su Yuan's mind. If the secret realm behind the school was named Lang Lang Mountain, and the one in the forest park was called Glen Forest, then surely this cave, teeming with goblins, deserved its own designated name, Goblin Nest. With this thought, a surge of joy filled Su Yuan. Goblin nests are typically low-tier secret realms, and even the boss residing within would only be on par with elite monsters from other realms. Moreover, this lair had remained undiscovered, guaranteeing a bountiful reward for the first kill of the boss. As Su Yuan contemplated this, the earlier goblin, chattering incessantly, swung its wooden club once more in his direction. Chapter 56. Capable of greatness and smallness. A smile spread across Su Yuan's face as he brandished his colossal sword and charged forward. Thud! The sword collided with the wooden club, cleaving it in two, and with unyielding momentum, he severed the goblin's head as well. A warm current surged through his body, and Su Yuan felt a thrill of delight. With my current strength of 12 bulls, dealing with goblins was akin to child's play. His confidence soared as he wielded his great sword, cutting through the goblin horde like a tiger among sheep. The winds swept through the cave. This was a sweeping attack from the technique 13 Swords of the Solitary Peak, and with a horizontal sweep of his colossal sword, he cleaved through 3 or 4 advancing goblins. In this cavernous environment, the great sword was perfectly suited for such an assault. Using a spear would have hindered his movements. Crack! One goblin brandishing a stone spear lunged at Su Yuan, but just as he readied to strike, a sudden burst of water shot forth, striking the goblin squarely on the head. This was no gentle stream meant to wash Su Yuan's face. It was a powerful jet of water. The force was so great that it shattered the goblin's skull. Su Yuan paused, turning to see that his companion, the little monster fish, had also entered the cave. A mix of surprise and delight surged within him. He now truly felt the camaraderie of fighting alongside his beast companion. I will take the lead, and you will provide support. Su Yuan greeted the little monster fish warmly before plunging back into the fray against the goblins. Flash! Su Yuan sliced through the approaching wooden clubs and stone spears, thrusting his sword into one goblin's belly and swiftly withdrawing it to decapitate another. With a relentless fury, he felled dozens of goblins in succession. Even after such a massacre, the numbers showed no signs of dwindling. This goblin nest likely housed hundreds of goblins. Goblins continued to pour forth, showing no signs of abating. This was undoubtedly a large-scale goblin nest. Su Yuan's heart swelled with joy. This was a veritable treasure trove of experience points. If he could eradicate every last goblin within this lair, would he not level up once more? Glancing at his martial arts panel, he noted, Name, Su Yuan. Level, Sixth layer of the first realm of martial arts, 32. Quite impressive. He recalled that before entering, his progress bar had been stuck at 18. In this short time, it had surged by 14. Su Yuan's heart raced with excitement. This truly was a fortuitous opportunity. Crack! A furious roar echoed through the cave as a goblin much larger than the others emerged, wielding a spiked club. The boss. Rather than feeling alarmed, Su Yuan was elated. After slaying so many monsters without a single loot drop, it would be unacceptable for the boss not to yield a grand reward. Bang! Su Yuan charged forward, swinging his colossal sword at the goblin chief. The sword met the spiked club with a resounding clash. What immense strength! Su Yuan was pushed back 2 steps, while the goblin leader launched another assault. This goblin chief was stronger than he had anticipated. Su Yuan inwardly gasped. He had assumed the boss of the goblin nest would be comparable to the elite monsters of Glen Forest, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. In truth, Su Yuan had harbored some misconceptions. The strength of a goblin boss is indeed correlated to the size of the goblin nest. A large goblin nest would naturally have a stronger leader. Given the sheer number of goblins, at least 100, this was at least a medium-sized goblin nest. Whoosh! Flames erupted from Su Yuan's colossal sword as he slashed at the boss once more, clashing with its weapon, sparks flying. Yet the flames quickly extinguished. The power of the ordinary fire was simply too weak. Even with all 9 of his available attributes, most were supportive in nature. Only a few could be actively utilized in this battle. He lamented his own inadequacy. Just then, a water jet pierced through a nearby goblin's skull, followed by another jet aimed at the goblin chief. Bang! The water burst against the boss's shoulder, eliciting a cry of pain, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to have little effect. This boss possessed formidable defenses. While goblins may lack strengths, they also bore no glaring weaknesses. Su Yuan pressed forward, exchanging blows. But he began to feel increasingly cornered. His greatest reliance was on 9 bull strength, and once his opponent matched him in power, he found himself at a disadvantage. The swarm of smaller goblins encircled him, joining forces with the boss to mount an assault. Su Yuan could only fight while retreating, urging the little monster fish. Get out first. He retreated to the cave entrance, quickly beckoning for the little monster fish to follow, and then he dashed out of the cave. Upon exiting, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. He glanced upward to see that the little monster fish had also made its way out. While the goblins were unable to cross the threshold of the secret realm, only humans could enter to eradicate and cleanse the monsters within. The creatures could not breach the confines of the hidden domain. However, should the time elapse without a thorough cleansing, the realm, or the domain of monsters, would expand until it enveloped the entire world, transforming it into a realm of darkness. Time for a brief respite. Su Yuan plopped himself down at the mouth of the cave, retrieving sustenance and water from his spatial storage. Upon acquiring this space, he had promptly filled it with various essentials, an array of food, drinks, fruits, bread, and drinking water, all piled high in a small corner. The little monster fish seemed to be somewhat fatigued as it blew out a couple of bubbles and settled beside Su Yuan, its tiny tongue flicking out, clearly exhausted. Would you care for a bite? Su Yuan asked, peeling a banana and offering it near the fish's mouth. He was uncertain of its dietary preferences. He had heard that larger fish consumed smaller ones, and smaller fish feasted on shrimp. Yet, coincidentally, he possessed neither. Crunch. The extended banana was nibbled away. Much to his surprise, the little creature actually relished the banana, munching away with delight. Your taste is quite eclectic. The little one was engrossed in its meal, ignoring Su Yuan entirely, which made him yearn to pet it. You wouldn't let me touch you before, but now, where will you hide? A sudden thought struck him, and seizing the opportunity, he discreetly extended his hand, gently placing it on the little fish's back. The creature stirred, but did not flee. Su Yuan's eyes gleamed. He cautiously stroked it, finding its back to be remarkably smooth, devoid of scales. He was baffled by this peculiar fish. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a cascade of information surged forth. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. 1. Entry name, size alteration. Entry level, golden. Entry effect, your body can freely enlarge or diminish. Chapter 57, Golden Entry Devouring Evolution. The first entry emerging from the little creature left Su Yuan in a state of disbelief. Goodness, it's a golden entry. He couldn't help but exclaim. This was the first time he had encountered a golden entry outside of his own experience. He gazed incredulously at the little monster fish, struggling to accept that this oddly shaped fish possessed a rare golden entry, just like him. Little monster, can you truly change size? Su Yuan asked, his voice raspy. The fish continued to munch away, oblivious to the world around it, solely focused on its banana. If you can truly grow larger, I'll provide you with even more delectable treats. Su Yuan tempted. The little creature paused its chewing, seemingly contemplating for a moment, before it began to shake its head vigorously, its form inflating like a balloon, growing larger and larger. That's enough. In mere moments, the creature, now more accurately termed a behemoth, had surpassed Su Yuan in size, appearing quite comical with its oversized head, looking rather dim-witted. Incredible, it can actually grow. Su Yuan marveled. All right, return to your original size. Whoosh. Like a deflating balloon, the little fish rapidly shrank back down, having devoured the banana in its enlarged state. Now finished with its meal, it gazed eagerly at Su Yuan, as if pleading for more. Eat. It's all yours. From now on. Your meals are on me. Whatever you desire, however much you wish. Su Yuan rummaged through his spatial storage, presenting an assortment of fruits, chips, spicy snacks, and fried chicken legs, inviting the little creature to choose its favorites. Truly, one must not judge a fish by its appearance. Who could have anticipated this? What seemed like an ordinary fish turned out to be a prodigious being of the aquatic realm. However, the golden entry size alteration seemed somewhat familiar to Su Yuan. He couldn't shake the feeling of recognition. It was Brother Zhao's unfettered iron soldier, which also had the entry size alteration, albeit his was of green quality. What could be the distinction between the two? Perhaps the golden variant allowed for a broader range of size alteration? Su Yuan pondered. Though he struggled to comprehend how a weapon-type entry could also manifest in a beast. Could it mean that he too could utilize it? His thoughts momentarily stilled. Had he unwittingly stumbled upon a revelation? Could a person wield weapon-type entries? In his mind, weapon entries, technique entries, and even those associated with ferocious beasts belonged to distinct categories. For instance, the techniques of simplicity and quick mastery, or the beast entries of toxic fumes and sharp fangs, or weapon entries like bleeding and poisoned edge. The notion that such entries could apply to humans had never crossed his mind. His thinking had indeed become rigid. He had never considered this possibility, especially without a mentor to guide him, as no one else seemed capable of transferring entries. Yet, perhaps it was feasible. Did this mean he could someday utilize theft to pilfer entries from techniques, weapons, or ferocious beasts? While some entries may not suit human application, what of others? Like size alteration? If he possessed it, could he also grow or shrink? And what about shape-shifting from his unfettered iron soldier? Would that allow him to transform into another person? This revelation left Su Yuan astounded, unable to fathom the myriad effects these entries could exhibit within himself. After a lengthy period of contemplation, he gradually returned to his senses. Not only did the little creature possess the golden entry size alteration, but it also harbored 2 additional entries. The little one had a total of 3 entries. Yet Su Yuan was so taken aback by the first that he neglected to examine the subsequent 2. Now, regaining his composure, he recalled to review. The little fish had grown accustomed to Su Yuan's touch, no longer exhibiting the mischievous energy it once had. Su Yuan took the initiative, channeling spiritual energy to reveal the entry information. 2. Entry name, Sovereign of the Waters. Entry level, purple. Entry effect, you are a dominant entity in aquatic realms, instilling awe and affinity in water-dwelling creatures, enabling you to manipulate water currents, and doubling your combat prowess in aquatic battles. 3. Entry name, Devouring Evolution. Entry level, golden. Entry effect, by opening your mouth wide, you can generate a terrifying suction, capable of ingesting items of any size. Upon consuming sufficient quantities, evolution will occur. Wow, little fish, are you a divine beast? How are you so formidable? Su Yuan marveled, caressing the fish's sleek skin, his eyes widening in astonishment. 2 golden entries and 1 purple entry. Sovereign of the Waters. Each of these entries appeared exceedingly advantageous. This was simply astounding. He found himself outshined by a mere fish. Su Yuan gazed at the little monster fish, his eyes sparkling with admiration. My dear little fish, from now on, you shall accompany me. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he exclaimed. Uft. The little creature, bored, blew out 2 bubbles, then continued to focus on its meal. At that moment, it was cradling a watermelon with its fins, devouring it with abandon, juice splattering everywhere. Rest assured, I will definitely take you to savor the finest delicacies in the future. Su Yuan dared not promise that it would never go hungry again, for with the golden attribute devouring evolution, it seemed it could never be satiated. All right, whenever I have a piece of meat, you shall have a taste of the broth. He gently shook the little fish, employing both coaxing and grand promises. Uft. A jet of water shot forth, hitting Su Yuan squarely in the face. Uft. The little fish proudly released 2 more bubbles. Su Yuan, speechless, wiped his face. You must understand, if you do not become my partner, we cannot fight monsters together in the future, nor will there be as many delicious treats for you. And you won't be able to play with me. He coaxed. Uft. The little creature expelled a bubble, its fishy face seemingly reflecting a contemplative expression. It appeared to be somewhat swayed, and seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan pressed on. If you choose to follow me, not only will there be delectable food every day, but I can also take you on adventures and introduce you to friends, like bamboo rats and the national treasure, the giant panda. How about that? The little creature did not respond, but it seemed to have lost its inclination to refuse, giving off a sense of reluctant acceptance. Su Yuan instantly understood. This was akin to a shy young girl's coyness. She wouldn't verbally agree, yet wouldn't outright decline either. At this moment, it was time for a bold move. Su Yuan reached out, making a small incision on his fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood, and pressing it onto the little fish's forehead. Chapter 58. Step by Step. Blossoming Lotus. Between warriors and their summoned beasts, a bond can be forged with blood, thus becoming interlinked companions who would never betray one another. Su Yuan, using the spiritual light in his mind, sensed the little creature's spiritual essence, a small, tender glow, quivering and cautiously probing. Su Yuan's larger spiritual light surged forward, and the small glow offered no resistance. After their essences intertwined, each retained a thread of the other's spiritual light, and Su Yuan now possessed a wealth of information about this little creature, finally uncovering its true identity. It turned out that the little fish was a koan. Ancient texts had recorded this, stating, in the North Sea, there is a fish called koan, so large that it cannot be contained in a single pot. When it transforms into a bird, it is named pung, so vast that it requires 2 roasting racks, one for sweetness and one for spiciness. No, that's incorrect. It should be, the koan is so immense that its length is unknown, transforming into a bird named pung. The wings of the pung, their span unknown, rise in fury, resembling clouds descending from the heavens. You are indeed a koan. Su Yuan marveled at the little creature. Isn't it said that its size is unfathomable? How can you be so small? Ah, of course, capable of growing large or small. Just now, I made you grow to the size of an elephant, but in reality, you could be thousands of miles long. Su Yuan swallowed hard, realizing he must treat this little creature with greater care. If it ever felt displeased and unleashed devouring evolution, he might find himself swallowed whole. Furthermore, it might eventually transform into a pong. Would it be the golden-winged pong? Or simply called koanping? Naturally, Su Yuan was not certain that this little creature would indeed transform into a pong. It could also evolve into a lich disaster koan. He had seen this in a game some time ago, where a mishap led to a koan evolving into a lich disaster koan. There were also various other evolution paths like the corpse koan and the void koan, all appearing incredibly formidable. Regardless, this little creature, no, it should now be called a koan, was undoubtedly a divine beast of the highest caliber. Su Yuan considered himself exceptionally fortunate. Having rested sufficiently, he suggested, how about we continue our quest to clear the goblin nest? Seeing that the little creature was also nearly ready, Su Yuan hastily proposed. Uft! A koan's eyes sparkled again, and it eagerly flew ahead. The duo ventured back into the cave, passing through an almost imperceptible barrier. Whoosh! A goblin swung its wooden club once more towards Su Yuan. This time, without the need for words, the two shared a silent understanding. A jet of water shattered the goblin's skull, while Su Yuan, undeterred, brandished his colossal sword against the horde of goblins. Alas, the great goblin re-emerged, and once again, Su Yuan was sent reeling backward. Thankfully, they managed to slay over 10 goblins this time, and his martial arts progress reached level 6, 45. No, I need to rest a bit longer. Su Yuan led a koan back out of the cave, despite having a koan with its imperial presence destined to become a great emperor with time, and himself with the guise of a divine beast. They were still in their juvenile phase, unable to even defeat a single large goblin nest lord. It truly felt like a dragon swimming in shallow waters, being toyed with by shrimps. No, I must find something to enhance my strength. Su Yuan rummaged through his spatial ring and discovered a bottle of chi-boosting pills. He decided to take one to gradually refine it and restore some spiritual energy. The lucky spear. Yes, he should have brought the lucky spear earlier. Perhaps it could have dropped some attribute fragments. Speaking of attribute fragments, he thought it might be wise to synthesize one first. If he was dissatisfied later, he could always opt for equivalent exchange to trade with others. Or wait to draw a heavenly demon disintegration and have it explode. If he synthesized an attribute and it exploded or was traded away, he could still absorb 10 more synthesized attributes. With this in mind, Su Yuan took out all the attribute fragments. Uft! A koan nudged against Su Yuan, and he instantly understood her intent. All right, there will be plenty to eat. Go ahead. Su Yuan produced some food for a koan to munch on while he focused on synthesizing attributes. He currently had enough fragments to synthesize 1 white attribute and 1 green attribute, and he intended to use them all. Holding the lucky spear in one hand and 4 white attribute fragments in the other, he decided to test the waters with the white fragments first. Ding! Detection indicates you are about to obtain a new attribute. The divine selection system has been triggered. You may select any one attribute from a random pool of 2 to 10 attributes. 1. Attribute name. Skin as white as snow. Attribute level white. Attribute effect. Your skin is as fair as freshly fallen snow. 2. Attribute name. Nonsensical babble. Attribute level white. Attribute effect. Your mouth will occasionally spout nonsense and lies, and you will develop a penchant for boasting. 3. Attribute name. Step by step, blossoming lotus. Attribute level white. Attribute effect. You walk with great poise. Each step you take resembles a flower blooming. What on earth are these attributes? After perusing the 3 options, Su Yuan couldn't help but voice his frustration. They weren't entirely useless, but he had hoped for something to augment his combat prowess against bosses. He helplessly continued to read on. 4. Entry name. Master of time management. Entry level white. Entry effect. you will be able to manage time with a greater level of precision, significantly reducing the time spent on mundane tasks. 5. Entry name, friend of women. Entry level white. Entry effect, you will find it easier to gain the trust and reliance of female friends. 6. Entry name, silver tongued. Entry level white. Entry effect, your tongue can stretch and retract like a spring. Is that all? How am I to choose? Previously, I was burdened by the delightful dilemma of selection. But now I face the futility of choices. Su Yuan cast a skeptical glance at the lucky +1 spear in his hand. Is this thing really useful? He found himself doubting it. Now, he could only look at the green entry fragments, hoping to synthesize something of value. As for the previous white entry, after some contemplation, Su Yuan opted for the first, skin like snow. This should hold significant appeal for the ladies. That said, although he did not synthesize the combat type entry he desired, it still proved useful, at least ensuring he did not suffer a loss. After stowing away the white entry, Su Yuan continued, one hand gripping the spear while the other held 4 green entry fragments. This was his last hope. He hoped it would yield some assistance. As he infused his spiritual energy, the 4 green fragments began to meld together slowly. Chapter 59, Sound Localization. As the entries gradually fused, the system once again issued a prompt. Ding. A new entry is about to be acquired. The divine selection system has been activated. You may choose one entry from a random selection of 2 to 10 entries. Phew. Su Yuan took a deep breath, anxiously regarding the entry options. This was his first synthesis of green entries. It must not disappoint. 1. Entry name, sound localization. Entry level, green. Entry effect. Upon hearing a sound, you can determine its source location. 2. Entry name, alchemical talent. Entry level, green. Entry effect. You possess a relatively ordinary talent for alchemy. 3. Entry name, weak electric manipulation. Entry level, green. Entry effect. You can manipulate subtle electric currents. 4. Entry name, berserker. Entry level, green. Entry effect. With the bloodline of a berserker, your body temporarily enters a frenzied state, enhancing all attributes for a brief period, after which you will experience a state of weakness. 5. Entry name, backstab damage amplification. Entry level, green. Entry effect. Attacks launched from behind an enemy will possess greater lethality. Well, this removes any indecision. Su Yuan promptly chose berserker, as it was the sole means to temporarily elevate his combat prowess, albeit requiring caution during the subsequent weakened state. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly time to return home. He would miss the last bus if he delayed any longer. Wait. Su Yuan suddenly paused. Now that I have a beast companion, I can ride on Awaken's back to return. Awaken can grow large and even fly. With that thought, Su Yuan felt a surge of joy. Awaken was indeed his dream companion. However, time was of the essence. Although he no longer needed to take the bus, his mother would surely worry. This remote mountainous area had no signal to assure them of his safety. Calculating the time, he realized he had only one last opportunity to enter the secret realm. After this final venture, he must return home. Oh, and he needed to fetch the little chubby Duntic. Awaken, let us go? This time, we will definitely crush the boss. Su Yuan beckoned the little monster fish and strode once more into the cave. As Su Yuan, with a single swing, felled 2 goblins, the boss reappeared. Voila! The goblin lord swung its spiked club at him once more. With a grin, Su Yuan activated the berserker bloodline, and an explosive surge of ferocity erupted from deep within him. Kill! Su Yuan felt as if his mind was overwhelmed, consumed by a singular desire for slaughter, cleaving through everything in sight. Utilizing all the abilities granted by the entries, he struck. The massive sword, ablaze with flames, effortlessly deflected the boss's club. In the goblin lord's incredulous gaze, Su Yuan followed up with another strike, plunging his sword into its shoulder, piercing through half of it. Gushing. Under the influence of the berserker entry, Su Yuan transformed into a war maniac, fixated solely on carnage, relentlessly swinging his sword. The goblin lord was likely already on its last breath, yet Su Yuan continued to cleave at it. Only when the goblin boss's form began to wane did it finally dissipate, leaving behind a heap of luminous items. This was a glorious drop from the boss. A wave of warmth surged into Su Yuan's body, and only then did he regain some lucidity. He had no idea how long this frenzied state would last. He couldn't afford to linger, hastily gathering all the items dropped by the goblin boss into his spatial jade pendant. Wealth acquired. His mind, still influenced by the berserker bloodline, hardly allowed for reflection. He swiftly capitalized on the remaining duration of his frenzied state, charging at the remaining goblins. Gushing, clang, blood and flesh erupted. Uncertain of how many goblins he had slain, Su Yuan suddenly sensed his physical condition plummeting rapidly. His once powerful arms were on the verge of weakness. Quickly, Awaken! Su Yuan called out, racing towards the exit. Puff puff. The little monster fish, having just unleashed 2 streams of water to dispatch goblins, heeded his call and promptly retreated. Thankfully, the post-frenzy weakness had not rendered him incapable of walking. He merely felt fatigued, as if his martial prowess had diminished to that of an ordinary person. With the goblins still present, He would have to return in a day or two to clear them out. Nonetheless, he felt relief that the boss had been defeated. Su Yuan exhaled. The effects of the Berserker entry were indeed remarkable. He estimated it had augmented his combat strength by at least 30 to 40%, enhancing his power, speed, and reflexes. However, it seemed his intellect had truly diminished. As he was solely focused on slaughter, the battlefield a stark contrast to his usual demeanor of grace. Looking at the spoils, it seemed this boss was indeed a first kill, as it had dropped such an abundance of items. Su Yuan cast a cursory glance, and to his delight, he discovered a total of 5 attribute fragments, 3 white, 1 green, and 1 blue. With this, he had finally gathered 4 blue fragments, allowing him to synthesize attributes. Furthermore, he also acquired a pair of shoes and a set of arm guards, all of which were attribute gear. How exhilarating! What a bountiful harvest! Alas, the hour was growing late, and his body felt exceedingly frail. Even wielding spiritual energy proved to be a strenuous task. It would be wiser to examine the equipment's attributes upon returning home. Moreover, there was something of even greater importance. A thought struck Su Yuan, and he immersed his mind into the martial arts panel. Indeed, he had sensed something unusual moments ago. I have leveled up. The panel had already issued a notification. Level increased. Congratulations on breaking through to the 7th layer of the first realm. You will randomly receive an attribute. He had been so absorbed in slaying that he had hardly paid attention to the progress of the martial arts panel. After vanquishing countless goblins and finally facing the Goblin Lord boss, Su Yuan's cultivation had ascended to the 7th layer of the first realm. This meant he could once again draw attributes. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and indeed, the system promptly sent a notification. Ding! The divine selection system has been activated. You may choose 1 attribute from a random selection of 2 to 10 attributes. Splendid. Time to draw. Chapter 60, 7th Attribute, Generous and Charitable. Su Yuan hastily grasped his lucky spear, eagerly awaiting the emergence of attributes, while simultaneously contemplating how to return home. Kuan, I can barely walk. Could you carry me? Su Yuan pleaded to the little fish. Time was of the essence, so he could only draw attributes while making his way home. Splosh. Another wave of water splashed onto Su Yuan's face. You must mend this bad habit. Su Yuan scolded, finding the little rascal too mischievous. Splosh. The little creature blew out a bubble and turned its head away. All right then, I can hardly move. My little darling, I promise I'll carry you next time. Su Yuan said, shaking the little one. Under his relentless coaxing, the little creature eventually relented, and with a pop, it inflated rapidly, soon resembling the size of a car. How impressive! As Su Yuan praised it, he nimbly climbed onto its back. Onward, let us head to the bamboo grove. Su Yuan commanded from atop the little one's back. Set sail, Akuan. The little creature transformed into a large fish, gracefully soaring through the air without a hint of clumsiness. Once it confirmed the direction, it shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Wow, how fast! Su Yuan quickly steadied himself, feeling the wind rush past his cheeks, causing his clothes to flap wildly. How delightful! Su Yuan was immensely pleased with Akuan. He focused his mind on the system, hastening to select an attribute. The system had refreshed all attributes. 1. Attribute name. Immune to all poisons. Attribute level blue. Attribute effect. You are immune to the effects of 100 common poisons. These poisons will have no effect on you. 2. Attribute name. Generous and charitable. Attribute level multicolored. Attribute effect. You may bestow one of your attributes upon another. Each level can only be used once. 3. Attribute name. Mutual destruction. Attribute level blue. Attribute effect. Before your demise, your body will undergo a violent explosion, inflicting damage on the surrounding area. 4. Attribute name. Reattachment of severed limbs. Attribute level, purple. Attribute effect. Your self-healing ability is greatly enhanced, allowing severed limbs to regenerate. 5. Attribute name. Eye of truth. Attribute level, multicolored. Attribute effect. Your eyes can perceive all attributes possessed by others, along with their information. 6. Attribute name. Lord of thunder. Attribute level, red. Attribute effect. You can manipulate the power of lightning and are immune to the majority of lightning damage. Wow. Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the multicolored attribute generous and charitable. Another multicolored attribute. Following the emergence of thieving hand and equitable exchange, here came yet another multicolored attribute. Moreover, its effect was to grant attributes to others. If I use thieving hand first, and then generous and charitable, wouldn't that yield the effect of equitable exchange? Finally, I can rid my mother of no progress. Su Yuan's heart surged with excitement, nearly leading him to select generous and charitable immediately. Thankfully, his rationality prevailed, and he patiently perused all the options. Reattachment of severed limbs is also remarkably powerful. Furthermore, it is a rare healing attribute. Its healing effect is astonishing. Severed limbs can regenerate. Unfortunately, no progress had always been a source of concern for his mother and their entire family. With a glimmer of hope now in sight, he would not abandon it, even for a golden attribute. The multicolored attribute, Eye of Truth. Another multicolored attribute. The ability to see others' attributes is truly formidable, but alas, that must be saved for another opportunity. Su Yuan thought wistfully. As for the other three attributes, Lord of Thunder and immune to all poisons were quite commendable. But mutual destruction was best left alone. It would be disastrous if he harmed his own. Splosh, splosh. The little creature emitted two playful sounds, and Su Yuan, having been deeply absorbed in thought, suddenly realized that the little one had come to a halt. They had arrived at the bamboo grove. Without further hesitation, Su Yuan selected generous and charitable. The new level of thieving hand would also be available for use. He would help his mother remove no progress upon returning. Su Yuan leaped off the back of the little creature. His arrival immediately captured the attention of the chubby bears in the bamboo grove. Little dumpling. Su Yuan quickly spotted the short, chubby figure among the bears. It was inevitable, her adorable appearance, coupled with her short stature and the charm that made her beloved by all, rendered her as radiant as a firefly in the night. Giggling, the little dumpling spotted Su Yuan. Perhaps it was the affinity brought forth by the Beastmaster, but the little one was quite fond of him. Instantly, she wiggled her little bottom and scampered toward him. Wow. Su Yuan scooped up the little dumpling, affectionately ruffling her fluffy head and giving her a gentle rub on her soft, furry belly. My little darling, I have come to take you with me. Would you be willing to come along? Little Tawanzi's face instantly brightened with joy, yet she soon cast a lingering glance back at the bamboo grove. Her expression tinged with reluctance. It's all right, we can come back often to visit. Tawanzi, with her petite stature and short limbs, frequently found herself at the mercy of other little bears who would seize her bamboo shoots. However, despite their playful thefts, the bears genuinely cherished and cared for her. A wave of bittersweet emotions washed over Tawanzi. All right, we shall return frequently, Su Yuan reassured her. Tawanzi nodded, still a bit forlorn, and then boarded the Arkan with Su Yuan. Upon noticing Tawanzi's ascent, Arkan seemed somewhat displeased, but Tawanzi's irresistible charm, adored by all, proved too compelling for Arkan to resist. After Tawanzi affectionately rubbed against Arkan, the creature reluctantly acquiesced to her presence. I forgot to prepare some food for Tawanzi. Although pandas have a rather diverse diet, apples, sugarcane, pumpkins, all suitable for Tawanzi, Su Yuan decided to gather some bamboo and shoots. Finding a patch of empty bamboo forest, he took out his trusty iron rod and began to chop, snap, snap, like a character in a hack-and-slash game. He skillfully reduced the bamboo to less than 5 meters in length, storing it all in a spatial jade pendant. All right, time to head home. Boarding the Arkan, Su Yuan handed Tawanzi a bamboo shoot to munch on and pointed the way to Arkan. As night had fallen, the trio hurried towards the city. Chapter 61, taking away no further progress. The giant fish soared swiftly through the skies, able to fly in a straight line, making their return far quicker than by car. As they approached the urban area, Su Yuan stood up on the back of the fish to allow the sentinels in the watchtowers to see clearly. Ordinary ferocious beasts were prohibited from nearing the city. Any that ventured too close would be driven away, and those who ignored such warnings thrice would be shot on sight. Don't be anxious. It's just the lights checking us out. Indeed, as they neared the city, searchlights from the watchtowers swept over them. Su Yuan sensed a hint of nervousness from Little Fish and quickly offered reassurance. After a while, the searchlight reluctantly shifted away, typically not lingering for so long. It seemed they were particularly intrigued, trying to discern what this peculiar sight was. Su Yuan chuckled inwardly, imagining the astonishment of those witnessing a fish with wings. Entering the city did not involve the traditional walls, yet defensive measures had increased, with searchlights occasionally sweeping across them. Puff, puff. Little Fish let out a disgruntled sound, as the searchlights tended to linger on her for an extended duration, causing her some annoyance. All right, let's avoid returning at night next time. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and during the day, there would be no need for searchlights. Normal vision sufficed. Nonetheless, it must be said that Little Fish's allure remained exceptionally high. A flying fish was a rarity, and few would fathom that it was the legendary Kuan. They likely assumed it was merely a six-eyed flying fish. Finally, having passed the entrance of the city, the searchlights ceased. Yet their flight through the sky elicited gasps of astonishment. It was indeed uncommon to encounter someone capable of taming such magnificent beasts. Su Yuan navigated his way home, and upon reaching the community entrance, he leapt from Arkan and swiftly caught Tawanzi, who was eager to jump down after him. All right, you should shrink down to your former size, Su Yuan instructed, cradling Tawanzi in his arms. Puff. At his words, Little Fish immediately deflated like a balloon, quickly transforming into an ordinary little flying fish. Come, follow me as we head home. Remember, if you ever get lost, keep in mind the way back. Clutching Tawanzi, Su Yuan walked, while the little flying fish circled above his head. Oh, it's little Yuan. What have you brought back? Upon entering, he exclaimed. I told you to return early. Why are you back so late again? I couldn't reach you on the phone. His mother began to scold before even seeing him. Once she caught sight of him, she gasped. Oh my, what have you brought home this time? We already have a little guinea pig. Is that not enough? You must have eaten well today. Jiang Pei examined Tawanzi in Su Yuan's arms and the little flying fish on his shoulder with wonder. You've brought back two this time. But you must admit, this little one is indeed adorable. She was instantly captivated by Tawanzi, taking her from Su Yuan's hands and cradling her in her embrace, showering her with affectionate kisses. Su Yuan quickly fetched some water to tend to Arkan's emotions. Little Yuan, you've brought home another little beast. Su Yu, holding the little bamboo rat, emerged from her room. Wow, how adorable. Predictably, upon seeing Tawanzi, his older sister immediately shifted her affections away from the little bamboo rat, glancing back at it with reluctance before placing it on the sofa and rushing to Tawanzi, showering her with attention and affection, incessantly patting the little one's round belly. It's all right. We can both be cherished. Su Yuan turned to comfort little fish, relieved that this little creature was not overly sentimental. Perhaps she simply did not care about the opinions of others. She was merely curious, observing the room's decor, watching his mother and sister fawn over Tawanzi. He took the opportunity to retrieve a curved long spear from his spatial storage. This lucky spear, he hoped, would truly bring him some fortuitous attributes. He was preparing to undertake something he had contemplated for quite some time. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, I shall seize the opportunity. He planned to take away his mother's no further progress ability. If successful, she would be able to cultivate once more. Currently, his mother possessed 3 attributes, the first being the red level 1,000 miles a day, which accelerated her cultivation speed significantly. The second was a blue level agility attribute named as agile as a swimming dragon. The third was the gray attribute no further progress, which had transformed his mother from a once promising genius into someone unable to progress in her cultivation. I hope I can draw it. He certainly did not wish to fail in acquiring no further progress only to inadvertently steal 1,000 miles a day instead, as his own emperor's presence was no less formidable than 1,000 miles a day in terms of cultivation speed. Su Yuan had designated his mother as a target for petty theft, yet there was no sign of any reaction. As he focused his mind, an additional entry appeared on his status panel, indicating that the theft was complete. There was no indication of disturbance. His mother remained blissfully unaware. He returned the lucky spear to his spatial jade pendant, harboring hopes that he had not made an erroneous theft, with a 33% chance. If he were to misdeal again, he would have no choice but to abandon this wretched spear. He murmured to himself, glancing at his mother and older sister, who were completely oblivious, still playfully teasing the little one. With that, Su Yuan took the little flying fish and returned to his room. With a sigh of relief, he anxiously opened the status panel, his heart racing as he scrutinized the entries. Name, Su Yuan. Level, 7th layer of the Hidden Origin Realm, 3. Entries. Golden equality of all beings, blue 0 frame start, red strength of 1,000 bulls, rainbow petty theft, green affinity with the wind, golden majesty of the emperor, green control of flames, golden king of beasts, green innate might, green frenzied warrior, rainbow benevolence, gray no further progress. Techniques, 9 shallow 1 deep breathing method. Martial skills, 72 paths of divine demon spear, part 1, solitary peak, 13 swords, 13 guardians horizontal training. Equipment, damaged iron rod soldier, with the entry, green shape shifting. Pet, Kuan. Upon noticing the final gray entry in the list, Su Yuan's anxious expression transformed into one of elation. He had succeeded. He had indeed stolen his mother's gray entry, no further progress. Now, she faced no hindrance and could cultivate as normal. He wondered when she would discover this matter. Su Yuan's heart brimmed with anticipation. He longed to witness her expression upon realizing that the gray entry had vanished, allowing her to cultivate once more. She would surely shed tears. Women were truly troublesome. All they seemed to do was cry. Yet, in truth, he felt a warmth in his heart. As a son, being able to assist his mother in pursuing her dreams, even if it meant extra effort on his part, was a source of joy. At present, the most crucial task was to rid himself of no further progress. He fixed his gaze on the gray entry within his panel, and with a concentrated stare, he contemplated using benevolence to transfer this entry to another individual. However, upon discovering that ferocious beasts and weapons could utilize the same entries, his thoughts shifted. Perhaps he should first temporarily store no further progress on an item, to be retrieved when necessary. For instance, if he encountered an enemy he could not defeat, he could reclaim no further progress from the item and bestow it upon that foe. It was a splendid idea, he just didn't know if it could be executed. He rummaged through his belongings, pulling out a book he had studied during his early school years. It was a junior high chemistry textbook. Ever since he resolved to focus solely on martial arts, he had scarcely revisited chemistry, and all knowledge had slipped from his mind. He stared at the chemistry book while selecting no further progress from his entries as his target. Benevolence. Su Yuan activated the rainbow entries effect, and in an instant, he sensed a shift in his status panel. Had the gray entry vanished? With joy, he glanced at the entries, and indeed, no further progress had disappeared. Thus, it was now within the book. He infused the junior high chemistry textbook with spiritual energy, and sure enough, an entry materialized. Entry name, no further progress. Entry level, gray. Entry effect, your cultivation shall henceforth stagnate, and you shall not achieve any further advancement. An entry pertaining to a person now appeared on a book. Curious to test its effect, Su Yuan flipped to a page detailing the periodic table of elements, a topic he had long forgotten. Typically, if he concentrated, he would easily recall the content. But today, for some inexplicable reason, no matter how hard he focused, the words eluded him. It appeared that the entry could indeed exert its influence when inscribed upon a book, preventing the reader from making any intellectual progress. How intriguing. This could turn out to be quite entertaining. In a flash, several ideas sprang to Su Yuan's mind regarding the potential combinations of various entries, each yielding distinct outcomes. As for the junior high chemistry textbook, it was imperative to preserve it carefully. It might prove to be a formidable weapon in the future. He meticulously placed the book in a corner of his spatial jade pendant, his gaze then drifting to a few pieces of equipment and entry fragments he had nearly forgotten. After slaying the Goblin Lord, the boss had dropped numerous items, among them a blue entry fragment that perfectly complemented his existing 3 blue fragments, allowing him to synthesize a blue entry now. He had also gathered 4 white entry fragments, though those could wait. First, he would inspect the properties of the equipment. The Goblin Lord had dropped a pair of shoes and a piece of armor. Su Yuan examined the shoes first. They were white sneakers, seemingly of his size, likely suitable for wearing. He infused the shoes with spiritual energy, and an entry's information quickly surfaced. Item name: expensive, genuine leather sneakers. Entry name: silent snow step. Entry level: blue. Entry effect: your body will become light as a feather, leaving no footprints when walking on snow. To his delight, the shoes were of blue grade. Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised. He had assumed that the goblin nest would yield little of value, yet he had been mistaken. The silent snow step entry described its effect somewhat vaguely, and he was uncertain of its true capabilities. Without hesitation, Su Yuan donned the shoes, which fit him perfectly. He jumped up and down, feeling an entirely different sensation, as if he were weightless. Running and moving felt effortless. Wow, these shoes are fantastic. Su Yuan was enamored. He would definitely keep these shoes for himself. He had no intention of taking them off. As for the armor, he was equally curious. He picked up the piece, which could envelop his entire arm. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, the entry information rapidly appeared. Item name: inexpensive armor. Entry name: invulnerable to blades and spears. Entry level: green. Entry effect: blades and spears shall not penetrate. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow at the armor, finding the entry's effect rather appealing. However, it only provided defense against blades and spears. It offered no protection against other weapons, rendering it somewhat lackluster. Let us first clear some space. We shall employ our weapons only when we encounter foes wielding blades and firearms. Moreover, it appears rather odd to be clad solely in arm guards without any other pieces of armor. Where has Xiao Yuan run off to again? Are you not joining us for dinner? The voice of his mother resonated from the living room. All right, Su Yuan responded, stepping out of his room to partake in the meal. He had returned quite late today. Both his mother and elder sister had already dined, and a separate serving was prepared for him. Now that the meal was ready, Su Yuan felt quite famished and sat down to eat. Plop, plop. Little Yuer also leaned over the dining table, curiously watching him eat. Do you want some too? Why do you wish to eat everything? This is stir-fried food. Can you even eat it? Fine, fine, I shall feed you some. Su Yuan fetched a small bowl and prepared a portion for the little creature. Ah, little brother, what shall we do? There is nothing for Hua to eat at home. What does Hua like to eat? His elder sister asked with a worried expression as he finished filling the bowl for little Yuer. Who is Hua? Su Yuan inquired, slightly perplexed. Hua is the most adorable little dumpling. Su Yu affectionately rubbed the round head of the short and chubby creature, holding it tightly around its little belly. Perhaps due to the comforting presence, his sister appeared to be in a visibly better mood. Why such a name? He asked. Because our Hua is beloved by all. Flowers bloom upon its arrival, hence the name Hua. Su Yu replied. She then glanced at little Yuer, who was feasting heartily at the table, asking, what is this creature? It looks like a fish, but can fly. Haha, utter its name, and it shall startle you. Su Yuan said proudly. It is indeed a divine beast. A prodigy among creatures. It shall be my battle companion henceforth. He refrained from elaborating on the golden attributes of the koan, fearing it might attract envy. And what of Hua? Does it also bring fortune? Su Yu inquired further. Hua is a gift for you. As for fortune, wait, who is this fortune? Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the question. Hua is for me. Splendid. Fortune. Oh, where are you hiding? Baby, your sister loves you too. Su Yu searched around and discovered a small bamboo rat hiding beneath the sofa. Fortune is the name I gave to this little treasure-seeking rat, she explained, as the little creature wore a pitiful expression. Originally, it was the sole pet in the household, cherished exclusively by the family, but since Hua's arrival, it had stolen its beloved pet status, leaving it feeling like a jilted concubine. Oh, so this is Fortune? Just let it be. Just feed it occasionally, Su Yuan remarked. Oh, very well. Su Yu ruffled the small bamboo rat affectionately, still quite fond of it, but then she turned to embrace Hua again. My Hua seems to be hungry too. Does it need to eat bamboo? Where can we find bamboo at this late hour? Isn't there a bamboo grove in that nearby park? Su Yu pondered aloud when Su Yuan interrupted, No need to make it so complicated. I brought some bamboo back. The existence of the spatial jade pendant could not remain concealed from the family forever. They would eventually discover it. Not wishing to complicate matters today, Su Yuan retrieved a segment of bamboo from the spatial realm. Whoosh! A 2 to 3 meter long bamboo suddenly materialized in the living room. Su Yu was taken aback and asked in disbelief, "Where did this come from?" "Hey, guess." Su Yuan teased. "Could it be? Is it spatial equipment?" Su Yu pondered, realizing that the sudden appearance of such a long object could only be explained in this manner. "Indeed, I obtained a spatial jade pendant." Su Yuan displayed the pendant hanging from his neck for his sister to see. "This must be quite precious. Where did you acquire it?" asked Jiang Pei, who had heard the commotion from the kitchen and stepped out, astonished. Of course, it was a drop from a monster. Su Yuan could not admit to his nefarious deeds of murder and plunder, so he claimed it was obtained from a secret realm, lest they worry about his safety. "You're quite lucky," his mother exclaimed in admiration. As they spoke, Hua had already climbed towards the bamboo, obediently sitting in front of it. It gnawed at the bamboo stalk, breaking it into smaller pieces with its tiny paws, then peeling off the outer layer to consume only the inner bamboo. Despite its short limbs, the little creature possessed considerable strength. How adorable. The family watched Hua eat with rapt attention, and simply gazing at it brought a sense of tranquility. Su Yuan glanced at his mother, who remained oblivious to the changes in her attributes, unaware that no progress had vanished. Should he remind her to check her martial arts panel? He contemplated this, but ultimately dismissed the idea. It would be inappropriate to bring it up. It was better for her to discover this delightful surprise on her own. As the clock struck 11, the three of them retired to their respective rooms. Su Yuan was meditating when he suddenly heard a shriek from his mother's room. "Ah, what happened?" Both Su Yuan and Su Yu hurried to their mother's side, only to find her in her pajamas, visibly excited. "It's gone, Xiao Yuan. It's really gone." She grasped Su Yuan's hand and then tugged at Su Yu's, momentarily at a loss for words. "What is going on, Mom? What do you mean it's gone?" Su Yu asked anxiously. Su Yu was confused, but Su Yuan quickly understood. Their mother had likely discovered that no progress had disappeared, hence her excitement. Sure enough, once she calmed down, she still appeared animated. Xiao Yuan. I used to have that gray attribute that prevented me from cultivating, but just now, I instinctively checked my martial arts panel and found that it's gone. Truly. I verified it. It's not an illusion. I can cultivate again." Unsurprisingly, their mother was soon shedding tears of joy. "Ah," Su Yu exclaimed, incredulous. "Are you saying no progress is gone? Is it really not in your attribute panel anymore?" Yes. Jiang Pei nodded vigorously in excitement. "This is marvelous." Joy illuminated Su Yu's face, but it was quickly replaced by suspicion. How could an attribute just disappear? Could someone have stolen your attribute, Mom? Chapter 64. The Mystery of the Disappearing Attributes. Su Yu's words left the three of them momentarily stunned, but she quickly dismissed her own theory. If someone were to steal an attribute, why would they choose no progress? Could it be true, as the Law Enforcement Bureau suggested, that the disappearance of attributes is indeed a rare condition? Could little brother also experience attribute loss? Su Yu pondered another explanation, leaving Su Yuan feeling exasperated. "Sister, please stop overthinking. Perhaps some attributes are simply destined to vanish. It's also possible for someone to steal an attribute, but they cannot choose which one to take. They might have aimed for 1,000 miles a day and ended up with no progress instead." Su Yu burst into laughter at this notion. So, that person might have intended to steal something valuable and instead ended up with no progress? They would then be unable to cultivate as well. Ultimately, this was a fortuitous turn of events. Henceforth, Mom would be able to cultivate again. Su Yuan interrupted his sister's whimsical musings, stating, "Since Mother has resigned, you can now dedicate yourself to cultivation at home. Once your skills have improved, I shall take you to the secret realms to hunt monsters and level up." "Ah, yes." Their mother seemed still entranced by the overwhelming surprise. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, she merely nodded vacantly. "All right, dear, focus on your cultivation and make sure to rest well." Su Yuan then dragged his sister out of the room. "Sister, you should also get some rest." "Younger brother, what could possibly have caused the disappearance of the entries?" Su Yu still harbored some unease. To be honest, Su Yuan found himself rather vexed by the fabrications he had woven. One lie often necessitates a multitude of others to conceal it. He longed to speak the truth, to admit that he could seize others' entries, but for now, he was still too weak to ensure his own safety. "Sister, even if someone did steal them, it's no concern. After all, it's merely a gray entry, which could even be considered a fortuitous occurrence. Moreover, if it truly was theft, it indicates that the perpetrator cannot specifically target entries. Otherwise, they would never have stolen no progress, right?" As for his own situation, he reassured her, "You needn't worry at all. I currently possess 10 entries. Even if that person were to attempt theft, the odds of selecting a golden entry are merely 1 in 10. Su Yuan consoled her, harboring the belief that his sister's supreme sword body had indeed been stolen, likely by someone possessing a similarly nefarious entry. This individual had not only pilfered his sister's entry, but had also siphoned her physical essence, resulting in her losing her innate constitution, forcing her to rely on elixirs for survival. However, It seemed that this thief was also unable to specifically target which entry to steal, which is why they sought out someone newly awakened with only a single entry. Like his sister or that Jiang Lei who had just awakened his innate Tao body, with only one entry, the chances of error would be non-existent. Suyu nodded in agreement. Yet her curiosity piqued. But how do you come to possess 10 entries? What level of cultivation are you at now? Su Yuan faltered momentarily, having forgotten to account for that detail. He cleared his throat and replied, I acquired numerous entry fragments, which I then synthesized into entries and refined for myself. Indeed, one lie requires countless others to cover it. But Su Yuan, you should be cautious. The entries you are synthesizing are of lower quality, and refining them offers minimal benefits. It would be wiser to save the slots for higher-level entries in the future. Rest assured, I am well aware. Su Yuan gently pushed his sister back into her own room. Whether it was the soothing effect of the little creature, he sensed that his sister's demeanor had significantly improved that evening. Previously, discussions of lost entries would cast her into a gloomy mood. Yet today she remained lively and spirited. He felt grateful to that little fellow and resolved to treat her to more snacks in the future, apples, steamed buns, and the like, all favored by pandas. With these thoughts, Su Yuan returned to his room to continue his cultivation. The following day marked Friday, and with Saturday approaching, he was to team up with Qin Zijing and the others for dungeon runs. Su Yuan contemplated whether to venture outside the city to clear the remaining goblins. Having already defeated the boss, it seemed the number of goblin minions left was rather scant. Upon entering the classroom, he overheard fellow students discussing the disappearance of the bully's entry in Class 6. Su Yuan set his backpack down and listened to the gossip. No one knows how that person's entry vanished. It's certainly not comparable to the innate Tao body, someone remarked. Why? What makes it different? Another inquired. There are numerous distinctions. Firstly, innate strength is not on the same level. Furthermore, the individual with the innate Tao body suffered injuries during the theft, losing a significant amount of blood, and was fortunate to arrive at the hospital in time to be saved. And this person left unscathed. What is even more significant is that while their entry was stolen, their physical essence was also damaged, rendering them incapable of further cultivation. Their family spent a fortune to procure a red-tier entry, Wind Spirit Body. Can you guess what happened? The crowd was captivated. Their curiosity piqued as they pressed. What happened? Their body continued to leak, and consequently, that new entry vanished as well. Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 65, Analysis. He understood some of his sister's physical condition. Like a sieve, no matter how many restorative substances she consumed, it seemed as though they were devoured by an insatiable abyss. The little improvements she made were continuously undermined by relentless theft. It appeared that Jiang Lei's condition mirrored this plight. However, his family had never realized that even subsequently refined entries could still be consumed. Previously, they lacked the means to procure additional entries. Now, although he could synthesize them, he had yet to encounter suitable ones for his sister to absorb. Thus, they remained unaware that even newly refined entries could still vanish. Was it solely the physical entries that disappeared, or did all entries share this fate? Su Yuan's heart raced. If entries were indeed being stolen, and the thief could persistently siphon them, an idea began to form. If sufficiently distinctive entries were also pilfered, it would greatly simplify the task of locating and identifying the perpetrator. Should the thief be able to absorb all corresponding entries from a person, they could even be countered with negative entries, such as no progress. However, if they could only absorb physical entries, it would complicate matters significantly. Yet, there was now a glimmer of hope. Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement as clarity emerged from what had seemed a murky conundrum. He needed to ascertain precisely which types of entries the thief could continuously consume. Reflecting on his own inventory, he noted entries such as curled tongue, slow recovery, and snow-like skin, none of which bore particularly distinctive characteristics. The only somewhat notable one was snow-like skin, which had a slight widening effect. He could have his sister try it out upon returning. Regrettably, he mused, he should have chosen prominent horns in the beginning. Had that been consumed, anyone sporting a bump on their head would be highly suspect. After school, Su Yuan refrained from venturing out again and instead sought a less familiar street. Was this the place? It bore some resemblance. He had reviewed the background of Jiang Lei's family in the news and navigated the map to arrive here. However, he could only find the street, as the report lacked a house number. Time to inquire with the local elders. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before making his way toward the elderly individuals seeking respite beneath the trees. As he approached, he needed not to pose any inquiries. He overheard the garrulous conversations of the grandfathers and grandmothers. What good does it do? They exhausted their fortunes to obtain a crimson entry, only for it to vanish once more. In my opinion, her family simply lacks the fortune. Indeed, just look at the Jiang family. They used to hold a respectable position in our neighborhood, being among the most esteemed families, all because of that prodigy Jiang Lei. Now the entire family has been brought to ruin. I maintain that no one can pilfer another's entry. If it were possible, why not come and steal mine? The officials have declared that the disappearance of entries is a malady that requires treatment. Shoo, say no more. Here comes old lady Jiang. As Su Yuan listened to their discourse, it appeared that the individual in question was indeed Jiang Lei. His brow furrowed as he contemplated inquiring about the specific address of the Jiang family. Suddenly, the elderly folk fell silent in unison, casting furtive glances toward an approaching elderly woman. Clad in a dignified qipao, she exuded an air of grace, yet her countenance seemed burdened by sorrow. Was this the old lady Jiang they spoke of? Could she possibly be Jiang Lei's grandmother? After a moment's reflection, Su Yuan chose to forego further eavesdropping on the old men's idle chatter and followed old lady Jiang upstairs. The Jiang family resided on the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the elderly woman entered her apartment, and Su Yuan hesitated, contemplating whether to knock on the door. He wished to inquire about Jiang Lei's circumstances and whether there were any additional insights regarding the disappearance of entries. Just as he raised his hand to knock, a loud crash resonated from within the room, followed by the furious outburst of a youth. "I want to eat. Get out. All of you get out." After his furious proclamation, a gentle female voice emerged, likely that of Jiang Lei's mother, though her words were too soft for Su Yuan to discern. He then heard the boy's roar, "Get lost. I want to die. You all leave me alone." Su Yuan's hand, poised to knock, froze in midair. It seemed this enraged youth was indeed Jiang Lei, and his emotional state appeared to be quite unstable. Su Yuan surmised that questioning him at this moment would yield little fruit. Nevertheless, the continued disappearance of physical entries seemed to be a certainty. In any case, his immediate plan was to procure a distinctly characteristic physical entry and subsequently allow his sister or Jiang Lei to refine it. Choosing not to intrude further upon the Jiang household, Su Yuan returned home. His sister was contentedly cradling Huahua, while Kai Kai sat nearby, glaring with envy at the little creature. Suddenly, a jet of water shot towards him, and Su Yuan deftly dodged, exclaiming, "You little rascal." Just then, Xiao Yu emerged from the kitchen, having opted not to attend school that day, feeling utterly bored at home, far preferring the mountains. "Oh, my little darling, don't be upset." Su Yuan, in sync with the Kun, understood its sentiments. He promptly retrieved a veritable feast from his spatial storage, which had cost him a considerable sum. "Let us have something to eat first. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the secret realm for some monster hunting." Tomorrow was Saturday, and he had arranged to meet Qin Zijing and others at school to level up through monster hunting. Seeing the food, Xiao Yu's mood lightened, and she rushed over, happily munching away. "Sister," Su Yuan called as he approached the sofa, gently rousing Su Yu, who had been engrossed in petting the panda. "Sister, could you refine this entry?" Su Yuan produced the entry skin as fair as snow. Su Yu paused, glancing at the entry's details with a puzzled expression. "What else with this entry? Do you think I'm not fair enough? Do I need skin as fair as snow? I'm naturally beautiful. You're rather full of yourself," Su Yuan remarked, somewhat speechless. He hadn't realized his sister harbored such vanity. However, it was true that since that incident 3 years ago, Su Yu had rarely ventured outside. Coupled with her poor health, her complexion had taken on a sickly pallor. Well, this year, there has been a student whose entry has disappeared, and he absorbed another entry. Su Yuan explained, divulging the details of Jiang Lei's situation to Su Yu. Upon hearing this, her expression shifted significantly. Chapter 66. Online shopping for gray entry fragments. "So, you mean to say that if I refine skin as fair as snow, the other party's skin will become very fair once they absorb the entry? You intend to determine their identity by observing whose skin becomes fairer?" Su Yu inquired. "That's one aspect." Su Yuan elaborated. "On another note, I also want to see if other entries, besides physical ones, will disappear when you refine them." "Oh, I see," Su Yu acknowledged, accepting the skin as fair as snow entry. With a resigned sigh, she added, "I'll need your assistance in refining it." After her supreme sword body entry had vanished, her physical training had collapsed, causing the spiritual energy within her to dissipate. Now, she was unable to refine entries on her own. All right. Su Yuan understood his sister's predicament and settled onto the sofa beside her, channeling spiritual energy into her. Su Yu guided the energy as it merged with the entry in her palm, slowly integrating it. "Is it working?" Once the entry had fused, Su Yu lifted her chin, revealing the effects of skin as fair as snow. It seems there is no noticeable change. It's likely that its effects are subtle. The entry hasn't been devoured and disappeared, has it?" Su Yuan asked. "Not yet. How long did it take for that Jiang Lei's entry to disappear after merging?" Su Yu inquired. "I don't know. Then let us wait. I'm curious to observe the process of an entry's disappearance." Su Yu waved him off, indicating he could attend to his own matters. She resumed petting the panda, her demeanor appearing surprisingly serene. Su Yuan felt reassured. He had been concerned that his sister might be emotionally affected by these memories, but it seemed that with Huahua's emotional support, she had grown quite indifferent to it all. "By the way, where's Mom? Why hasn't she returned home yet?" Su Yuan asked. Now that the obstacle of gray entries had been removed, he hoped his mother could cease working and focus on her cultivation. The path of martial arts allowed one to seize the essence of yin and yang, claim the power of creation, undergo rebirth, grasp life and death, and command the cycle of reincarnation. Su Yuan did not wish for a future where, Upon looking back after a century, he found himself alone, bereft of family and friends. He yearned for his loved ones to ascend the pinnacle of martial arts together. Mom was home cultivating in the morning, but she went out in the afternoon. She's hosting a dinner for her colleagues and friends tonight, as a sort of farewell gathering for her resignation, Suyu explained. Oh, and by the way, we don't need to prepare dinner. Mom said she'd bring takeout from a restaurant. All right, Suyuan nodded. He returned to his room. Contemplating whether his mother had enough money, he decided to send her 50,000, noting that she needn't worry about saving money for him. However, this left him somewhat short on funds again, as he had not sold any entries recently. Instead, he had been consuming various elixirs and beast meats. It appeared he needed to acquire more entry fragments to continue his synthesis endeavors. In his heart, Suyuan contemplated that, in addition to acquiring positive entries, he also wished to procure some fragments of gray entries. With the acquisition of Philanthropist, he envisioned a future strategy, should he encounter formidable adversaries. He could bestow upon them gray negative entries. This would undoubtedly become one of his most potent tactics. However, the drop rate for gray entry fragments was exceedingly low. Despite vanquishing numerous monsters, he had yet to witness a single drop. It was likely that others would not utilize them for synthesis either. After a moment's reflection, Suyuan opened an online shopping application to search for gray entry fragments. To his astonishment, he discovered that they were indeed available for sale, albeit at a rather steep price, comparable to that of white entry fragments. A single gray entry fragment commanded an astonishing price of 2,000 yuan. He wondered who would be willing to pay such a sum. The price for white entry fragments was merely 2,500, with a purchasing price of only 2,000. Upon checking the sales volume, he found it to be a resounding zero. He sent a private message to the seller. Hello? Why are gray entry fragments so expensive? The seller replied, the drop rate is exceedingly low, no negotiations. If they don't sell, I'll consider them a collection. How many gray entry fragments do you have? Suyuan inquired. The seller responded, 6 pieces. All right, I'll take them all. Suyuan, unfazed by the expense, thought to himself that the money had come too easily for him to cherish it properly. He swiftly completed the payment, and the merchant promised to ship the items shortly. Given that it wasn't a local delivery, he anticipated a wait of 2 days before receiving his order. Continuing his search on the shopping app, which allowed individuals to open their own stores, he encountered a plethora of peculiar items for sale. Many secondhand and idle goods were listed, as there might be someone interested in them. For instance, he had just spotted gray entry fragments. He also stumbled upon a listing for a gray entry, which piqued his interest. However, to his disappointment, the gray entry was inarticulate, providing little assistance in combat. The seller's asking price was 999, and Suyuan refrained from purchasing it. After scrolling for a while longer, he sought negative physical attribute entries, but found none. Consequently, he decided to post a message indicating that he was looking to purchase gray entry fragments, as well as any gray or physical attribute entries that individuals wish to sell. Beyond the online marketplace, he also planned to visit local shops on Sunday to inquire. Perhaps one of them would have stock. That evening, his mother returned home in a slightly tipsy state, evidently having indulged in a celebratory drink. Suyuan understood her joy after enduring prolonged hardships. The family was now financially stable, and the gray entries had vanished. She likely wished to revel in her newfound fortune before her friends. I've prepared a grand feast for you. This isn't leftover food. Let us enjoy a drink together. Zhang Pei produced another bottle of wine. Suyuan exchanged a knowing glance with Suyu, sharing a smile. Suyu couldn't drink, while Suyuan indulged in a couple more glasses. The following day, Suyuan awoke later than usual. By the time he arrived at the entrance of the forest park, Qin Zijing and the others were already present. Suyuan, what is that on your head? Upon his arrival, everyone marveled at the creature perched atop him. This is a pet I just caught. Suyuan displayed the small fish-like creature to them. Could it be the legendary six-eyed flying fish? Yizheng inquired. A fish that can fly. They were all witnessing such a sight for the first time. You're overthinking it. Suyuan, disinterested in elaborating, turned his gaze to Qin Zijing. Why do you seem even more beautiful today? He had noticed her beauty instantly. Qin Zijing was already of breathtaking caliber, and today she appeared even more enchanting. As if her innocent charm had gained a hint of allure. The new entries have this effect, Qin Zijing explained. I see. Suyuan nodded, refraining from further questions. The group approached the park entrance to validate their tickets. They were once again there to conquer Glen Forest. Initially, they had contemplated exploring a different realm after their last encounter, but Suyuan, having acquired the Berserker entry, proposed returning to this location, a suggestion met with unanimous agreement. This time, they intended to challenge the formidable boss, the Minotaur Lord. They had previously located the Minotaur Lord's position, but had lacked the strength to confront it. If the boss had not yet been cleared by the officials, they planned to attempt the fight. Let us go, Sugu. Just so you know, the responsibility of fighting the boss rests entirely on you. I can only assist you in clearing out the minions. Yizheng declared. All right, my new entry should enable me to control the boss for a second or two, Qin Zijing added. That is splendid. However, if we find ourselves outmatched, let us make a hasty retreat. Su Yuan admitted he wasn't entirely confident, but he surmised that the Minotaur Lord's strength should be comparable to that of the Goblin Lord. Scheduled a lunch date with my blind date for tomorrow. Since I need to work overtime, I chose a restaurant downstairs from her office. I plan to purchase a group coupon, a two-person meal for 170 yuan. That's about my level. Primarily, I know there's unlikely to be a follow-up, so I'm not too concerned about putting on airs. She probably wants to get straight to the point as well, mentioning she has to work overtime in the afternoon. I'm unsure if that is true, but it does relieve me, as I wouldn't know how to disperse after the meal. Do you think using a group coupon for a blind date is a lack of grace? Chapter 67, Battling the Great Boss. The group entered the realm barrier and proceeded directly toward the boss's location. Engaging the boss was time-consuming, so they could not afford to linger elsewhere. Bang! The little fish unleashed a jet of water that struck a solitary minotaur squarely in the head, astonishing everyone. It's surprisingly powerful, Yizheng exclaimed. As they traversed the area, they inadvertently stumbled upon a goblin camp, where a minor boss, a fire goblin, awaited. Su Yuan refrained from competing for the kill, allowing the little fish to shine instead, as its powerful water jets drew everyone's attention. Ultimately, the fire goblin met its demise at Lu Tingting's arrow, which pierced its brain, yielding a white entry fragment. Do you still want the fragment? Qin Zijing inquired of Su Yuan. Absolutely. Su Yuan accepted the white entry fragment, casually tucking it into his pocket, but in reality, he stored it in his spatial pouch. The Minotaur Lord's location should be just ahead, Yizheng remarked while checking the position display. I wonder if it has already been cleared. Bosses yield significant experience and have higher drop probabilities, typically not leaving anything for ordinary adventurers, Su Yuan mused. Let us go check it out. Lu Tingting snapped back to focus after defeating the fire goblin. Having just slain the minor boss, her martial arts panel displayed a significant increase in progress, propelling her to the 5th layer of the first realm. Observing her jubilant expression, it was clear she had drawn a commendable entry. This is great. Our collective strength has been bolstered. Let us proceed to the great boss. But keep your voices down to avoid drawing too much attention. For individuals, accompanied by a solitary fish, cautiously traversed the hill ahead, and suddenly, a vast towering encampment materialized before their eyes. The array of monsters congregating in the boss territory was notably more formidable than during their previous visit. Yizheng expressed his concerns. The last time they had encountered merely a few dozen creatures in the boss territory, but now it seemed that the number had swelled to no less than 100. This was undoubtedly the case. During their last visit, the boss had likely just respawned, and naturally, its minions would have multiplied since then. Lu Tingting wore an eager expression. Are we truly set on confronting the great boss? Su Yuan still harbored some reservations. Now that we have arrived, what more is there to discuss? Qin Zijing shot Su Yuan a glance, then commanded, let Yizheng lure the monsters. We must first eliminate some of the lesser creatures, particularly the minor bosses. I have already spotted 3 elite monsters. Understood, Yizheng replied. And Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief. At this point, they had no choice but to proceed. The 3 minor bosses certainly warranted attention. Should they engage the major boss simultaneously, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. Fortunately, Su Yuan noted that there were currently no cursed cat demons occupying this boss territory. The 3 minor bosses consisted of 2 frost goblins and 1 great goblin, making them relatively manageable challenges. As he pondered, Yizheng had already approached the boss territory, drawing over a dozen surrounding tauren and goblins. Attack! As the monsters closed in, Qin Zijing waved her hand, and the group, along with the fish, launched their assault. Once this wave of creatures was dispatched, Yizheng repeated the tactic, and the 4 of them successfully eliminated 2 more waves, totaling around 30 monsters, including 1 minor boss frost goblin. At this point, there were still 40 to 50 monsters remaining, which seemed to have sensed something amiss. Their commotion had also alerted the major boss. A colossal tauren, wielding a massive axe, began to patrol the encampment, ready to respond to any disturbance. It appeared that luring monsters was no longer feasible. The 4 exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to engage directly. Qin Zijing instructed, Tingting, stay hidden in the trees and shoot from a distance. The 3 of us will work together to take down that frost goblin. The tauren lord will soon arrive. And Su Yuan, you will handle it. I'll do my utmost to eliminate the great goblin and see if I can assist you. All right. Su Yuan nodded. They quickly repositioned, with Lu Tingting remaining stationary while the 3 of them flanked from the right, targeting the frost goblin capable of ranged ice attacks. At that moment, only 2 tauren and 4 or 5 goblin guards were near the frost goblin, with the remaining monsters scattered, some following the major boss. Prepare, action. Qin Zijing signaled to Lu Tingting, and in an instant, whoosh, an arrow soared through the air, striking the tauren lord squarely in the chest. Moo! The tauren lord let out a furious roar, effortlessly pulling out the arrow, which had merely grazed its skin, yet ignited its rage as it thundered towards Lu Tingting's position in the woods. Simultaneously, Su Yuan and the others seized the moment to assault the unsuspecting frost goblin. Bang! Su Yuan moved with remarkable speed, his feet clad in snow walking shoes. It was undeniable that the blue-tier item lived up to its reputation. While its primary effect was not acceleration, it nonetheless enhanced his agility significantly. Thud! He swiftly dispatched a goblin, while not far off. A towering guard was struck down by a powerful water jet, courtesy of Awaken. The little fellow was particularly jubilant today, relishing the opportunity to witness the world and engage in battle. With several of the guard monsters vanquished, the frost goblin finally regained its senses. In midair, a distortion occurred, and several ice spikes materialized. Clink! Su Yuan's long spear transformed into a shield as a barrage of ice spikes struck against it. 2 additional ice spikes shot towards him from behind. However, he deftly evaded them, hearing the whoosh of the air. Thud! A water jet surged towards the frost goblin, but alas, was blocked by a nearby Tauren wielding an axe. Uft! A fiery spear protruded from the Tauren's chest, an attack from Qin Zijing. She, along with Yi Zheng, had also dispatched 2 of the guarding monsters, leaving the frost goblin isolated and vulnerable. The fiery spear, great sword, and water jet all converged upon the minor boss. The water jet struck first, but unfortunately lacked the force to deliver a fatal blow. Yi Zheng's great sword severed one of the goblin's arms, followed closely by the fiery spear piercing its throat. Moo! Before the group could catch their breath, the Tauren Lord had detected the battle's commotion, abandoning its pursuit of Lu Tingting and charging towards Su Yuan and the others. Leave it to me. You 3 go eliminate the other elite goblin. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as he boldly approached the massive Tauren Lord. With a powerful thrust, Su Yuan propelled himself into the air, his snow-walking shoes providing him with remarkable lightness, allowing him to leap 3 to 4 meters high and land directly atop the colossal Tauren Lord. Huh! He swung his halberd down forcefully, clashing with the Tauren Lord's massive axe. Bang! A shockwave erupted in the air, sending Su Yuan flying several meters away. Yet rather than being disheartened, he felt exhilarated. This was without even utilizing the Berserker bloodline of the Berserker class. With a mere slight deficiency in strength compared to the Tauren, he knew that if he unleashed his rage, his might would surpass that of the Tauren Lord. However, the Berserk state was limited, so it must not be squandered. The strength of this Tauren Lord was indeed comparable to that of the Goblin Lord. After all, it was the leader of a large goblin nest, so this was not surprising. Whoosh! The soles of Su Yuan's shoes erupted with a gust of air as he leaped once more, this time aiming for the Tauren's legs. He focused his assault on the lower half of the boss. Given its massive stature, there were indeed some vulnerabilities in its defenses below. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Su Yuan's long spear continually struck out, leaving the Tauren Lord in a state of disarray. Suddenly, the Tauren exhaled forcefully, its previously red nose now turning an even deeper crimson. Su Yuan paused, realizing that the Tauren had also entered a berserk state. Chapter 68. Water and fire are incompatible. Su Yuan had not yet activated his own berserk state when the Tauren Lord had already succumbed to rage. Bang! The massive axe swung horizontally, sending wood chips flying. Faced with the enraged Tauren, Su Yuan could only choose to evade its ferocity. A backward leap easily carried him 5 meters away, surely. The Tauren's berserk state would also be time-limited. Su Yuan's expression grew grave as he glanced over to the others, soon allowing a smile to grace his face. Under the combined efforts of Qin Zijing, Yi Zheng, and Awaken, the great goblin had been successfully defeated, its form gradually dissipating. After dispatching a few more low-tier monsters, the remaining threats were negligible, and they could leave the finishing touches to Lu Tingting, who could eliminate them one by one. What is happening with the boss? Has it unleashed its ultimate move? After Yi Zheng dispatched several minor foes, he too noticed the peculiar behavior of the Tauren Lord. The group convened and reallocated their strategy, with Su Yuan taking the lead in assault. Qin Zijing and another member were tasked with flanking the enemy to create opportunities for a decisive strike. They decided to send Little Fish to initiate the distraction first. Whoosh! A jet of water shot towards the boss, striking its prominent horns, provoking a taunting response from the little creature. Moo! The Tauren Lord remained unscathed, shaking its head dismissively at the audacious little one, utterly disregarding the water projectile, which seemed as insignificant as a mere prick against its massive form. Infuriated by such contempt, Little Fish swelled in size, transforming before their eyes. Yi Zheng had just glanced at the nearby Little Fish but turned to find himself engulfed in shadow. Startled, he spun around only to be confronted with an enormous creature. Where did this boss come from? He nearly succumbed to instinct and swung his great sword. But Su Yuan's timely intervention halted him with an explanation. What? You say this is your little flying fish? How did it grow so large? Yi Zheng was astounded, and it was Su Yuan's first encounter with little fish in this formidable size. It appeared that the confined space of the Goblin Cave had limited its potential. Before long, the colossal creature expanded beyond the Tauren Lord's stature, leaving Qin Zijing and the others in a state of disbelief. Moo! Not only did Qin Zijing and her companions stare in awe, but the Tauren Lord, too, appeared momentarily dazed by the sight of the enormous entity. Suddenly, the giant fish pivoted and swung its tail, delivering a powerful blow to the Tauren Lord, which toppled the massive beast and flattened a row of trees. Whoosh! As the giant fish turned, it opened its cavernous mouth, generating a terrifying suction. The bewildered Tauren, still reeling from the impact, was effortlessly drawn into the giant fish's maw. This. The group, initially brimming with anticipation for a fierce battle, stood in stunned silence. Su Yuan was prepared to unleash his own frenzy, and Qin Zijing was ready to showcase her new attributes, only to find the boss had vanished. Smack! The giant fish's mouth churned, producing slurping and crunching sounds, seemingly displeased with its meal. After a few bites, it disdainfully expelled the Tauren lord, who crashed back to the ground, struggling to rise but failing, as if its bones had been crushed. The crackling sound moments ago had likely been the breaking of the boss's bones. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan sprang into action. He no longer required his frenzy. A surge of spiritual energy erupted beneath his feet as he leaped into the air. His halberd descended like a meteor, striking the Tauren lord on the head with tremendous force, creating a significant dent. Moo! The boss let out an indignant roar, its body turning a deeper shade of crimson, indicating its fury had yet to subside. But let the chaos ensue. Thud! 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 The halberd continued its relentless assault, soon reducing the boss's head to a mere pulp. Finally, Su Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Whoosh! The giant fish had reverted to its smaller form, hovering beside the fallen Tauren lord and spitting out in distaste. Qin Zijing and Yi Zheng approached, still in disbelief, occasionally casting incredulous glances at little fish. What kind of magic allows it to grow so large? Sugu, where did you acquire this pet? Is there another? I want one too, Yi Zheng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. What are you dreaming about? Su Yuan shot him a glance, responding, a few days ago, I took a leave and ventured out of the city to find this fated beast myself. There's only this one, no duplicates. He turned his gaze to the oblivious little fish, contemplating how he had underestimated his brother Kuin. Indeed, it truly deserved the title of divine beast. When they battled the Goblin Lord, the cave had constrained Kuin's prowess, leading Su Yuan to believe little fish's abilities were limited. However, today's performance revealed the true extent of Kuin's power. Su Yuan was elated. Such a beast was worthy of his title as the king of beasts. Wow! The boss has dropped a bounty. Yi Zheng's exclamation jolted Su Yuan back to reality. He quickly turned his attention to the spot where the Tauren had fallen, observing its massive corpse slowly dissipating, leaving behind 3 item shards. Only 3. Su Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. This was far fewer than what the Goblin Lord had yielded. However, it was to be expected. The Goblin Lord was a first kill, while the Tauren boss had been felled countless times before. Among the 3 item shards, 2 were fragments, both of green quality. The remaining item was armor. Item name, ordinary Tauren plate armor. Additional attributes, water and fire immunity. Attribute level, blue. Attribute effect, water and fire cannot inflict damage. This armor is rather mediocre. The group inspected the plate armor's properties, and Yi Zheng couldn't help but critique, noting that the primary protective area was limited to the chest, leaving other areas vulnerable to damage. It might still prove useful. The frost goblin's eye spikes are quite troublesome. I wonder if this armor can defend against them, mused Qin Zijing. As Su Yuan listened to their discussions, he pondered how the water and fire immunity attribute paired well with the impenetrable attribute from his previous arm guards, though both offered minimal coverage. If he could seamlessly combine these 2 attributes, wouldn't he be invulnerable to both blades and flames? Su Yuan was indeed tempted. However, the low quality of the attributes left him disinterested. He preferred to wait for better options. Besides, having just reached the 7th tier, contemplating these matters felt premature. With that thought, he glanced at his status panel and was taken aback. Oh, the progress bar has surpassed halfway. The panel displayed, name, Su Yuan. Level, 7th layer of martial arts, 56. Chapter 69, a fish that sinks like a goose. Upon seeing the data on the panel, Su Yuan's heart surged with elation. He had made such significant progress. Haha. As the Tauren Lord's body disintegrated, he felt a tremendous warmth coursing through him. But he had not anticipated such a leap forward. He calculated, today, aside from the 20+ minor foes, he had only slain this major boss. And he hadn't even claimed the kills on 3 minor bosses. This meant the major boss must have granted him at least 30 points of progress. Excellent, excellent. Su Yuan was immensely satisfied. The spoils dropped by the Minotaur Lord need not be divided among us, as we have contributed nothing. Qin Zijing handed the plate armor to Su Yuan, explaining that these were the item fragments dropped by the 3 minor bosses, amounting to 6,000 in total. She also presented the item fragments she had just collected. Su Yuan hesitated before accepting, but ultimately agreed, as none among them were lacking in funds. Seizing the remaining time, they hoped to find another elite monster to train against. The group promptly cleaned up the battlefield and continued their search in the Glenwood Forest. They occasionally dispatched a few stray monsters, and just as they were preparing to descend the mountain, they finally stumbled upon a minor boss territory, home to the most challenging of foes, the cursed cat demon. However, this time, the battle proved considerably easier, thanks to Qin Zijing's new item fragment. Item name, fish sinking. Goose falling. Item level, purple. Item effect. Any creature that beholds your smile will be rendered momentarily dazed, the duration dependent on the disparity of realms. Fish will forget to flutter their fins and sink to the bottom, while geese will forget to flap their wings and descend to the ground. Thus is the enchantment of fish sinking, goose falling. No wonder Su Yuan felt that Qin Zijing looked even more beautiful upon seeing her that morning. Thankfully, she did not direct that smile at him. The cursed cat demon fell victim to this charm, succumbing to a daze that, given its boss level, would likely last 1 or 2 seconds. In the ever-changing battlefield, a mere second or two is sufficient to accomplish much. Su Yuan seized the opportunity with a swift zero-frame initiation, striking the demon with a spear and obliterating it. His progress surged by 11, delightful. If he cleared the remaining monsters in the goblin nest, tomorrow, he would likely level up once more. The pace of his advancement was astonishing, having vanquished the cat demon. Time was of the essence, and the group hurried down the mountain. As they exited the secret realm, they narrowly avoided exceeding the time limit. Going over would incur an additional ticket fee, which would be imprudent. Is anyone hungry? Today's meal is on me, Su Yuan announced. Since everyone had accompanied him in battling the boss without receiving any loot, he decided to treat them to a feast. That sounds splendid. I want to eat king crab. Yi Zheng was the first to respond. I see you resemble a king crab. Su Yuan rolled his eyes and led the group to a buffet restaurant. While king crab was unavailable, they could indulge in all-you-can-eat frozen shrimp. The ticket price was not inexpensive, and Su Yuan even purchased a ticket for the giant coin, though he refrained from letting him eat to his heart's content. Nonetheless, they managed to eat back the cost of the tickets. After the group finished their meal and dispersed, Su Yuan did not rush home. After all, it was finally the weekend, and he had a few accumulated tasks to attend to. The first was to find a shop to sell his surplus item fragments. He sold curled tongue for 2,000 and slow recovery for 30,000. If he listed them online, he might fetch a higher price, but that seemed too troublesome. He needed to focus his time wisely, wasting not a moment. He then contemplated the crafting of the Millennium Blood Ginseng. He had initially intended to refine it into a pill, but the success rate of pill refining was uncertain, as alchemists could not guarantee that every batch would yield results. The Millennium Blood Ginseng was far too precious for him to risk losing. Additionally, the cost of refining was substantial. Aside from the primary ingredient, he would need to purchase many auxiliary herbs, which amounted to a hefty expense. The alchemist's fee was also significant. He had inquired around, and one alchemist with the red item pill refining genius charged 100,000 for a single service, with no guarantee of success. There was also an alternative pricing model where, regardless of how many pills were successfully made, the alchemist would claim one for their fee, which made Su Yuan think that a straight fee of 100,000 was preferable. After all, 100,000 could not buy a single Millennium Blood Ginseng pill. Yet, even if he had 100,000, he could not afford to spend it. He resolved to be more frugal, deciding against refining the pill for now. Instead, he would dry and slice the ginseng for his sister to consume. He needed to continue synthesizing item fragments to earn money. Lacking funds was exceedingly inconvenient. Su Yuan counted the item fragments he had on hand and calculated his available funds. He then sought out a shop to purchase a batch of item fragments. Currently, his inventory contained a total of 20 white item fragments, allowing him to synthesize 5 white items, 8 green fragments for 2 green items, 4 blue fragments for 1 blue item, and a single red fragment that could not be synthesized. Once synthesized, he anticipated earning a significant profit. He also needed to pay special attention to physical attribute item fragments. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yuan hurried home, entered his bedroom, closed the door, retrieved the lucky +1 spear, and promptly synthesized all 5 white item fragments. The first synthesis of 4 item fragments yielded 5 options, from which Su Yuan selected 8-pack abs. Item name, 8-pack abs. Item level, white. Item effect. Regardless of how much fat is on your abdomen, it will be arranged into 8 orderly segments. This item would undoubtedly attract considerable interest from those who are fitness conscious, likely fetching 30 to 50,000 without issue. For the second synthesis of 4 white fragments, there were only 3 options available, but they were all quite decent. Su Yuan chose Silver Tongue. Item name, Silver Tongue. Item level, white. Item effect. Your speech becomes more persuasive, making it easier for others to believe you. This item could be sold to salespeople or charmers, with a price range of 20 to 30,000. During the third synthesis, luck struck, presenting 8 options, including 1 comparable to Second Brother enhancement. Item name, Longevity. Item level, white. Item effect. Can extend one's lifespan by 1 week. 7 days. Time is money, and time cannot be bought. How much does it cost to buy 7 days? The value of this item depends on how crucial the buyer's unfinished business is. 7 days can feel neither long nor short, yet it is ample time for many endeavors. Utilizing those 7 days for a bold gamble might even lead to a breakthrough in one's realm, extending their lifespan further. Thus, they need not face death. Chapter 70. Brick-moving saint body never airborne. Su Yuan joyfully placed longevity into his inventory, recognizing that this item should not be sold cheaply. It needed to be presented at an auction, Ordinary individuals could not afford its price. Convincing them to spend hundreds of thousands just to extend their lives by 7 days would be utterly impossible. Many would hesitate to spend that much on surgery for a couple of additional years. For the average person, a few days' difference in life holds little significance. The item must be sold to those who truly need it. On the fourth occasion of synthesizing with white attribute fragments, the system presented 4 options for selection. Although the choices were limited, it was noteworthy that a rare physique-related attribute, titled Brick Hauler's Sacred Body, emerged. The attribute's level was white, and its effect was quite remarkable. It enhanced endurance to hardship, facilitated the development of calluses on the hands, rendered them resilient against abrasion by bricks, and endowed the fingers with greater strength, enabling the user to securely grasp more bricks. Brick Hauler's Sacred Body, indeed, a rare physique-related attribute, yet regrettably, it bore no relevance to uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes. Su Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. While this attribute could potentially be refined by his elder sister, it might also be devoured by some unknown force. Alas, it bore no distinct characteristics. The only visible change was the enlarged knuckles and increased likelihood of calluses, traits that many martial artists, through rigorous training, often naturally acquired. Thus, distinguishing this attribute proved nearly impossible. Furrowing his brow, Su Yuan glanced at the other options, hesitating before his gaze returned to the Brick Hauler's Sacred Body. Ultimately, he resolved to select it. After all, he had already reviewed the alternatives, and none offered particularly superior effects. He decided to choose this attribute to confirm whether indeed all physique-related attributes would vanish. The previous sample had been solely Wind Spirit Body, making this an opportune moment for validation. As he stored the Brick Hauler's Sacred Body in his space, Su Yuan took stock of his attribute fragment inventory, noting he could synthesize 1 more white attribute, 2 green attributes, and 1 blue attribute. After some contemplation, he opted not to draw more white fragments. Instead, he retrieved the 4 green attribute fragments. Fortune seemed to smile upon him today, as he had drawn the longevity attribute. Yielding a modest profit, he resolved to draw 1 more green attribute, leaving the remainder for another day. He didn't wish to exhaust all his luck at once, as luck was an enigmatic force, and he could not ascertain if there was a finite amount. With one hand grasping the lucky spear and the other commencing the refinement process, he had no particular demands. Yet he hoped that at least the green attributes would prove superior to the white ones. Su Yuan mused, his gaze filled with anticipation as he surveyed the system's options. This time, he was fortunate enough to present 6 attributes, a rather commendable stroke of luck. They encompassed various types, those enhancing physical prowess, augmenting specialized talents, transforming appearances, and concerning fate itself. Yet, the attribute that caught Su Yuan's attention the most was attribute name, never empty-handed. Attribute level, green. Attribute effect, when you fish for more than 8 hours, regardless of what you catch, you are guaranteed to reel in something. This attribute undoubtedly held immense allure for avid anglers. Many fishermen might spend an entire day by the water's edge, only to come away empty-handed. Never empty-handed it is. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuan made his choice. His selection of this attribute was not solely for the sake of the fishermen, who, despite their love for the sport and willingness to invest in gear, would hardly believe they could go 8 hours without a catch. Su Yuan's keen interest in never empty-handed stemmed from a clandestine news report he had encountered, detailing an underwater secret realm filled with numerous attribute items. Many martial artists frequently congregated there, scavenging for treasures, yet the water in that domain possessed unique rules. Even high-level warriors could only remain submerged for brief moments before needing to surface for air, all while facing numerous dangers. Su Yuan contemplated whether refining the never empty-handed attribute might enable him to extract attribute items from that secret realm in the future. What a promising venture that would be. Having placed the new attribute into his space, he set aside the remaining fragments and ventured outside to check on his mother, who had devoted the entire day to focused training at home. Su Yuan felt a sense of relief at this, and he also peeked into his sister's room, finding her just awakening from an afternoon nap, with Hua silently munching on bamboo shoots by her side. "Sister, has skin like snow disappeared?" Su Yuan inquired, having asked the same question earlier that morning when the attribute had still been present. Su Yu, appearing momentarily dazed, then shook her head despondently. "No, it hasn't vanished. It's still here. Are you certain that refined attributes will be consumed?" "Well, physique-related attributes should," Su Yuan replied uncertainly, producing the Brick Hauler's Sacred Body attribute to show his sister. "Sister, why not give this one a try? Where did you acquire all these random attributes?" Su Yu lamented, raising her hand. "I can't bear the thought of my elegant fingers becoming coarse and calloused." Su Yuan felt somewhat at a loss. He realized he might have been short-sighted. If the attribute did not disappear, his sister's graceful hands would indeed be marred. "Then I shall seek out Zhang Lei to see if he can refine and absorb it." Despite Zhang Lei's current unstable mood, Su Yuan was resolved to proceed. "No," Su Yu interjected, extending her hand. "Just give it to me, it's fine. After all, I'm not getting married, so why should I care about my hands?" "Well, if you do get married, I must admit I would feel a tad strange." Su Yuan hesitated. But if you were to forego marriage due to your physique, there would be no need, for I shall undoubtedly restore you to your former self. Hand it over. Su Yu declared, taking the brick hauler's sacred body from Su Yuan and rolling her eyes. Little brother, whether I marry or not is none of your concern. Don't become like mom, pressuring me to find a partner. Fine, do as you wish. With her indifference, Su Yuan felt no further inclination to intervene. Their sibling rivalry had once been fierce until his sister could no longer best him in their playful skirmishes. Su Yuan infused spiritual energy into Su Yu's body, guiding her in refining the brick hauler's sacred body attribute. After a brief moment, he eagerly inquired, how does it feel? Is the attribute still intact? This was crucial for the realization of his plans. If physique attributes did not vanish, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Su Yu furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before replying. It seems there's a bit of a different sensation, but the attribute shows no signs of disappearing yet. Chapter 71. Exiting the city again. Is there truly a different sensation? Su Yuan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. Perhaps physique attributes indeed differed. If that were the case, his plans might now hold genuine potential for execution, indicating that the shadowy figure behind it all likely employed a form of persistent attribute consumption. This was entirely distinct from his colorful attributes. After waiting a while longer without any changes, Su Yuan remarked, the disappearance of this attribute must be a prolonged process. Sister, keep a vigilant watch and let me know if anything changes. All right. Su Yu nodded, her expression serious as she meticulously monitored the fluctuations of the attribute within her. Heh. Su Yuan chuckled. I shall create a negatively impactful physique attribute in the future, one that will surely make the recipient appear splendid. Su Yu also revealed a hint of a smile. Upon returning to his room, Su Yuan glanced once more at the remaining fragments of the entries. Yet he suppressed the impulse to use them immediately. He settled onto his bed, legs crossed, and took out a chi-boosting pill, swallowing it whole. Having consumed 5 of these pills already, his resistance to them had indeed increased. He had no intention of purchasing chi-boosting pills in the future. Besides the chi-boosting and blood-replenishing pills, there were other elixirs that could enhance one's cultivation, each varying in efficacy and price. After refining the pill and practicing for a while, it was time for dinner. He made his way to the kitchen, where his mother was already busy cooking, and his elder sister was beside her, preparing vegetables. Why don't we hire a maid for our household? Su Yuan suggested. His mother, engrossed in her own cultivation, and his elder sister, who was not in the best of health, were both busy. You've earned a bit of money, but it's not enough for you to be so arrogant. Jiang Pei retorted. Su Yuan felt somewhat helpless. Mom, you've worked hard your whole life. What's wrong with enjoying some comfort? How can you say that? Jiang Pei shot him a glance. Your mother is still young. It hasn't been half a lifetime yet. Hee, a slip of the tongue. Su Yuan chuckled awkwardly and continued. Are you really not considering hiring someone? It would help with the cooking and not interfere with your cultivation. Mom would be happy. One must have a life beyond cultivation. Jiang Pei looked at Su Yuan with affection. The recent changes in their household were all thanks to this young man. And she couldn't help but say, you too, don't stretch yourself too thin. Our family situation has improved. At your age, you should be experiencing romance, not just focusing on cultivation. At this point, she seemed genuinely concerned. As someone who has been through it, I can tell you that if you don't pursue love now, others will. By the time you do, you'll be dealing with what everyone else has already experienced. At this, she let out a soft hum, as if resonating with her own words. Mom, please. Su Yuan found himself speechless. However, a fleeting image of a girl crossed his mind, though she had mentioned she wasn't ready for a relationship. With that in mind, he felt no urgency. The 3 of them worked together to prepare dinner, and once they finished eating, they each retreated to their rooms to cultivate. Knock, knock, knock. While Su Yuan was engrossed in his training, he heard a knock at the door. He snapped back to reality and checked the time. It was already past midnight. Who could it be at this hour? His sister or mother? They usually wouldn't disturb him during training. He hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door. Sis, what's wrong? Upon opening the door, he saw Su Yu holding Hua in her arms. Despite Hua's spiritual comfort, Su Yu appeared somewhat agitated, nervous, and fearful. A whirlwind of emotions. The brick-moving holy body entry has disappeared, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. Sis. Su Yuan embraced his elder sister, patting her tense shoulders. This is a good thing. I'll search for various bizarre physiques to give him a surprise. He gritted his teeth, secretly vowing to retaliate against those who had bullied his family. After a while, Su Yu's emotions finally settled. All right, you should get some rest early. I'll head to bed as well, she said. Okay. Su Yuan nodded, ruffling Hua's fluffy head. He smiled and said, Hua, keep an eye on my sister tonight. Should we take you back to the countryside tomorrow? He planned to clear out the remaining goblins from the goblin nest and swing by the bamboo forest. Glancing at his current realm, he noted, name, Su Yuan. Level, 7th layer of the 1st realm of martial arts, 65. With a stroke of luck, he hoped to reach the 8th layer the following day. The thought of drawing entries again filled him with excitement. What countryside are you talking about? Are you planning to visit the pet market? Su Yu asked. Su Yuan hesitated, nearly forgetting. To spare his family any worry, He mentioned his plans to leave the city. One must always remember the lies they tell. He nearly slipped up, but thankfully, his sister didn't dwell on it. He casually nodded. Yeah, I just thought there might be some companions for Hua at the store. I wanted to see if she wanted to check them out. Hua, do you want to go? Suyu asked, gently rubbing her head. Ing. Hua seemed to understand Su Yuan's words, torn between wanting to go and not wanting to leave. She had only just entered the city 2 days ago and was still in a phase of curiosity about everything. All right, we can take you next time. Su Yuan decided for Hua, closed the door, and returned to bed, choosing to rest instead of continuing his cultivation. Gathering his strength for the next day's journey out of the city. The next morning, there was no need to go to the bus station. Su Yuan simply hopped onto Akun's back, swiftly exiting the city. They flew low to the ground, garnering many envious and curious glances along the way. This was it. They flew directly above the cave, and Su Yuan tapped Akun to halt before leaping down from the air. He discovered another benefit of the shoe entry snow treading without a trace. Jumping from a height made his body feel remarkably light, allowing him to land without any impact. Let us go into the cave and deal with them. Su Yuan called to the now smaller Akun, leading the way into the cave. Wow. The cave remained unchanged, showing no signs of alteration. A goblin lunged at Su Yuan, but with a swift motion, he swung his gigantic sword, cleaving a large hole in its chest. Gripping his lucky spear in one hand and the giant sword in the other, he hoped the lucky one effect would yield more drops from the creatures. Su Yuan plunged into the throng of goblins. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the title Goblin Slayer. Su Yuan was in a frenzy of destruction. He mused that if this were a video game, given the number of goblins he had slain, he would surely have achieved the title of Goblin Slayer by now. After dispatching the last goblin, he finally raised his head, shaking off the green blood from his giant sword. The cave was now devoid of any goblins. The secret realm, Goblin Nest, had been entirely cleared. Sheathing his sword, he surveyed the surroundings, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief interval, he recalled to check his martial arts panel, and upon doing so, a look of joy spread across his face. Name, Su Yuan. Level, 8th layer of the first realm of martial arts 5. Chapter 72, Innate Sword Bone, 8th entry. Haha, I've leveled up again. Clearing out all the goblins had allowed Su Yuan's level to break through once more. He glanced around. There was nowhere to sit and focus on selecting entries. So he took his time, first gathering the spoils. The goblins had a notoriously low drop rate, yet this time, he had managed to obtain 2 white entry fragments, which was indeed quite fortunate. Uncertain whether it was the effect of lucky +1, Su Yuan mused as he led little fish out of the cave. He found a stone by the flowing water and sat down, allowing his mind to delve into the martial arts panel. Level up. Congratulations on breaking through to the first layer of the first realm. You will randomly receive a bonus attribute. The system's prompt chimed in. Ding. The God tier selection system has been activated. You may choose one attribute from a random selection of 2 to 10 options. All the attribute options materialized before him. 1. Attribute name. Alchemical Prodigy attribute level. Red attribute effect. Your talent in alchemy is enhanced, marking you as a rare genius in the field. Oh, this is to make me an alchemist. Su Yuan had recently heard about this attribute. He had initially intended to refine a millennium-old blood ginseng into a potion and had inquired about local alchemists. Among them was one with the Alchemical Prodigy level of talent, charging a staggering 100,000 for a single attempt, with no guarantee of success. It was akin to pulling a fast one. Finding a secondary profession wouldn't be such a bad idea. He continued to ponder, noting that aside from alchemy, there were also weapon forging, formations, metallurgy, talismans, geomancy, dragon seeking, acupoint tapping, beast taming, insect controlling, body refinement, mechanisms, puppetry, spiritual botany, culinary arts, brewing, tea making, incense crafting, paper cutting, medicine, poison crafting, housing techniques, corpse refining, corpse guiding, goo refining, divination, physiognomy, numerology, astrology, architecture, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, word spirit, seal carving, gathering, hunting, fishing, tracking, rituals, consecration, exorcism, divine patterns, shamanic spells, and invocation. The myriad arts of martial cultivation are profound and vast. Each skill is passed down within the academy, yet there is no rush to choose now. Once he enrolls in the War Academy, elective courses and various clubs will naturally present themselves. 2. Attribute name. Demonic Obsession attribute level. Gray attribute effect. If you continue to cultivate, you will fall into demonic obsession. Wow. A long-lost gray attribute. It has indeed been ages since I last encountered one. The occurrence rate of gray attributes is significantly lower than that of white ones. However, with the increased options available to Su Yuan, it was inevitable that he would encounter some. This attribute is rather insidious. It's scarcely better than stagnation. Su Yuan spat in disdain, regretting that it wasn't a physique-related attribute, as that would have been amusing. A cold smile crept onto his lips. 3. Attribute name. Innate Sword Bone attribute level. Purple attribute effect. Significantly enhances your swordsmanship talent, and within you, a sword bone will develop, nurturing a sword technique randomly. Huh. What incredible luck. Another top-tier swordsmanship talent, just a notch below supreme sword body, and on par with the previously acquired sword and man as one. Su Yuan's heart raced with excitement. This was fantastic. If there were no better options, he would undoubtedly choose this. His swordsmanship talent had long been an aspiration. And this innate sword bone would not only grant him a physical sword bone, but also nurture a sword technique. Su Yuan was filled with anticipation. 4. Attribute name. Blessed with many offspring. Attribute level. Gold attribute effect. For every child you conceive, you will encounter an opportunity. But I am still a child. Su Yuan's expression turned peculiar as he examined the attribute details. A golden attribute. Although it did not specify the nature of the opportunities, it was undoubtedly extraordinary to be labeled as such. Su Yuan was intrigued, yet he was still a child, and the thought of having children was amusing. Of course, having children was not out of the question, and he had even considered potential partners, ready to begin the endeavor of parenthood at any moment, tirelessly creating offspring day and night. Yet, merely having the will may not suffice. Realistically speaking, if he chose blessed with many offspring, it would likely be years before any effects materialized. Conversely, selecting innate sword bone would provide immediate benefits. 5. Attribute name. Sovereign aura. Attribute level. Red attribute effect. You will exude a commanding presence that compels others to bow in respect. Wow, this is quite impressive. Historically, great leaders like Liu Bang and Liu Bei must have possessed this attribute. Otherwise, how could they have attracted such talented individuals to their ranks? Should Su Yuan aspire to establish his own adventuring team or mercenary group in the future, acquiring a similar attribute would be advantageous. However, given the other more enticing attributes available today, he decided to set Sovereign Aura aside for now. 6. Attribute name. Ancestor of body refinement. Attribute level. Gold attribute effect. You will possess unparalleled talent in body refinement, potentially achieving sainthood through this path. Alas. Oh, how could the heavens be so benevolent towards me? Su Yuan sighed deeply, torn between the top-tier swordsmanship talent, the remarkable body refinement talent, and the enticing blessed with many offspring. What a delightful dilemma. How unfortunate that others would never grasp the depth of his plight. He envied their simplicity. Su Yuan was likely overwhelmed with joy, bordering on delirium. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to choose Ancestor of Body Refinement. Although the swordsmanship talent innate sword bone was significant, it was merely purple quality. The fate-related attribute, blessed with many offspring, was also appealing. Yet it would take years to bear fruit. Conversely, Ancestor of Body Refinement was crucial for him at this juncture. Currently, strength was his advantage, and speed was somewhat mitigated by his attribute-laden footwear, but his deficiencies lay in his physicality and reflexes. While reflexes could not be enhanced immediately, his physical form could be improved through body refinement. Recently, he had been diligently practicing the 13 Guardians horizontal techniques, with his daily baths consisting of medicinal concoctions. Over time, he had successfully cultivated this martial art to a minor accomplishment, greatly enhancing his physical quality. Yet, given the pace of his training, it was evident that his body refinement talent was merely average. Now, with Ancestor of Body Refinement, he could hardly fathom the exponential progress he would make in mastering body refinement techniques. The attributes effect also mentioned achieving sainthood through body refinement. Could it truly mean reaching an emperor-level status? That seemed implausible.